This young man is a mage who has reached level 8, standing among those who possess powers far beyond ordinary people. If he wishes, the strength in his hands is capable of toppling an entire kingdom in an instant. Due to the king's suspicion of Ian's power, the king beside him secretly plotted to poison him, refusing to accept such a mundane death. Ian desperately activated a small time spell. The sole purpose was to force everything back to its original position, and at that moment, his entire life began to flash before his eyes. Each fragment of memory was pulled back, rewinding to a distant past. Ian could clearly see each image, the pivotal milestones that had shaped his life. Everything appeared slowly, as if it were all just a long, drawn-out nightmare. When the final memory completely closed, Ian woke up in a much younger body, his hair noticeably shorter. Fear surged up, causing his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. He hurriedly groped around his body, finding no knife wounds, nor feeling any pain. This made Ian think that his magic might have gone seriously wrong. "Ian, what's wrong? What happened?" Seeing Ian's pale face, a worried voice rang out from behind. The beautiful blonde woman was Ian's mother, who had passed away long ago. Meeting his deceased mother at this moment filled Ian's heart with countless questions. Had Jiang Min succeeded, or was he meeting his mother in hell? He reached out to grasp his mother's hand. The warmth transmitted was clear and incredibly real. Ian immediately turned around. His gaze quickly scanned the scene behind him. Before Ian were children lined up, waiting for their turn to be tested. Around them, regional knights stood guard, maintaining order for the crowd. At the top of the distant tower, the white flag was still fluttering in the wind. There was no mistaking it. This was not hell. Ian's magic had succeeded. He had truly returned 30 years into the past. The test before him was called the Magic Reflex Test, the foundation for training elite mages for the Green River Kingdom. Every child who turned 12 was required to participate. The first part tested the brain's magical response to reveal their magical abilities, while the second part tested the magical heart, where energy is born, circulated, and stored. Children who passed both parts would be sent directly to the Magic Academy, and upon graduation, they could hold a portion of national power. Ian was momentarily stunned. Going back 30 years was far beyond his original expectations. Nevertheless, the time spell he had painstakingly researched to atone for his sins finally took effect just before his death. At first, Ian only wanted to go back to avoid causing more wrongdoing, but ultimately, it was Jiang Na who forced him to use it. Too many people had given up everything for him, and many had lost their lives due to blind loyalty. Ian, who had devoted his life to the oaths of friendship and loyalty to Jiang Na, accepted being used, only to be betrayed and killed in the end. Just thinking about that made Ian's blood boil, and this time, he was determined not to let history repeat itself. In this life, everything had to be different, and to achieve that, Ian had to find a key element first. After stabilizing his mind, Ian regained his familiar calmness, bidding farewell to his mother when his name was called. He would return, a light smile on his lips reassuring her, unaware that the soul within that child's body was over 40 years old. Ian understood that in this life, he would not stop at being an 8th level mage. He had to be stronger to protect himself and those he cherished. Right after that, Ian approached the area knights to report his name, Ian Fa, from the village of Moglian. Upon hearing the name of Moglian, the knight immediately recognized him. "Ah, you're Vanessa's son, aren't you? And go on, don't ask too many questions or you'll disturb the mage." The young mage responsible for the examination was currently sitting in a tent, continuously sighing. "How many more children are there, Lord Aaron A.? I think you'll have to stay here for at least half a day longer," the knight named Aaron replied, making the young man let out a tired sigh. But as soon as Ian walked in and greeted him, he immediately sat up straight, wearing a familiar, polite smile. "Hello, young man, come on in. Bow your head down a bit, please. I will use magic to stimulate your brain. It might feel a little dizzying, but it's only temporary, so don't worry." Ian understood very well what was about to happen to him. Therefore, He actively cooperated without hesitation. The other person quickly sensed the flow of magic moving within Ian's brain. Then he continued to the second test, the mental magic. But for Ian, just entering the Magic Academy wasn't enough, so he proactively spoke up. "Excuse me, Mage, there's something I want to show you." Ian clearly saw the growing skepticism on the other person's face. Without waiting for a response, he immediately unleashed a portion of his power. Ian took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and a fireball quickly formed in his palm, before the other person could fully recover from their shock. The next reaction followed. A water ball simultaneously appeared in Ian's other palm. Dual magic, an extremely rare phenomenon. Clearly, Ian was intentionally showcasing his abilities, but then he feigned innocence and said, "I don't know why, but I've been able to do these things naturally before." This scene left not only the young mage but also the knights behind him in shock. To confirm, he immediately asked if anyone had taught him these things before. "No, sir." Ian shook his head right away. Of course, he couldn't reveal that he had once been an 8th-level mage who had reincarnated. To investigate further, the other person decided to cast a detection spell on Ian. This is a skill used to detect lies through the slightest reactions of the target's body. Think carefully before you answer me. If you lie, you could become a criminal. Both you and your family, including your close neighbors, could be executed. The cold warning echoed. But the detection spell had no effect on Ian, who had weathered life's storms in the body of a 12-year-old. He calmly replied, "How could I dare to lie in a place like this?" In the end, the other person had to concede to this child, because the detection spell revealed no signs of lying at all. This meant that the child before him was indeed a precious gem that needed protection. Before anyone could speak, Ian suddenly heard a panicked scream. The owner of that scream was his mother, outside the tent. Ian's mother was being held tightly by a knight, even though she clearly showed discomfort and tried to pull her hand back. "Quiet down," the opponent shouted. "Don't you know how many important people are inside? You've been a widow for 7 years. You must be lonely. Right at your age, you can't sell yourself anymore. So don't act high and mighty. It's a blessing that someone is interested in you, and you don't even know how to be grateful." The knight was the same one Ian had encountered earlier, who had recognized him as Vanessa's son. And now it was clear, he truly had ill intentions toward Ian's mother. Hearing the commotion, Aaron and a few others in the tent stepped out. "What's going on?" Upon seeing Aaron, the knight immediately released Vanessa and said, "It's nothing. Sir, this lowly maid doesn't know her place, so I'm just teaching her a lesson." Before he could finish, as everyone was still processing the situation, Ian rushed forward. "Lowly, huh?" Ian was about to take action to confront him when the young mage immediately stopped him, decisively preventing him from crossing the line at that moment. He bluntly informed the familiar knight that just a few minutes ago, Ian had been recognized as a mage because he met 2 conditions, meaning his parents held status equal to that of the nobility. Anyone who dares to show disrespect to nobles or mages is openly challenging the emperor's authority. That crime is serious enough to warrant a death sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, both Aaron and the knights behind him drew their swords in unison. The lustful knight saw this scene and felt his spirit leave his body, his hands and feet trembling, unable to stand firm. He hurriedly fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head before Ian, pleading for him to spare his life this time. "Why are you apologizing to me?" "There are others who deserve your apology more," he replied coldly, his demeanor and gaze completely unlike that of a 12-year-old. Just from that tone alone, the pressure weighed heavily on the opponent's spirit. The knight immediately turned to Vanessa and knelt. "Madam, my crime deserves execution, but please give me one more chance." Vanessa clearly had not yet adapted to the sudden turn of events. She looked at her son with a bewildered expression, seeking help. Ian let out a soft sigh, then slowly stepped in front of the knight. He sat down at eye level with him, then lowered his voice. "Listen here, just enough for the 2 of us to hear. The kind of despicable people who slander my mother, like you, I know very well that a useless person like you should go tell them the lesson you learned today. Yes, I understand now. Thank you, Mage. The knight bowed his head, gritting his teeth and swallowing his humiliation in response. With everything settled, Ian turned to thank the young mage for his assistance. It's the duty of the Ivory Tower to protect the mages, the man replied with a friendly smile. After saying that, he turned to Aaron, instructing him to protect Ian and his mother from now on, while other information would be communicated through the crystal ball. Afterwards, Ian was taken back to the inn where the knights were staying by Aaron. Ian did not object, only silently held his mother's hand tightly. Before leaving, he turned back to bid farewell to the young mage. The mage watched Ian's back for a long time, his gaze contemplative. At such a young age, he was already so intelligent and talented. It seemed the palace and the ivory tower would soon be quite lively. Night fell, and everyone in the inn had fallen into a deep sleep. The defeated knight staggered away with his luggage, drunk, mumbling to himself incessantly. The humiliation from earlier in front of Ian filled him with resentment, and he still harbored dirty thoughts towards Vanessa. He even dreamed of Ian begging on his knees, but that was just an illusion that would never become reality, because at that moment, he encountered someone who had no intention of letting it go. During the day, with adults around, Ian couldn't act, but now he had taken the initiative to approach, silently sneaking up from behind. Ian struck first with a paralyzing spell, locking the knight's body in place. At this point, he finally spoke. "What did you just say about my mother? I told you I would keep an eye on you. Didn't I?" His voice was calm to the point of being chilling. The sudden appearance and the state of immobility terrified the knight. His throat choked. Unable to utter a word, Ian continued slowly, recounting how today he had been humiliated by the son of a cook. And out of shame, he went drinking, wandering through the night. Then you slipped on this bridge, fell into the raging waters below, and died just like that. As he spoke, Ian recreated the scene just as he described it, the knight's figure disappearing from the bridge. While he stood there, his face cold and devoid of emotion. Ian had once returned to the past to atone for his mistakes, hoping to cleanse the sins and blood he carried from his previous life. But this encounter made him realize that not everything could be completely erased. Ian only wanted to protect his loved ones, and for that ideal, he was willing to do anything. Although he once wished that these hands would never be stained with blood again, there are still those who must pay the price, like that lecherous knight, or the one who poisoned him in his previous life. Jiang Na. Every time he thought of that name, Ian's heart felt heavy. He seemed to vaguely understand what had driven him to say those words. After finishing the punishment for the one who dared to humiliate his mother, Ian returned to the inn in a state of exhaustion, his head spinning as if it were about to burst. He did not expect that just one use of the paralysis spell would drain his magical energy so much. It made sense. Though, this 12-year-old body was still too weak. Ian could only hope that this body would mature sooner. At that moment, Vanessa was still sound asleep, completely unaware that her son had just left, looking at his mother's gentle face. Memories of his previous life flooded back. After just 1 year at the Magic Academy, Ian had entered the top mage class, while his mother was left behind in Moglian and passed away from a serious illness. She had never witnessed her son become a true mage or enjoy a prosperous life. But this life would be different. Ian was sure of it. He vowed to protect his mother so that she could live peacefully and happily. In his previous life, he couldn't even protect his friends, let alone his family. That helplessness became the motivation for Ian to devote all his efforts to changing his fate in this life. The next morning, in the capital of Green Riverdium, in the Kingdom of Green River, Emperor Terry Green River was having a serious discussion with the Tower Master of the Russian Tower, Level 5 Mage Herb Leon. "Tower Master, what do you think?" Terry asked slowly. "At this moment, I cannot rule out any possibilities, but magic is inherently a part of the soul flowing through the bloodstream. The moment you can move that part of the soul on your own, you are a mage. Stimulating the brain's magic through techniques is the simplest way to express magic. Typically, the Academy teaches these methods, as I and many other mages have experienced, but there are also those who claim to express it on their own. Those individuals can use top-tier magic like Grand Mages, Herbert explained smoothly. The Grand Mage you mentioned is a great existence. It is thanks to his presence that humanity has discovered the adaptability of magic. He found a way to express magic without anyone teaching him. In the mage community, he is a living legend. His existence is like a dragon from legend. The difference is that dragons are mere illusions, while Grand Mages are real. The reason we mention him is that the boy Ian demonstrated dual magic yesterday. This is beyond my logic, so I want to verify with my own eyes that the mage sent to Moglian is not a liar. If it is merely exaggeration or confusion, then that boy's abilities are still extremely dangerous. This is all the information I can provide at this moment. Terry pondered for a few seconds, then his gaze unexpectedly turned toward the door. "Prince, are you out there?" "Yes." "Father, it's me," a youthful voice rang out. "Come in," Terry said. The door slowly opened. A handsome face became clear. It was none other than the Crown Prince of the kingdom, Haydn Green River. Terry personally summoned Haydn for an important matter. The last time Haydn left the palace was 5 years ago. Back then, they were patrolling due to a famine. And this time, the king wanted his son to leave the palace once more, accompanied by cavalry, 300 royal soldiers, and 3 third-level mages. Haydn's mission was to go to Moglian and bring back a boy named Ian Fa to the palace. "You mean Ian Fa?" Haydn asked again. "He's just a kid. Is it really necessary to send me with all those people to catch him?" "Haven't you heard anything about that kid?" Terry asked back, his voice clearly disappointed, then sighed. "Forget it. I told you to pay attention to all news in the kingdom. I'll assign this task to another prince." Upon hearing this, Haydn panicked and quickly asked his father to assign the mission to him, promising to complete it without any mistakes. After careful consideration, Terry still chose to entrust that responsibility to him. He instructed him to return immediately to prepare, as this trip would take a long time. After Haydn left the room, Herbert also asked to take his leave, citing the need to return to the ivory tower to prepare. Terry immediately asked, "Do you have something to prepare?" Herbert replied, "You know that mages really hate going outside. If I don't go back now to persuade them, I fear that tomorrow we won't be able to mobilize 3 mages to accompany the prince." Terry found that reasoning reasonable and urged him to hurry back. Leaving the emperor's study, Herbert Leon's expression immediately turned serious. The accompanying clothes mage thought he would return to the Tower of Ha, but no. Herbeck said in a deep voice that there were some matters that needed to be prevented first. At the same time, in the village of Moglian, Ian was still obediently staying at the Knight's Inn, but he understood that sooner or later, the ivory tower and the royal family would take action. He recalled the young mage who had examined him yesterday. The way he acknowledged him right after the test made Ian sure that he would report immediately, and that was exactly what Ian wanted. The current king was eagerly searching for a talent capable of accompanying Crown Prince Haydn Green River. Meanwhile, the master of the ivory tower, Herbeck, was siding with the 5th prince, Jiang Na, which inevitably created conflict between the royal family and the ivory tower. Whether Ian chose the king's side, the ivory tower, or his own path, with that extraordinary talent, his potential remained limitless. The only difference was that in this life, Ian was no longer naive enough to let others manipulate him. While Ian was still pondering these things, a crowd gathered around the inn. The booming voice of the young mage from yesterday pulled him back to reality. "Mage Ian Fa of the kingdom, please heed the decree of the king." Ian was startled. The decree of the king, clearly. Terry acted much faster than he had anticipated. Ian had just stepped out the door when he encountered a familiar smile. "So, the little one is awake," the king said. "I have just issued a decree for you. I will teach you royal etiquette first, so please follow my instructions." Ian obediently nodded. Even though he had already memorized these etiquettes from his previous life, he respectfully knelt on his right knee, placing his left hand over his chest. His movements were so precise and graceful that the other person couldn't help but be astonished. Was this really the first time? Setting aside his doubts, the preparation ritual was completed, and the magical crystal orb was lifted. With a serious demeanor, the person declared, "Mage Ian Fa, please listen to the decree of the king. I appreciate Ian Fei's talent and recognize you as the mage of the kingdom. I permit your name to be recorded at the Ivory Tower. At the same time, I invite you to visit the royal palace. My eldest son will accompany you on your journey. I wish you a smooth and successful trip." The decree concluded, and Ian stood up slowly. A team of knights was waiting, led by Anon, the captain of the Moglian Knights, responsible for escorting Ian to the Duke's palace. With Anon and the knights, being tasked with escorting the prince and Ian was a great honor, so their attitude towards him was extremely cautious. Not just Anon, but even Duke Moglian. Marcus was already waiting at the palace before Ian officially arrived. He continuously reminded his two children, Ravi and Margaret, to be mindful of their words and actions. They must also show the utmost respect to the incoming mage. The carriage stopped, and Ian stepped down with his mother. Their status was completely different from yesterday. Although still young, Ian was already recognized as a mage by the king. That talent had even drawn the king's special attention. Therefore, Marcus understood that he had to receive this child with great care. As soon as he stepped into the Duke's castle, Ian immediately became the center of everyone's discussion. From the knights to the maids in the castle, everyone was whispering about how Ian could create fire with his bare hands during the test. A child like that was truly astonishing. But Ian did not indulge in the attention after entering the castle. For 15 consecutive days, he appeared at the training grounds. Ian practiced with an extremely serious attitude. What he demonstrated far exceeded the ordinary level. Even those of the same age could not compare. However, Ian was still not satisfied. This was still far too little for him, if it were his past life. Just by using the Frost Nova, he would have been able to freeze the entire Moglian palace. But now, in this 12-year-old body, Ian could only freeze a small corner of the training yard. His frail body still had too many limitations, forcing him to find something to compensate for his lacking mana. Mage. "Dear Mage," a hurried voice called out, pulling Ian from his thoughts. A servant of the Lord's castle rushed over, pleading for his help. As the Lord, Marcus Morgan, had gone missing. According to reports, Marcus had not returned from his goblin hunting trip the day before. Young Master Ravi and the accompanying knights were also unaccounted for. All personnel in the castle had been dispatched to search, but only a few traces of the aftermath of the battle were found. After listening to the steward's account, Ian fell silent for a few seconds. He didn't believe this was the time for Marcus to meet his end. In his past life, Lord Marcus Morgan had indeed died at the hands of an assassin, but that was right before the onset of the Unification Resistance, while Ravi had fled and was executed after the war. "Don't you think it would be more beneficial to seek help from Mage Marco?" Ian asked, not wanting to get involved in trouble if he could avoid it. The steward looked troubled because Mage Marco was currently absent from Moglian due to being assigned to another mission. This made Ian suspicious. It was rare for a territorial mage to leave their assigned area. Could it be that his regression had created a butterfly effect? It was uncommon for a mage to be dispatched elsewhere. Ian didn't know all the details, but he had a feeling this was related to him and the Ivory Tower. The greatest advantage Ian held at this moment was his memories of the future. If Marcus's death altered that trajectory, he would lose his most important weapon, no matter what. Ian could not allow this to happen. Seeing him think for too long, the steward began to grow anxious. "We had no other choice but to come to you for help. I will cooperate in the search with you all," Ian declared, making his decision. After agreeing, Ian returned to his room to prepare his gear. Vanessa was clearly worried. She was uneasy seeing her son wanting to go up the mountain with the search team. In a mother's eyes, even though Ian was already a mage, he was still too young to face such matters. "It's okay. Mom, I'm already a mage now," Ian said seriously to reassure her. Vanessa was still not at ease. Ian took her hand and promised he would definitely return. She was about to say something when she was interrupted. A girl suddenly burst into the room with a tear-streaked face. It was Margaret, Marcus's daughter. She was usually cold, but at this moment, she humbled herself to plead with Ian to find her father and brother. If you find them, I am willing to do anything to repay you. Wealth, land, or servants. Anything, Margaret said, leaving Ian stunned. Ian just wanted to leave quickly, but as he glanced at the girl, his gaze stopped at the gold ring on Margaret's hand. Wealth could not sway Ian, indicating that the ring held special value. I promise to find them, Ian said firmly, and Margaret finally smiled with relief. After that, Ian suggested borrowing the ring, claiming he could sense the mana emanating from it and could use it to locate the Lord. Hearing this, Margaret did not hesitate to remove the ring and place it on Ian's hand. The moment he put the ring on, a strange sensation immediately spread throughout Ian's body, a familiar reaction that took him by surprise. This feeling matched his previous life. Clearly, this was not an ordinary ring. What Ian was wearing was a Moglian, a low-level artifact capable of enhancing the magical energy of its user. It seemed Marcus had not given it to the heir, but instead to his beloved daughter. You must find them. I'm just lending you the ring because it's a family heirloom that my father gave me, Margaret said, noticing Ian's focused gaze on the ring, showing her concern. I understand. Ian immediately replied to reassure her. You don't intend to claim this artifact. It merely compensates for the limited magical power of your current body. When the ring took effect, Ian felt significantly more confident. Afterwards, he and the castle's night team set off into the forest where Marcus had gone missing while hunting goblins. At the last location he was seen, there were still some dry bloodstains on the ground. Ian asked the knights if they had buried the deceased, but the answer he received was that they had not found anyone. Therefore, the whole team believed that the unfortunate souls had been devoured by monsters. Ian stepped forward to observe more closely. Aside from the blood, there were only a few dozen goblin corpses left, which meant Marcus could have been surrounded by hundreds of goblins. If that were the case, he had to find him as soon as possible. After thinking this, Ian snapped his fingers. He immediately used the summoning spell to call forth a spirit beast. The term spirit beast made the knights behind him tense up immediately. They all thought Ian would summon a giant wolf that was intimidating. But what appeared in the magic circle was completely the opposite. Looking at its tail-wagging figure, it resembled nothing more than a house dog. Even Ian felt a bit disappointed in his previous life. He could have summoned a large wolf, but the spirit beast before him looked like a puppy. However, given his current magical power, he couldn't ask for more. Ian accepted the reality and assigned the small creature the task of tracking Marcus and his companions. After sniffing around for a while, the spirit beast let out a yelp and dashed off. Ian immediately followed closely, while the night team behind remained skeptical. We just need to follow that wolf spirit, he asserted confidently, and Ian's words were enough to dispel any doubts, prompting the team to quickly follow. Fortunately, Marcus was still alive, but at this moment, he was deep in the forest and surrounded by goblins. All of them were goblins. Although the Marquis was desperately fighting back, despair was gradually closing in. He swung his sword instinctively, his mind blank, unable to think of the next move. If this situation continued, Marcus would surely exhaust himself and lose his life. Thinking of his little daughter at home, he did not want that outcome to happen. Ravi, he suddenly called out loudly, we will deal with the monsters here, so you must find a way to return to the palace. Tell them that Mount Moglian is under threat from monsters. Hurry. Marcus's heir was naturally timid, and at that moment, he was trembling uncontrollably. Even when he saw his father about to be ambushed by a goblin, Ravi was so scared that he couldn't utter a warning. It was only when the monster lunged at him in an attacking stance that Marcus realized the danger. In that precarious situation, Marcus had completely lost the ability to dodge or counterattack. But his fate was extended when Ian appeared just in time. After all, he had to prevent the future from being cut off from its original trajectory. With just one casting of Frost Nova, Ian ended that monster. Not only the one intending to ambush Marcus, but all the goblins around were frozen in place. The scene was enough to leave anyone who witnessed it in shock, especially when the one who acted was just a 12-year-old child. At that moment, Marcus was completely exhausted. He could only faintly see Ian's face before losing consciousness, but at least Marcus Morgan had been saved. In his daze, he heard a familiar sobbing voice beside him. "Oh, Father, Father." Marcus gradually woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw Marguerite waiting by the bed. She anxiously called out, "Father." Marcus did not expect to see his daughter again and hurriedly spoke. "Is that you, Marguerite?" He slowly sat up, rubbed his temples, and asked, "What happened?" Margaret recounted the entire incident, mentioning the day Ian appeared and saved him. At this point, she couldn't help but become emotional and burst into tears. "Father, you and brother have been unconscious for 2 days. You don't know how worried I was." Just then, the butler Hoga rushed in. "My lord, thankfully you have awakened." Marcus immediately asked about the situation. "Hoga, are the others all right?" But the butler hesitated, unsure how to respond. After a moment of hesitation, Hoga clarified, 12 soldiers and Lord Rotten could not return. And upon hearing this, Marcus fell silent. After a while, he asked again, "Where is the mage? I must meet him in person." Ian was currently practicing alone in the training yard when he heard someone calling. "Mage. The person arriving is Hoga, sent by the Lord. Here he is," Ian replied. "I heard the Lord has regained consciousness," Hoga said joyfully. "Yes, it's all thanks to you, Mage." After a few greetings, Hoga respectfully conveyed the order. "The Lord invites you to the reception room. He has urgent matters to discuss." But Ian still couldn't guess the purpose of this meeting. Not long after, Marcus appeared neatly in the reception room. Seeing his benefactor had arrived, he cheerfully said, "Welcome." Ravi is also following behind. Ian immediately inquired, "How are you feeling?" Marcus spoke steadily. "Thanks to everyone's concern, I have improved a lot. I sincerely express my gratitude for your help, because you have safeguarded the present and future of the Moglian family and this land." Ravi, standing behind, also smiled at Ian. Marcus placed his hand on his chest and continued, "You have wiped out the goblin horde in the Moglian mountains and protected the territory. I cannot overlook this without giving a worthy reward, so I have chosen this," he softly requested. "Please open it." Ian opened the box in front of him. Upon seeing the item inside, Ian's eyes widened. It was a Moglian ring. Marcus continued, "I heard Marguerite mention it, that you wanted to borrow this ring because you could sense mana from it. I thought it was just an old family heirloom, so what is its power? Can it help you?" Mage. Ian explained that this ring has the ability to amplify the mana of the wearer, and it had greatly assisted him in dealing with the goblins. Hearing this, Marcus joyfully said, "Then that's wonderful. I want to gift you this ring." Mage. "Please consider it a token of appreciation." Ian looked up at the Lord. His gaze briefly paused. "A token of appreciation," Marcus declared firmly. "From now on, Mage Ian Pa will forever be an esteemed guest of the Moglian family. This ring is proof of that promise. Will you accept this token?" Ian reached out to touch the ring. He did not rush to respond, understanding in his mind that the title of esteemed guest meant a 1,000-year contract with the nobility. Seeing Ian hesitate, Marcus bowed his head sincerely. "Our family will always welcome you, Ian Fa. If you need assistance, we promise to stand by your side." Ian remained silent, listening. The two nobles placed their hands on their left chests, swearing. "I swear on the northern river of the 6 rivers that this vow will be upheld through all generations." The scene shifted to the forest path near the Lord's territory on the following morning, the air still tinged with a chill of dew. Anan led the Moglian knights along with a few soldiers, escorting Ian to a predetermined location. After walking for a while without reaching their destination, Ian impatiently asked, "Captain, how far is it to the town of Loy?" Anan replied briefly, "We're almost there. Just cross the hill ahead, and you'll see it." Ian said nothing more, only gazed in the direction the captain had pointed. At that moment, a fragment of an old conversation suddenly surfaced in his memory. "My lord, I have something to ask. Do you know of any alchemists in the territory who can create potions?" Marcus had once replied that in the northern town of Loy, there is an alchemist named Redio. He also added that this person came from the capital and moved north due to a special herb. Ian recalled and murmured that name. The alchemist, Redio. Ian's eyes briefly showed worry. This was a name that had never appeared in his previous life. He only hoped to find a potion to replenish the lost mana. The voice of a soldier suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Captain, Mage, over there, the town of Loy." But the scene that unfolded was complete chaos. As the town of Loy was engulfed in flames, Ian stood frozen before the sight before him. Anon and the soldiers immediately became alert, drawing their swords in unison. Below, the houses lay in ruins, charred and burning, while the residents of Loy were oppressed by a group of bandits, the bloodstains still evident on their weapons. The bloodied axe belonged to the leader, who slung it over his shoulder and casually ordered his minions to gather the stragglers and begin the slaughter. A satisfied smile was evident on his face, eager to finish quickly and move on to the next village. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates grabbed a nearby boy, who struggled desperately and screamed, "No!" The boy's father was Redio, who rushed forward, calling out his son's name. Doug Glass. As Redio approached, he was knocked to the ground by the bandits. The leader continuously kicked him while cursing, saying he was useless even when close to death. Even with blood soaking his clothes, he showed no signs of stopping, seeing his father being tortured. Douglas thrashed wildly, shouting, "Let go! Let me go!" "Dad." The leader turned and snapped. "What a racket!" He coldly told the child, "If your father is dead, will you keep quiet?" Douglas gritted his teeth to hold back tears, fearing that any sound would put his father in greater danger. But the bandit still raised the cold knife toward Redio. He casually said, "I will sell your son to a very good place." As he uttered those words, only madness and indifference remained in his eyes. In despair, Douglas let out a heart-wrenching scream. In that moment of life and death, he was stunned to see the bandit pierced through by an ice spear. Drops of red splattered on Doug Glass's face, leaving him in shock. The leader collapsed right there on the spot. A few seconds later, the subordinates finally realized what had happened. One shouted in panic, "What is that?" Another trembled, "It's an ice spear. Where did it come from?" Just then, they noticed soldiers in the distance, but Ian said nothing, continuously unleashing ice magic. The sharp ice spears fell relentlessly, forcing the panicked bandits to flee. Damn it, run! Despite their attempts to escape, none could avoid Ian's ice attacks, and the town echoed with the sounds of chaos. After a while, when everything had settled down, Ian stood alone on the cliff. He focused on sensing the changes in his own magical energy. Ian looked at the Moglian ring on his hand, silently confirming its effectiveness. He gazed longer, calculating that with this ring, his mana limit was approaching that of a level 3 mage. Returning to Loytown, although the bandits had been completely eliminated, the aftermath they left behind was still extremely heavy. Many houses around had been reduced to ashes. The townspeople, from gentle mothers and children to once strong fathers, now only knelt down, crying for their lost loved ones. Ian stood silently amidst the desolate scene when he suddenly heard a voice calling out, "Sir Mage." Anon approached, and Ian immediately asked, "Captain, are there any injured soldiers?" Anon replied, "No, we haven't been harmed for many days." Hearing this, Ian nodded slightly. "That's good." However, in his heart, he still worried about the alchemist he was searching for, wondering if he was still alive. Just then, a hurried call rang out. "Hey, Redio!" The familiar name made Ian turn his head immediately. A man named Batten was supporting Redio, who was gasping for breath. "Hang in there." Douglas beside him was panicking, calling out repeatedly, "Dad, Dad," seeing the person he needed to find. Ian quickly stepped forward, placed a hand on Douglas's shoulder, and said, "I'll take a look." Ian's eyes widened for a moment. Ridio's condition was extremely poor. His skin was pale, devoid of blood, and his hair had turned white. A thought flashed in Ian's mind. It could be mana poisoning. This was a condition that left a person unable to live or die. Considered a curse, when mana invaded the body, there was mana in the brain but a lack of mana in the heart, causing continuous and excruciating pain from the mana fragments. That pain lasted a lifetime, with not a single moment of peace. Observing the symptoms, Ian made a judgment Ridio could not self-supply mana. It was very likely that some mage had done this intentionally. The current situation was dire. Nevertheless, Ian quickly thought of a temporary way to suppress it. He waited a moment, then placed his hand on Ridio's forehead, channeling pure blood mana to release the accumulated mana. Just a few minutes later, Ridio's painful expression had noticeably eased. After finishing, Ian said to Batten, "Please take care of his wounds." Batten stammered in response, "Yes, thank you." As Ian turned around, a small hand suddenly grabbed his shirt. Douglas looked up, asking worriedly, "My dad, will he be okay?" Ian looked at the boy and replied succinctly, "For a moment." In his mind, he understood that it could only be a temporary suppression and could not cure this illness. Douglas trembled as he continued to ask, "So will he have a pain attack later?" Ian did not answer because the mana transmitted would also become accumulated mana. The choice had to be made. Ian looked at Douglas in silence, fully aware that he could either continue to transmit mana and endure or die. In the end, he only said, "That must be it." Upon hearing this, Douglas understood, his face turning pale. Douglas's whole body trembled, tears streaming down his face. I have to find the flower of Landio and make the antidote." After saying this, the boy immediately turned and ran away. Batten saw this and shouted loudly, "Doug Glass, where are you going?" Doug Glass. Ian froze upon hearing this name. Memories instantly surged back. The image of a great future alchemist appeared, completely different from the desperate boy before him. Douglas would later become the royal alchemist, Douglas Heyman. Ian remembered that person's cold gaze, rising from poverty to stand beside Emperor Jiang Na, always harboring hostility towards mages. Everything quickly pieced together in Ian's mind: a potion master suffering from mana poisoning, a related mage, and a type of herb sought in the north. Douglas's words echoed in his head. "I need to find the Landio flower and brew the antidote." This forced Ian to conclude that there exists an herb capable of neutralizing mana in the body. A voice like a reminder rang in his mind. It was a poison that nullified mana in the blood. Ian stood frozen, all memories aligning. Immediately, Ian cast an acceleration spell to chase after Douglas. In the blink of an eye, Ian blocked Doug Glass's path, causing the boy to startle and stop. Ian placed both hands on Douglas's shoulders, stopping him. There were still robbers outside the village, and it was very dangerous in the woods. Tears streamed down Douglas's face. "But I can't wait any longer. If I don't find the flower and brew the antidote, my father will—" While Douglas was still sobbing, Ian softly chanted the spell. "Sleep now," Douglas mumbled unconsciously. "I must—" Then his body swayed and fell, unable to stand. As his body leaned softly against Ian's shoulder, Douglas continued to mumble faintly in broken breaths. "The flower." Ian slowed his breathing, gently supporting the boy who had fallen asleep on his shoulder. A moment passed. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, weaving through the gaps, spreading across the forest. Douglas slept soundly on the green grass, his small face peaceful, completely harmless. Unlike Ian's memories of his past life, thoughts surged endlessly, now that he looked closely. If the face from years ago was not tainted by ambition, the current face was almost unchanged. Ian quietly sat beside Doug Glass, his thoughts piling up. If he hadn't come to the village, his father would have died, and he would have been sold into slavery. The cold demeanor of Douglas in his past life reminded Ian of the poison he must have brewed himself. Even knowing Jiang Na's plan, he still followed orders. Thoughts paused midway. Ian squinted at Douglas as a child. A chilling question flickered through his mind, should I eliminate him? But he immediately brushed that thought aside. No. Acting hastily now would be too dangerous. Only Ian knew Douglas's limitless future. His talent enough to become the greatest potion master in history. He could pull him to his side. Despite convincing himself, unease still weighed heavily on Ian's heart. Even if things were different, no one could be sure he wouldn't betray. The hand bearing the Moglian ring suddenly froze in that brief moment. The mage seemed to have made a decision. Then, at that moment, a voice called from behind, "Sir Mage." Captain Anon approached, and Ian asked, "What is it?" Anon, panting, replied, "You suddenly ran off, so I chased after you." Once his breathing steadied, Anon glanced at Douglas lying there and curiously asked, "Who is that child?" Ian didn't recount the events, simply answering briefly that he thought the boy would do something reckless, so he put him to sleep. After speaking, he stood up slowly and continued, "Since you are here, please take him back to the village." Ian brushed past Anon, who hurriedly asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" Ian looked back and hesitated. "I need to go somewhere." As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished, leaving only the sound of the wind howling through the forest. Night fell deep inside the small house of the two Ridio father and son. It was late at night, but the light still streamed through the narrow window. Ridio sat by his son's bed, watching for a moment before speaking. "Douglas, are you asleep?" Hearing his father call, he stopped pretending and replied, "Not yet." Ridio looked at his son and said, "Baton told me, a mage. Someone came to the village and saved us." "Father, I heard you were planning something reckless," Ridio scolded, making Douglas uneasy as he explained. "I just want to find a flower." Ridio understood his son's intentions, but for safety, he frowned and reminded him, there might still be bandits around the village. As soon as he finished speaking, Douglas sat up, his voice a mix of frustration and worry for his father. "What should I do then? That mage said you would be in pain." Ridio could only reassure him with one sentence. "I'm fine," he continued, "if I can find the flower of Landia." Hearing this, Douglas couldn't hold back anymore, choking up as he replied, "It's been a year, and you haven't found it. Does that flower even exist?" Just then, a steady voice echoed from somewhere. "It does exist." Both father and son jumped and turned toward the door, with Ridio tensely shouting, "Who is it?" There was no response, so he shouted again, "Someone." Then the person standing at the door spoke frankly, "I heard you were looking for the flower of Landia." The inside of the house suddenly fell silent for a moment, after a few seconds of hesitation. Ridio slowly opened the door and stepped outside. The person removed their hood, revealing the familiar face of the mage Ian, who politely stepped into the house. "I apologize for the intrusion." Douglas's eyes widened in surprise as he gradually recognized the mage from that morning. Ridio was also stunned when he heard his son say that this was the mage who saved him earlier. "What, then?" Ian slowly introduced himself. "I am Ian Fa," and placed a small block of ice on the table. That immediately caught Ridio's attention, and he couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" But just a moment later, when he saw what was inside the block of ice, Ridio was stunned, unable to believe what was before him, and blurted out, "That is..." What Ian placed on the table was the very thing Ridio had been searching for. Nothing other than the Landia flower. Ian understood that Ridio needed this flower to heal, so he straightforwardly offered, "I will give you this flower, but let me ask you one question." Ian looked directly at him and asked seriously, "How did you know about this herb when its effects are still unclear?" Ridio did not respond immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "It's from a journal." Ridio repeated once more for clarity, "I saw it in a journal." This time he didn't hide it anymore and took out the book. This is the herbal journal my father left behind, as Ridio spoke. He flipped through the pages, then stopped at a certain spot. If you look at this page, the middle page clearly recorded information about the Ladier flower, which has the ability to nullify mana, only appearing in the northern part of the continent. It is a 12-petaled flower, has a poisonous stem, is light green, wilts immediately when picked, and cannot be cultivated or harvested. Ian took the diary and looked at it directly before asking, "Does your father also know how to brew potions?" Ridio replied that it was a family business. Hearing this, Ian immediately understood. This diary must be a family heirloom, and Ridio confirmed it was quite similar. Ian looked directly into his eyes and said, "Then you must know that for a mage with a mana heart and a mana brain, the Landia flower can negate mana. It's a deadly poison." Upon hearing this, Ridio froze for a moment, then quickly explained, "I understand your point, but our family potion masters would never create a potion to harm others." Afraid Ian wouldn't believe him, Ridio insisted. "I would bet the family's reputation on it." But Ian's sharp gaze had already shifted away. That probing gaze landed on Douglas, making the boy surprised to be stared at. A few seconds passed, and Ian's blue eyes softened before he said, "I understand now." Ian took back the block of ice containing the Landeno flower and continued, "Thank you for answering my question, unexpectedly." He slowly added 2 more words, "and more," then immediately cast a spell on the block of ice. A green flame erupted in Ian's hand, at which point he finally said, "I'm sorry." After that, the block of ice completely melted, and the Landeno flower quickly withered. Ian watched the petals fall and said, "Even I couldn't find it. I could only freeze it to maintain its shape." Ridio was stunned, realizing. "Did you trick me?" Ian replied. "I just proved that you can always find the Landia flower." Right after that, Ian made another suggestion. "Mr. Ridio, how about we make a trade?" Still not fully convinced, Ridio hesitated and asked, "A trade?" Ridio listened silently as Ian clarified. "I will continuously supply you with mana, so you won't suffer from mana poisoning and die." Ian added, "I also promise to find a way for you to use the Landia flower." Thinking to himself that he would definitely find the information that Jiangna and Douglas had, Ian continued, "So please come with me to the capital." Ridio asked in response, "The capital of A, why should I go there?" At this point, Ridio set a condition. "Please create a mana potion to replenish my missing mana, and learn how to make an antidote for my mother's illness." Saying that, he became suspicious. "Can't you ask a famous potion master instead?" "I'm not that skilled at potion brewing," Ian replied. "I want someone by my side to continuously provide potions for me." Then he looked at Douglas, who had rushed into the forest full of bandits just to find herbs to cure him. "Please make the right decision, at least for his sake." Douglas looked dazed when he heard his name mentioned. A thought flashed in Ridio's mind. This boy is not an ordinary child? Who is he? Then he spoke up. "Can you give me some time to think?" Ian didn't care about the time and replied in a flat voice, "As long as you need." He looked at the father and son, his thoughts rising again. In this life, Douglas would not lose his father or become a slave. Ian's gaze was fixed straight ahead, silently waiting for Ridio's answer. Looking at Douglas's innocent smile, Ian thought to himself that that talent would not fall into Jiang Na's hands. The next morning, Ian patiently stood in front of the house, waiting for the two of them. Anand's voice rang out from behind, "Master Mage," and Ian turned his head upon hearing it. Anand arrived to report that the team was ready to return to the Lord's castle. Ian remained silent for quite a while, clearly wanting to wait for a decision from inside. However, the door in front of him showed no response at all. Ian could only tell Anand that the group would set off back. As disappointment surged, Ian thought to himself, hasn't he decided yet? Just then, the door unexpectedly opened very slowly. Ridio and his son stepped out with a bit of luggage, and Doug Glass looked up and called, "Mage." Ian glanced at the father and son. his expression showing a hint of surprise, but he still approached to ask, "Have you made a decision?" Ridio hesitated and replied, "I've decided. What choice do I have? I have to live first," he said. Then he and his son stepped down the stairs one by one. Ridio's face clearly showed relief as he said, "Please keep your promise." Receiving the desired answer, Ian immediately brightened up. Of course. His gaze shifted to the boy beside him. Douglas seemed hesitant to speak. Douglas slowly asked, "Can you really cure my father?" Ian took a deep breath. Then he smiled at Douglas and said, "Yes, I promise." Douglas still seemed unsure, confirming once more. "Really?" Ian patiently replied. "Really?" Hearing this, Douglas immediately perked up. "Then can I consider you my leader?" Ian felt a bit awkward but still replied, "Sure, you can." Douglas placed his hand on his left chest and said, "Yes, my leader." Looking at that carefree expression, Ian couldn't help but remember the cold and ruthless Douglas from his past life. Get out of my sight. A thought crossed his mind. Was he like this when he was young? Just then, the sound of hooves echoed rapidly from afar. Ian turned to look back, while Douglas stood there confused, not understanding what was happening. A soldier on horseback rushed over, quickly dismounted, and reported, "Sir Mage, we must return to the castle immediately." Ian asked what was happening, and the soldier replied right away, "I heard that the prince has crossed the Gamas River." Ian's eyes widened in surprise. "The Gamas River? Has he crossed it?" the soldier stammered. "Yes. The news just came in this morning." Ian did not respond, only thinking to himself, why are they reporting this now? He quickly decided on the next step. "Can I borrow your horse?" the soldier asked back. "Do you know how to ride?" Ian approached and gently stroked the horse. "Not very well, but it can become my friend." It turned out Ian was using taming magic to connect with the horse. Just after a few seconds, the horse's gaze changed. It obediently responded to Ian's will. "I want to go to the castle. Can you take me there?" Suddenly, the horse stepped back a few paces. Then it lowered its body, allowing Ian to mount. While everyone was still in shock, Ian spoke up. "Lord Anon, please take Mr. Ridio with you." Ian climbed onto the horse and quickly added, "I will go ahead." Meanwhile, on the other side, the carriage of Crown Prince Haydn continued to move forward. In the midst of the cavalry was the royal carriage. Inside the carriage, Haydn silently looked out the window. He recalled the past. "You called for me, dear father." Emperor Terry said sternly, "I have something to tell you before you leave." As Terry mentioned that Herbeck frequently met with the fifth prince, Haydn immediately jolted, his expression slightly changing. He listened in silence. Many nobles were acting according to the Russian tower, so the stance of the tower's master was crucial. At that point, Terry also deduced that the tower's master seemed to lean towards the fifth prince. He understood his child very well. Jiang Na was smart and calculating, surely would use Herbeck to attract those of high status. Terry paused, his gaze slowly shifting to Haydn. He instructed that Ian Fa must be pulled to his side before the tower approached him, listening to his father's words. Haydn remained silent, but that voice kept echoing in his head. He must make him stand by his side and lay the foundation. Ending the tense recollection, Haydn sighed heavily. He rubbed his hair in frustration. What could a young mage do? The Russian tower was full of mages, yet no one was willing to follow him. Haydn's gaze suddenly turned cold. How dare he abandon me, the heir, to choose the fifth prince? Thought surged. When I ascend to the throne, I will eliminate all of his faction. Just then, the second knight captain, Oliver J. Wood, approached the carriage and called out, "Your Highness." He got straight to the point. "I think we should inform the Moglian family." Haydn did not look outside, replying directly, "I remember we discussed this already." But Oliver persisted. "We need to give them time to prepare before you arrive. Please consider it." "Your Highness." Haydn rested his chin in thought and said, "Speaking of which, your family belongs to the Northern Moglian clan." "Right," Oliver replied. "Yes. That's correct. Haydn's voice rang out from inside the carriage. How much longer until we arrive? Oliver calculated and replied, about 2 days more. Haydn's expression changed at that moment. He smiled and ordered, good. 2 days is enough. Send them a message. A sense of anticipation mixed with disdain rose within him to see how the Northern Guards, the Empire's shield, would prepare in 2 days. Oliver dared not say more, only bowed his head and replied, yes, Your Highness. The scene shifts to the mansion of Lord Marcus, where he is directing the servants. This is where His Highness the Crown Prince will be staying. Marcus waved his hand, reminding them not to let a single speck of dust remain. However, he was filled with anxiety, thinking they might not come since there was no prior notice. Yet suddenly, they did. As a noble of the Moglian territory, he concealed his worries and asked the butler Hoga if the other families had arrived. Hoga replied that except for the Mark Faden and Zeus families, they had reported they would arrive soon. Marcus, showing signs of fatigue, continued to ask, what about the mage? Is there still no news? Hoga awkwardly replied, no, not yet. Marcus thought to himself. The situation is too difficult. I need to step outside for a moment. Not long after, a soldier at the gate announced loudly, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Immediately after, the royal carriage slowly entered the mansion of the Lord. Haydn's carriage finally came to a complete stop. Haydn stepped down slowly, his serious demeanor radiating an aura that made it hard for others to compare. Marcus and the families were already standing ready to welcome him. One person leaned in to quietly ask, Sir, where is the mage? Just as Marcus was hesitating to respond, a loud shout suddenly rang out, Stop! At that call, a horse slowly approached and then stopped right on command. The person on the horse was Ian, who was struggling to hold on, as if he would fall off if he loosened his grip. A few seconds later, Ian finally looked up, his hair a mess, and said, I'm sorry I'm late. Marcus quickly replied, It's fine that you're here. The people around looked at Ian's appearance and whispered, Is that the mage from the rumors? The kid doesn't even know how to ride a horse. Marcus placed a hand on Ian's shoulder and said, Sir Mage, you have been summoned by the royal family and must stand in the highest position according to imperial law. After hearing the explanation, the two of them moved forward to the Crown Prince, and the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Haydn broke the silence first. You are Ian Fa, right? Ian did not respond immediately, silently observing the Crown Prince in front of him. Old memories suddenly resurfacing, a face he hadn't seen in a long time. Ian glanced at the group of lower-level mages scattered nearby and in the distance, his gaze quickly passing over each person. Among the crowd, Ian's eyes stopped on a striking girl with black hair, as if sensing his gaze. She turned and smiled at Ian. That was Cecilia. The corners of Ian's mouth curled up slightly, for he knew her true identity. A spy from the Empire. Time quietly passed, and the scene shifted to the banquet being held inside Marcus's mansion. Oliver stood patiently beside the Crown Prince, saying, Your Highness, you must not drink too much. But Haydn ignored him and replied, Is there anything else to drink besides this wine? Haydn continued to express his dissatisfaction, unable to believe he had to socialize with those annoying nobles after such a long journey. This banquet is boring. I don't even like that brat. I want to go rest early. Hearing those complaints, Oliver stood silently, listening. In another corner, Cecilia held a glass of wine, standing tucked away against the wall, separated from the noisy crowd. She pondered deeply, realizing how coincidental it was that the Empire was also paying attention to that kid. Cecilia recalled the previous directive to observe Ian Fa herself in order to quash the rumors. Thinking of this, her eyes sparkled with determination. If it were true, she would have to bring both the kid mage and his mother back to the Empire. Cecilia scanned the crowd of nobles but couldn't find Ian anywhere. What kind of person was he to cause such a commotion? Perhaps she would have to search for him herself. She left the grand hall alone, heading toward the nearby training grounds. Upon seeing a familiar figure ahead, Cecilia immediately recognized her target. Standing behind, Cecilia quietly summoned her power, planning to ambush Ian. Should she test out the rumored abilities, she decided to start gently. A strike equivalent to a reconnaissance hit was formed, and the magical arrows shot straight toward Ian. The arrows landed precisely where Ian had just stood, dust and smoke rising to obscure the area. Cecilia focused her observation, then suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. All of her attacks were blocked by the mage she had looked down upon. At that moment, she realized it was a shield. Ian glanced at the girl and questioned her, asking who she was. Cecilia calmly replied, "You don't recognize my magic. I'm your senior from the Tower of Russia. I'm just here to say hello." Ian continued to ask, "Is that how you greet others?" With a disdainful look, Cecilia chuckled lightly. "Oh my, look at this kid. I'm just joking with my junior." Before she could finish, Ian called her name directly. "Cecilia." Cecilia froze for a moment, not understanding how he knew her name. But when Ian continued, "Cecilia C. Walker," true fear surged within her. Cecilia realized her plan had been exposed. She hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" "How do you know that name?" Ian calmly replied, "I know you very well. It all comes from old memories. Things that cannot be forgotten." Ian smiled cryptically and said, "If you want, I can tell you a few more names." Cecilia quickly interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense." But Ian continued, "The kid in the Moten family stables." Ian stepped closer, continuously mentioning familiar names: Royal Secretary Robin, Ariel from the National Guard in Sector 9, the head maid's assistant. That person probably hasn't even arrived yet. At that point, Ian tilted his head and asked, "Do you know what the common thread among these people is?" "I think I know." Cecilia could barely maintain her composure. "Kid." She glared at Ian and said, "I don't understand how you know those names." At the same time, fire magic began to form in Cecilia's hands. She continued, "You better pretend you don't know anything," and immediately hurled a massive fireball toward Ian. The flames blazed brightly, tearing through the night. Cecilia clenched her fists, believing she had taken down her opponent. But in an instant, from the midst of the raging fire, a figure shot out. Cecilia was stunned to see Ian emerge unscathed, without a single scratch. Ian slowly approached, a stable magical orb in his hand, saying, "I already knew you were a member of the Walker family." Cecilia tried to keep her voice calm as she asked, "Then why are you here alone if you already knew?" But inside, she was in turmoil. Did it really dodge the attack just now? What on earth was it? Ian spoke while raising the sphere of light high. "I knew you would come looking for me at the training ground." Cecilia's gaze instinctively followed that movement. In an instant, she widened her eyes in shock once again since encountering Ian. Before her were a series of sharp ice spears pointing straight at her. Under the dim moonlight, the ice spears glimmered coldly. Resembling a surreal scene, Ian stated firmly, "I already guessed." Ian coldly pointed his hand at her. "Ice spear." At that command, countless ice spears tore through the air, rushing toward her. Cecilia panicked and quickly backed away. Fortunately, she managed to raise a mana barrier before being engulfed by the hail of ice. But that barrier couldn't hold for long. In an instant, cracks began to appear. Cecilia exclaimed in horror, "Damn it!" At that moment, Ian conjured a massive fireball, more powerful than the fireball Cecilia had cast earlier. Ian's cold gaze pierced through his opponent as he chanted, "Fire blast!" In the next moment, the gigantic fireball was hurled straight at Cecilia. Fear flooded her mind, trapped within the mana barrier. "I'm going to die." In this critical situation, Cecilia had to make a reckless decision, dropping the barrier to be able to move. As soon as the barrier vanished, she immediately turned and ran. However, the ice spears continued to pierce through her body. The icy blades tore into her, but it was still better than dying instantly. Thanks to that timely decision, Cecilia barely managed to escape the violent explosion of the fireball. Covered in injuries, she turned to look back at the shockwave behind her with a panicked expression. At this point, Cecilia still couldn't believe it. She was alive, just escaping by a hair's breadth. She collapsed to the ground, thinking that Ian must have run out of mana from using Fire Blast. Quick calculations returned. Others were about to arrive. There was no evidence to prove she was a spy. No one would believe a child. As long as she recovered, she could deal with it later. Meanwhile, Ian slowly approached her. He calmly said, "I have plans to build a reputation for myself." Then Ian continued in a cold tone, "By selling you." Nevertheless, Cecilia scoffed in response. "You think you can do that, kid?" The corners of Ian's mouth curled into an inscrutable smile. "Of course. I have evidence that even you don't know about." Unease began to spread. Cecilia asked sharply, "What are you talking about, kid?" Shortly after, the Royal Knights and the Mages from the Ivory Tower quickly appeared. Oliver hurriedly asked, "What happened?" The other mages saw Cecilia lying on the ground and helped her up, asking, "What's wrong? What are these wounds?" Ian candidly admitted, "I did it." Upon hearing this, all eyes immediately turned to Ian. Oliver sternly demanded, "Please explain the situation. What happened?" Ian quickly changed his tone, calmly fabricating a story. "I happened to see this woman talking to a masked man." Cecilia gasped, wide-eyed. "What?" Ian feigned indignation and continued. "Then suddenly she tried to kill me." Hearing this, Oliver understood the gist of it and concluded that was why the kid retaliated. Ian immediately added, "Because I needed to survive." Oliver cautiously asked, "Can you prove that?" Ian replied right away. "I showed up just as they were examining something." Ian mentioned a mark on their bodies, and Oliver frowned in thought after hearing it. Without further hesitation, he immediately ordered an examination of the other person. The two mages accompanying him quickly raised their hands to shield Cecilia. One named Finn spoke up. "Captain, don't you think this is excessive? We are mages of the Ivory Tower." In his capacity as the captain of the Royal Knights, Oliver did not hesitate to draw his sword. The tip of the sword pointed directly at them, causing both to step back immediately. Oliver coldly declared, "The one with the authority to decide is me, and this is happening for a valid reason. Whether the Ivory Tower mages are involved or not, we still need to uncover the truth," Finn said in a lower voice. "At least let me heal her first." Oliver firmly replied, "You can do that after the examination is complete," then signaled for the two female knights to proceed with checking Cecilia. Not long after, the examination was completed. Cecilia hurriedly asked, "Did you find anything?" The two female knights bowed their heads and replied, "We found nothing." Finn immediately shouted, "I told you. How can you doubt her? She needs treatment right away." At this moment, Oliver couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that Ian was lying? But Ian just shook his head and replied, "Of course not." After that, he calmly walked closer to Cecilia, causing her to momentarily panic as if her secret was about to be exposed. Ian stood behind her and said, "Please excuse me." Cecilia glanced back and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Kid." Ian did not answer, only placed his hand on the back of her neck and cast a spell. Immediately, everyone was stunned by the scene that unfolded. On Cecilia's neck, a mana seal became visible to all. Even Cecilia was horrified and asked, "Kid, what did you do?" Ian smiled and replied, "I wonder what you two are checking." It seems to be because of this. Memories of his past life flashed through Ian's mind. Cole Walker had once carried this mark when he was taken to the training camp. Only the management knew, and it took him a long time to discover it himself. Oliver, not understanding the secret of the Walker family, turned to ask the two mages if anyone recognized this sign. Finn shook his head and replied, "This is the first time I've seen it." Oliver continued to ask Ian, "What about you?" Kid Ian pretended to be innocent and replied, "It's also my first time," secretly thinking that was enough to serve as evidence. After thinking for a moment, Oliver ordered to heal her, then proceeded with the interrogation. He turned to the two ivory tower mages and requested them to prepare a mana prison. They reluctantly replied, yes, after delegating. Oliver looked back at Ian. He said, if all of this is true, the Emperor will reward you. Ian appeared surprised, even though everything was already within his expectations. Then, Oliver immediately reported the entire incident at the training ground to the Crown Prince. Haydn asked in surprise. That kid defeated a third-level mage from the ivory tower, Oliver confirmed, and Haydn laughed, not expecting it to actually happen. The Crown Prince continued to ask Oliver's thoughts. What do you think of that kid? Oliver replied seriously. What the mages reported is true. The kid's behavior is not like that of a child. Haydn crossed his arms and pondered. He said, we should meet that kid before concluding. Captain, bring him here. Shortly after, Ian entered the room, bowed, and said, you called for me. Sir. Haydn got straight to the point. Yes, I heard that a mage sent by the ivory tower is a spy named Kao Un, and she is quite skilled. Upon mentioning this, Haydn praised Ian. The achievement of capturing and defeating her is commendable. But Ian humbly replied, I was just lucky. A satisfied smile briefly appeared on Haydn's face. He continued, and because of that, I want to test you. Tell me what you want. Ian understood the Crown Prince's intentions very well. He realized that the other party was trying to probe his true desires. At this point, refusing would be pointless. Ian hesitated for a moment and then said, well, if you allow it, I would like to stop by the old ivory tower on the way to the castle. Ian looked straight at Haydn and stated clearly. Haydn appeared surprised. The old ivory tower. Why do you want to go there? There's nothing worth seeing. Ian pretended to be shy, intertwining his hands and speaking softly. I've only heard stories about it, so I've always wanted to visit at least once. Hearing that childlike response, Haydn gradually lowered his guard in his eyes. This was merely simple curiosity. Finally, Haydn nodded in agreement. Good. Then I will take you there. Ian slightly bowed his head. A smug smile flashed across his face. Everything was happening faster than he expected. Inside, he was secretly excited at the thought of the upcoming destination, the old ivory tower, and buried deep beneath it is the dragon language scroll. The dragon language plays a crucial role in the study of magical artifacts, and the scroll contains the essence of that language. A surge of excitement arose. In his previous life, he only managed to grasp a small part before dying. This time would be different. A few days later, the royal escort brought Ian and his family into the capital. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere surrounding Ian was filled with relief. Ian's mother couldn't hide her excitement as she looked out the window. This was the first time she had traveled so far. She turned to her son with a cheerful question. Right, Ian. Ian smiled happily at his mother and replied, yes, that's right. Ridio, sitting beside him, said in a relaxed mood, when we get to the capital, I will be the tour guide for Lady Pa. I used to work there for a while. Vanessa laughed warmly and replied, oh my, thank you. Ian silently thought to himself, just wait and see how this guy performs. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed close to the carriage, catching Ian's attention to look outside. The second royal knight, Weiss, approached to announce, young Master Ian, we have arrived. Before them was the old ivory tower, which Ian had requested to visit. Weiss clarified that the plan was to stay here for 2 days. He smiled and added, by the Emperor's order, you are free to explore this place during that time. Weiss turned to everyone and said, please follow me, I will lead the way. He took the group to a small village next to the old ivory tower to rest for the night. The village was enveloped in the tranquility of the quiet night. The village chief, hearing that the royal family and the mage were visiting, came out to welcome them. It was truly unexpected to host such distinguished guests. It was indeed a great honor. Haydn smiled warmly and replied, it's nothing. Ian was slightly surprised to see the Crown Prince so close to the villagers. He thought perhaps Haydn treated the commoners quite kindly. Memories from his previous life suddenly flooded back to his mind. Back then, Haydn's face was always shrouded in gloom and hostility. Part of the reason was that Jiang Na was always by his side. Looking at the open smile now, Ian gradually understood that Haydn only displayed such behavior with those outside the noble circle. He pondered that perhaps this was why the current emperor favored his eldest son. Suddenly, Douglas ran over and called out, "Leader, when are you going to the old ivory tower?" Ian asked back. "Why do you ask that?" Douglas hesitated and replied, "I want to go there too." Ian sighed lightly, secretly planning to go down to the underground area at dawn, then replied, "Well then, let's do it tomorrow when we have time." Douglas was as obedient as a little puppy, his bright eyes shining as he asked, "Really together?" Ian, not accustomed to this scene, could only respond half-heartedly. Douglas smiled widely and said, "Thank you, brother." While the two chatted animatedly, Ridio quietly told Vanessa that Doug Glass seemed to really like Ian. Then he turned to Lady Fa and lowered his voice. "I have something to ask." Ridio bluntly expressed his thoughts. "Is Ian always this mature? I don't see him resembling a 12-year-old at all." Vanessa looked at her son with gentle eyes and replied, "Ian matured early. He's kind and thoughtful. Very much like his father." She added, "I know he doesn't say it, but he's probably trying to fill the void left by his father. Thinking about it makes me feel guilty." Ridio thought about how the boy resembled his father and then asked, "So your husband was a mage too?" Vanessa shook her head and replied, "No, Fen was just an ordinary person." The image of her husband came to mind, and Vanessa's voice grew somber. "He went missing before Ian was born, after a regular day at work. 5 years later, only his belongings were sent back." Her gaze became heavy, her words slowing down. Now Ian is thinking about her husband who had been missing for 12 years. Vanessa choked on her words. She sighed and said to Ridio, "Let's move on, it's okay." After that, everyone followed the villagers to their resting place. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Ian stood before the old ivory tower, taking slow steps as memories of his past life gradually aligned, a journey guided by the wind and stars. He recalled his past self, the endless journey after the Unification War, far away from the ivory tower and the Empire. Thoughts surged, wondering if everything was just a coincidence that he returned here. Ian dismissed the thought. "No, it's as if something is guiding me." And before he realized it, he was standing right in front of the tower. Whether in this life or the last, this place remained unchanged. Ian stepped inside the tower, historical memories resurfacing, recalling the war that erupted 300 years ago between the mages of the ivory tower and the Dragonians, descendants of dragons. At that time, the Gagoi army and the dark magic of the Dragonians were powerful enough to destroy the Empire. But the Emperor and the High Mage Nisan Green River stood up. He led the elite mages to counterattack, annihilating the Dragonians and causing the extinction of the Gagoi, protecting the peace of the Empire. However, the hero Michel Green River, who brought them to victory, refused the throne. He became the master of the Ivory Tower and established the capital Green River Diem. In the end, this place was devastated and fell into oblivion. Ian walked around the tower a few times, his gaze searching. That thing must be nearby. His hand lightly touched a hidden mechanism. Immediately, the ground beneath him trembled. A staircase leading down to a tunnel revealed itself, and Ian recognized it immediately and stepped in without hesitation. The space below was pitch dark, and Ian quickly used magic to illuminate it. A small sun-like sphere of light illuminated the entire space. The darkness gradually retreated from every corner of the dungeon. The light revealed a statue of a monstrous figure standing tall. The statue had a human shape, long arms, sharp fangs, and wings on its back, looking eerily lifelike. Ian looked at it and recalled the dizzying feeling he had when he first saw this statue. At that moment, the statue suddenly shook. In the blink of an eye, it moved, transforming into a flesh and blood monster and let out a roar. It was then that Ian understood why he was so surprised. It was a Gagoi, a species that had gone extinct 300 years ago. In an instant, the monster leaped off its stone pedestal and vanished from sight. But just a second later, Gagoi appeared right in front of Ian. The beast roared and charged forward with a relentless speed. Ian remained calm, quickly condensing a sphere of water in his hand. The water balloon expanded in an instant and shot straight at Gagoi. The strike hit its abdomen, leaving the monster no time to evade. The tremendous force slammed Gagoi against the corner of the wall before it finally stopped. Ian silently observed the entire unfolding. Inside, he still felt anxious in his previous life. Defeating it was much simpler, but now he had to be more cautious. As expected, Gagoi was hardly injured. Its gaze locked onto Ian, identifying him as the target to eliminate. Gagoi stomped hard against the wall, gaining momentum before charging again. Ian immediately cast magic, Ice Spear. From the ground, sharp ice spears erupted simultaneously at his command. The monster was caught off guard, and the ice spears pierced straight through its abdomen, a painful roar echoing. Ian did not stop. Electricity began to glow around his body. Ian's determined gaze fixed firmly on Gagoi. Shortly after, a powerful lightning bolt struck down onto the monster's body. After a moment, Gagoi finally ceased its resistance. Its entire body was singed and smoking. Ian looked over and thought to himself, it was handled. He quickly calculated his next move. It was only a matter of time when a secret mechanism appeared beside him. The stone door slowly descended, opening a path leading inside. Ian smiled contentedly. Everything was unfolding just as he remembered. He gently cast the Featherfall spell to descend below. From above, Ian landed softly on the ground. The first footsteps echoed as he ventured deeper into the space below, based on his memories from his previous life. Ian walked straight ahead, where the scroll he was searching for lay. He felt a flicker of joy in his heart, encountering it sooner than expected. The dragon language scroll lay quietly on the stone table. A thought suddenly flashed in Ian's mind. Unsure of who had hidden it here, he tilted his head in speculation. Wondering if it was a dragon or an ancient mage, Ian carefully lifted the scroll with both hands. The dragon language. A mysterious language he had never fully understood in his previous life. While he was lost in thought, Ian suddenly froze. This scroll was completely blank, not a single character was present. Ian flipped through each page carefully but still found no writing. What had happened? A possibility suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps the scroll had been used by him in his previous life. Realizing the cause, Ian slowly closed the scroll. He silently regretted not being able to read it one more time back then. Ian opened his mouth as if to say something, but suddenly halted. At that moment, he realized he could not produce any sound. But Ian quickly calmed down and deduced that the dragon language was not spoken. It was a mystical language that operated through mana. So there could only be one possibility. The dragon language had been lost, and without it, time magic was useless. The past could not be reversed. A look of regret was evident on his face. The illusion of being able to repeat it completely shattered. Thinking it over, knowing sooner was still better for Ian if he hadn't realized. The consequences would have been even heavier. He understood that his second life had just become more burdensome. Transitioning scenes. The bustling city gradually opened up. Soldiers announced, "Young Master Ian, we will soon arrive at the capital, Green River Diam." The convoy carrying Ian and his family passed through the city gates one by one. Ian sat in the carriage, looking out the window, finally setting foot in the capital. Behind the cage, imprisoning Cecilia, Ian silently heightened his vigilance. The chances of an incident occurring were very high. If Cecilia escaped and contacted another walker, the Walker Empire would surely begin to monitor him. Therefore, Cecilia would definitely mention him, the one who knew of her existence as a walker. Everything from that point only became more tangled in many directions. Ian's train of thought was interrupted by the scene before him. The convoy led by Oliver was suddenly halted. Herbert and his subordinates from the ivory tower spoke up, demanding a pause. Oliver stopped short, focusing intently on the figure blocking the road. At that moment, he realized it was the leader of the ivory tower. He dismounted, coldly questioning. "What right do you have to block the road?" Oliver was momentarily stunned by the response. "I have received a notice of deviation." Herbert calmly pulled out the order, explaining that all rights to interrogate Cecilia and related matters belonged to the ivory tower, suggesting that perhaps he was a bit hasty. Oliver stood his ground, immediately countering. "You received the authorization even before the agent arrived." Herbert remained firm, replying, "Aren't matters like this supposed to be handled as quickly as possible?" He looked directly at Oliver, saying, "Look, Captain, the ivory tower will take responsibility from now on, so don't worry." That statement felt like an insult, but Oliver could only grit his teeth and endure because of the order in Herbert's hand. Finally, he had to order his subordinates to hand over the accused to the leader of the ivory tower. Hearing the term "the accused," Herbert frowned and reiterated, "Captain, she is not guilty yet. Until the truth is revealed, she is still a mage of the ivory tower, so please be mindful of your words." Oliver's hand tightened, dissatisfaction rising, but the Emperor's order did not allow him to resist. The soldiers under his command could not bear it either. They whispered complaints. "We were the ones who came to arrest her. Why do they have the right to claim her captain? This is unfair. Even if it's the Emperor's order, I still can't accept it." Sitting in the carriage, Ian witnessed the entire scene, understanding the intentions behind those actions. He knew they were not protecting her in the name of the ivory tower mage, but because they did not want ordinary knights to interrogate a mage. Their goal was to imprison her in the deepest dungeon of the tower. After that, they would set up layers of protection, even if she were an agent from the bridge. There would be no way out. Vanessa, sitting next to Ian, was confused and worried, asking, "What's going on out there?" Ian reassured his mother, saying a few calming words. "It's nothing. Mom, don't worry." Turning his face to the side, Ian sighed softly, still having another concern. His gaze turned outside as he heard someone call. "Ian, the prince wants to go somewhere before we return to the castle." The scene shifted to a luxurious, magnificent, and vast villa. As soon as Ian got out of the car, he recognized the place. It was the estate granted by Jiang Na when he reached level 5 in his previous life. Hayden approached from behind, speaking gently. "Do you like it, kid?" He smiled and added, "This is the villa you were gifted." Ian immediately bowed respectfully in gratitude. "Your grace is unmatched," Hayden chuckled, responding playfully. "What are you talking about, kid?" In his heart, Ian compared the two lives. In his previous life, he had this place at 26, while now he had it 14 years earlier. Truly beautiful, Hayden, unaware of those thoughts, happily nodded, calculating. "From now on, your family will stay here, and you will come with me to the castle. We need to meet the Emperor." "Right." As soon as Hayden finished speaking, Ian felt a bit embarrassed, his lips slightly moving as if he wanted to say something. After a moment of hesitation, Ian decided to express himself. "If you allow me, may I tour the villa with my mother?" Hayden nodded comfortably in agreement. "Of course." At that moment, Ian's face lit up with rare excitement, and he immediately bowed his head to thank the Crown Prince. The villa displayed its grandeur right from the exterior architecture, with every detail exuding an air of nobility. Not only that, but the decorations inside also carried an unmistakable aura of luxury. Vanessa looked around in awe and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Ian quickly followed up with a question. "Do you like it?" "Mom," she hesitated and replied, "How could I not?" Hearing this, Ian clarified, "This will be our home from now on," Vanessa asked in surprise. "This place," the young boy replied firmly. Yes, seeing her mother happy, Ian felt quietly joyful as well. Memories of his past life suddenly surfaced. Back then, his mother was no longer around. Meanwhile, Vanessa continued to marvel, unable to believe this was truly a place to live. Even more impressive than a lord's castle, Ian thought to himself that even though he had once been a great mage, He still couldn't bring his mother back. He gently explained, "This place used to belong to the royal family." Vanessa was astonished. The royal family, looking at his mother's familiar silhouette still present. Ian silently made a resolution. Everything was different now. The things he wanted to do for his mother could now be realized. He stepped forward to ask her opinion. "What do you think?" "Mom." A strong sense of anticipation welled up inside Ian. It was the happy smile of his mother, something he had not experienced in his past life. Ian's heart raced, and the 12-year-old boy's cheeks flushed with expectation. Not long after, Vanessa replied, "It's spacious and beautiful, and very large too." But alongside the familiar worry of a mother, she added, "How can we possibly clean all of this?" Ian was immediately taken aback. That answer was completely unexpected for him. He struggled to speak. "Mom," and Vanessa anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" Ian did not respond, only telling himself that from now on, he would not let his mother worry about household chores anymore. The scene shifted, revealing the majestic royal castle of Green River Diam. Ian adjusted his sleeves while pondering, a feeling of anxiety creeping into his heart. Whether in his past life or the present, he had never met the Emperor privately. At this moment, Ian had changed into formal attire to prepare for the audience. In his past life, when he graduated from the academy and understood the world, the Emperor had been bedridden, waiting for death. In Ian's and everyone else's impression, the head of the country was an emperor praised for his security and wisdom. Following the guide, Ian observed his surroundings with curiosity, hoping to learn something from the emperor. Through the window, Ian glanced at the castle next door. He quickly realized it was the prince's palace. Memories flooded back. He wondered what that person was doing now. The fifth son of the concubine. That fifth prince, although most resembling the emperor, lacked love. That person was Jiang Na. He was also an old friend and Ian's greatest enemy. Thinking about the possibility of encountering him in this life made Ian uneasy. The guide finally stopped in front of a large room. He spoke. "Young Master Ian, please go this way. The Emperor is waiting for you." The door slowly opened, and Ian adjusted his posture, ready to step in to face the Emperor. Inside the room, the Emperor and the Crown Prince were waiting. Ian knelt down to pay his respects. "Someone as lowly as me is honored to meet you." Terry's serious voice rang out as he looked up. The Emperor looked at him and said, "The hero from the north, Ian Fa, you have achieved a lot in such a short time." Ian replied briefly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." As Emperor, Terry did not fuss over details. He said, "No need to try too hard. You must not have been taught proper etiquette." "Enough. Stand up." Ian slowly followed the command. The words echoed in his head, "not having been taught proper etiquette." That phrase felt oddly familiar. When he first met Jiang Na, he had said the same thing. Terry continued, "You have traveled a long way to get here. Do you like the villa I have gifted you, one of my royal houses?" While speaking, Haydn, who stood beside him, also paid attention to Ian. When their eyes met, Haydn smiled and cheerfully waved. In front of the Emperor, Ian did not dare to be rude, so he replied, "It is a very large place that I can hardly imagine." Inside, he silently lamented. "What am I saying in front of the Emperor?" Terry then asked, "So do you like it or not?" With the necessary sincerity, Ian replied, "I do. My mother is very happy too." Terry seemed satisfied with that answer. He smiled lightly and said, "Is that so?" He then got straight to the point. "So, are you on guard? The reason I sent the heir to bring you here and grant you the villa as soon as you arrived?" Faced with that direct question, Ian hesitated, briefly thinking in his mind, "Should I be more straightforward?" Looking at the calm man in front of him, Ian unconsciously thought of Jiang Na, who always spoke plainly without concealment, perhaps because he resembled the Emperor. His nature was the same. No. Ian clenched his hands. He forced himself to stay calm. Until he achieved everything he desired, he was still just a 12-year-old child and had to behave properly. Ian thought that pretending to be innocent was the safest option at this moment. He replied in a childish voice, "Isn't it because I am more talented than others? According to what they say, my magic seems to be better." Terry immediately interrupted. "More talented than others, huh?" he asked again. "Do you think so, causing the atmosphere in the room to suddenly become heavy?" Ian momentarily did not know how to respond appropriately. Hayden saw him flustered, and discomfort rose in his heart. He raised his head and called out, "Father." Hayden forced a smile to relieve Ian. What does a child know anyway? Terry was somewhat surprised when his son spoke up. He quietly realized that this was the first time he had seen the boy defend someone else. The Emperor quickly assessed that this young mage might be the most suitable choice for Hayden's inheritance. Then he replied, "Correct." Terry continued, "Ian, your talent. I called you here because of that talent. Even the knights and mages present did not spare praise. I heard you helped a lot in discovering that spy. In the room, with only 3 people." The Emperor's voice resonated evenly. It was only natural for citizens who achieved merit to be rewarded. "Now tell me, kid, do you want anything?" Ian silently rejoiced that his goal had been achieved. The opportunity had finally come. He had thought a lot about the Emperor's current authority and always reminded himself that he was just a child at this moment. Hayden spoke up for Ian. That kid had once said he wanted to visit the old ivory tower. He was very curious. All children at this age were like that, hearing exactly what he hoped for. A subtle smile appeared on Ian's lips. Terry didn't think much and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will give you a seal. Inside the city. You can move freely with that seal." Then, a servant immediately presented the seal to Ian. Ian was surprised to see that it was made of gold, the golden light shimmering in his hand. Terry added that he could also give it to someone else and ask for directions. He asked further, "That is all you want?" "Right," Ian replied softly. "What more could I want?" The Emperor laughed joyfully. "Then I will reward you even more. Now, bring it in." At that command, the female attendants entered the room one by one. They carried a large chest full of gold coins. Terry said that was the reward for him. He turned to the group of female attendants beside him. "These people will clean the villa every day. I will send them there so you can be comfortable." Seeing that scene, Ian remembered his mother's worries. It seemed she wouldn't have to worry about cleaning anymore. Ian bowed his head sincerely and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Not long after, everything came to an end. Ian stood alone in front of the door. He quietly pondered. This meeting was completely different from his expectations. Instead of being attracted, he felt a clear sense of suspicion. Ian believed the Emperor treated everyone like this, just as Jiang Na had done. While thinking, he tightened his grip on the seal in his hand. "Suspicion is the foundation of governance and management," Jiang Na had said. Thoughts followed each step he took. The important tasks at hand still had to be prioritized. Time was running out. After a while, Ian walked alone to the garden in the palace. The guards immediately noticed his presence. The guard asked, "Mage, what brings you here?" Ian kept his voice innocent and replied, "Where is the garden?" He cheerfully took out the seal. "The Emperor told me to show this." Upon seeing the item, the guard immediately changed his attitude. "Yes, please go this way. I will show you." In his mind, Ian quickly calculated he would pretend to be touring a famous place and then approach his target. Not long after, Ian achieved what he desired. He had stepped into the sacred ground of the Empire. His gaze darkened slightly as he recalled an old saying, "I like it here." Ian. In his previous life, Jiang Na had said this place served the Emperor and the Empress. No one outside the royal family was allowed to set foot here. "I am just a prince, so I cannot enter now. But one day, I will definitely come here." Right at that time, he had smiled and asked him like that. Returning to the present, Ian had ventured deep inside. The flickering oil lamps illuminated the quiet space. He quietly nestled into a corner of the wall, acting discreetly as if avoiding a gaze. Ian quickly realized a guard was letting his guard down, his head drooping as he dozed off. Normally, this place is heavily guarded, but right now, they are sound asleep because Ian has secretly used a sleep spell. After confirming that no one was watching, he ventured deeper alone in search of his target, which should be near the Emperor's coffin. Ian scanned every corner, his eyes quickly sweeping across the space. It must be around here. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a familiar spot. Ian's eyes widened, and he silently confirmed. He found it. Joy surged within him. The meat fungus. Ian immediately used a banded spear, skillfully harvesting each mushroom. After finishing the harvest, he sighed in satisfaction. Perfect. This will be enough from now on, and carefully stored them in his bag. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Where could someone be going at this late hour? And Ian instantly froze. A bad feeling flashed in his mind. Someone? Please don't say it's... Ian quickly disabled the light orb in his hand. The space immediately plunged into darkness, and whispers could be heard from outside. Ian only caught a few fragmented phrases. What? And then someone replied. I understand. He held his breath, standing still in the dark corner, focusing on the sounds outside. At that moment, Kelvin entered and spoke. Your Highness, even so, this place is a bit. Ian hid in the shadows, his mind racing. Your Highness, currently there are only 3 heirs, and no matter who it is, it cannot be Jongna. Princess Harry Green River replied softly. This place is rarely visited. People seldom pass by. The sound won't escape outside. She continued. As a princess, I manage this sacred place, while you check the magic cast upon it. Each of us has our own role. Hearing that voice, Ian immediately recognized it. It was Harry Green River, the younger sister of the Crown Prince. Kelvin asked further. Your Highness, why didn't you inform the Ivory Tower? Mentioning that, Harry's expression changed immediately, and she protested loudly. No way. Her long, slender legs moved slightly. Don't you know how dangerous the Ivory Tower is? But thinking of her father and brother, Harry's expression softened. I'm sure our ancestors will understand, as I do this for my father and brother. Seeing her determination, Kelvin understood he couldn't change her mind, so he replied, I understand. I will do my best to assist you until the very end. He then turned to ask, Have you memorized the basic spells I taught you last time? She eagerly replied. Of course. Kelvin nodded in approval and said, Very good. Then show me the light first. Harry seriously complied. Then let the mana flow like this. Soon after, the princess created a small light orb. In the dark corner, Ian watched this scene in astonishment. The princess was using magic. Looking at her light orb, Harry complained. Why is mine so small? And Kelvin patiently explained. Because you just started practicing magic recently. Ian suddenly recalled the image of Harry Green River from his past life. A memory that had not faded at all. She lived her life like a bird in a cage, until Jongna ascended the throne, and the crown prince was, executed. She quietly followed her brother and closed the chapter of her life. It was only in this life that Ian realized someone like her was a mage. Why did she have to hide that truth? Curiosity arose in Ian, because in the Green River Empire, concealing one's mage potential was a serious crime. Teaching magic outside the Ivory Tower or the Academy was the same, and a mage like her surely understood this well. Ian was unclear about Harry's intentions, but she suggested, Sir Kelvin, please teach me an attack spell next time, like a volcano. For example, Kelvin helplessly replied, Even I can't use that spell. Your Highness. Harry quickly added, I was just joking. Suddenly, Harry seemed to sense something behind her. She immediately turned her head, and Kelvin asked, What's wrong, Your Highness? Harry replied, Just now, I thought I heard a sound. Those words startled Kelvin, and he worriedly asked, Do you think someone saw us that would be very bad? Kelvin quietly suggested they end it here, and Harry reassured him. Don't worry, Sir Kelvin, because only royalty was allowed in this place, and besides, it was already getting late. Ian had unknowingly left there, looking up at the sky and thinking to himself, today, I discovered so many surprising things. The fact that Harry Green River was a mage. He had never known even in his past life. Remembering the princess's fierce reaction earlier, Ian gradually guessed the reason she risked hiding the truth from the ivory tower. Perhaps it was because she was wary of the tower siding with Jiangna. As he left that area, Ian pondered that he had spent quite a bit of time inside. When he reached the gate, the guard smiled and asked, Mage, have you finished your tour? Ian looked back with an innocent expression, briefly considering in his mind. That amount of time was enough. He finally replied, yes, I am satisfied. A little while later, at Ian's villa, as soon as he stepped through the door, Ridio rushed out to greet him. Sir Ian, you have returned. Ian continued to ask. Yes, where are my mother and everyone? Ridio replied. Lady Fa is chatting with the servants sent by the palace, and Douglas is exploring the villa. According to Ridio, his son was excitedly wandering around, obedient like a little puppy. The boy kept exclaiming, this place is so big. Hearing this, Ian nodded and said, good. Then Mr. Ridio, can I talk to you for a moment? The two of them walked into the private room together. At this point, Ian lowered his voice and clarified. I want you to brew a potion for me, Ridio asked in surprise. What kind of potion are you talking about? Ian took out a bag of freshly picked mushrooms and placed it on the table. He explained, these are paralysis mushrooms. They are toxic, causing paralysis and stopping the heart. Ridio clearly showed hesitation. You want me to use this dangerous mushroom to brew a potion? Poison is one thing, but a potion? Ian immediately asked back. Have you ever heard of interrogation magic? Ridio hesitated for a moment before responding. I have heard of it. Ian clarified his purpose. I need a potion to help avoid that type of magic. Can you do it? Ian just finished asking. And Ridio replied, I will have to conduct experiments. Is it urgent? Urgent, as soon as possible. Ian insisted on his request. While Ridio was still thinking, Ian suddenly heard a knock at the door behind him. A voice outside announced, Sir Ian, the ivory tower has sent a letter for you. A moment later, a maid respectfully brought the letter into the room. Ian slowly opened the letter to read. The words were carefully written. Dear Mage Ian Fa, like the royal family, the ivory tower also looks forward to meeting you soon. Although according to regulations, we must wait until the official registration date at the academy. Ian continued reading the content. We propose a meeting in 1 week, hoping you will accept this request. As a mage listed with the ivory tower. After reading the letter, Ian immediately said to Ridio, you have 1 week. Ridio paused and asked, 1 week? This was a rare occasion for Ian to show such a firm attitude. Ridio understood there was no room for negotiation, so he reluctantly replied, Of course not. 1 week is not a problem, it's just that I will have to sacrifice my sleep time, Ridio lamented. Ian remained firm in his decision. He stated plainly, Then I apologize for the inconvenience, but I will rely on you. The luxurious green carriage rolled along. It was Ian's carriage heading towards the ivory tower. Ian sat alone in the carriage, his hand rummaging through his coat pocket. In his hand was a dark potion, the one Ridio made from heart mushrooms, which would stabilize his heartbeat for 2 hours. A hint of worry flashed across Ian's face. Is it only 2 hours? From the narrow window, Ian looked out at the scenery outside. In front of him, the ivory tower loomed large. This was the place he had abandoned everything to leave in his past life. And now Ian stood before it again. Not long after, the attendant spoke up. Sir Ian, we have arrived at the ivory tower. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, Ian heard a gentle voice say, You have arrived, Sir Ian Fa. A girl stepped out from the ivory tower, introducing herself as Maris, smiling as she said, Welcome to the ivory tower. Maris friendly continued, Please follow me, I will take you to meet the Tower Master. With that, she led Ian inside. Maris introduced. This is the first floor of the tower, the entrance hall. Ian looked up, slowly observing the surrounding space. The familiar scenery made Ian think. Whether past, present, or even future, this place remains unchanged. Maris pointed ahead and asked, "Do you see that golden plate over there?" Ian replied, "Yes." Maris then explained its function. It helps you move to different floors in the tower. This device is called the Mana Elevator, according to Maris. The yellow type is for advanced mages to go directly to the highest floor. After a brief invitation, Ian nodded and stepped onto the disc, slowly placing his feet on the cold, yellow surface. The girl continued to guide him, saying that the senior mages were waiting for him in the Tower Master's room on the highest floor. So, goodbye. As Ian steadied himself, the golden disc beneath his feet lit up. A clock-shaped magic circle appeared, and soon a bright light filled the entire hall. Ian calmly stood in the beam of light, perhaps because he was accustomed to it from his previous life, his hand tightly gripping the glowing potion bottle. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank the liquid inside. In just a moment, the disc stopped as it reached its destination. Ian adjusted his breathing, his mind ready to embrace whatever came next. He walked straight toward the large black door looming in front of him. The door slowly opened with a heavy silence. As Ian entered, the Tower Master, Herbeck, sitting high in his chair, spoke, welcoming Ian Fa, his voice condescending, thanking him for accepting the invitation to their tower. Seeing Ian silent, Herbeck continued, "Don't just stand there. Please take a seat." There were many others in the room. Herbeck continued, "Or rather, you must be quite surprised." He reassured with a monotone voice, "There's no need to be afraid. This is just a small requirement that every mage joining the tower must go through." Ian slowly sat down in the prepared chair, his gaze sweeping over the reactions of each person. The atmosphere was tense, clearly. They wanted to ensure he would comply. As Herbeck spoke while opening an information panel in his hand, he continued, "I already know about your talent, and even without assessment, it's impressive enough. To be honest, I still have some doubts." Herbeck spoke without looking at Ian. "But we are Mana brothers. The bond is stronger than blood. If there are doubts, they should be eliminated immediately." Ian replied innocently, "Do you mean you will torture me?" Herbeck crossed his arms in denial. "Oh dear, how could we do that? This tower does not accept barbaric behavior." His gaze suddenly turned sharp. "We just have a few questions. You only need to answer." In the heavy atmosphere, Herbeck announced, "Now, let's begin." Herbeck read from the information panel, "Ian Fa, born in 488, Aries zodiac sign. Father is Fen Fa, a wandering explorer. Mother is Vanessa Fa, who once served as a maid in the castle. Is there anything wrong?" Ian replied firmly, "No, everything is true." The bald man beside him asked further, "I want to know your relationship with the alchemist Ridio." From here, Ian began to respond, thanks to the potion helping him stay calm. "My mother is weak. I need the alchemist to provide medicine regularly. The Lord introduced him to me." Another person questioned, "Why did you visit the old ivory tower?" Ian replied, "I read a lot about it in books and always wanted to see it with my own eyes." The man in blue, named Ronan, added, "Do you remember the mage Cecilia?" Ian replied immediately, "Of course, I remember." Ronan pressed on, "Did you ever see her talking to the masked man? And then she was arrested for attempting to murder you. Is this true, since she remained silent?" Ian pretended to shiver at the memory and said, "I swear, at that moment, I thought I was going to die." The white-haired woman asked again, "Is it true that no one taught you magic?" Ian confidently replied, "Yes, never." She continued to press. "Then what about Fireball? Summoning spirits, Ice Spirit. How do you know so much? I need a reasonable explanation. You're not going to say you just made it up, are you?" Ian replied briefly, "I just think about them." Then he elaborated. "For example, imagining fire in the palm of my hand." He said naturally, "I just need to imagine it, and one day it becomes reality. Hearing this, the group immediately reacted fiercely. Impossible, too unreasonable. After a while of debate, only Herbeck remained silent, contemplating. He said seriously, "Even the strongest probing spell from the ivory tower shows you are telling the truth." Herbeck's gaze did not leave Ian, and a thought flashed in his mind. The first legendary mage. Could he be the embodiment of that person? At that moment, many other possibilities opened up in his mind, each piece of reasoning stacking up, making the situation increasingly unpredictable. In front of them were two boys, one of whom had already displayed the aura of a mage with a rank high enough to attract attention at first glance. Even the probing spell of a high-level mage was completely ineffective. The fact that a child possessed such a large amount of mana clearly exceeded common sense. Herbeck's brow tightened little by little. He kept wondering what exactly he was facing. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, Helen, a level 4 mage, impatiently stood up and shouted, "Enough already," she irritably said. "Why keep asking useless questions like that? Stop wasting time. Just ask what needs to be asked." Ian felt awkward in this situation, and those around him continuously urged her to calm down. "Helen, calm down. The Tower Master is still here. We came to ask him." But Helen still stepped forward, her arrogance evident. She faced Ian and questioned, "You? What are you?" Her tone was full of venom. "Using that very mouth to tell us what you are." She continued to press, asking why he only spoke nonsense. Hearing those words, Ian thought to himself, just as expected, she is indeed that kind of person. Looking at the red-haired woman in front of him, Ian recalled Helen, the youngest level 4 mage before he appeared, true to her fiery nickname, hot-tempered and aggressive. But Ian had no intention of backing down. Hadn't she seen everything herself? Helen paused when asked back. She was taken aback and exclaimed, "What?" Ian calmly pointed to his information board and said, "It clearly states over there." His voice monotonously read back the content. Ian Fa, born in 488, Aries zodiac sign. He asked her if she had never read it, and that statement immediately ignited her anger. Helen clenched her fists. On her face, only rage remained. She growled, "How dare you say that?" As the tense atmosphere escalated, Herbeck finally spoke up loudly. "Enough already." His gaze was as sharp as if it could pierce through Ian. Herbeck said sternly, "Ian Fa, I will ask you one last question." He reminded him of a previous incident during the mana reaction test, when a small mishap occurred. The soldier showed disdain for you and your mother. His name was Jonathan. Do you remember? Ian remained silent, listening to every word he said without showing any emotion. Herbeck's voice carried a clear suspicion. He said that the next day. That soldier was found dead, and when he was discovered, there were traces of mana on him. Then he got straight to the point and asked if he was involved in the soldier's death. Ian still did not respond, thinking to himself that the Tower Master was indeed as formidable as rumored. Looking at Herbeck's serious face, Ian realized that he did not completely trust magic, always considering a third possibility. In this situation, an ordinary person would have panicked at being suspected of murder, but Ian maintained an astonishing calm. A series of calculations raced through his mind. Ian understood that if his heartbeat remained too steady, the suspicion directed at him would only increase. Ian hesitated, thinking that since Herbeck had said this was the last question, should he now negate the effects of the drug? Ian's determined gaze clearly indicated his choice. He decided to give them the answer they wanted. At that moment, Ian silently negated the effects of the drug, and his heartbeat immediately became irregular as he replied, "I don't know anything." Everyone in the room immediately noticed this distinct change. Every astonished gaze turned toward Ian, for in their minds, the same question arose: could this boy be lying? Herbeck's facial muscles relaxed slightly, and he continued by asking, "You're not involved in that matter, are you?" Ian calmly replied, "Yes." This reaction pleased Herbeck, who stated that, of course, he could not have killed that soldier, and thanked Ian for his honest answer to this difficult question. The Tower Master then clarified that the traces of mana were merely fabricated. The soldier had actually slipped off the bridge and died. Thus, he believed he had successfully tested Ian's character. Ian remained silent, for only he knew that his performance had exceeded expectations. However, the matter was not over. Herbeck said he wanted to conclude the meeting to go eat, but there were still things to address, hoping Ian would understand. Then he continued in a steady tone. "As you know, your talent is something that has never appeared before. Even in the tower, a mysterious power with no information. For this reason, we must be more cautious," Herbeck explained slowly. He continued to discuss Ian's current limits and how far he could potentially go. Finally, according to Herbeck, a glass sphere was placed right in front of Ian's seat. The device in front of Ian was called a mana vessel, a crucial component that maintained the operation of almost the entire tower. Its function was clearly explained by the Tower Master. Currently, the mana inside was very low, so the color was faint. As the mana increased, it would gradually turn blue. Herbert asked Ian to try pouring mana into the vessel. Ian asked back. "Pour it all in," he replied. "Of course, because we want to see your limits." Ian stepped up to the mana vessel, quickly estimating in his mind that this vessel could withstand the mana of at most a level 3 mage. He decided to pour only the amount of mana equivalent to a level 2 mage, which was the safest choice. Having thought this, he placed his hand on the vessel. Ian told himself that if he performed at the level they expected, he could reduce their suspicion and be placed in an appropriate group. But just then, he hesitated as thoughts surged continuously. A question arose. Why should he do that? He was just a level 8 mage, not a wizard or a leader who had made history. His whole life, he had been accustomed to reading others' emotions and living by calculations, while still lost in thought. The mana vessel silently turned blue. Remembering his past life, Ian had been able to give up power, authority, and even glory. He was already accustomed to letting everything go. Mana continued to flow from Ian's body into the container, while he sank deep into thought. As the only thing he understood better than anything else was magic. The powerful stream of mana surged higher, and just by looking, it was clear that when it came to magic, no one could surpass Ian. The mana container absorbed the immense amount of energy, its blue color quickly becoming denser. Just after a second, the container could no longer withstand the pressure and cracks began to appear. In the next moment, the mana container completely exploded. The sight caused those around to gasp in astonishment. Streams of mana escaping from the shattered container spread throughout the room. Clearly, Ian had poured all his magical power into it, and his breathing began to grow heavy. Ian tried to adjust his breathing to regain stability. Even Herbert, witnessing this scene, was left speechless, unable to utter a word. The people standing around were frozen in place. Only Helen broke the silence, exclaiming, "How could this be possible?" She bent down to pick up a shard of the mana container, which was only supposed to hold the mana of a level 3 mage. A thought flashed through her mind. Then that child, far surpassing even a level 3 mage. At this moment, Ian had gradually regained his composure. A moment after Ian left that place, the sky outside had turned a light yellow. Still in that room, an angry hand slammed down on the table accompanied by a loud shout. "Ian Fa. The rumors about that boy are true." Ronald couldn't contain his emotions, standing up and speaking loudly. "He is also a level 4 mage, which means he is on par with all of us, except for the Tower Master." His anger flared even more as he recalled Ian's reaction when asked about Jonathan's death. It was clearly the reaction of a liar. "Riding the wave," Ronald continued. "What does everyone think this ultimately means?" He believed that before Ian Fa became a real threat, we must control him. And the room fell silent as everyone began to contemplate. Ronald suggested that the process of entering the academy, graduating, and then serving for 5 years should be cancelled. We need to directly tame him. Herbert finally spoke up, saying that it would be quite difficult. But he was not wrong. Ian Pa at the academy would only be a waste and a danger to other students. Even high-level mages like us find it uncomfortable, let alone young mages and newcomers. The faces of the others immediately turned heavy. Then Herbeck dismissed all arguments, stating that whether Ian Pa killed soldiers or not was actually not important. Because, according to him, even if the probing spell found no flaws, we still couldn't know what impact his lies might have. Herbert solemnly emphasized a core point. Perhaps everyone knew our highest priority is the value of the tower. For him, the more powerful mages we possess, the higher the tower's status is elevated. Suddenly, someone raised a question. Then why not accept Ian Pa as the 12th high-level mage and announce the emergence of a level 4 mage? Herbert understood this proposal, but considering his talent and age, he believed it would be best to let a special high-level mage directly teach him, then ask for everyone's opinion. All the mages present gradually voiced their agreement. Sounds good. I agree. I hope so too. Hearing everyone agree, Herbeck nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good." Shortly after, he assigned Ian Fa to be in charge of education. Just then, someone raised their hand and said, "I will do that." A few days later, Ian returned to the ivory tower, but this time his status was different. He was still astonished, not expecting to be recognized as a high-level mage so quickly. Ian stood silently in front of the tower for quite some time, his mind swirling with thoughts that he had predicted the outcome. It just all happened too fast. At that moment, the familiar figure of Maris appeared. As soon as she saw him, she called out. How embarrassing, seeing her. Ian was slightly surprised and said, "We meet again." Maris hesitated and replied, "Well, I heard the news." She mentioned that Ian was a level 4 mage, which made him a bit shy. Ian nodded and replied, "Yes, that's how it is." Maris's eyes sparkled with clear admiration as she said, "That's amazing, becoming a high-level mage at just 12 years old." Ian merely smiled faintly and replied casually, "That terrible rumor is true." "What kind of rumor is spreading?" Maris cheerfully looked at him and continued, "I'm sure you've heard. I've been assigned to assist you as a mage for 1 year." She still maintained a polite tone and asked, "Who will assist you?" Ian smiled back and said, "Feel free to speak comfortably. You are my senior." The term senior made Maris freeze in surprise, as if fueled by newfound motivation. Her enthusiasm surged. She said, "Since I am your senior, I will show you around the ivory tower." Ian politely replied, "Thank you." The two then went on a tour together. Maris pointed to the building ahead and introduced, "That is the Magic Academy of the Ivory Tower." She further explained that Ian was supposed to enroll there today, but instead, he would receive special training from high-level mages. Ian quietly followed along without saying anything. In his mind, he thought they called it special training, but in reality, it was a plan to turn him into an absolute loyalist, just like Herbeck. At that moment, Ian's gaze suddenly froze for a moment, because he saw familiar faces, his academy friends from his previous life. Old memories surged back, and Ian remembered that he had stood in that exact spot. But in his previous life, they had all died at the hands of Zhangna's spies during the First Unification War, so he never thought he would see them again. A glimmer of hope rose in Ian's heart. It might be hard to become close friends, but he should at least go greet them soon. After a while, Maris excitedly introduced to him that this was the laboratory of the mage. She thoughtfully added, "I heard you would be using it, so I cleaned it up for you." The laboratory door slowly opened before Ian's eyes. As he looked inside, Ian couldn't hide his astonishment. He opened his eyes wide in shock because this room looked exactly like his from his previous life. Seeing his reaction, Maris explained that the tower was built 300 years ago, once housing 24 high-level mages, but now there were less than half left. So many rooms were left vacant. She said the Tower Master wanted Ian to use this room for his personal matters. After that, Maris left Ian alone and said, "Please wait here. I will go call the mage in charge of you." The door closed with a dry thud. Inside the room, silence immediately enveloped Ian as he found himself alone. He slowly reached out to touch each familiar object. It had been a long time since he last entered this place, and old memories began to resurface, unlike his previous life. This time Ian had acquired the room 7 years earlier. Now, he held the identity of a high-level mage, and an important thought began to form. He decided to create a new force within the Ivory Tower while secretly calculating the time frame for the next 6 years. In Ian's mind, this was the phase when Jiang Na would start acting under the protection of the tower. He needed to complete this before that time, building a force strong enough to confront Jiang Na, the one protected by Herbert. However, Ian understood that this was extremely difficult, because power here relied on loyalty, fear of overwhelming strength, and rank. There was only one way to achieve this. He had to reach the same level himself. No, he needed to be even higher than the Tower Master. Only then could Ian gain control over the entire tower. Thinking of this, Ian sighed softly. It was best to continue playing the role of a polite child until then. Even he couldn't surpass level 5 with this small body. Suddenly, the door was pushed open roughly, the sound startling Ian, who turned around reflexively. From outside the door, someone walked straight in without permission, their voice ringing out. "Hello." Ian instinctively turned his head toward the source of the voice. A forced smile briefly appeared on his face as a familiar, troublesome intuition resurfaced. Could they really have sent her here? The person who entered was Helen. She stood upright, looking at him, and said, "Long time no see." Immediately after, she flashed a provocative smile at Ian, calling him a cheeky brat. Ian looked at the woman before him, and one name echoed in his mind. Helen. Indeed, they had sent her. In that moment, Ian hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He finally said that she was the one who handled the broken mana vial. Helen did not get angry, but merely sighed, seemingly impressed that he was even more than just cheeky. She calmly stepped closer and continued. "All right, you must have heard the news." Helen explained in a proper tone that the history of the tower and the theory of magic were things learned at the academy. But the Tower Master wanted to teach him right in the tower. She repeated Herbert's words that if a monster like him studied alongside others, the other children would lose confidence. As she spoke, Helen began to chant a spell, but therein lay the problem. A book on the shelf suddenly fell due to her magical influence. Helen arrogantly picked up a book and said, "What good is doing these things?" At the same time, several other books were pulled down as well. In an instant, all those books tumbled to the floor. She waved her hand, tossing the book aside, and said, "These boring things are not my forte. Those old hags teach better." Suddenly, Helen leaned down, getting close to Ian's face, and asked, "Cecilia, you defeated that girl." "Right." She continued to say that she had once had high hopes for Cecilia, who was quite skilled in the field of combat magic, if Ian hadn't discovered it. Cecilia might have continued forward, following in Helen's footsteps, not realizing that she was a spy. Helen's gaze landed on Ian, her voice dropped, but he was still able to, when it came to defeating Cecilia. Ian remained silent as the red-haired woman continued to ramble on. Helen said that since she had become responsible for teaching him, she would teach him something. She began to list a series of different types of mages that exist. There are battle-trained mages, support mages, and there are also those mages who dedicate their lives to academia and alchemy. For the remaining ones, Helen showed clear disdain, considering them nothing more than excess baggage. Then she turned and asked directly, "What type do you think I belong to?" Ian let out a soft breath and answered briefly, "The first type." "Exactly," Helen said with pride. "I'm sure no one can defeat me in that field." She claimed to be different from those mages who only focused on maintaining the decorum of high-ranking mages. "I will teach you in my own way," and after saying that, she turned and walked away. Helen looked back at Ian and ordered, "Follow me." Ian remained silent while she stated firmly, "Of course, you have no right to refuse." Not long after, the two of them arrived at the training ground of the tower. Helen looked at Ian with a disdainful expression and said, "Do you understand what to do now?" Her voice was full of challenge. "Attack me. Make me want to teach you." Ian looked at the rude woman in front of him, thinking to himself that she was no different from her past life. Even then, she always annoyed him with her challenges. But this time, Ian told himself he would not let her provoke him any further. Ian's gaze turned sharp, determination evident. He told himself he had to completely cut off that thought right here. The surrounding mages were quickly drawn in by the two, whispers rising endlessly. "What challenge is this? Isn't it too dangerous for Ian to fight her?" Helen maintained an absolutely confident demeanor, as if she had waited long enough for an audience. She spoke up. "It seems we have enough spectators now. Can we start?" While Ian was still warming up, Helen casually continued, "Shu, you go first. I'm the teacher, so I'll let you have the first move." Ian took off his outer shirt, his serious gaze fixed straight ahead as he asked back, "Are you sure?" Just that one question was enough to irritate Helen. She replied with annoyance, "Who's worried about whom here?" Ian quickly got into position, calmly responding, "Then I won't hold back," while extending his hand forward to activate the spell. His eyes closed. He murmured the incantation, and waves of energy clearly spread around his body. Helen stood observing without any defenses, her voice full of contempt. "It seems you've figured out a lot. Planning to set up a barrier first." Her gaze revealed clear disdain. "No matter what kind of barrier it is, I can break free right away. Wakan." Just as those words left his mouth, gigantic fireballs appeared behind Helen, ready to attack. At that moment, Ian immediately cast the ice block spell. Layers of freezing ice began to form from Ian's feet and quickly spread upwards. In the blink of an eye, the ice had covered him up to his neck. After that, Ian completely encased himself in the block of ice. Helen stared in shock at the sight and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" She lightly tapped on the ice block a few times and said, "Is this the best you could come up with? Just a block of ice. Are you planning to sleep in there until your mana runs out? Hello, can you hear me?" Helen reacted this way because the ice block was the strongest defensive spell, but once activated, the user would fall into a sleep state and could not cast other spells. She continued to grumble, "Oh my God, I don't understand what you're thinking anymore. I was really foolish to have any hope." Suddenly, Helen's words caught in her throat as a strange sound echoed behind her. The people around her also heard the sound, murmuring in confusion. What was that? Only Helen recognized that the sound was coming from Ian's ice block, and she immediately turned around. Helen's fiery red eyes suddenly froze. A thought beyond imagination flashed in her mind. No way. Helen continuously denied that thought while keeping her eyes fixed on Ian. At that moment, Ian's eyes, which should have been sound asleep, suddenly opened wide. Helen couldn't believe it. A thought echoed in her mind. He can still move inside the ice, causing her to instinctively step back. Suddenly, a multitude of roots emerged around Helen, surrounding her. She gritted her teeth in frustration and muttered, "Damn it." The roots continued to stretch out and simultaneously attacked Helen. Each strike came at an extremely fast speed. Just a moment's delay could be dangerous. Helen had to exert all her strength to dodge while using fire magic to counterattack. Watching the roots relentlessly chase her, she angrily said, "How annoying. No matter how much I burn them, they won't stop. If this goes on, I'll be in a tight spot." Helen's attention quickly shifted back to Ian. "Before that happens, I need to reach the kid in the ice." In her mind, she continuously calculated ways to pull Ian out, but Helen still couldn't find the answer. How could he move and cast spells inside the ice block? While she was still deep in thought, a root suddenly lunged at her from behind. Helen couldn't react in time. She could only stare in horror at it. And then a scream echoed throughout the space. In the end, the red-haired woman was completely controlled by the roots. When everything was over, Ian finally released the ice block and stepped out. At this point, Helen had to admit, "I guess the rumors that you have talent like the first mage are true." Helen tried to maintain her composure as she said, "All right, I concede. Can you please remove these filthy vines from me now?" "Kid," but Ian immediately replied, "No, not yet." Ending it this quickly would be very disappointing. Helen was stunned, unable to believe her ears. She asked again, "What did you say?" A flicker of panic crossed Helen's face. "What more do you want? I already said I lost." Ian continued without stopping. His arm slowly lifted, preparing for the next strike. Sparks began to swirl around Ian's hand. Even the sky above started to darken as dark clouds gathered. In the face of this scene, Helen screamed in fear. "Wait, kid, Ian." The lightning in Ian's hands grew denser, despite her continuous shouts that this was just a practice match. Desperate, Helen shouted loudly, "Ian, stop right there, stop." But Ian showed no signs of listening. Soon after, he unleashed a thunder spell, and the sky behind him instantly lit up fiercely. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another before Helen's stunned eyes. The onlookers fell silent, no one daring to make a sound. The vines and roots around quickly turned to ash. At that moment, Helen realized she had not been hit. The attack had only targeted the roots that were binding her. Am I still alive? Even Helen was surprised to have that thought while facing a 12-year-old child. The feeling of fear intensified as she saw Ian slowly approaching. Even though Ian hadn't done anything further, Helen hurriedly shouted, "Stay away!" At that moment, Ian spoke gently, "Miss Helen," and just the sound of her name made her freeze. Helen trembled all over as she heard Ian continue, "You can still." Ian smiled knowingly and asked, "Aren't you going to teach me anything else?" This left Helen unable to respond, only shaking her head repeatedly. Ian wore a satisfied smile because he had achieved his goal. He continued, "Then I will take my leave for now." After saying that, Ian turned and walked away. Each of his steps was light as he left the training ground, looking at the crowd blocking his path. Ian spoke, "Sorry for the request, but could you please move aside? I'm quite tired." After that, everyone immediately parted to make way. As the earlier scene left no one daring to underestimate this young mage. Everyone immediately stepped aside. The scene just now made no one dare to underestimate this young mage anymore. A quiet afternoon at the ivory tower. The footsteps of the mage in the tower hurriedly echoed down the hallway. Tower Master Herbeck turned to ask his subordinate about Helen's current condition. The other bowed his head and replied, "She looks quite haggard. She has skipped meals for several days." Herbeck's expression darkened. He never expected her to pick a fight with a 12-year-old and lose face for him. Truly foolish. He thought to himself that he was wrong to believe he could use Helen to shatter Ian Fa's pride, not realizing she had been defeated by the boy. At this moment, Herbeck realized that from the beginning, this was not something that could be controlled or not. Ian was not a dog to be leashed, but a wild wolf. He reassured himself that perhaps it would take more time than anticipated to turn Ian into a usable tool. Herbeck hurried to a room, and the door was immediately opened. Waiting for him was the fifth prince, Jiangna, who spoke up. "You have arrived." Herbert bowed respectfully and said, "I apologize. It seems I am late." "Your Highness." Jiangna closed the book in his hand and calmly replied, "It's fine." Then he looked at the Tower Master and continued, "Could you tell me the details of what happened earlier?" On Jiangna's face, there was clear interest in the story about to be mentioned. He openly expressed his desire to hear about the incident involving the mage named Ian Pa. A peaceful morning at Ian's villa. Douglas joyfully skipped out of the house. The boy was wearing a new uniform with exquisite stitching, completely different from before. His radiant face said, "Dad, I'm ready to go, let's go." Ridio also donned a new suit, smiling as he replied, "All right, let's head outside." He turned to Ian, who was reading, and said, "Ian, I will take Douglas to the academy." Douglas chirped like a little bird, adding, "I will be back, leader." After saying that, the two gently closed the door and left. Once they were gone, the house fell silent again, leaving only Ian behind. He quietly thought, today is Douglas's first day at school. The reason the two were so cheerful was that Douglas had been accepted into the Royal Alchemy Academy at the top position, proving his exceptional talent. Ian also felt somewhat relieved as he was well aware of the one-on-one curriculum at the Ivory Tower. Everything should not be too difficult. Thinking of that, Ian closed the book in his hand, then leaned back on the sofa, considering that he would have a bit of free time. But he hadn't rested for long when Ian stood up again, realizing that since he had turned back time, he had never stopped running. Rana still hasn't made any clear moves, but that doesn't mean he can sit still. Thinking this, Ian started to walk. To regain all his power, this body needs to mature more. Ian looked through the window, his small hand resting on the glass, trembling slightly, filled with hesitation. Just then, a maid entered. "Sir Ian, this is a new invitation sent from the palace." Ian looked at the invitation and asked, "Is it a 10-star invitation?" Holding it in his hand, he still didn't understand why he received it, as there was clearly no event happening. Ian examined the seal closely and suddenly froze. He realized this invitation was sent by the Crown Prince. That evening, Ian arrived at the party venue. A magnificent castle appeared before him. Even though he had arrived, Ian still found it hard to believe he was actually invited to a place like this. There was always an unspoken rule that wizards not of noble birth would not be invited to such parties. Ian leaned on his hand, pondering what that guy was really planning. Looking at the vast castle, Ian was even more surprised to learn that the party was organized by the Crown Prince himself. In his previous life, this prince was very reclusive, hardly socializing, and had never hosted any significant events. It was this attitude that caused him to miss the opportunity to step into politics, leading all the nobles to turn their backs on him. In contrast, Haydn in his previous life built a solid network of relationships, eventually seizing nearly all political power from the Crown Prince. Ian sighed softly. The Crown Prince often ignored the Emperor's advice due to his impulsive and lazy nature, but he was still curious about what had prompted him to take the initiative this time. After all, this seemed beneficial for him, reflecting on how he had never set foot in a place like this in his previous life. Ian guessed he would just sit quietly in a corner. Finally, Ian took a deep breath, gathering his courage to enter, handing the invitation to the servant. "Welcome, Sir Ian Pa." The door slowly opened, and behind it, it was unclear what awaited him. Inside, the castle was lavishly decorated but still retained the distinctive elegance of the royal family. As soon as Ian stepped in, all eyes in the hall immediately turned toward him. Curious glances swept over Ian, and small groups of people began whispering to each other. Ian tried to put on a polite smile, but the discomfort surged within him. Just then, the voice of a servant announced, "The Crown Prince has arrived." All the guests in the hall simultaneously stopped and bowed in respect. The leisurely footsteps of Haydn slowly entered the center of the grand hall. He appeared with neatly combed hair and a striking blue formal outfit full of charisma. Haydn spoke softly. "I would like to thank the esteemed guests for attending today's party." Standing high above, his voice echoed throughout the room. "As you all know, tonight I will host this party on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor." Haydn continued to say that there usually has to be an opening speech, but today he wanted to introduce someone. At that, he smiled and turned to look directly at Ian. Just like that, Ian understood the intention of the Crown Prince. Haydn loudly announced the special guest of the night, the youngest level 4 mage in the history of the Ivory Tower. "My esteemed guest comes from Moglian," he said, pointing at Ian. The name Ian Fa echoed, causing him to freeze for a few seconds. The banquet hall fell silent for a moment. Haydn immediately broke the atmosphere with a bright smile, welcoming everyone. He continued to say that Ian must have guessed that this party was to introduce him. To which Ian replied, "Thank you," and Haydn said, "You're welcome." At this moment, Ian realized he had fallen into a passive position, silently cursing himself. Damn it. This was clearly a way to force him to side with the Crown Prince. With his understanding of Haydn, Ian believed this plan must have been arranged by the Emperor. Haydn added that he had heard about Ian's performance in the tower. He appeared very proud, saying that Ian was ranked as a senior mage as soon as he arrived. I can imagine the faces of those arrogant old men. The Crown Prince recounted the first time he met Ian in Moglian. "I once wondered why I had to go there for a scrawny kid," Ian immediately replied. Scrawny. But Haydn laughed loudly, saying he never expected Ian to be so outstanding, joy evident on his face. Then he sincerely said that although this party was for my father, meeting you here was a wonderful choice. And he winked at Ian after saying that. However, Haydn continued that the matter was not over yet because he wanted to introduce Ian to someone else. He pointed to the opposite side and said, "Go this way." Ian was still reeling from the surprise when he was swept into another surprise. Following the direction Haydn pointed, a girl with shiny blonde hair in a dress similar to the Crown Prince appeared. He introduced, "This is my sister, Harry," she gently spoke. "Very nice to meet you, Ian. I am Harry Green River." Harry's voice rang out softly. "She said that your reputation had reached even the palace." "I have heard of you as well," Ian replied. "I am very honored." Harry shyly said that today she could only greet him, but hoped Ian would accept her invitation to lunch to talk about his achievements in Moglian. Ian replied that he could only talk about magic and monsters, so he was afraid she would be bored, but Harry cheerfully said, "It's okay. I am also interested in how the world works." Harry beamed, sincerely saying that she really wanted to chat with you, Ian. She said she would contact him soon by letter and hoped Ian would enjoy the party. Ian politely replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Princess." After that, Harry and Haydn left, leaving Ian standing alone in the hall. Ian quietly watched the princess's figure gradually fade away. He saw her happily chatting with the other ladies. This made Ian realize that Princess Harry was completely different from the image he had seen in the palace. He turned to look at Haydn. The Crown Prince appeared a bit anxious but still fulfilled his role as the host of the party. Thinking carefully about the consequences, Ian decided to leave before the situation became more complicated and harder to control. He quickly pushed the door open and stepped into the hallway. At that moment, Ian's gaze immediately landed on a young man standing in front of him. Looking closely at the other person, Ian softly called out, "Sir Oliver, is that you?" The other man turned, slightly surprised, and replied, "Are you all right?" Ian took a step forward and said, "Sir Oliver, you look fantastic in that formal outfit." The knight's cheeks instantly flushed, and he shyly responded that it was a command from the prince. As soon as he finished speaking, both fell into silence, seemingly lacking any topic to continue. The atmosphere around them suddenly became strange and heavy. Ian awkwardly thought that perhaps he shouldn't have stepped out onto the balcony. Just then, Oliver took the initiative to speak. "I've heard some rumors," Ian curiously asked back. "Rumors?" Oliver recounted that Helen, the High Mage of the Ivory Tower, was said to have been defeated by him. That statement reminded Ian of what the Crown Prince had just said. "I've heard about your performance in the Ivory Tower." At this moment, Ian replied, "Is such a rumor spreading outside? I thought everything in the Ivory Tower was kept confidential." To Oliver, that seemed quite normal. He candidly said, "If there's no information, what can a knight do in this day and age?" Hearing the phrase, "this day and age," Ian couldn't help but ponder. He realized that currently, the Green River Empire only had a few mages who had reached the peak of energy manipulation. Meanwhile, knights were significantly weaker, often regarded merely as decorations or embellishments. Oliver continued, "I'm really surprised. Not only are you the youngest level 4 mage, but you also defeated Helen, the Flame Lady," he added. "Sometimes I even wonder if you really are as young as you appear," Ian responded. You overestimate me. Suddenly, Oliver spoke seriously, saying that no one doubted that he had won the Crown Prince's trust. As the prince, who usually avoided the nobility, organized this banquet solely because of him. And because of that, I need to confirm something. The captain of the knights unexpectedly knelt before Ian, just to ascertain one thing. Whose side will you stand on? Ian paused at the seriousness of that question, saying, to me, who you are or what rank you hold doesn't matter. What concerns me is the possibility of the mages from the Ivory Tower openly assisting the fifth prince. So, I must ask you, he continued. Will you stand with the Ivory Tower? Ian calmly replied. That is a meaningless question. Who could give a proper answer in this situation? But Oliver remained resolute. As a knight serving the prince. I need to hear your answer. His sharp gaze was fixed on Ian, his voice deepening. Are you a friend or a foe? Ian knew well that Oliver Jaywood was a loyal knight who would follow the Crown Prince to the end, but he still responded vaguely. I'm not sure yet. An idea flashed in Ian's mind, and he slowly continued. However, I will never side with the fifth prince. Clearly, Oliver was quite shocked by that answer. He glanced around, wary of eavesdroppers, but Ian reassured him. Oliver, I used magic so only you can hear this, so don't worry, Ian asked again. Is that answer sufficient? Oliver smiled and replied, For now, that's a perfect answer. The atmosphere softened as Oliver spoke. May I make a request? Ian asked back. What kind of request do you mean? With a serious expression, Oliver said. Until you provide a definite answer. Please be my sparring partner. I need strength. Ian guessed immediately. You want to practice fighting. Do you want me to teach you how to fight a mage? Can that sword eventually be pointed at me? Oliver did not confirm, but replied vaguely. I can't completely deny that possibility. Ian half-jokingly said, Lord Oliver, you seem a bit thick-skinned. He looked straight at him and said, Clearly, I will refuse this request. I gain nothing from it. Unexpectedly, Oliver raised his hand to his neck and took off a familiar item he always carried. He carefully lifted it in his palm. A necklace with an unusual aura. The Queen personally gave this to me on the day I was appointed as the bodyguard of the Crown Prince, he said sincerely. Oliver explained that it was a necklace enchanted to purify the mind. Ian immediately recognized the item. It was a royal treasure that, in his previous life, he couldn't find any information about, only knowing that the last owner was the Queen. Oliver placed the precious necklace in Ian's hand. I will pay with this necklace. I believe it will be more useful to you, a mage, than to a knight like me. Ian looked at the item and asked, Isn't this something the Queen personally bestowed upon you? Oliver replied without hesitation. She gave it to me to serve my master better. My proposal is to fulfill that request. I'm sure she will understand. Ian fell silent, contemplating, his gaze wavering for a moment. But in the end, he decided, If you are willing to go that far, then I accept. I will take this necklace, he said, and he took it in his hand. A look of relief was evident on Oliver's face. He was completely satisfied with that choice. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed violently inside the banquet hall. Both of them were stunned and quickly turned to look inside. The blast was so powerful that the previously closed door was shattered, and fire and smoke billowed out. Oliver's gaze immediately lost its usual calmness. He realized that the Crown Prince and the Princess were still inside and shouted desperately, Your Highness. Ian and Oliver rushed into the hall, Oliver's voice ringing out urgently. Where are you? Your Highness. Soon after, Haydn's voice responded from inside. Captain. Over here. Fortunately, both the Crown Prince and the Princess were safe. How could something like this happen in the palace? Hayden furrowed his brow and said. Oliver rushed over. Prince, Princess, are you both all right? Hayden replied. We are fine. The night team immediately appeared. Deputy Paul Lentz and other knights rushed in. Your Highness, are you all right? He turned to Oliver and asked, "Captain, are you injured?" Oliver replied immediately, "I am completely fine." "What's the situation outside?" Paul quickly reported. "A series of unidentified explosions are occurring in the palace. We have activated the emergency communication orb and are mobilizing all forces to trace the source." Ian frowned slightly upon hearing about the emergency communication orb. Because this communication system connects directly to the Night Command Center, it is also linked to the military camps and the Ivory Tower, allowing the largest forces to concentrate on the palace. This means that when the emergency communication orb is activated, all soldiers and mages will rush here. A dangerous thought flashed through Ian's mind. What if the target of the explosion is that? His heart sank, anxiety rising distinctly. Could it really be so? Ian immediately made a decision, quickly casting a mana barrier. A layer of mana barrier spread out, covering everyone present in the banquet hall. Remembering that Harry also knew how to use magic, Ian turned to ask, "Princess, do you know how to channel mana into the barrier?" She was stunned and exclaimed, what Ian replied in a heavy voice, "This is an emergency situation, so I need an answer." Harry hesitated and answered, "I have learned." But before he could finish, Ian interrupted, "Then you can maintain it." Right. With that, Ian immediately turned and left. He walked straight to the group of maids standing nearby. "I have something to ask. Has a maid named Isabel ever been here?" The whole group immediately trembled when Ian interrogated them. A frightened maid replied, "Yes, she was assigned to a separate palace, but she said she wanted to come see the banquet." Upon hearing that, Ian immediately understood the entire issue. Ian quickly confirmed, the real target from the beginning was Cecilia. They created a series of explosions to gather forces to the palace, taking advantage of the surveillance gap to secretly infiltrate the Ivory Tower. Ian kept a clear mind to analyze. Whether Cecilia is in trouble is not important. The core issue is to ensure that the secret about him is not transmitted back to the Walker family. At the same time, in the prison of the Ivory Tower, a shadow quietly infiltrated, stepping deeper inside. He stopped in front of Cecilia's cell and spoke. "Long time no see. Cecilia, I'm surprised you are still alive." Because the figure was masked, she did not recognize him immediately. "Who is it?" He slowly pulled down the hood. "It's me, Daniel." Right from the first sentence, he coldly criticized, "I am very disappointed in you. I thought you were a good spy." Cecilia immediately exclaimed in agitation, "Daniel, get me out of here." Daniel calmly replied, "Of course. But I have something to check." Cecilia hurriedly clarified, "I haven't said anything. That brat, Ian Fa, has known everything from the start, including the existence of the co-worker and those inside." Daniel expressed doubt and asked again, "Is that true?" She touched the back of her neck and continued, "He even knows about the mana seal that neither you nor I are aware of." Hearing this, Daniel said in a serious tone, "Cecilia, that is something most Sea Walkers don't know. The superiors only told us after you were captured." He continued to ask, "So, do you have anything else to say?" Cecilia replied, "That's all. We don't have extra time." "Right. Let's go outside." However, Daniel's gaze suddenly paused, his attitude slightly hesitant. "Really?" Just then, the cell door began to slowly open. Cecilia showed clear joy, believing she had been rescued. At that moment, Daniel called her name, "Cecilia," and as she turned, he struck directly at her neck. Cecilia's eyes widened in disbelief at what just happened. Daniel coldly watched, not the slightest bit shaken by her writhing in pain. At this point, he finally spoke. "When you were imprisoned in the Ivory Tower, we debated for a long time about what to do." Blood continued to flow, leaving Cecilia waiting for death. Daniel continued, "You are a rather rare level 3 mage, so we considered saving you. And this is the conclusion we reached." He finished speaking. Cecilia collapsed onto the cold stone floor, completely motionless. After killing her, Daniel smiled again. "Well then, good luck. Goodbye." Suddenly, a voice responded, "You too," causing Daniel to immediately turn alert. He reflexively threw the spear towards the source of the sound. The spear flew through the air, aiming straight at the target. Ian merely tilted his head to avoid it. The spear's blade grazed his cheek lightly. Seeing Ian standing there calmly, Daniel shouted, "Who are you?" Ian did not respond. His gaze slowly lowered to the ground. Looking at Cecilia's body lying there, he said, "So you have eliminated Cecilia. Good. That means I have one less worry. Thanks to you." Unbeknownst to him, Daniel's legs had been frozen in place by Ian's ice. Ian walked over slowly. "Daniel, it's a pity we meet today." Ian's gaze was icy as he stated firmly, "I will personally kill you." Daniel panicked and pleaded, "Wait. Wouldn't it be better for you if I lived?" But Ian remained unmoved. "Finally, I can repay the suffering of my friends." Daniel hastily defended himself. "What are you talking about? I never killed your friend," Ian replied. Clearly not yet, because only he knew. There were still 10 years before that happened. The cold ice spread relentlessly, layers thickening upon one another, trapping his entire body in the chill. At this moment, Ian finally spoke. "I promised myself that when I return, I would put everything back in its place." Then his hand gently touched the block of ice in front of him. In just a fleeting moment, the ice immediately cracked, shattering into hundreds of scattered fragments. Ian stared directly at the murderer before him, his gaze sharp and unwavering, without a hint of hesitation. He then took the initiative to step closer to the motionless corpse right in front of him. Indeed, there was a mana seal at the back of his neck. Ian silently confirmed the mana seal on his neck, gathering enough evidence. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway, quickly approaching. The newcomers were Ronan and the mages from the ivory tower, rushing in. Ronan's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Ian Fa, what the hell is going on?" His voice betrayed his panic. He was still hesitating, not finishing his sentence when the scene before him left him speechless. 2 corpses lay right at Ian's feet, starkly visible in the cold atmosphere of the dungeon. Elsewhere, in the Emperor's palace, Terry slammed his hand down on the chair in anger. 2 people had already gone missing within the palace. He shouted loudly at the maids and the royal clerks. "What is the ivory tower doing while criminals run rampant in the palace tower, master? Answer me." His questioning echoed throughout the hall. Every word from Terry was like a cold blade, causing all the nobles present to fall silent in fear. Without hesitation, Terry made a decisive decision. "I can no longer trust the ivory tower, so I will revoke all related authority from the ivory tower. From now on, the tower master must transfer all investigation information to the knights and soldiers. Do you understand?" Herbert bowed and replied, "I shall obey your command, Your Majesty." Terry rubbed his tired forehead and continued, "You may leave. There will be many tasks to handle from now on." Herbert complied without saying another word, quietly turning to leave the grand hall. Shortly after, a guard stepped forward to announce, "Mage Ian Pa, please step forward to pay your respects to His Majesty." Ian slowly entered. Terry looked at him and spoke. "So we meet again," his voice steadier than before. As a special guest from the north, Ian Fa carefully performed the ceremony before the Emperor. Terry quickly got to the point. "Thanks to your wisdom, we were able to protect the Empire this time." Ian listened in silence as Terry continued. "Without you, we would have lost a significant amount of crucial information to the nameless enemy." He concluded, "These things would turn the royal family and the Empire into a laughingstock for the entire world if we fail. Therefore, I will not forget your contributions in this incident." And as he finished speaking, a servant immediately brought a reward before Ian. Before him was a striking blue cloak, its material exuding an ancient aura. Terry explained, "This cloak is the only item left by Michelle Green River, my ancestor and the only mage of the royal family." He added that according to the will, it cannot be given to anyone outside the royal family, so I am only lending it to you. Of course, I will lend it to you until your last breath or until you no longer wish to keep it. Ian could not hide his surprise. The name Michelle Green River surfaced in his mind, the first and last mage of the Green River royal family. someone he had rarely heard of even in his previous life. Terry continued, "Since this is just a robe, I think you don't need to change clothes. Do you want to try it on right now?" Ian, hearing this, took the robe in accordance with the proper ceremony. He felt a bit awkward but still draped the robe over himself. Seeing that look, Terry laughed comfortably. "It's a bit loose on you. I wonder when it will fit." As soon as the robe touched his body, Ian immediately realized this was a magically enchanted robe. Ian looked up at the Emperor and said, "Then I will make it fit me right now." His voice calm. Right after those words, the robe began to shrink slowly. It stopped when it perfectly fit Ian's petite frame. Witnessing this scene, those around couldn't help but murmur, "How did he do that?" Their eyes filled with astonishment. Terry focused on Ian and nodded in praise. "It suits you very well. The green also matches your eye color." It was easy to see that Ian was genuinely pleased with the gift he just received. His eyes could not hide his appreciation. Immediately after, he knelt before the Emperor, bowing his head to thank His Majesty for the grace. A moment later, in the area outside the vast palace grounds, Harry saw Ian from afar and hurried over. "Excuse me, Lord Ian." Ian solemnly performed the greeting, paying respects to the princess, but she gently waved her hand and replied, "Please don't be too formal with me." At this moment, Harry's hands were tightly clasped together, trembling slightly. "Lord Ian," Harry hesitated to express. "Actually, I have something to tell you about what happened earlier." Ian quickly interjected. "I was too busy and extremely rude to you at that time." "Your Highness, I hope you will forgive me," Harry replied. "It's not like that." As if understanding her meaning, Ian reassured her, "And also, the thing you are worried about will not happen, so please, rest assured." Hearing this, Harry also sighed in relief. The tension on her face visibly eased. Suddenly, from behind, the slow footsteps of another person could be heard. Ian immediately recognized the familiar voice. "Indeed, you have achieved a wonderful accomplishment, Lord Ian." The person spoke sarcastically. "With you, the safety of the entire empire and the royal family has been preserved." Without waiting for Ian to respond, he continued, "And as His Majesty said to you, your achievement in this incident is very significant." Ian showed clear astonishment as he looked at the person in front of him. He continued, "Forgive me for introducing myself late. You probably know who I am, but I want to officially introduce myself. My name is Jiang Green River, the fifth son of His Majesty the Emperor." Behind him were several knights in attendance. A flood of memories from his past life unexpectedly surged in Ian's mind. It turned out that this person was an old acquaintance. At that time, Ian had desperately knelt at his feet, begging, "Please." But when he looked up at that person, he only saw an indifference that chilled him to the bone. In this life, he never expected to see that face again one more time. Nevertheless, Ian still couldn't shake off the feeling of confusion when he heard the name Jiang Na. He continued, "Although I arrived late, I want to congratulate you on achieving the position of senior mage in the Tower of Rebirth." Ian stood still, thinking that meeting him at this moment was still too early. Jiang Na continued, "I want to express my appreciation to you, because you have protected the Imperial security from spies in the Moglian territory. And today, I would like to invite you to lunch to show my gratitude." Jiang Na did not notice Ian's expression and asked further, "Are you free to accept my invitation?" Ian clenched his fist and softly replied, "Oh." Just as Ian was feeling awkward, Harry quickly stepped in to help. "I'm sorry, Jiang Na, but today he has plans with me." Jiang Na looked surprised and replied, "Is that so? Then how about tomorrow?" At this moment, Ian calmly said, "I am truly sorry, but I fear that won't be possible, Your Highness." A flicker of annoyance briefly appeared in Jiang Na's eyes. He shot a warning glance at Harry and lowered his voice. "I understand." Jiang Na looked directly at Ian. "Though it is very unfortunate. I will look forward to next time. It was a pleasure to meet you, Sir Ian." Ian did not respond, and Jiang Na said the last words before leaving. "Then farewell." After saying that, Jung-na and two knights turned their backs and left the courtyard. Only Ian and Harry remained, watching the figure of the fifth prince gradually fade away. After confirming that no one else was around, Harry hesitantly called out, "Sir Ian." She bowed her head apologetically. "I spoke without thinking." "I'm sorry," Ian replied. "It's fine." Ian still turned his head to follow the familiar silhouette of Jiang-na as he walked away. Heavy thoughts surged in his heart. He had encountered him more than 2 years earlier, and at this moment, he was still just a prince hiding his true schemes. At this moment, Ian had made a resolute decision. "I will stop you at all costs, Jung-na, before you have the chance to expand your influence, so you cannot advance even a single step." He told himself that he would not stop until the opponent fell into despair and faced a tragic end. "I will be your rival in this life." The scene quickly shifted to the royal palace, the atmosphere gradually changing. Right now, inside the study of the Grand Prince, Haydn flipped through a book while grumbling. "I don't understand what it says at all." He continued to complain. "Can't they write in a way that everyone can understand who writes books in such a complicated and convoluted manner?" Professor Lauren, standing beside him, explained, "Your Highness, that book was written by the first king of Green River, recording methods of governance and inheritance. You should learn these things." Haydn looked at the thick stack of books piled high on the table, sighing inwardly. Read all of this. Just a few minutes later, Laurent brought in more books to stack even higher. "Moreover, you also have to study history, sociology, economics, politics, and etiquette." When the stack of books was nearly covering Haydn's face, he finally stopped. This was all the reading material he needed, while Haydn could only look at it with disdain. Haydn quickly made up an excuse to avoid it, saying, "Today is not a good day for this, Professor." Lauren immediately complained, "Your Highness, if you don't read it now, your father will scold me." Haydn swiftly changed the subject, turning to ask Vice, "Today is the last day the captain is training with Ian, right, Xiao?" Vice replied without hesitation, "Yes." Haydn lost himself in thought, realizing they were probably training right now. His mind was no longer on the books. Thinking this, he immediately stood up, saying, "Come on, it's been a while since I've seen them train." At the same time, at the Royal Knight's second command in the main training ground, Oliver stood still, regulating his breathing, each breath steady and heavy. He slowly lowered his center of gravity, moving extremely cautiously, his mind focused solely on enduring until the last moment. Oliver tightened his grip on the sword, his knuckles white with tension. Then, in the next moment, he opened his eyes as if sensing the danger approaching. Before Oliver, just as he had predicted, a rain of ice spears came crashing down mercilessly, with a determination not to retreat. Oliver did not dodge early but decisively accelerated forward. Thanks to his body being honed through countless training sessions, he easily evaded all the ice spears. Oliver's feet slammed hard against the ground to come to a sudden stop. It was this decisiveness that helped him avoid the next lethal strike. Immediately after, a series of sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, attacking him in unison. Oliver instantly jumped high to escape the wave of attacks. He used the earth spikes as a springboard, leveraging their force to launch himself into the air. Oliver's speed was so fast that he left behind a fleeting streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he had completely escaped the attack range. Oliver remained vigilant, focusing all his spirit on waiting for the next strike. This time, what appeared before him was a gigantic fireball. As the fireball approached, Oliver looked tiny like a pea against its heat. Yet, there was no fear in his eyes. Oliver raised his sword high, ready to face the challenge. He slashed repeatedly at the incoming flames. For this, Captain, there was only one belief in his mind: he could reach him. Oliver widened his eyes, looking through the blazing flames, silently chanting, "Limit," in the heat of battle. Oliver vaguely saw Ian standing behind the target in front of him. Without hesitation, he immediately launched a decisive strike. Oliver propelled himself forward at breakneck speed. Moments later, the tip of his sword pierced straight through Ian's chest. That moment felt stretched. Everything slowed down to a suffocating pace. But at that very moment, Oliver sensed something unusual. Ian's hand suddenly rested on his back, saying, "Well done." What Oliver had stabbed was merely a dummy, while Ian was actually standing right behind him. Oliver paused for a moment, his expression showing a hint of disappointment. Then he turned around and said, "So I didn't even make you bleed, Ian." Ian simply smiled and looked straight at him. Then he lightly replied, "Talking about bleeding while you aim for my heart. If I had been hurt, I would have definitely died." The two happily shook hands, and Oliver said, "Thank you for helping me over the years." Ian politely responded, "It was just for the necklace." Oliver understood that he had received help far beyond the value of that item. Ian acknowledged his efforts, noting that he had improved significantly compared to 5 years ago, able to split fireballs with just one sword. Oliver spoke up. "Ian, can I ask you something?" Ian nodded. "Of course." "How strong are you now?" Oliver asked directly. Ian subtly dodged the question. "Not as strong as you think." Currently, Ian was a level 5 mage, much faster than in his previous life, but he still hoped to reach level 6 at least. Ian looked at his hands, clearly feeling the limits. His body and mana heart couldn't grow any further, so level 5 was his stopping point. He clenched his fist, hoping his body would stop growing soon. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Indeed, the greatest mage of the Empire." Ian turned to see Haydn, the Crown Prince, smiling as he said, "I heard today is your final practice match." Every word he spoke was filled with excitement. "All right, let's go have breakfast together. To strengthen my right and left arms, I will treat you to the best meal." Despite the tempting invitation, Ian declined. "I'm sorry. I have to finish my studies at the Tower of Ha and meet the Tower Master as a stronger mage." Haydn reluctantly replied, "I understand. Then it can't be helped." Although disappointed, he still smiled. "Go on, let's eat together next time," Ian responded. "I will arrange my schedule as soon as possible." After that, Ian cast a wind spell around himself and bowed to the Crown Prince. In the blink of an eye, he had left the ground and soared high into the sky. Ian smiled and said, "The god will return." Immediately after, he vanished into thin air. The three people on the ground watched until Ian completely disappeared. Haydn exclaimed, "The robe our father gave has a flight spell. I don't know how it is for others, but I feel really envious." Suddenly, Haydn turned and called, "Captain Oliver." He continued, "I saw you match Ian. What do you think?" "Now you can fight against mages," Oliver replied. "The answer from the god has 2 parts," Oliver candidly admitted. "First, the god cannot make Ian bleed. The distance between us will be even greater. However, with other mages, just hearing this," Haydn guessed the second part. The smile on Oliver's face showed absolute confidence in himself. He confidently stated, "As long as it's not Ian, the god can handle it." It was still that morning. Inside the ivory tower, the atmosphere gradually became quiet. The door to the Tower Master's room slowly opened once again. As Ian stepped in, he heard Herbert's voice. "You've arrived." He struggled to stand up, his voice deepening. "It feels strange. It seems just yesterday I heard news about a special boy from the north. Yet now you have become a young man." His voice grew hoarse, and his face bore many more wrinkles. Herbert continued, "Perhaps that means I have grown old," Ian replied. "At least you will remain healthy for a few more decades." Herbert held several sheets of paper in his hand. After reading them, he said, "Wonderful. I have nothing but praise. You truly are a great fortune for the Empire and the Ivory Tower, to the point that every lady wants to meet you." He asked further, "Aren't you the model that every mage aspires to be?" Ian immediately replied, "You flatter me, sir," but Herbert still smiled, holding his opinion. "We will soon know if I flattered you or not." Then he changed the subject. "Today is the last day. If you were an ordinary student, you would have been sent to nearby regions, but you are a special case." Ian calmly replied, "No, actually, it is an honor." Herbert nodded. "Thank you. Even if it may just be empty words." As he spoke, he rummaged for something on the table. Then he handed Ian a card, congratulating him on becoming an official mage. Herbert explained that this is a symbol of your status. It allows you to command soldiers and civilians in the Empire when necessary. Ian asked if there were many places in need of high-level mages. Herbert frowned and replied, "It's not just a matter of demand. Currently, there are very few high-level mages because Helen has already settled." He continued, "I don't want to put pressure on you, but your help is extremely important," Ian replied. "So there are many tasks waiting for me." Herbert emphasized further, "You are the most powerful and important force of the Ivory Tower, so sooner or later, you will bear many responsibilities." He opened a new information board in his hand. "Since this is your first time, I will let you choose." The board clearly displayed 3 locations. Ian looked up to carefully observe each place. The first place is Rotmere, the largest port city in the Empire. Next is Benson, the largest iron production center. Ian looked at the last location. And that was Felix, the land in the northeast where he had been assigned in his previous life. At that time, Ian was sent there because the previous mage had died in an accident, so he had to go in his place. Ian walked to the third board and immediately decided, "I am interested in Felix." Herbert seemed pleased. "That is a place that really needs help. We have sent 2 third-level mages along with soldiers, but it is still not enough. The monsters from the Great Plains are causing trouble." He handed Ian a piece of paper. "All the details are in here. Can you respond to them today?" Before Herbert could finish speaking, Ian interrupted. "No, I will go there," he asserted firmly. "I will go to Felix." That afternoon, at Ian's villa, a family atmosphere gradually spread. The piece of meat in Douglas's hand had not yet been eaten when he exclaimed, "Are you planning to go to Felix on the first trip?" He had not finished speaking when he halted at Ian's sharp gaze. Ian's mother, sitting next to him, also put down her fork. She worriedly asked, "Ian, isn't that place very dangerous?" Ian reassured her, "It's not that dangerous. Mom, it's just temporary. I will come back after a few months." Vanessa respected her son's decision, though her eyes were slightly sad. "I understand now. You said you would leave next week." "Right. This villa will be very empty." Ian promised to finish quickly and return. "Yes." "Mom." Seeing the atmosphere dampen, Douglas excitedly said, "Leader, can you see the things I made in the lab before you go? They will help you on your mission." Ridio reminded him, "Douglas, you're grown up now. Shouldn't you change how you address Ian?" Douglas looked a bit disappointed. "What's wrong with calling him leader?" Douglas tilted his head to look at Ian, his eyes waiting. Then, Ian did not understand why he kept staring at him like that. Douglas innocently blurted out, "What if I call you brother?" The statement made Ian choke on his drink and spit it out. The words brother hit like a thunderbolt, leaving Ridio stunned and blank-headed. Even Ian and his mother froze, unable to utter a word. In stark contrast, Douglas seemed very pleased, the corners of his mouth curling up with delight. He even deliberately called out again, "Brother Ian." Ian stood frozen for a few seconds, with only one thought in his mind. Is this really the Douglas I knew in my previous life? Vanessa was visibly happy. "It's wonderful that you have an adorable little brother. Now I have another son." Ian helplessly spoke up. "Mom." Meanwhile, Ridio's heart raced. He stammered, "Miss Fa." "What do you mean?" Ian briefly thought. "Why am I suddenly blushing?" Then the father and son argued loudly. Ridio reminded Douglas to call him Sir Ian, but Douglas objected, saying they were family now. Ridio retorted, saying he shouldn't be picky while living off others. Douglas immediately countered, claiming his genius would greatly benefit the family. In the end, Ridio conceded, saying, "All right, you are a genius." Vanessa laughed at the sight of the two of them bickering affectionately. In another corner, Ian quietly watched his mother laughing happily. That feeling spread to him, calming Ian's heart. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this wasn't so bad after all. But then Ian changed his tone seriously, saying, You are not to call me brother." Upon hearing this, Douglas pouted, tears streaming down his face. A week passed quickly. Ian stood in front of the villa, and Ridio's voice rang out, asking if he was ready. He continued, "Are you planning to go straight to Fyrick?" Ian replied. "First, I must say goodbye to the Russian tower master before setting off." Ian still felt uneasy and asked again, "Ridio, about the 7 mana I placed in the villa?" He smiled and replied, "You explained it yesterday. Don't worry, I will use my life to protect Miss Pa." Ian said back, "I hope you won't have to use it." Just then, Douglas called out loudly, "Brother." Ian and Ridio both frowned, causing him to quickly correct himself. "I mean, leader." Douglas handed Ian a vial, his voice full of anticipation. "Please take this." It was a potion he had personally brewed. Douglas glanced at Ridio and hesitantly said, "It should be." He leaned closer to Ian and whispered, "It should be better than Dad's," Douglas said confidently. Ian chuckled and replied, "Thank you." He thought to himself that Douglas still had 3 years until graduation, yet he was already promised the position of Royal Alchemist. Unfortunately, Ridio overheard the whole conversation and gave his son a hard knock on the head, saying, "Not a chance." "Kid." Looking at the potion in his hand, Ian completely trusted it would be effective. A moment later, Douglas curiously asked, "Leader, are you going to fly to Friedrich in a cloak?" Ian immediately replied, "No, I will take a carriage to the outskirts to avoid drawing attention." Just then, Vanessa hurried over, calling, "Ian." She was holding a large box. She carefully placed the box in his hands, saying, "Eat this on the way, I prepared a lot." Vanessa explained each part, saying the first box contained today's food, and the following boxes had dried beef and dried fruits. Her gaze softened as she looked at her son. "I even baked the red bean cake you like." Ian smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mom, I will eat a lot." Suddenly, Vanessa stepped forward and hugged him tightly, saying, "Be careful, don't get hurt, and don't skip meals." Ian was momentarily surprised by the sudden hug, but after a moment, he returned the embrace. Ian wrapped his arms around his mother tightly and softly replied, "Yes, ma'am." He looked at his mother and said, "I will be back soon, so don't worry too much." After saying goodbye to everyone, Ian spoke decisively, "I'm leaving now." The wheels slowly rolled away, marking the beginning of a new journey for Ian. His loved ones remained standing there, but gradually they shrank away and disappeared from his sight, having lived through 2 lifetimes. Ian thought he had hardened himself to all emotions, yet this moment of parting still left an indescribable void. Ian silently reminded himself to believe, looking at the figure of his beloved mother. He forced himself to believe that she would be safe while he was not by her side. For this place was a mansion strictly protected by the palace. Moreover, the crime rate in this area had always been very low. Not to mention there was a layer of secret defenses. Only his mother, Ridio, and Douglas could activate it, which was 7 mana. Ian clenched his fists, calculating in his heart that with that, most dangers could be eliminated. At that moment, he whispered a name. Fiery Territory. Memories from 25 years ago suddenly surfaced in his mind. In another place, at a canyon near Fyrick, a fierce battle was taking place. Cullion Pierrick shouted orders to his soldiers, "Decapitate them 100 times and bring their heads back to me." The entire army, hearing the command, felt empowered and continued to fight with all their might against the horde of monsters. Just when the situation was tense, a cavalryman rushed over. "My lord, Calhoun." "What is it?" Cullion shouted, and the man stammered in response. "The supply force behind us." Then he shouted loudly, "Our rear supply force is being attacked by those brainless creatures climbing over the mountain." Cullion tightened the reins, momentarily stunned. "What?" Looking at the swarm of monsters before him that kept surging forward, he gritted his teeth. How could they breach the rear line? But as a general, he immediately made a decision. Team 2 and Team 3 hold the position with the mages. Team 1, follow me." Everyone responded in unison. Understood. He jumped onto his horse and pointed backward. "We will deal with the creatures at the rear." Immediately, Calhoun led Team 1 galloping straight in that direction. On the way, he quickly analyzed that their individual intelligence was very low. However, they moved in formation, and the elite soldiers could hold their ground, while the supply team, lacking experience, was at a complete disadvantage. Worry etched on Calhoun's face. At this moment, he could only pray that he wasn't too late. Suddenly, white snowflakes began to fall around him. Calhoun was stunned. Is this snow? According to his knowledge, this northern region had never had snow, but the snow continued to fall heavily, covering the trees, with some places even frozen over. The deeper the Calhoun group went, the more they encountered a massive block of ice blocking their path. Inside that block of ice were brain monsters trapped solidly. All of them had been completely frozen. Calhoun couldn't believe his eyes. What was happening? In the distance, atop a tall tree, there seemed to be a figure standing and observing. But in the blink of an eye, that figure faded and disappeared. The corpses of the brain monsters were scattered across the ground, each pierced by an ice spear. Some others were frozen, like blocks of chilled brains. In a mountainous area that had never seen snow, frost and heavy snowfall now covered everything. From the top of the ice block, Ian's footsteps lightly touched the ground. As soon as Ian appeared, Callian immediately spoke up, alerting him to show himself. At that moment, he calmly replied, "I heard you were in need of assistance." Callian stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to recover. Ian proactively introduced himself. "My name is Ian Pa, a high-level mage sent by the Tower of the Fallen." Ian Pa. Callian unconsciously repeated that name. At this point, he finally realized, "You are the noble from the North Moglian, Lord Ian Fado." Callian immediately smiled, surprised that the person coming to assist was so young. "I have heard of your achievements in defeating the goblin army in the Moglian Mountains when you were very young." He stepped forward, extending his hand to show goodwill. "It is an honor to meet you." Ian shook his hand in return. "I am also honored to meet General Callian Pierrick, the greatest warrior of the East." Callian tightened his grip on Ian's hand and said, "You must be very tired after such a long journey." His expression became serious. "But I hope you can spare a little time, because we have much to discuss." That afternoon, at the frontline military camp, Callian wearily said, "I didn't expect them to appear in such large numbers." He shook his head and continued, "No, I had anticipated it, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Recently, they have been acting very aggressively." Ian stood by, listening, realizing that the situation in the Great Plain was facing many troubles. Callian maintained a steady voice. "You know, Lord Ian, we have sent requests to the palace and the Tower of the Fallen. These are all urgent requests. First, for supplies and assistance. Second, to mobilize a high-level mage. A mage capable of overcoming the current situation." Ian remained silent, listening. Recalling the scene from the morning, Callian said, "I was truly amazed at how you eliminated the monsters in the blink of an eye and erected the ice wall. The canyon has been sealed off, giving us more time. But that is only temporary. The core reason is that we are about to face a major battle at the Great Plain, with monsters invading for many years, leaving the soldiers exhausted and our supplies nearly depleted." A look of worry flashed across his face. "If we only needed reinforcements and supplies, we could continue to hold out." Callian frowned, but it seemed the Empire had delayed the request. "And your arrival in place of reinforcements forced us to find a longer-term solution." After hearing this, Ian calmly replied, "I understand. Everything was within your calculations," Ian slowly said. "The ice wall could hold for 10 days if we closely monitored the monsters from the mountain range. It would be temporarily safe. During those 10 days, we could enter the Great Plain." Callian suddenly asked, "Sir Ian, do you intend to go yourself?" Ian answered decisively. We must find the cause and a thorough solution. But Callian still appeared cautious. I am glad for your confidence, he continued. But over the past few months, I have sent many troops to the Great Plain without any results. His voice was heavy with helplessness. The only thing we discovered was that the monsters of various species had stopped attacking each other, as if they were united and only targeting humans. That image weighed heavily on Callian's spirit. He pointed to the map. The monsters were not only attacking the Green River Empire, but also simultaneously invading the northern border of the Great Plain. The Cao Ut Empire and the Western Duchy. Callian added that countries with fewer access points suffered less damage. Then he pointed to another location, including the Jiza Canyon, which caused the monsters to concentrate their attacks on the Pierrick estate. After analyzing, Callian discovered an anomaly. He pointed to the south of the Great Plain. The indigenous tribe here had not been invaded by the monsters. Ian listened further, feeling as if something was preventing the monsters from entering this area. Callian concluded that we suspect the cause lies in the south of the Great Plain, but we cannot cross the monster-filled canyon to send troops for investigation. After hearing this, Ian pondered. The darkness over the Great Plain was something he had never known in his previous life. He thought to himself, there had been many incursions from the Great Plain, but this was the first time on such a large scale. After a brief discussion, the two agreed on a direction, heading to the southern border to observe the indigenous tribe. Callian nodded in agreement. If it is the tribal leader, the king of mages, he must know something. Nevertheless, Callian still showed hesitation. Do you think we can meet and talk to him? In contrast, Ian replied firmly, of course we can. Time quietly passed into the night. Amidst the vast mountains, the sky was covered with a layer of mystical hues. Ian stood alone atop the high tower, gazing far away, contemplating the Great Plain. He looked up at the sky, letting thoughts rise endlessly. If he remembered correctly, that things still existed. The object that reminded Ian was the artifact passed down to the King of Mages, the leader of the indigenous tribe. The staff of the Great Plain. Thinking of that staff, Ian nodded slightly, excitement rising within him. A staff made from birchwood that was extremely rare, but reality quickly pulled him back. 3 years later, the Green River Empire, the Cao Ut Empire, and the Lan Duchy would form an alliance to launch a war to eliminate the monsters at the Great Plain. When the war ended, most of the monsters were wiped out, and the three nations shared the resource-rich Great Plain. Thinking of that scenario, Ian clenched his fists, for it was during that period that the Mage King disappeared, and the native tribe was pushed into slavery. Confused thoughts piled up. An event that had never occurred in his previous life was now unfolding. Ian believed that this change stemmed from his return to the past. A feeling of unease rose within him, a trouble in the Great Plains that he had never noticed before. Remembering the conversation that day, Ian had told Callian that in 10 days, the ice would melt and break apart, and by then, they would surely find the cause and solution to this situation. If I do not return within 10 days, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. I believe in 10 days you will return. Good luck. Stay safe. Returning to the present. Before Ian appeared a desolate mountain range. The dry land cracked and the trees wilted. Just as he had discussed with Callian, this time only Ian set foot in this place. Observing his surroundings, Ian quietly confirmed that this was the border area of the natives' territory. The silence in the air was unusually eerie, making Ian feel that something was amiss. Every path he walked through was devoid of life. Unlike the north, where 7 monsters had once appeared, since heading south, he had not seen a single one. He wondered if this place was the source of the change that Callian had mentioned. Nevertheless, Ian remained calm and continued to venture deeper. The sound of his footsteps quickly reached the ears of those in the tribe. They immediately became wary. "Who are you?" Ian replied calmly. "I am not an enemy. I am a mage from the Green River Empire." One of them shouted, "How do you know our language?" Ian did not respond to that question but stated directly, I do not have time to explain. I am here to meet the Mage King. Hearing this, the group was stunned for a moment. What did you just say? The Mage King is the master of the native tribe. Natives are born with mana hearts and mana brains. While the way to control mana is simple, they are raised to become mages focused on rituals, different from ordinary mages. And the Mage King stands at the highest position. Ian still ignored their reactions and continued to clarify his purpose. I am here to discuss the issues caused by the monsters in the north. The Mage King must have known about this. So please, before he could finish, a sharp spear was pointed directly at Ian's throat. The other shouted aggressively, "How dare the people of the Empire be so arrogant? Do you think the Mage King would meet someone like you?" No one showed signs of welcome. On the contrary, they threatened him, "Get lost, or if you keep talking nonsense, we will offer you as a sacrifice to the spirits of the Great Plains." In the face of such malicious words, Ian remained unfazed. Do I look like someone who would I just leave because you told me to? Ian's face now clearly showed impatience. The native, undeterred, charged forward with his spear. It seems you must die before realizing your situation. He rushed straight at Ian, unaware that he was the one about to fall into danger. From thin air, Ian summoned an ice spear. He acted decisively, slicing through the opponent's spear. The piece of the spear fell to the ground. While he still had not grasped what had just happened, Ian immediately warned, his tone calm yet cold, "Your head will be next to fly." His words were light as a breeze, but the pressure was heavy. "Do not cause a disturbance here. Take me to King Fapdu." Just as the atmosphere tensed, an old voice echoed from afar. "What is someone from the Empire doing here?" All of them, including Ian, turned their heads in unison towards the source of the sound. Ian's gaze landed on the familiar staff in the old man's hand, and doubt surged in his heart. That staff is... Without beating around the bush, Ian directly asked, "Are you King Fapsu?" The old man nodded slightly, responding in a steady voice. "Yes, I am called that." Ian bluntly expressed his thoughts. "Your presence here surprises me greatly." Before the other could respond, Ian immediately raised the main issue. The monsters in the Great Plains are invading the borders of the three countries. But when I headed south, I did not see a single one. I wonder if you know why the monsters only appear in the northern Hong. King Fapsu replied calmly, "It is common for monsters to invade the borders. We do not know the reason for this occurrence." However, at that moment, Ian realized that the previous words were completely untrue. King Fapsu paused slightly, seemingly not expecting his words to be seen through. It was this deceit that made Ian's voice cold. "Your lies have no effect on me." Keeping his tone serious, Ian asked again, "Please tell the truth. What is happening?" An angry native shouted loudly, "How dare that bastard act so arrogantly in front of us?" But King Fapsu quickly intervened. The old man slowly said, "I have heard that the Imperial mages have devised a type of lie detection magic, but seeing it with my own eyes still surprises me." Looking directly into Ian's eyes, King Fapsu sighed and admitted, "Yes, lying to you is useless. I will tell you the truth." He began to recount with a serious expression. Many years ago, a prophecy appeared. The once beautiful Great Plains will turn into a sea of fire. Golden light will stain the land red, and the tribes that have lived here for thousands of years will be divided and turned into slaves. This information left Ian unable to hide his astonishment. King Fapsu continued to explain slowly, "We cannot do anything else if war breaks out. The tribe will surely perish, but we cannot just sit and hope that the prophecy does not come true." The story gradually unfolded. King Fapsu recounted that one day a lady came to the tribe. "That lady cast some spells on this staff, shared her power with us, and then disappeared," said King Fapsu. Ian squinted slightly, repeating in his mind, "A lady, huh?" He continued to recount. She also said, just as he mentioned this, fierce flames suddenly erupted behind Ian, in front of him. King Fapsu summoned a multitude of skeletons rising from the ground. His voice deepened. "If outsiders come here, they must not be allowed to leave alive." The entire skeleton army continued to rise, all facing Ian. King Fapsu hesitated and said, I am sorry, but you must die here." After saying that, his expression turned cold, ready to attack at any moment. Ian observed the scene before him and understood. It is dark mage magic. He silently thought that it had been banned and disappeared 300 years ago. He never expected the flow of the future to lead to this outcome. Nevertheless, Ian did not falter. On the contrary, he became even more intrigued because he knew his opponent was underestimating him. Ian spoke clearly. "I'm sorry, but I don't intend to die without fighting first," he asserted firmly. "Even if I have to use force, I will take the staff that has been cursed with dark magic." The old man stubbornly replied, "If you think you can do it, then go ahead and try." From the palm of Ian's hand, magic began to activate, just as he had said. "You can't take it back," he said with a chilling gaze that was terrifying. The ice wall Ian had erected 10 days ago began to melt. The wind howled through the canyon, echoing violently. Elsewhere, Calhoun suddenly felt uneasy. Something was off. He looked towards the ice wall with a worried expression. The mage had been gone for a full 10 days, and the ice wall in the canyon was also quickly melting away. The growing anxiety weighed heavily on Callion, forcing him to consider the worst-case scenario. Even though he didn't want to, he had silently prepared for the worst in his heart. Soon after, he called his subordinate, Adon. Adon immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Callion ordered preparations for combat in the canyon according to plan. He commanded all soldiers and siege engines to enter the territory while summoning the ambush team around the mountain to regroup. After hearing this, Adon bowed his head and accepted the order. Understood. At this moment, Callion understood that he could only rely on himself. A thought echoed in his mind. "We can stop them," he reassured himself, believing that his soldiers would protect the territory and the people. Callion's gaze became more determined than ever, as if he was ready to sacrifice everything just to uphold one belief: we must become the strongest shield of the Empire. The sound of the wind howling through the canyon grew louder, fierce like the screams of monsters on the battlefield. The misty ice layer obscured his view, preventing Callion from knowing what lay behind the ice wall. He had to see it as a sign of monsters and ordered his soldiers to prepare the siege engines. In the next moment, Callion raised his hand and shouted the command to fire, but the order suddenly halted. His heart raced as he saw a figure emerge from the canyon. The person was none other than Ian, who stumbled out, panting heavily. Callion was momentarily stunned before gradually realizing the truth. He called out loudly, "Ian." The staff in Ian's hand was shrouded in dark energy. He struggled to warn. "This staff," Ian gasped for breath, continuing with difficulty. "Never, never touch it." As soon as he finished speaking, Ian could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. Callion's panicked voice rang out, "Ian." It was unclear how long had passed, but Ian finally regained consciousness. His blurry eyes opened to look at the ceiling. He slowly scanned the unfamiliar room. At that moment, his consciousness fully returned. Ian lay on a hospital bed, his entire body treated and bandaged carefully. He asked, "Where is this?" Based on the layout around him, Ian deduced that this was the Empire's camp. Immediately after, he propped himself up, rubbing his temples, feeling like he was in the right place. The echoes of the previous battle left Ian's body exhausted, but his mind was still racing. First, he needed to deal with the staff. Just then, Callion's voice cut through his thoughts. "Sir Ian, you have finally awoken." Ian turned his head to see Callion and spoke. "General," he softly asked. "How long have I been asleep?" Callion replied. "You have been unconscious for 3 days." Callion continued to inquire, "How do you feel?" He reminded Ian not to move too much as per the doctor's orders, but Ian still insisted. "I'm fine." Ian suddenly remembered something important and anxiously asked, "Where is the staff I brought back?" Callion pointed to a chest nearby. "The mages have stored it in there. This is a storage chest, similar in principle to the Mana prison. Ian walked closer to the chest and then turned to compliment Callian. "You handled the situation very well." Callian did not respond, merely pursing his lips as if he had something difficult to say. Finally, he hesitated and spoke. "Sir Ian, when you were brought back to the canyon, the doctor said, your mana was depleted. Just a little longer and it would have been life-threatening." Callian's voice revealed clear concern. He continued, "I know it's rude to ask this right after your recovery, but I have no other choice. I need to know what put you in that situation." Callian genuinely wanted to understand what had happened on the plains. Ian did not hide anything. He began to explain that it was this staff that caused the unusual changes in the plains. He tightened his grip on the staff, as if wary of the danger it posed. Ian continued, "The staff uses dark magic. The Archmage controlled the monsters with dark magic and illusions from this staff." Hearing this, Callian was taken aback. "Wait, what do you mean, didn't dark magic disappear 300 years ago?" Ian infused magic into the staff while explaining. "The Archmage was taught dark magic by a mysterious figure, but no one knows that person's identity to this day." Mana flowed from Ian's fingertips directly into the staff. Wahai added, "Since the king passed away, dark magic and illusion techniques have been lost, and the monsters rebelled, attacking the new master of this staff." This chain of events led Ian to suspect that the staff itself carried a curse, forcing all traces related to it to be erased. After hearing this, Callian understood the whole story. Thus, he had faced numerous obstacles on his way back because of this staff. If it was that dangerous, shouldn't it be destroyed and discarded? But Ian replied calmly, "I have grown quite fond of this staff." Callian was completely taken aback. "Is that the only reason?" After Ian purified it, the staff emitted a clear light, no longer bearing its initial gloom. Ian said, "That's all. I have erased all the dark magic spells inscribed on it." Before he could finish, Ian's heart suddenly tightened. His heart raced violently in his chest, causing him to pause slightly. Ian's body began to tremble, and even the staff in his hand slipped to the floor. The dull pain continued to rise, tightening around his chest. Ian's vision gradually blurred, and in his final moment, he only heard Callian's panicked voice calling out, "Ian, are you okay?" His heart raced wildly, showing no signs of slowing down. A terrible suspicion flashed through Ian's mind. "Don't tell me it's my mana heart." Moments later, fresh blood surged from his mouth, soaking the bandages wrapped around his chest. Ian still didn't fully understand his condition, his eyes briefly reflecting confusion. The pain didn't stop. He continued to cough up mouthfuls of blood. The floor quickly became stained with Ian's blood. Callian stood beside him, panicking as he shouted, "Are you still okay?" Seeing the situation worsen, he immediately ordered, "Adon, call the doctor right now." Adon replied, "Yes, sir." Despite being covered in blood, Ian reassured him, "I'm fine, General. I just need to expel the impurities." Callian froze, asking, "Impurities?" Ian explained to Callian, "This happens when the mana heart isn't fully developed and reaches a new level. It's not a serious issue." Nevertheless, Callian asked again to be sure, "You're really okay?" "Right," Ian replied. "Really?" Ian looked at his hands and thought to himself, if his guess was correct, then he had mastered level 5 and just stepped into level 6. His blood-stained hands were now clean, and he felt mana at a completely different level than before. Ian smiled faintly as he realized that change. Finally, Callian still wasn't reassured. He said, "Still, it's a relief, to be sure. We should let the doctor check." Ian replied, "Thank you for your hospitality." Then Callian added, "I have many things to thank you for, but first, I need to discuss this. 4 days after you arrived at the Great Plains, your tower sent a letter. When opened, inside was a blue glass orb. Guilt was evident on his face as he said, 'I promised to hand it over as soon as you returned, but since you were unconscious, I could only do it now.'" Callian handed the orb to Ian. "Please, take a look." Ian took it and thought to himself, A message from the ivory tower. Huh. Just then, Callian spoke again. Wait a minute. He rummaged through his coat pocket. There's one more thing. From his jacket. He pulled out a letter. Today we just received a letter sent by His Majesty the Emperor through a courier. I was ordered to deliver it directly to you. Ian asked. It was delivered by a rider. Right, Callian replied. It seems so. Hearing this, Ian pondered. The king didn't use the communication orb from the Tower of Ha, but chose a handwritten letter. This method is very prone to delays or mishaps. What could make him hide it from the ivory tower? Well, let's check the message from the ivory tower first. Ian activated the orb. An information panel immediately appeared before him. The content displayed. To Senior Mage Ian Pa, we have requested to postpone sending the message as it may affect your current mission. We hope for your understanding. Your family is facing a bit of trouble. An unidentified suspect has broken into your estate, but thanks to the spirit guards, your family and property remain safe. Ian opened his eyes wide, his expression momentarily shocked. A suspicious person. Indeed. Nevertheless, he forced himself to remain calm and continued reading. Currently, the safety of his family was assured under the absolute protection of the royal family and the Tower of Ha, so he didn't need to worry. Upon reaching this point, Ian's whole body trembled slightly. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Ian's eyes filled with rage. He understood that this message was sent to disturb his mind. What was the Tower Master Herbeck plotting? Yet, Ian still forced himself to calm down and took a deep breath. He decided to read the Emperor's letter first before thinking further. The opening line appeared with a sincere greeting. Dear Mage Ian Fa. Each word was written carefully. If he was reading this letter, it meant that luck was still on his side and his son's. He thanked the goddess of fortune and wanted to ask him for a favor. Ian slowly continued reading as a senior mage on a mission. He might not have heard the news yet, but a treaty among 3 nations regarding the extermination of monsters in the western Great Plains was about to be signed in the free city of Demira. This left him stunned. It was supposed to happen 3 years later. The letter specified that Crown Prince Haydn Green River, 5th Prince Jiang Na Green River, Tower Master Herb Leon, and General Duncan Mythos would participate in the delegation. By the time he read this letter, the conference had likely already taken place in Demidris. Terry mentioned Haydn and added that there was currently no one acting as the Crown Prince's eyes and ears. After a long passage, the Emperor cautiously made his request. Therefore, he wanted to ask him, his closest friend. He suggested that Ian go to Demidris and become a support for the Crown Prince. At the end of the letter, he promised, I will bring your beloved family into the palace and protect them with the highest power of the Empire. After reading, Ian fell silent in contemplation. He closed his eyes, focusing on recalling memories from his previous life. At that time, the Demidris Conference was when Jiang Na began to take serious and public action in the struggle for the throne. This was also the moment that determined the downfall of the Crown Prince. Jiang Na had utilized diplomatic skills to steer the treaty in favor of the Green River Empire. As a result, the nobility and the public gradually recognized Jiang Na's capabilities. At the same time, the Crown Prince's immaturity and incompetence were exposed to the public. Ian compared his memories from his previous life with the current situation. He frowned slightly. Could it be that everything was part of the Tower Master's calculations? Ian sequentially linked recent events, from the chaos in the western Great Plains to the fact that the Mage King was learning dark magic from a mysterious woman, and the treaty among the 3 kingdoms occurring earlier than in his previous life. All of this made Ian suspect that everything was related to the Tower Master, including the suspicious person who infiltrated the estate to bind his actions. Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but waver, even if it was just a hypothesis. It was clear the other party had seen through him. However, he quickly stabilized his thoughts. The other party was pushing him into a position where he had to disregard the Emperor's request and immediately return to the capital. As his thoughts continued, something unexpected emerged, a type of mage that even the Tower Master could not imagine. Undocumented, known only to those involved. That was the 6th level magic. After coming to a realization, Ian turned to call the general. He immediately replied, "Please go ahead, Lord Ian." A smile briefly appeared on Ian's lips as he spoke. "Can you help me with something?" At the same time, in the city famous for its freedom, equality, trade, and bustling port, a place with many names, that is Demetera. The city is always crowded, and the atmosphere is always lively and noisy. The Crown Prince Hayden is here, and he frowned in annoyance, muttering, "Why haven't we been able to contact Ian yet?" Oliver, standing beside him, reassured. "Please be patient, Your Highness," he continued. "He is here as a representative of the Crown Prince. Even you cannot rush his pace." But Hayden remained uneasy. "I know, but the current situation is extremely unfavorable," he added. "You know that well. Most of the envoys are gathered at Ha Tower, which is formed by the nobility supporting that name." Jiang Na. Hayden's brows furrowed slightly. "I have a very bad feeling. I truly wish Ian were here right now." Oliver opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. In another place, Herbert quietly calculated, "This moment has finally arrived." He thought to himself, "All preparations for today have been completed. I believe that young man will rush straight to the palace." Herbert suddenly recalled Jiang Na's words. "I have found the whereabouts of Ian Fa. The 5th prince is certain that Ian always puts family first if anything related to them arises. He will not hesitate to eliminate all obstacles when the negotiations end. The prince will..." Just then, Hayden and Oliver were drawn to the commotion happening nearby. The crowd around them pointed up at the sky in unison, curiously discussing. "What is that?" "Something is flying. It's a bird, isn't it?" Hayden also turned his head to look in the direction everyone was pointing. His eyes widened in surprise, clearly astonished. The one gliding through the air was none other than Ian. His cloak billowed with each strong gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, Ian gently landed in front of Hayden and bowed, saying, "I apologize for being a bit late." He smiled calmly and called, "Your Highness." Everyone around, including Jiang Na, was stunned by the scene that just unfolded. Only Herbert was completely shaken. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that he really abandoned his family? At the same time, inside the Green River Imperial Palace, Douglas sighed in frustration. "Captain, please come back quickly." His voice trembled, being confined in the palace by some assassins. He couldn't go to the academy to meet his friends. It was truly boring. Ridio, standing beside him, spoke up, urging him to hang in there a little longer and be grateful for being in the Imperial Palace. Ridio continued, "If the assassin had been caught right when Ian set the mana trap in the estate, it would have been better." He repeatedly emphasized that if dangerous magic were activated, the intruder would not be able to move immediately. Seeing Vanessa still gloomy, Ridio gently reassured, "Miss Fa, don't worry too much." He continued, "This is the royal palace of the king, a place safer than anywhere else in the world." Despite hearing this, Vanessa's mood did not improve at all. Seeing that his words of comfort had no effect, Ridio awkwardly wondered what he could do to help her calm down. He nervously added, "Didn't they say they would send a letter from the Ivory Tower? The news will reach Lord Ian soon, and he will appear before we can say anything more." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Ta-da," causing Ridio to freeze, thinking he must have misheard. But it was indeed Ian. He opened the door and walked in, smiling as he said, "Sorry, I'm late." Douglas, who had been lying around lazily, immediately jumped up upon seeing Ian. The two adults also turned their heads in unison, their faces filled with astonishment as they looked toward the door. Reuniting with a loved one after a long separation, everyone called out his name, Ian. Ian stepped forward and took his mother's hand, his voice deepening. "I'm sure everyone has been very worried." Vanessa's face finally relaxed. She looked at her son with affection, feeling more at ease upon hearing him say that. Ian smiled at his loved ones and assured them, "I will protect everyone." To understand why Ian was here, we need to go back to the events that took place the night before at the Pierre estate. At that time, Ian had said to Calhoun, the general, "I have a request I would like to ask of you." Calhoun immediately replied sincerely, "You have saved the entire capital with me. You can ask me for anything. Please just say it." Ian continued, his tone serious. "Then, during this time, I want you to protect me." As he spoke, he placed his hand over his left chest, showing absolute sincerity in his request. Calhoun was somewhat surprised. "Protect you." Ian began to explain the reason. "The magic I am about to use could cause me to lose myself during the casting process. In the worst-case scenario, if that happens, please call Mage Pazan and ask him to pump mana into my mind. That way, I will wake up." Ian had to be this cautious because he understood that official mages of level 6 or higher are extremely rare, so there are almost no records on the continent. Even in his previous life, the spells beyond level 6 were all discovered or distilled from ancient texts by him. Ian reached his hand forward, preparing to activate the spell. "Let's begin." In a brief moment, a magic circle appeared right before him. Ian's body immediately trembled violently, each cell feeling as if it were being stretched to its limit. Soon after, he successfully split his body into two separate entities. Due to the excessive mana consumption, Ian's original body immediately lost strength, his body swaying. He fell and lost consciousness in Callion's arms. Callion looked at the scene before him, his expression in disbelief. How could this be? The two copies of Ian were so perfect that they were indistinguishable, every detail exactly the same. This left Calhoun completely stunned by such magic. At that moment, the two clones began to explain the mechanism of the puppets and magic from level 6 and above. The original body would become the control center and fall into a state of coma, unable to act freely. The two puppets could use magic equivalent to a level 5 mage. They both looked at Callion and continued, "So, I rely on you." After saying that, they proceeded towards the door one by one. On Prince Hayden's side, he was extremely happy to see Ian appear. He had come. He had come for me. Hayden stepped forward, grasped Ian's hand tightly, and emotionally said, "Surely we are spiritually connected. I missed you so much." Ian, understanding the prince's temperament, in response to that excessive reaction, Ian merely sighed softly without saying anything. Just then, Herbert approached and spoke up. I was wondering who had arrived. He looked directly at Ian and asked, "Is it you?" "Ian," Herbert said gently, "I heard Lord Pierrick say you completed the mission. I heard that the mission was so difficult that you even fainted." He continuously praised Ian's achievements, while Ian only politely replied, "I was just doing what was necessary as a high-level mage." After some roundabout talk, Herbert finally asked directly, "But why are you here? I remember I requested you to return to the Ivory Tower to rest." He further inquired about family matters, and Ian cut in. "I received a letter from the Ivory Tower." Ian placed his hand on his chest and continued, "But after completing the mission, I received a direct order from the royal family." The letter in his hand became clear evidence of his presence. Ian added, "As soon as I received the order, I immediately joined the delegation to assist the Crown Prince." Hearing this, Herbert suggested, "May I take a look at that letter?" Ian handed it to him. "Here you go." Herbert did not hesitate and immediately opened the letter to read. The letter bore the Emperor's name and the royal seal, confirming Ian's words were true. But this also astonished Herbert. I thought they would try every means. Unexpectedly, Ian Fa left his family to appear here, thinking of this. The corners of Herbert's mouth suddenly curled up. Herbert spoke up. "I admit this is a royal order, but you cannot join the delegation." Upon hearing this, Hayden loudly protested. "Can't you? Are you denying the Emperor's command?" Herbert appeared to have anticipated this. He explained, "Your Highness, this is a matter of trust between the three nations." He stated that the number of people and guards in the delegation had been fixed and could not be changed. That was the agreement from the previous negotiations. According to his argument, diplomats need to trust each other. A high-level mage cannot be casually added to the delegation. The more Hayden listened, the more uncomfortable he became as Herbert asserted that the Emperor would understand why Ian could not join. Ian thought to himself, the Tower Master was not wrong, although it was not wartime. The three nations had previously experienced prolonged conflicts. This treaty was extremely sensitive. Only when the minimum level of safety was ensured could the heir, the delegation, and the guards gather. Ian understood that the delegation already had 3 high-level mages, including the Tower Master. If another deadly force was added, the order of negotiations would immediately be disrupted. After considering all aspects and piecing together the entire situation, Ian slowly spoke. The foundation of diplomacy is trust. It's a very reasonable explanation, and I understand what the Tower Master is worried about. Hearing exactly what he had been waiting for, Herb immediately changed his expression. He turned his back and said, "If you understand, then you should leave, because your presence in this city could cause diplomatic trouble." Herbert looked directly at him, his voice lowering. "Although I regret having to do this to you, someone who has gone through so much trouble to get here after completing the mission. I hope you understand that we cannot do anything else." In a disadvantageous situation, Ian unexpectedly smiled. His gaze calm, he said, "I will explain to the Emperor what happened. But what if a high-level mage gives up their place in the delegation?" Ian spoke sincerely, straightforwardly making a suggestion. "Can I take that person's place?" He added that this was a direct order from the Emperor, so flexibility was needed. Before Herbert could take a step, he turned back and replied, "Of course, but who will—" As soon as the words were out, someone stepped forward to accept. "I will give up my place." That person stepped forward without hesitation. The one stepping up was Ronald. He raised his hand, clearly declaring, "I will give up my place in the delegation." The atmosphere around them immediately fell silent. No one dared to interject, fearing that saying the wrong thing would bring disaster upon themselves. Even Hayden and Oliver were taken aback. They did not expect anyone to actually give up their position for Ian. The scene left Herbeck stunned, and he exclaimed in amazement, "Incredible." "What are you saying, Ronald?" The question rang out, but he still maintained his resolute attitude toward his choice. Then Ronan spoke up to explain, "As I just said, aren't we citizens of the Empire? No citizen disobeys royal orders." At this point, Narunan glanced over, a fleeting hint of a smile in his eyes. He continued to analyze. "Even if it causes diplomatic trouble, the delegation still represents the Empire. That is an honor, and if I can help by giving up my position, I am willing. I will gladly give it up." His well-structured argument left Herbert with no way to refute further. Ronald seriously addressed Hayden. "I ask to entrust the sacred mission of the delegation to Ian Pa. I sincerely hope Your Highness allows this change." Hayden immediately responded, "I accept. I am very impressed by your sincerity and loyalty through what you have done for the Empire. I order you to prepare for a safe return to the capital. Ronan Dapp, thank you for your grace, Your Highness." After saying that, he turned to Ian as if he still had something to convey. Ronald lowered his voice to entrust. "I trust you to take on the mission as part of the delegation. Please ensure that you complete your task without any mistakes." Ian happily replied, "Thank you, Senior." But he immediately said, "No need to thank me." In Ian's mind, thoughts about this man, the high-level mage Ronan, surfaced. According to his past life memories, he was a rare, kind-hearted person, but always firm. His trust was not based on loyalty to the Tower or the Ivory Tower, because Ronald was just that kind of person. Therefore, Ian believed he could grasp the key point. He only valued magical ability. In exchange for a few spells that Herbeck did not even know, he would be inclined to side with him. Then Ronan spoke to bid farewell. "Then I shall step down now." He repeated what Herbeck had said, that a high-level mage not belonging to the delegation remaining in the city would complicate diplomacy. Hearing this, Herbeck was furious, trembling with anger, but he could do nothing else. At this moment, he realized, "I thought he was just a kid who knew nothing. but he has already taken root in my ivory tower. Herbert's gaze was locked onto Ian, not hiding the coldness. In his mind, one name kept ringing, Ian Fa. Herbert frowned, his will hardening. He would not allow a kid like him to ruin the plan. The plan with the Empire of the Ivory Tower had been set long ago. He thought while staring intently at Ian, seeing him as an obstacle. Right behind Ian, another figure quietly observed the entire situation. Jiangna said nothing, but his gaze clearly showed his wariness towards him. The usual smile on Jiangna's face had completely vanished at this moment. Before them stood magnificent white castles with striking architecture. This was Demidris, a neutral city. Due to its special status, all three nations recognized Demidris, which had become a symbol of freedom and neutrality for hundreds of years. Upon reaching the gate, the 19th mayor of Demidris, Golo Neville, warmly welcomed them, inviting everyone to follow this way. Haydn asked. "Where are the others?" He replied lightly. "We have guided them to their places." Angelo pointed to the building next door and said, "Those from Green River can use this building." He thoughtfully arranged accommodations for Haydn, saying, "I think Your Highness can use that separate building. It is reserved for our most important guest." Haydn glanced at the meticulously maintained row of architecture and remarked, "Not bad." He then turned to Herbeck, the tower master, and calmly asked, "Don't you have any plans at the moment?" Herbeck replied calmly, "There will be no special arrangements before the appointed day." No one could guess what Haydn was thinking. They only saw him slightly smile and say, "I understand." Next, he turned to the high mages, his tone decisive. "All right, everyone can rest. Ian will come with me. Follow me," he commanded. And upon hearing the order, Ian immediately bowed in compliance without hesitation. After everything was arranged, he and Haydn left, leaving Jiangna standing still, watching the two depart. A moment later, inside his room, the door quietly opened as if someone was entering. The person who appeared was none other than Herbeck, slowly stepping into the room. Before he could speak, Jiangna proactively said, "I will not hold you accountable." He then changed the subject, directly mentioning Ian, the mage who always stood beside him. "He is troublesome," his gaze now sharp and uncomfortable. "I don't have a good feeling about this," Herbeck replied. "I understand." Herbeck continued, "But please do not worry too much. Ian Fa's magical abilities are indeed outstanding, but the essence of diplomacy lies in timing. In my opinion, magic has little to do with this. Even I do not have the right to speak. No, even if I did, there would be nothing to say." Herbeck continued to seek justification, saying that when nations engage in diplomacy, a young mage needs to be present. "Who do you think of?" He believed that the presence of a high mage at the negotiation table was mostly ornamental. Finally, Herbeck reminded Jiangna, "Your Highness, as per the prepared plan, become the center of the treaty." Jiangna sighed in response. "I understand, but I still feel troubled." This was because he feared one thing: he had attracted Ian Fa countless times, inviting him to become an ally, but he always refused. If this continued, he would be a significant obstacle. At this point, Jiangna glanced at the tower master and said, "I hope you can resolve this matter as soon as possible." Herbeck bowed respectfully. "Leave it to me, my lord. I assure you everything will go as your highness wishes." In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the Fifth Prince's faction, Prince Haydn's room was filled with comfort. Haydn happily plopped down on the sofa and said, "What a wonderful blessing. I'm also excited to mention that the Night Street performance by Demidas is fantastic. There will surely be many things worth watching." Haydn began to feel anxious to go out, thinking, "Should I sneak out or buy a few outfits to change into?" He casually spoke up, "Captain, I will hire a few servants to do the chores." Just then, Ian suddenly interrupted. "Your Highness." Taken by surprise, Haydn paused for a moment and replied, realizing he might have overstepped and possibly angered Ian. Haydn hesitantly asked, "What's wrong?" Ian, "Indeed." Ian was very displeased with that carefree attitude, although he said nothing. His expression was enough for Hayden to sense the tension, despite his frustration. Ian could only restrain himself and said, "Do you know what position you are in?" "Your Highness." He patiently explained the situation, emphasizing that Hayden was here as a representative of the Green River Empire and as the heir to the throne. "You are also responsible for the negotiations of the three nations," he added. "I mean to say, you are not here for a vacation." Ian's anger was clearly rising. Ian bluntly shouted, "Please put aside the thought of playing outside," but Hayden innocently asked back, "Why not? We still have plenty of time." That naivety caused Ian to completely explode. Everything must be prepared right now. Seeing Ian getting angry, Hayden immediately turned to Oliver with a pleading look. Oliver noticed that look but pretended not to see. Quickly turning his head the other way, Ian continued, "You are the one with the highest authority to speak in this matter. If you say nothing, the opportunity will fall into the hands of the fifth prince." Hayden stubbornly replied, "I did hear my father the king mention it, but," Lin firmly stated, "I assure you that if that happens, the negotiations will focus on the fifth prince. Do you think that is acceptable?" Nevertheless, Hayden still showed clear hesitation. "I really hate that, but," he sighed and admitted, "to be honest, I know nothing about it. The army, goods, land sharing, or anything related to slavery. No one discusses politics with me, and no one helps me at all." Ian remained silent, listening to the prince pour out his thoughts. Hayden believed that compared to being humiliated by speaking up, remaining silent and doing nothing might be better. Hearing those words, Ian realized that Senja had long been accustomed to giving up and avoiding reality. But that was unacceptable, Ian knew very well, because the only one who could help Ian right now was Hayden, the prince capable of making Jiangna fall into utter disappointment, the only pawn he could use. Then Ian continued to insist, "You should become the center of the negotiations, Your Highness." Hayden still tried to find more reasons to avoid it, but it was clear there was no way out. Ian snapped his fingers and said, "I'm only giving you one chance." Immediately, pens appeared, automatically writing on the blank sheets of paper floating in midair. Ian explained clearly that His Majesty the Emperor had requested him to become the power of the Crown Prince. "This is an opportunity for the Crown Prince to take action himself," Ian clarified, following the Emperor's orders to help the Crown Prince maintain the initiative against the Prince. "I will list all the issues along with corresponding solutions for the negotiation." Ian snapped his fingers again and said, "So, Your Highness." The door to the room immediately locked tight at Ian's command. From now until the day of the agreement, Hayden looked on in fear as a flurry of papers flew chaotically around the room. Ian seriously reminded him, "You must remember everything." A week later, in Dimitras, the negotiation day for the treaty among the three nations was held in a castle. Jiangna walked in, chatting with those accompanying him. "Oh, and I heard that after my brother entered that mansion, he hasn't gone outside for a week." Jiangna's eyes showed curiosity, wondering what was going on with him. Herb Leon immediately responded, "I was worried too, so I arranged for surveillance throughout the mansion where the Crown Prince is resting. But there was nothing unusual." He continued, "It is said that he only occasionally goes to the garden and looks very tired." Jiangna calmly replied, "I understand." Just then, Hayden Green River also appeared. He seemed quite cheerful as he walked in. Rana greeted, "Good morning. Brother, did you sleep well last night?" Hayden friendly replied, "Yes." Rana smiled and said, "I'm very glad to hear that." Jiangna added, "Then I will go to the conference room with the delegation first. See you later, brother." He walked past Hayden. Jiangna continued to glide past Yen. Yen turned to look after him. At this moment, Hayden appeared restless, his hands clenched tightly. Ian quickly noticed Hayden's unease. He called out, "Your Highness," startling him. Ian immediately reassured him. "Please don't worry. You have done everything you could over the past week to prepare," he emphasized. "The main host of the treaty negotiation will be you." Haydn hesitated for a moment. Then he smiled confidently and replied, "Yes." The official negotiation began. Angelo stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am the one entrusted with the responsibility of mediating the treaty negotiation. The 19th Market of Demetrius, Angelo Nevo." At the negotiation table, representatives from all parties were present, and he announced, "From this moment on, every detail of the treaty negotiation will be recorded thoroughly, and I will personally oversee the entire process. I hope you all remember my words, so let us begin." The treaty negotiations. Hector listened intently as Angelo seriously explained each regulation. Maxine and the others showed their anticipation, their eyes filled with excitement. Jiangna stood there calmly, confidence evident in her demeanor. In contrast, Haydn still had many concerns, even though Ian had encouraged him thoroughly before the start. Maxwell immediately raised his hand to speak. "I am Maxwell Bennett," he said. "As you all know, the route to our duchy is narrow and dangerous, making it very difficult to transport troops and supplies. We hope to receive mages and knights to volunteer in place of infantry, along with money instead of goods. In fact, we have reached an agreement with the Empire of Kawut regarding this matter, and the spacious mansion also adds to the formality of the negotiations." Maxwell continued, "Oh, please do not misunderstand. If the Empire of Green River has a valid reason to object, we are willing to renegotiate," he said, then looked over at Haydn. Ian glanced at Haydn with a trusting look, silently reminding himself that the opening topic was the punitive forces, and he should speak exactly as they had practiced. Haydn remained silent while Jiangna quietly observed his every reaction. Jiangna slowly spoke. "I will speak on behalf of the prince." At that moment, Haydn also addressed the issue of the military, stating that the speaker would be our empire's undefeated general and commander, Sir Duncan Mistos. I entrust this matter to him. He introduced and invited Duncan to speak. Markson showed a look of doubt, thinking to himself that wasn't the fifth prince supposed to be in charge. Haydn calmly emphasized that they already had an expert on this issue, so he didn't need to speak. "Right." He turned to signal Duncan. "Sir Duncan." Duncan immediately responded, "Yes, I will speak." Duncan began to present. "In my opinion, regarding the request from the Duchy of Ron, we just need to continue as we are." At this moment, Ian smiled and listened. Ian quietly observed the entire development. Everything in the negotiation was flowing in the right direction. Haydn confidently presented each clear opinion. The Mark Swain side was also open to exchanging ideas back and forth. Jiangna gradually showed signs of surprise, mixed with confusion. The negotiations continued to drag on, and the time had leaned toward evening. Ian thought to himself, "It's almost over." Prince Hector of Kau-Ut clasped his hands and spoke. "Let's be straightforward with each other." He believed that dividing the territory into 3 parts without a clear plan made it impossible for them to divide fairly. The resources and quality of land in that vast area differ. Getting the good parts would be like hitting the jackpot, but if there's nothing underneath, the whole area would become useless. Outside, the sky was gradually darkening. Some countries would suffer losses and have no choice but to feel uncomfortable, and that discomfort could ignite war. Ian became serious, determining in his mind that this was the most important topic of the negotiation. Discussing the division of territory and resources after the conquest, Hayter made a proposal with the hope that our empire would encounter no troubles. If we could maintain peace for 1,000 or 10,000 years, that would be even better. Therefore, please speak up if you have good suggestions, so we can enjoy the fruits of our labor without any grudges. The Maxwell side began to engage in lively exchanges with their members. Rangna turned to look at Herb Leon and then spoke, addressing the tower. Herb Leon smiled in response while Rangna clearly showed signs of worry. Rangna raised his hand to speak, stating that this was just his humble opinion, but he wanted to share it. Suddenly, Haydn slammed both hands down on the table and said, "I know a way that nothing bad will happen." The entire negotiation table was immediately stunned. Mark Swain also had to stop the discussion and turned to look at Haydn. A confident expression was evident on Haydn's face, as everything had been prepared in advance. At that moment, Jiangna could not hide his astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. Angelo immediately called out Hayden's name, the Prince of the Green River Empire, asking him to tell everyone here the measure he was thinking of. Hayden began to explain. All right, first, our empire's Russian tower. No, the magic tower has developed a new type of magic. We can detect and relatively identify the amount of minerals beneath a certain area. Ramna was left speechless, his face betraying his astonishment. Herbert was also shaken. With only one thought in his mind, how did he know this? Mark Swain immediately asked, "Is that true?" Hayden confidently replied, "Of course it's true. Somehow. You must have heard about this mage through rumors." He quickly introduced Ian, stating that he was the youngest high-level mage in our empire, Ian Fa, and it was he who created that spell. Markson could not hide his amazement and exclaimed that he never expected such a spell could be used. Herbert's thoughts were in turmoil. He realized that his guess was correct, that the spell for detecting minerals would be the key to this negotiation. He looked at Ian with a skeptical gaze, unable to understand how this kid could see through the crux of the treaty negotiation. Hayden stood up and continued. "We plan to use that spell to create something called a resource map because we need to know how good that land is." His words made everyone envision a complete map, from which they could divide the Great Plains into various plots based on different requirements. Markson offered his opinion, stating that the borders might be quite messy, but we still have to cultivate and exploit this land for decades to come. Right. Jiangna remained silent at this moment, the anger within him simmering. Donna Lip turned to look directly at Ian. Ian looked back at him, his expression calm yet full of confidence. Ian smiled slightly, the smile of someone who had the upper hand, while Hayden continued to argue. "I'm sure there's no better way than this. That's my opinion." Outside the castle, the sunset descended, creating a serene scene. Oliver stood outside, quietly waiting for good news, seeing Hayden rush out. Oliver was surprised when Hayden called for the captain. Hayden dashed over with a bright expression. As soon as Oliver saw him, he called out, "Your Highness," too excited. Hayden ran while speaking, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Captain, you should have seen that scene. Today, I was able to turn this meeting upside down. The expressions on Jiang Na and the Tower Master's faces were priceless. It's a shame you missed it." Oliver just smiled after hearing this. Hayden then invited the whole group to celebrate. "I will share the details when we leave here. For now, let's go drink and stroll around the city." He turned to invite Ian. "Ian, come with us. When else will we have a chance to have fun like today?" Ian nodded lightly, accepting the invitation. Hayden joyfully stepped closer. He firmly grasped Ian's shoulders and said excitedly, "Yes, that's how it should be, Ian. You will soon become an adult, so you should drink the wine I give you. Great, I will teach you how to drink." Suddenly, someone called from behind. "Your Highness." Jiangna approached, clearly wanting to discuss something with Hayden. Donna appeared friendly as she stood beside them. Hayden turned back and asked seriously, "What's the matter?" Jiangna expressed admiration and complimented. "Today, you were truly impressive. I learned a lot from you." Rana placed her hand on her chest, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Hayden forced a smile in response. "Of course. Little brother," he continued, "I am very glad that you could learn from me. I think you will learn many things from this treaty negotiation." He appeared to agree outwardly, but internally he felt completely different. Meanwhile, Hayden took on the role of a mentor, saying that if he needed advice, he could feel free to ask him any time. He hesitated and replied, "Thank you, brother." After speaking, Rhonda turned and left without looking back. Hayden's group stood still, watching his retreating figure. After walking a short distance, Jiangna turned and called out, "Captain Ian." Hayden clearly showed his emotions. "Today is truly the best day of my life. I can't contain my feelings." Ian and Oliver also joined in the joyful atmosphere. Hayden placed his hands on both of their shoulders and urged, "Come on, come on. We've been holding back all week. Let's unwind today." He turned to remind Oliver, "Captain, just relax today like a normal person. Don't be too strict." Then Hayden looked at Ian and said with a smile, "You're about to become an adult, so you should drink the wine I give you." "Oh, I just said that." Suddenly, Hayden noticed something unusual. "Hey, Ian, what's wrong your hand?" Ian's hands began to emit a faint light. Jiangna's group also turned to look at the scene. Hayden and Oliver both showed signs of confusion. Ian calmly spoke. "It seems this is the limit of the god." Hayden immediately asked back, "Your limit? Explain it so I can understand." Ian's body gradually faded away. He softly said, "I apologize, but I think I will drink the wine you offered in the royal palace." Hayden anxiously asked, "What do you mean?" Ian replied softly, "I will explain everything to you at the royal palace." After saying that, Ian completely disappeared, leaving Hayden standing in shock. Everyone witnessed Ian vanish without a trace. Only Herbert thought to himself, "A replica? Huh." He couldn't help but feel disoriented. Could it be that all this time it was just a replica? A replica cannot exist for long. Jiangna was stunned by the event that just occurred. Ian had completely vanished. Herbert was shocked. His face turned pale. He mumbled to himself, "Doing everything with a replica, have we been played?" At the base, night was also gradually falling. Adon entered with food, softly saying, "Sir, I brought food." Leon, sitting by the bed caring for Ian, said, "Just leave it there." Adon cautiously asked, "Ian still hasn't woken up, has he?" Leon replied worriedly, "No, he still hasn't woken up. It has been many days already." Although this spell minimizes energy consumption and physiological effects, it is still apparent to the naked eye that his body is growing weaker. Leon looked at Ian lying unconscious on the bed. He recalled Ian's earlier instructions. "If there is a problem, wake me by transferring mana into my head." Leon stood up and said, "I will call the mage and forcibly wake him up." Just then, Ian unexpectedly spoke up. "I'm awake now." Leon turned around in surprise. Ian said, "I think that's unnecessary. It would be the same anyway." Leon joyfully said, "Oh, Ian, you're awake." Ian replied, "As you can see." Leon then asked, "Are you okay? Do you feel any discomfort?" Ian appeared fatigued, slowly saying, "It seems I will be in trouble for a while. My head hurts and I can't move. Moreover, my stomach." He was taken aback and asked, "Is it you?" Leon exclaimed in panic, "Is your stomach hurting? I will call a doctor." Ian calmly replied, "Right now, I am hungry." He immediately fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Both stood still, the silence lasting about 2 seconds. Ian emphasized again, "I am very hungry." The next morning, the sky was clear and sunlight flooded in. Ian packed his belongings, preparing to set off. Cullion held him back. "Stay for one more night. No matter how busy I am, I must prepare a feast for the Savior, even if it's a bit rushed." Ian politely declined. "Your previous assistance was enough. That was the duty of a high-level mage like me. Even if it weren't me, another mage would come," he added. "The sunrise here is truly beautiful." Leon shook his head and said, "I don't think so. If it were another mage, I would have stopped the monsters and retreated." He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Cullion continued, "Actually, at first I was skeptical. Seeing a young man standing before the monsters in the Great Plains, I didn't believe you could do anything. But I was wrong. For many years, I was powerless. Yet you, Ian, resolved it completely in just 10 days. Ian simply smiled lightly after hearing that. Leon curiously asked, "It seems you possess a very special power that no one else has, which makes me wonder." Cullion changed his tone. Then, "Ian, before you leave, let's do that," Ian asked in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" Cullion replied with a relaxed smile. "I heard that 5 years ago. You made a promise to the Moglian family in the north. I want you to make a promise to us as well." Ian was taken aback and asked, "Huh, is it that easy?" Cullion laughed and said, "Don't misunderstand. It's because it's you, Ian, that I'm suggesting this," he added. "Making a promise to you is not a problem. Eric is ready to serve you, Ian." Cullion softened his tone and explained, "This is not just courtesy for the Savior. If the only 6th-level mage of the Empire agrees to serve the East, there would be no greater honor. I believe no one would regret it." Ian hesitated and said, "I'm not sure I can easily accept a 1,000-year promise from the Empire. Moreover, this is all happening too suddenly." He smiled gently and replied, "But I also don't intend to refuse." Leon immediately turned to receive the sword from Adon, saying, "I have always been waiting for this answer." Leon held the sword out in front of Ian and said, "Then we should follow the ritual. This is a 1,000-year oath," he explained with a laugh. "If it seems strange, I hope you understand. It won't take much time." Leon planted the tip of the sword into the ground. He slowly declared, "This family will always welcome high-level mage Ian whenever you need the power of the East." The voice rang out against the blue sky. "We promise to stand by you at any time. The vow will be passed down from generation to generation, under the name of the eastern flow of the continent. I swear." Ian smiled gently. Cullion and Adon bowed their heads to Ian. Then both burst into laughter, saying it felt a bit strange. If only this could be seen as a promise made by me. That would be wonderful. Ian smiled in response. "Next time I visit, I hope to rely on you more." Cullion immediately replied, "Please let us know in advance when you come. I will show you what a true Eastern feast is like." Ian humbly replied, "I will do that. Now I must be on my way." A gentle breeze swept by. Adon and Cullion stood watching his figure. Ian stepped into a new journey. He paused to admire the landscape for a moment and thought, so much has happened in such a short time. And I have achieved results beyond expectations. Ian smiled gently, his eyes reflecting the notion of fulfilling an old vow. He raised his staff and said, "The one mentioned is the King of Mages. It was he who engraved this magic into the staff. The resurrection of dark magic had vanished 300 years ago." A determination rose within Ian. He thought to himself that there would be many things to investigate when he returned to the capital. Hearing that Ian was coming home, Vanessa immediately rushed downstairs. She called out loudly, "Ian." Ian turned around and saw his mother approaching him. He joyfully replied, "Obediently, Mother." Vanessa spoke emotionally as she walked. "Why did you suddenly disappear into the village of hardship? Do you know how worried I was about you? I was really very angry." She worriedly covered her mouth. "Oh my, why have you lost so much weight?" Vanessa pinched Ian's cheek lightly and said, "You must have had a hard time lately. Your face has sunken in so much. Did Lord Pierrick not feed you while you were there?" She muttered in frustration. "It's infuriating." Ian quickly explained, "There were some incidents. I just need to eat more and I'll be fine." Ian reached into his pocket and pulled out an object, then said, "Oh right, Mother, take this." He opened his hand to give Vanessa a translucent blue orb and said, "This is a mana communication orb made from a mana crystal. On the way back to the capital, I had the workshop make it for us. From now on, you can use it to talk to me anytime when I'm in the capital." Ian pointed to the staff and said to her, "I have placed my part on this staff. I apologize for making you worry." Vanessa softly called, "Ian." Ian gently said, "From now on, I will always be by your side." At that moment, Douglas Heyman stepped forward and called Ian. "Leader," Douglas asked, "what kind of magic is that? I have read many spells in the academy but have never seen that one before." Ridio behind him also smiled. Ian looked tired, but Douglas continued to ask, "How could you appear simultaneously in Demidras and the royal palace? Is it a mirror, a clone, or something similar?" Ian replied softly, "You're asking too many questions. Can we take them one at a time?" Ian explained briefly. "Simply put, I can do it because I have reached level 6. After hearing this, everyone couldn't hide their astonishment. Doug Glass asked in confusion, "Is that even possible? So now you are the highest level mage in our empire." Ridio spoke up. "I knew you were extraordinary from the first time we met, but I didn't think you would be this remarkable." Ian humbly responded, "Nothing has changed, so please treat me as before." Douglas continued, "Well, This afternoon, I plan to test a new potion created in the lab. Do you want to join? Douglas cheerfully invited Ian. Ian skillfully declined. Sorry, but let's save it for next time, Douglas immediately asked. Why? Ian replied tiredly. Because I have been invited to another appointment. After that, Ian left for the appointment he just mentioned. There was a casual wine party taking place. Ian thought to himself, is it here? Hayden saw Ian and warmly welcomed him. He said, you probably guessed it. Today's party is to celebrate you. Ian was momentarily taken aback, feeling a familiar sensation rise within him. Ian thought to himself, when I was told to wear casual clothes, I wondered what the party would be like. Turns out it was this. Vice greeted him. Ah, Lord Ian, welcome. Oliver was also there to greet him. Both pulled Ian to the banquet table. All right, please have a seat, bringing the snacks over here. Hayden immediately placed a very large glass on the table. He excitedly said, drink up, Ian. Congratulations on reaching level 6. I specially brought some of the finest wine into the palace for this party. Such fine wine is hard to find outside. Everyone eagerly enjoyed it, and Hayden shouted, all right, drink up. Ian thought to himself in confusion, remembering that in his past life he hardly drank because Jiang Na didn't drink a drop. He once said that alcohol makes people dull and careless. Ian slowly raised the full glass of wine in front of him, his movements somewhat hesitant. He swallowed lightly, taking a deep breath to prepare. Ian downed the drink in one go, the full glass of wine disappearing in an instant. Hayden smiled and asked, how does it taste? Ian placed the empty glass down on the table. He wiped the corner of his mouth, looking relaxed, and said, actually, it's quite good. Hayden beamed with a bright smile. Really, I'm glad you like it. The people around turned to him, asking in unison, Your Highness, please tell us about what happened in Demodrus. Hayden eagerly replied, Sure. And so he began to recount everything enthusiastically, leaving Ian sitting quietly in a corner of the table. Oliver walked over to strike up a conversation. Hey Ian, I'll fill your cup for you. Ian turned to look at him and called out, Sir Oliver. As Oliver poured the wine, he reminded, if this is your first time drinking, don't overdo it, he added. If you get drunk and something happens, you might accidentally launch a missile at the night team. Ian chuckled and replied, ha, Sir Oliver worries every day. Huh. He looked towards Hayden and said, actually, I'm quite surprised to see His Highness so close with the knights, even having fun with them. Is that okay? Oliver explained that all the knights had sworn loyalty to him, so they could be completely trusted. Upon hearing this, Ian fell into contemplation. Loyalty and trust. Oliver quietly observed Ian for a moment. He continued, I think I know why you, Ian, don't have friends. Ian was surprised and asked, What? Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Oliver replied, Actually, I noticed that from the first time I met you. He began to reminisce. Do you remember our first conversation 5 years ago in the Morgan territory? Cecilia turned out to be the spy you captured. Oliver recalled Ian as a child, even after capturing a 3rd-level mage spy. He showed no signs of wavering. His expression was so impassive it was hard to believe. Children at that age can't hide their emotions like that. He set the wine glass down on the table. Oliver continued analyzing. Back then, I couldn't read any emotions on your face, just like a soldier trained for many years to conceal their inner thoughts. Ian quietly reflected. At that time, I couldn't pretend I was still young, Oliver said. I sensed that you were very closed off even though you were still very young. Perhaps you had no one to share your thoughts with, he affirmed. I'm quite sensitive to things like that. Ian rested his chin on his hand and replied, Ah, right, I admit that. But after hearing you say it so directly, I don't know how to feel. He suddenly thought of Jiang Na and said casually, Actually, I once had a friend, but we didn't have a good ending. Oliver smiled and said, Your friend? Ian, I'm quite curious about what kind of person they were. He hesitated to add. After training with you for 5 years, I've noticed one more thing. Ian, feeling confused, replied, "What is it? I'm a bit scared to hear what you're about to say." Oliver continued, "I don't know why, but sometimes when I talk to you, I feel like I'm talking to a jaded older person." Ian was startled and asked back, "What?" He laughed and replied, "Ha ha, you really are good at judging others." Ian continued, "Actually, I'm about to turn 48. I just use magic to maintain a youthful appearance." Oliver was stunned and stared at Ian, who then said, "I was just joking." He quickly explained, "You know, I'm the type of person who doesn't share emotions and has no friends, so sometimes my jokes sound very real. I hope you understand." After hearing this, Oliver returned to his calm demeanor. Oliver said generously, "As someone older, this time I'll let it slide for you." Ian smiled and replied, "Wow, I really appreciate it." Outside, the night had completely fallen. Inside, the party atmosphere was still lively and unending. Ian, having drunk too much, squeezed his way outside, rubbing his head and mumbling to himself that he really had drunk a lot, something he had never done in his previous life. Just then, a voice called out from outside, "Hey, Ian." Ian turned to see Vice sitting by the door, and he called out, "Deputy." He asked what Vice was doing there, and Vice laughed, replying, "Ha ha, actually, I'm not good at drinking, just 1 or 2 cups and I feel lightheaded." Vice then asked Ian, "I came out here to get some fresh air. What about you, Ian?" Ian replied, "I just came out to breathe a little. I'm still not used to all this." Ian quietly observed Vice and thought about him, the second deputy of the Royal Knights. Vice Paul Lenz, in his previous life, he was the second strongest swordsman, second only to Oliver. He analyzed that Vice came from a common background but gained the trust of the prince and Oliver due to his excellent swordsmanship and loyalty to the royal family. Gradually rising to the position of deputy, Vice suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, Ian, this is your first time drinking, right? How does it feel?" Ian smiled and replied, "Not too bad. A little drinking is fine." Vice laughed and said, "That's good. When you have time, let's go drink together. Everyone wants to thank you. Even the usually quiet Captain Oliver is engaging in conversation. And it's been a long time since I've seen His Highness so happy. It's all thanks to you, Ian." Ian hesitated to respond. "Thank you for saying that. But I just helped him move forward a bit." In Ian's mind, the image of Hayden wearing the crown appeared. He continued, "In a positive direction." Ian smiled and said, "I think I'm gradually getting attached to this." Vice was surprised to hear that. Seeing this, Ian asked, "What's wrong?" Vice quickly replied, "Oh, nothing. I'm just surprised. I didn't expect you, Ian, to have such an expression." Ian felt a bit confused, unsure of what Vice was referring to. At that moment, Finn stepped out and called, "Deputy, are you here?" Finn continued, "The prince is calling for you. If you don't go in and drink more, they threaten to demote you from deputy." Vice was startled and asked, "Really?" Vice stood up to say goodbye to Ian. "Ian, I'm heading in first." Ian smiled and said, "You should have taken it slow from the beginning," Vice replied. "If I could, I would have." That night, the sky was filled with stars. Ian walked slowly by himself. He looked up at the starry sky and silently thought about his memories from his previous life. Old images appeared one by one. Ian thought he would no longer rely on them as weapons. New choices would create a chain of changes leading to a completely different future, and no one could predict the outcome. Inside, Vice was still struggling with Hayden. The smile on his face was rarely seen and radiant. In another corner, Jung-na stood silently calculating. He was quietly considering something. Meanwhile, Terry Green River calmly read a book. He was a wise emperor. Ian thought of his mother and family. Vanessa's smile was vivid in his mind. Ian knew he could only protect those he cherished, and he could only continue moving forward. He smiled faintly. Ian silently told his enemy in his heart, "This is just the beginning." Jung-na. On Jiang-na's side, the atmosphere was thick. Every glance held intent, as if a dark play had just drawn its curtains. He turned to Herbert, pressing him on what he intended to do now, his voice low but heavy, as if forcing the other to answer immediately. Jungna's face showed clear calculation, his gaze cold and deep, every movement exuding a scent of sinister schemes. He emphasized with a growl, "What did I say?" "I said to eliminate him before he becomes an obstacle. Haven't I reminded you continuously?" Herbert replied softly, with a humble and cautious attitude. "Yes, you did say that." Jiangna did not stop, continuing to press, his voice even but sharp. "And what did you say every time I reminded you?" He recounted in a rush. "If I wait a little longer, you would turn him into a useful weapon and present him to me. You always said that and brushed this aside." "Right," then he concluded. "So what about him now? He is blocking all paths." Herbert bowed his head, his face full of regret. He admitted, "I misjudged. I should have resolved the issue quickly, but I only delayed." Herbert Cormier said in a deep voice. No one expected a young man could do that. He continuously affirmed, "I will not make excuses anymore. However, this will be the last time you have to wait." After hearing this, Jiangna tightened his expression, seriously asking, "Finally, A." Herbert emphasized again, "This will be the last time. I beg you to wait a little longer." He raised his head, his voice full of confidence, saying that all preparations were complete, with no shortcomings. After finishing, Herbert called for someone to enter. "Helen, greet His Highness." Jiangna was momentarily stunned, immediately asking, "Helen, do you mean the high-level mage who went missing a few years ago?" The astonishment was evident on his face, emotions revealed without concealment. Helen slowly removed her hood, stepping into the light and softly saying, "It is an honor to meet your highness." Her face bore a dangerous look, her eyes red as if signaling an unpredictable power. Jiangna stammered, his expression flustered, clearly unprepared for this situation. Herbert immediately interjected reassuringly, "Please do not be too surprised. She is a human girl, a loyal subordinate of a manager, obeying my orders." He continued, stating that she was a long-term subordinate, ready to give her life for you, your highness. Jiangna pondered for a moment, then slowly asked, "Master of the tower, could it be that she—" Understanding the implication, Herbert immediately replied, "Yes, it is a forbidden spell." His expression turned serious, and the atmosphere around them suddenly became heavy. Herbert mentioned Ian, his voice cold. "Ian, the thorn in our side, will become a long-term pawn sacrificing his life for you. Please do not worry." Nevertheless, Jiangna still appeared restless, her emotions unable to settle. Herbert continued to present, "Your Highness, according to the plan, I wish for you to ascend to the throne of Emperor." At Herbeck's tower, the atmosphere was entirely different, heavy and tense. Herbert remained engulfed in anger at the thought of Ian, grinding his teeth as he repeated, "Level 6A." He slammed both hands down on the table, emphasizing each word, "Level 6. How?" The killing intent from Herbert surged. His body seemed to be engulfed by an invisible flame. In his fury, he threw a glass object against the wall. The sound of shattering echoed sharply. Herbert hated Ian to the extreme, cursing inwardly. Turtle, that brat. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Someone entered the room, at the threshold. Marco stood with his head bowed, speaking up. "Master of the tower, you called for me." Suddenly, he froze, his gaze stopping at the scene in the room. Before Marco, Herbert had returned to his serious demeanor, completely different from the earlier frightening presence. Herbert spoke slowly. "You have come." "Marco," Marco cautiously asked. "Is something wrong?" Sir Herbert replied, hesitantly. "No, nothing's wrong," he explained gently, saying that he suddenly remembered the first time he met Marco. It had been 20 years already. Herbert slowly told Marco that at that time he was just a newborn, so he couldn't remember, but that moment was still very clear to him. And upon hearing this, Marco broke into a bright smile. Herbert continued to recount that Marco was just a little abandoned baby wrapped in cloth. yet smiled at him the very first moment. He could not stop reminiscing about Marco's childhood, from when he turned over, stood firm on his tiny feet, to when he was so captivated by Marco that he forgot about work. Herbert showed clear pride, stating that the child back then not only possessed magical abilities but had also grown up to become an official mage. "I am truly proud of you." Marco immediately expressed his gratitude. "It is all thanks to your kindness, sir." He continued that if given the chance to repay, he would do everything possible. Herbert raised his hand, his voice gentle, saying that "you are like my son. It would be unreasonable to ask you to repay me." He changed his tone, clarifying that the reason he called Marco was because he had an important matter to ask, and inquired if Marco could stay at his residence tonight. Marco immediately bowed in obedience, responding clearly, "Yes, you just need to command me." Herbert smiled softly, the smile seeming to hide ulterior motives, then said, "Thank you, I will see you later." The scene quickly shifted to a quiet market under the stillness of the night. The wooden door of a small eatery creaked as it opened. The owner, Gareth, immediately greeted the customer who had just entered. But right after that, his eyes widened as he recognized the identity of the person in front of him. Clearly seeing the figure, Gareth couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, who is this? Isn't it the youngest high mage from the Russian tower, Ian?" Ian asked back. "You know me?" Gareth casually replied. "Of course. No one in this area doesn't know you." Gareth bowed his head to Ian and expressed his surprise that someone as important as him would visit this little place. Then his expression changed slightly, carrying a hint of suspicion. "But may I ask what brings you here?" Ian calmly responded, "You don't need to be on guard." He placed a bag of coins on the table and said, "I'm just here as a customer looking to buy information." Gareth showed clear signs of confusion, blurting out that the high mage from the Russian tower receives a lot of research fees. It seems that is indeed true. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, lowering his voice, "All right. What information do you want?" Ian seriously said, "I want to buy all information related to dark magic." Gareth rubbed his chin in thought, mumbling, "That isn't dark magic something you know better than us?" Ian immediately replied, "Theoretically. That might be true, but that's not the information I'm looking for." Ian's eyes narrowed slightly. He stated that the information could be trivial or unfounded. "I want to know the details behind it, not what the public already knows." Gareth waved his hand, his face breaking into an understanding smile, replying that, "I understand your point." He added that they had just accidentally tracked something related, and Ian had come at just the right time. Gareth asked seriously, "Ian, do you know the Order of the Dragon?" Ian Kessie fell silent. His mind began to ponder the Order of the Dragon. Gareth began to explain, saying that it is one of many religions of the Empire, worshipping dragons as deities, not well known but an ancient religious group for hundreds of years. In the fading scene, he continued to explain that the Order of the Dragon was originally just a small religious group in a remote countryside. Another image appeared, the rumor of a tomb raider who claimed to have met the last descendant of the dragon, who passed on the teachings and the extraordinary powers of the founder. When entering the crowd, he was initially seen as a fraud, but gradually the Order of the Dragon began to attract members and grow stronger. A hazy figure appeared. Who is the founder? How many followers are there? What are their goals? All information is lacking. As if covered by a veil of rumors, Gareth crossed his arms, stating that while it's unclear whether the dragon descendants exist, piecing together the rumors presents a noteworthy possibility. Hearing this, Ian's eyes widened, his body stiffening in astonishment. Gareth confidently stated that they are sure the Order of the Dragon is related to dark magic, then mentioned that forces within the Empire have recently been investigating this group. He continued that dark magic requires materials far beyond mana, which means there are forces capable of acquiring those. Gareth scoffed, saying they are very secretive. Only the chosen ones can join, and if one has the ability to brainwash and control others, they could easily manipulate those in power. Gareth concluded that they only know this much, will continue to investigate, and if there is more information, they will send a letter to Ian. Ian pulled his hood down to cover his head, preparing to leave before stepping out. He turned back and said, "All right, please continue your investigation." Gareth watched Ian's retreating figure and waved his hand, saying, "Thank you, Ian. I hope you will continue to support us in the future." The night gradually enveloped the sky, darkness shrouding the house where Ian was staying. Ian rested his chin on his hand, his mind spiraling into the things he had just heard, especially the Order of the Lineage. Ian Sasam's gaze deepened. He had never heard this name in his previous life. If it was a sect that had existed for over 100 years, he should have at least known about it. Ian looked at the staff placed by the window, recalling how the Mage King of the Great Plains had used dark magic through the dark spells embedded in that very staff. The staff stood still, the orb of active material at its tip emitting a faint glow. A desolate image flashed in his memory, and Ian speculated that the necessary materials, besides the mana active material, were likely not simple. Ian suddenly stopped, sitting in silence as his thoughts continued to swirl. His mind drifted to Herbeck, even if it was just a guess. Ian believed that the Tower Master Herbeck understood the changes in the Great Plains related to dark magic, possibly even connected to the Order of Dragons. Ian placed his hand on his forehead and leaned back, feeling the tension rise as he realized how much had changed in this life. He raised his hand, suspended in the air, telling himself that the future might have been altered little by little even before he returned to the past. Ian's gaze was fixed on the ceiling, the distance between his previous life and this one silently widening. Whether it was because he had used the language of the lineage or due to the side effects of reversing time, Ian felt that he had opened something he should not have touched. Ian sat up straight, slowly removing his glasses, realizing that he had been too complacent simply because he held the memories of his past life. Ian's hand reached for the desk, internally vowing that, from now on, he would no longer be able to predict everything. Ian took a deep breath, silently calculating before pulling out a small box. When he opened the box, a metal chain emitted a soft light, and Ian thought he needed to prepare for every possibility. Outside the house, a gentle voice rang out. "Marco, I'm sorry for being late and still making you come all the way here." Marco smiled in response. "It's all right, Master of the Tower." He continued, asking, "May I know what you need my help with?" Herbert snapped his fingers lightly, the sound echoing softly, then said, "Ah, about that." The guards immediately stepped outside, leaving Marco feeling confused. Herbert spoke up cautiously. "This is something that no one else can know." He stood up, staff in hand, looking at Marco and said, "Come with me for a moment." "Would you?" Marco couldn't hide his curiosity, asking, "Where are we going?" Herbert took a book from the shelf and then began to speak. As soon as the page was turned, it emitted a gentle light, and Herbert said that this book would guide us. The light, which had been stable, suddenly swirled, carrying an indescribable sense of mystery. Energy flowed from the book, quickly forming a teleportation portal. Marco looked at the scene before him, stunned, and asked, "Master of the Tower, what is this?" Herbert replied, "What's wrong, Marco?" Herbert turned and urged him, his voice urgent, "Quick, step into this portal." Despite feeling bewildered, Marco complied and stepped forward. Marco slowly entered the teleportation gate that was opening before him. He followed Herbeck, moving deeper into the pitch-black space. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared, and Marco instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. The light grew stronger, forcing Marco to tightly shut his eyes and cover his face with his hands. When the light dimmed, Marco opened his eyes wide, revealing his horror. Before him stood a cold prison that became vividly clear. Inside, faint shadows of people were imprisoned, unclear if they were alive or dead, in the dark cell. Some leaned against the walls, while others lay scattered on the cold stone floor, their breaths weak, the heavy atmosphere enveloping them. Faced with this scene, Marco quickly asked, "Master of the Tower, who are these people?" Herbert immediately replied, "Don't be too surprised. These are just materials." Marco was stunned, his eyes wide, stammering. "What do you mean?" "Materials. Aren't they all human?" His gaze shifted to the adjacent cell, his body frozen, unable to move. Inside was a man missing an arm, and Marco recognized him immediately as Chris. He intended to speak, his voice hesitant. "You must have—" Herbert cut him off. "He nearly died. An accident happened while he was practicing magic." Nearby was another wizard with a dazed expression, weakly leaning against the wall. Those here were similar, having nearly died during missions due to accidents or illness. Herbert continued, saying that sometimes wizards from other countries were also present, and materials that were not wizards could be found in dark alleys. He calmly concluded that those living on the ground were merely trash in life. In response to Marco's shocked expression, Herbert remained calm, saying, "The wizards here are no different. They cannot surpass level 1, looked down upon by others, living with a prolonged sense of shame." Herbert stated that he simply saved them from that deep pit. And Marco, astonished, asked, "What are you saying?" His expression suddenly changed, becoming frightening, his voice cold. "They are materials offered to the Empire of the Tower of Ha." After finishing his words, Herbert raised the staff in his hand, his movement decisive. The magic power from the staff spread, enveloping the entire prison in an instant. Seeing Marco in fear, Herbert calmly said, "Don't worry." He continued, "I won't turn you into one of them, I promise." Herbert glared, his face darkening, his voice lowering. "You are like my son." "Right." A wave of dark magic suddenly surged around the space. That force enveloped Marco, leaving him no time to react. Marco's vision quickly darkened, his consciousness swirling. His body trembled violently, completely out of control. Finally, Marco collapsed onto the cold tile floor. He hung his head, completely motionless. Herbert commanded, "Marco, get up." As soon as the order was given, Marco immediately stood up without hesitation. Herbert continued, "Look at me." And Marco quietly lifted his head. He asked, "Who am I?" Marco replied, "You are the master of the Russian Tower of the Green River Empire, Lord Herb Leon." Herbert asked again. "And who are you?" Marco answered, "My name is Marco, a level 2 mage of the Russian Tower, currently serving as an assistant mage to the master." At that moment, Herbert threw a small knife at him. The knife landed on the stone floor in front of Marco, making a dry sound. Herbert asked, "Can you cut your pinky finger with that knife?" Marco did not hesitate and bent down to pick up the knife. Unconsciously, Marco brought the sharp blade to his pinky finger. In front of Herbert, a stream of red blood flowed onto the ground. Herbert smiled maliciously and said, "Now, you are truly my son." The next morning, inside the tower, the atmosphere became unusual. People gathered to discuss. "Has the master requested an indefinite leave?" a group whispered. "Too many things have happened to him recently. And he's not getting any younger," someone added. "And then there's Ian. Besides being the youngest high mage, he has also reached level 6. The pressure must be immense," a girl anxiously asked. "But what will happen from now on?" the person next to her replied. "What do you mean?" The girl analyzed the situation. "The master is siding with the 5th prince, while Ian supports the crown prince. The 2 pillars of the tower serve 2 different masters, so which side should we follow?" The other shrugged and replied, "How would I know? We just need to follow the orders from above." Just then, Marco walked by, carrying a stack of documents. Shortly after, Marco stopped in front of a familiar room. Hearing a knock, Ian turned and said, "Yes, come in." Upon seeing the visitor, Ian smiled and greeted, "Marco, you're here." Marco nodded in response, "Yes, Yan." He maintained a serious demeanor, adding that he had brought what Ian requested. Ian took it and said, "Thank you. I've been looking for these for quite a while. Thanks to you, I won't have to waste more time." Ian's expression turned slightly awkward as he asked, "By the way, is the master seriously ill?" Marco simply replied calmly, "You don't need to worry." Ian's expression briefly turned serious. his gaze clearly showing concern. He quickly noticed Marco's injured hand and asked, "How did you get hurt?" Marco replied seriously, "I was practicing magic and had a little accident. You don't need to worry about it." Ian smiled faintly, saying he understood and hoped Marco would recover soon. However, Ian could sense a distinct change in Marco. An unfamiliar distance had emerged between them. It was as if Marco had become a different person. The same voice, the same face, but the familiar comfort was gone since the Tower Master had taken a leave of absence. Ian quietly pondered, and then his gaze suddenly sharpened. He suddenly brought up an old memory. "Oh, right. I remember back then." Ian's thoughts drifted back to the past. 6 years ago, when he first met Marco, who had been sent to Moglian. When the Lord went out to battle the goblins and fell into danger, if it hadn't been for Marco's help, something terrible would have surely happened. Marco showed no emotion, simply responding flatly. "Yes, that did happen." Ian fell silent, suspicion gradually forming in his eyes. Marco bowed his head and said that if there was nothing else, he would take his leave. Ian quickly called out, "Marco." Ian stood up abruptly, approached, and said, "Please wait a moment." He pointed out that Marco hadn't been present during the goblin expedition. Looking directly at Marco, Ian continued, "You helped me when I was taking the test for the new mana energy reaction." Ian took another step closer, then said that, if he remembered correctly, he owed Marco an apology. Ian raised his staff, and Marco, surprised, asked, "What are you talking about?" Ian tightened his grip on the staff. Ian's gaze became resolute as he held the staff firmly in front of Marco. The orb on the staff began to glow again, and Ian softly read, "Great." His voice echoed slowly, word by word. "Long curse." A magical circle appeared before Marco. The light from the circle overwhelmed Marco, obscuring his vision. An immediate reaction occurred, and Marco's eyes widened in shock. His body lost strength once more, collapsing to the floor. Marco trembled violently as a dark magical force escaped from his body. His eyes remained wide open, and then a flash of light appeared in the space. The dark magical energy within Marco gradually dissipated. Ian knelt on one knee and softly asked, "Marco, are you back?" Marco opened his eyes wide, looking around in panic, then asked, "Why am I here?" Ian calmly explained, "I cast a dispel to remove all the spells on you. You were being controlled by dark magic." Marco recalled what he had just experienced, his breath quickening. Then he suddenly paused as if he couldn't continue speaking. Unexpectedly, he raised his voice in panic, repeatedly saying, "We have to stop him. We have to stop him. Yan." Marco clenched his fists, emphasizing once more, "We must stop the Tower Master." Ian frowned, his voice dropping. "Please tell me everything that happened." The scene instantly shifted to another tower. The atmosphere completely changed. In Herbeck's vicinity, the butler entered to report. "Master of the tower, young Ian has come to visit you." Herbert immediately asked, "Did he come alone?" The butler replied, "Yes, at least we don't see anyone else around." Herbert nodded slightly, signaling, "All right, let him in." He wore a smug smile, thinking to himself, "You've taken the bait, haven't you?" Ian Fa. A memory flashed through Herbert's mind. He believed that using dark magic on Marco was merely to lure Ian here. A mage like him would surely notice, and everything was still going according to plan, even if he had to sacrifice a few materials. Herbert still thought it was a worthy investment to tame a level 6 dog. The materials could always be found again. He calmly took a sip of hot tea, leisurely waiting for Ian to enter. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed, getting closer to the door. Herbert took the initiative to speak. "You came directly today. I didn't expect the great level 6 mage to visit me because I was ill." "What an honor." Ian maintained his decorum, bowing his head and replying, "The oldest elder of the Russian tower is ill, so I had to visit." He continued, "I hope you recover soon." Herbert replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for your kind words. Please sit down. The tea is excellent." The two sat across from each other. The atmosphere was tense. and no one spoke first. After a moment, Ian opened up. "Marco is not well." Herbert pretended to be surprised, responding, "Oh dear. I hope I didn't pass my illness to him." Ian continued, stating that he had checked, but the condition was not as he described. Herbert chuckled lightly in response. "Ha ha, thankfully. The boy Marco is always very diligent. I'm just worried he might overexert himself." Ian set his teacup down, his tone turning serious. "And I heard an unbelievable story from Marco." Herbert's smile faded, his expression gradually becoming serious. Ian stated directly that within the master's estate, there existed a portal leading to a secret laboratory where he was conducting inhumane dark magic research. Herbert chuckled awkwardly, feigning innocence. How could that be? Marco must have seen it wrong since he isn't well. Ian maintained his firm tone, saying that he had been controlled by dark magic. He narrowed his eyes, asserting that the one who cast dark magic on him was, indeed, the master, the one he always regarded as a father. Ian lowered his voice, stating that Marco had asked him to stop the master. Herbert replied innocently, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Herbert set his teacup down and said that the portal leading to the laboratory did indeed exist. It was the power from an artifact he had accidentally acquired. Very convenient for this aging body. He laughed, denying, "As for dark magic experiments, you're joking a bit too much." Herbert stood up, continuing, "Speaking of which, would you like to see my laboratory with your own eyes?" Herbert's gaze swept over Ian with calculation. His voice rang out. "Rather than suspecting me, it's better for you to see everything for yourself." Ian remained calm and listened. Ian smiled and replied, "Only if you allow me to do so." Herbert turned and walked away, not forgetting to look back and say, "Follow me." He spoke as he walked. "I will show you the laboratory right away. The Tower Master researching dark magic. Isn't that a disgrace?" Herbert stopped in front of a curtain, and Ian silently followed closely behind. Herbert calmly lifted the curtain. He took out a book and said, "This is the gateway." Herbert looked at Ian, his voice steady, and began to explain. He said that the gateway was created from the power of this artifact, just by channeling mana into the book. Anyone could use a spell gate of level 8. Ian remained silent, not responding, his gaze quietly observing every movement of Herbert. Herbert opened the teleportation gate and urged lightly, "All right, let's go inside," just like Marco before him. Ian followed Herbert, stepping into a dark passage without light. As he walked, Ian thought. Herb Leon, in his previous life, was recorded as one of the greatest Tower Masters. The memories came back clearly. He was the mage who laid the foundation for the unification of the continent. Honest and simple. The one who led the Ivory Tower to the highest power and status in human history. The one who regarded Jiang Na as his master and helped him ascend to the throne. Ian pondered, his expression distant. Even though they served the same master, he always respected the Tower Master. Suddenly, Herbert's footsteps slowed and then came to a complete stop. He called out to him, "Ian." Herbert used a calm voice and slowly asked, "Do you know?" He looked at the staff hovering in front of him and continued, "There was a time I wanted to be a hero, a mage strong enough to protect the Empire and save the suffering civilians." Herbert extended his trembling hands before him, staring at them, then continued, "But gradually I realized." He clenched his hands tightly, his voice heavy. "I cannot change anything just by my own strength." Herbert slightly raised his head, his gaze distant, as if confessing. He stepped forward, grasped the staff, and said, "In this world, there exists a special power." Herbert glanced at Ian and continued, "A power that can turn me into a hero." Dark, magical energy swirled around him unexpectedly. They quickly wrapped around Ian, leaving him no time to react. Under that pressure, Ian gritted his teeth, his body tensed in pain. Herbert raised one hand, a small light hovering above it. He said, "This power allows me to mobilize countless talented mages. With it, I can protect the Empire and the people." Herbert glared, his voice filled with ambition. "People call that power authority." He began the ritual, light weaving throughout the room, then said, Please, young man. Herbert looked directly at Ian, calmly stating, become a part of the tower. On the opposite side, Ian's body continued to tremble, while Herbert loudly called out Ian Fa's name. The staff in his hand glowed intensely. Seeing Ian kneel down, Herbert continued to explain. If you obey my orders, you will protect the Empire better and save many civilians. He widened his eyes and added, with a talented young man like you and an old man like me, isn't becoming a hero what we desire? Ian remained silent, motionless on the cold tiles. Herbert stood there, quietly observing his reaction. After a moment, he spoke with authority, now stand up. Hearing the command, Ian immediately complied. He stood tall, his gaze calm as he looked at him, seemingly waiting for instructions. Seeing that obedience, Herbert's body trembled slightly, as if trying to contain himself. His face relaxed. Herbert laughed triumphantly. Too easy, as if it were nothing serious. He looked at Ian with anticipation and asked, all right, let's see how you respond. Who am I? Ian bowed his head, his voice even and cold, replying, you are the master of the ivory tower of the Empire. You are Herb Leon. Herbert wore an ambitious expression, intently watching him, waiting for the next words. Contrary to that expectation, Ian tilted his head, smirking disdainfully as he replied, a madman. Herbert froze, his eyes wide with shock. What did you just say? Immediately after, Ian threw a straight punch to his face, causing Herbert to fall backward. Herbert's body slammed hard against the wall, letting out a painful groan. Herbert clutched his face, his eyes wide with panic as he looked at Ian, his voice trembling as he stammered. How could you? Ian stood tall before him, shoulders relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief as if he had secured the situation. Herbert was still reeling from the shock, his lips moving in despair. Impossible. It can't be. Ian looked straight at him, his face calm but his voice rising with pressure as he called. Master of the tower. He spoke slowly, each word increasing the opponent's fear, his mind in chaos. Didn't you say you didn't study dark magic? Ian explained that perhaps he didn't realize, because he couldn't surpass the limits of a level 5 mage. That gap played a decisive role. He stepped closer and continued. A level 5 mage using dark magic is still just a level 5 mage. Ian knelt before Herbert, his voice low but firm. Moreover, do you think I came here unprepared? He slightly smirked, continuously provoking. Normally you wouldn't let such things slip by you. The day in Sonjiang is very urgent. Herbert was furious and wanted to scream, but cold sweat dripped down his face from fear. Before he could finish speaking, Ian reached out as if to grab his head. Ian quickly cast a magic circle and shouted, releasing the mana energy. Herbert's eyes widened. His entire expression turned to shock. Herbert's body began to tremble. His strength quickly drained away. After a moment, Ian withdrew his hand from Herbert's head, leaving a floating blue light behind. Ian slowly stood up and said, take a moment to rest. After losing so much mana energy, it must be very difficult for you to move. He turned his back but still threw out a sarcastic remark. Since you are getting older, it will take you quite a while to recover your mana energy. Ian turned and walked away, leaving Herbert behind. Exhausted, Herbert tried to roar in a weak voice, cursing. You bastard! Ian reached out, catching the small light hovering in front of him, and the light responded. He used the guiding light to venture deeper into a room filled with treasures. The bright gold metals sparkled, their surfaces gleaming as if competing to shine. Additionally, there were countless gold bars and precious pearls hidden away in this room. Ian laughed and remarked, ha ha ha. The Lord of the Ivory Tower is simple and honest. Huh, nonsense. He stood at the threshold, observing and commenting. You have no relatives, so what do you plan to do with this wealth? Or do you intend to hide it in this mansion for eternity without returning anything to the Empire? Ian continued to mock. Are you planning to take them with you to the next life? While Herbert still huddled in the corner of the room, not yet recovered. Then Ian glanced over at the nearby cell. Inside, the emaciated people were still imprisoned, huddled in the cramped space. Ian approached, his expression softening as he observed. Their condition was dire, but a few were still breathing. They all shared the same state, lifeless, in pain, suffering in silence. Ian frowned slightly, his voice firm as he spoke to them. "Please wait a little longer. I will get everyone out of here and help you receive treatment." Suddenly, from behind, Herbert weakly called out, "Marco, do you think he is the only one?" Ian turned back to look at him. Herbert laughed. "Ha ha ha," the sound distorted by pain, despite his body being weak. He stared at Ian and said, "I have many more subordinates out there, much more useful than Marco." In response to that, Ian remained unfazed, calmly asking, "So what?" Herbeck immediately became agitated, straining his neck to threaten. "Don't play dumb, kid. They have already started to act and won't stop until I give the signal." He continued, "From the very beginning, I taught them to act this way. Just aim for two things." Ian listened quietly and calmly replied, "That would be my family and the prince." "Right." Herbert tried to maintain a threatening tone to propose a deal. "What do you think? Or how about making a deal with me?" Herbert spoke up, stating his conditions. "My proposal is very simple. We will act as if we have forgotten what happened today." He pointed around the room and continued, "If I do not reveal this portal, there will be no evidence. You cannot expose me just based on your words." Herbert continued to threaten, his voice cold. "I do not know what you are plotting, but messing with me will bring you no benefits. In the end, you will beg and regret it." Ian remained completely unfazed. He replied indifferently, "No need, thank you." Herbert was stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he looked at him. He shouted to intimidate, warning that your mother and the prince will really die. But Ian calmly challenged him, saying, "Go ahead if you can." Herbert could not believe his ears, stuttering. "What?" Ian looked up, repeating once more with a mocking tone, "I said go ahead and try." The scene shifted to nighttime at Ian's mansion. Vanessa sat upright on the balcony, the atmosphere quiet. Then a gentle voice rang out. "Lady Fa." Ridio appeared before her, stepping closer to remind her that the wind was quite strong today. He maintained a gentle expression, advising her to go inside and rest. Vanessa's face suddenly tightened with worry. She said Ian had not returned yet, and she could not contact him through the crystal bridge. Her gaze was distant but clearly anxious. Vanessa reassured herself that if he were late, Ian would definitely let her know. Ridio smiled softly, comforting her. "Lady Fa, young Master Ian is the only level 6 mage in the Empire. Even thieves must bow down. You need not worry." Hearing this, Vanessa responded excitedly, "To me, he is still just a little boy." Ridio was momentarily taken aback by that reaction, falling silent. He suddenly felt flustered, softly exclaiming, "Oh." Ridio bowed his head in apology, saying he had been rude, placing his hand over his chest to show sincerity. He gently continued, "I also have a young son, but I did not consider your feelings. Please forgive me." Sensing his sincerity, Vanessa's expression softened. She smiled and replied, "It's all right." She looked at the empty road below and slowly said that Ian always carried too many burdens on his shoulders. Vanessa's memories drifted to Ian, the child who always took on everything by himself, never relying on anyone, which pained her heart. Her hands gently clenched on her thighs. Vanessa blamed herself for wanting to be a support for her son, but could only wait helplessly. Ridio immediately spoke up to comfort her. "Please do not blame yourself, Lady Pa." He smiled, believing that Ian is strong because he knows his family is always waiting for him to return. Ridio recalled his past, sharing that he had once been poisoned by mana energy, but continued to live thanks to his son always being by his side. He softly said, "Isn't that what family is for?" Vanessa listened quietly, the atmosphere growing heavy. Ridio said that even if they think they cannot help much, they can still provide a sense of stability. He continued that waiting for Ian to return at any moment is also a form of support. Then took the opportunity to make a suggestion. Ridio asked if he could stay and wait with her until Ian returned. Vanessa looked at him intently. After a moment, Vanessa smiled and nodded in agreement. Under the pitch-black night sky, voices gradually faded and the atmosphere became unusually quiet. Vanessa softly mentioned that there was usually a patrol team around the area, but tonight it was eerily silent. Just then, Ridio suddenly opened his eyes wide as he noticed something unusual. He immediately stood up, turning to Vanessa to warn her. "Madam Pa, please go inside. Something is not right." Ridio froze when he heard a strange sound echoing from below. He nervously called out loudly, "Who's there?" From the dark corner, two figures silently stepped out from their hiding place. Before them were two strangers being controlled by dark, magical forces. Ridio instantly recognized the danger. He tensed up and shouted, "Please stop right now." He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, whispering anxiously, "Damn it, they won't listen to me." Ridio watched every slow step they took toward the boundary, thinking that if they crossed that line, everything would spiral out of control. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, astonishment clear on his face. Ridio turned sharply to Vanessa, his arm instinctively reaching out as he yelled, "Madam Pa!" He rushed to embrace her tightly, using his body as a shield, urgently shouting, "Please get down." Before Vanessa could comprehend the situation, the boundary activated, and a fierce firestorm struck down. Not far away, Haydn and Oliver turned to observe the unusual phenomenon. Haydn exclaimed in surprise, his body slightly trembling from the shock. His face showed clear confusion as he said, "You scared me to death. Why is there suddenly thunder and lightning?" Then he quickly asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Oliver maintained a firm tone, saying, "I have a bad feeling. We should return to the palace." Haydn clearly expressed his dissatisfaction, shaking his head in refusal. "Return? Come on, we haven't done anything yet." He looked towards the residential area, hands on his hips, saying, "I gathered all my courage to secretly travel with the king's permission. We can't just go back like this." Haydn turned to Oliver, curiosity rising, saying, "More importantly, Captain, I have a question." Oliver bowed slightly, replying, "Please, ask away." Haydn scratched his cheek lightly, a flustered expression on his face, asking, "Can I learn a bit of swordsmanship?" Oliver was surprised to hear this, repeating, "Swordsmanship." Meanwhile, Haydn embarrassedly turned his face away. Haydn quickly explained, saying, "It's just for self-defense. Nothing serious. Learning a few basic stances would be fine." Suddenly, Oliver sensed a sign of being watched. Haydn was still unaware, continuing to talk about how to draw a sword coolly, then unconsciously drew his sword. Seeing this, Haydn immediately became flustered and quickly said, "Wait." Oliver spoke in a deep voice, stating that he wasn't telling him to learn right now, then requested the prince to stand behind him, while Haydn still didn't understand the situation. Oliver gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and quickly commanded, "Second Night Squad." As soon as the order was given, a squadron immediately rushed in to surround them. Everyone formed a protective formation around Prince Haydn Green River. Oliver shouted loudly into the darkness, "Reveal yourself." From the shadows, a figure slowly stepped out. Oliver stood firm, his gaze locked onto the person dressed in black before him, his brows furrowed as he recognized the identity of the opponent. He murmured, "It's her." Before them stood a girl, a high-level mage from the Nga Tower, Helen. Oliver, on guard, spoke up, saying that he had heard rumors she had disappeared for many years. What was she doing here? Helen did not respond, continuing to advance step by step in silence. The silence made Oliver anxious. He said, "Wait a moment. Tell me your purpose." The two stood facing each other, their gazes meeting, the atmosphere tense. Finally, Helen slowly spoke. "Haydn Green River." Oliver felt the pressure clearly. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Helen glared, stating that she had to kill the one obstructing them. Oliver's eyes widened in shock at that declaration. He immediately lunged forward. Oliver swung his sword, striking at Helen, but she managed to block it with the staff in her hand. Helen's eyes suddenly changed color dramatically. The aura around her began to distort, signaling a dangerous change rapidly unfolding. Oliver reacted instantly, forcefully pushing the opponent aside and forcing her to retreat to regain a safe distance. Helen landed unsteadily, her body sliding across the stone floor, needing to take a few more steps to regain her balance. Her gaze lit up fiercely, her lips slightly moving as she murmured, "Fire explosion," as if activating a familiar spell. Heat surged around Helen's body, flames coiling and compressing, quickly forming threatening fireballs. The fireballs left her hands immediately, hurtling straight toward Oliver at a speed that allowed no hesitation. Oliver tightened his defensive stance, preparing to take the hit, but the corner of his mouth curled into an enigmatic smile. Without backing down, he decisively swung his sword, striking hard at the two approaching fireballs. The blade of the sword tore through the heat, splitting them into two long streaks of fire that blazed fiercely to the sides. Before the unexpected scene, Helen couldn't hide her astonishment, her eyes wide open in shock, not giving the opponent a moment to breathe. Oliver immediately gathered his strength, kicked hard, and charged straight ahead. Oliver rushed forward in an instant, his sword already in motion, his body pressed tight to deliver a direct strike at her. In a fleeting moment, the two were caught in a tense clash, with no way to retreat. Helen gracefully spun around, her agile movements helping her completely evade the strike aimed directly at her. Oliver jumped high, both hands raising the sword above his head, gathering momentum to deliver a downward blow. Helen immediately activated her mana shield, the energy barrier appearing just in time to block the lethal attack. The blade of Oliver's sword collided with the shield and bounced back, the recoil rendering his strike ineffective. He took a half step back, his gaze following as Helen calmly retracted the energy shield. Oliver smiled slightly, his voice calm as he stated, "The mana energy shield. It seems I finally get to test it." He stood upright, his gaze shifting briefly, then said, "I want to show it to Ian first." Oliver lowered his head, using his mouth to pull off the fake glove. The movement slow but deliberate. He let his bare hand glide lightly along the blade of the sword, his voice dropping. "But it seems, trying it first isn't my intention." Without hesitation, he lightly cut his hand, blood seeping out and flowing down the blade as he spoke. "I cannot unleash the mana energy because I only have half a heart of mana energy. But the mana energy dissolves in my blood," Helen observed. Oliver gripped the sword tightly, lowering his body into a fighting stance, his voice adding, "It can only be released for a short time." He swung the sword as the mana energy clung tightly to the steel blade, shouting loudly, "I will show you." Oliver raised the sword high, his gaze resolute, his voice firm as he declared, "The greatest effort of one who carries half a heart of mana energy." Without further hesitation, he unleashed his full speed, his body darting forward like a gust of wind. Oliver struck hard against the shield, pouring all his strength into a single, unreserved blow. The defense shattered right before Helen's eyes, the fragments of energy dissolving, leaving her in shock. He did not stop, swinging the sword again, relentlessly pressuring, not giving the opponent a chance to stabilize. The tip of Oliver's sword slid past the defense, stabbing straight into Helen's shoulder, causing her body to stiffen for a moment. Helen instinctively raised her hand to grip the blade, the pain evident in her rapid breaths. Oliver looked at her with a cold, unyielding gaze and said, "I will not kill you because I need to find out who ordered you to harm the prince. Don't expect to die peacefully, over at Herbeck." The atmosphere remained extremely tense. He stared wide-eyed in shock and asked, "What?" Ian stood calmly facing Herbeck, while he continuously justified himself. "What do you mean I did not do that?" He raised his head proudly, a mocking tone ringing out. "Unlike someone else, I am someone who believes in those I have met over the past 5 years." Herb spoke coldly. "Even so, you still cannot win." Ian laughed upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, Lord Tower, then calmly replied, "Do you think I have just been sitting idle all this time? Did you not send a few suspicious individuals to my house during the negotiations in Demira?" He had just finished warning that this trick could not be reused, and his expression suddenly stiffened, sweat pouring out, revealing his panic. Ian calmly stated that the intruders must have been trapped by the mana trap, and they might no longer exist in this world. Finally, he tilted his head, shrugged indifferently, and concluded, "The negotiation has failed. I no longer gain anything from this discussion." Ian coldly reminded him, "You will have to stand trial, but the death penalty would suit the things you have done better." He smiled lightly, but each word he uttered carried a terrifying pressure. "Because I will make that happen. The ivory tower has shed so much blood and tears over the decades to build. I will take care of it well." Ian walked straight up to Herbeck, clearly repeating each word. "The ivory tower has shed so much blood and tears over the decades to build. I will take care of it well." He stopped right in front of him. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Then he spoke, and, "Actually, I didn't intend to do this." As soon as he finished speaking, Ian leaned down, extending his hand toward him. His hand rested on Herbert's head, leaving him stunned as he couldn't comprehend what was happening. A surge of electricity suddenly erupted from his hand. Ian softly said, "Increasing the power of the ivory tower is what the Tower Master should do." Herbeck trembled violently as the current coursed through his body. But Ian continued, "I understand why you support the fifth prince instead of the crown prince. Because there was a time I also thought that Jiangna was an ideal candidate to become the ruler." Ian continued, despite his cries of pain. "The secret of accumulating wealth. It's not surprising for a person to do that." He emphasized each word, "The current growing stronger. Dragging my family into this was the worst mistake you have made." Ian spoke slowly. "However, the king's wrath could fall upon anyone." Right. The story shifted to another place in the castle the next morning. In the grand hall, a majestic voice echoed, "The heinous crimes of Tower Master Herb Leon have been exposed." Emperor Terry Green River sat on the throne, declaring before all the soldiers, "That criminal has forgotten his position as Tower Master and fallen into dark magic." Images of imprisoned shadows were presented, and he continued to speak. Not only that, he also used human souls as sacrifices, exploiting the lives of civilians and even the mages who once stood by him. Terry slammed his hand on the table in anger and shouted, "This is a serious crime. He cannot pay the price even if he dies." His face clearly showed his fury, his voice firm. "What he has done is unforgivable. I have no intention of leniency." The entire hall was filled with tension before the Emperor's authority. "From now on, all titles and powers of Herb Leon will be stripped away. I order the death penalty. This will be a public execution." Terry declared that his name would forever be recorded in the Empire's history as the most terrible criminal. If any relatives or accomplices are still hidden, Terry's eyes narrowed with determination. He emphasized, "I declare that we will definitely find them and uproot them completely." Terry lowered his voice and continued, "We will also investigate all those involved in this incident. If there are any mages researching dark magic, I will personally supervise the entire process." He looked down at the nobles below and made it clear. "Throughout the investigation, there will be no exceptions, regardless of status. All nobles must cooperate fully." Terry proposed a temporary solution, his voice deepening. "I suspect someone has assisted the Tower Master's conspiracy without understanding the truth. I allow them to purify the dark magic and return to their original state." He solemnly added, "Certainly. The punishment for the High Mage Helen, who aimed at the Crown Prince's life, will be completely different." Terry turned to Hayden and continued, "Although Ada may only be following the Tower Master's orders and not controlling his mind, the act of assassinating the Crown Prince is a serious crime, absolutely cannot be forgiven." He delivered the verdict, declaring loudly before all, "Therefore I sentence the High Mage Helen to life imprisonment." Then Terry waved his hand, his voice softening in praise. "Ultimately, It was the two heroes who had prevented this incident, and their contributions could not be overlooked. He calmly pointed out that Ian Pa had thwarted Herbert Leon's scheme, while Knight Oliver V. Wood had excellently stopped the High Mage Helen. He asked them to step forward, as footsteps echoed. Terry continued that Ian Pa was still investigating dark magic, and the recognition ceremony for him would be held once everything was settled. A sturdy figure, standing confidently, stepped forward. Terry introduced right in the hall that the knight had protected the prince from a level 4 mage. He looked at the person in front of him and loudly proclaimed, "Sir Oliver." Terry directed his gaze toward him and told him to come closer. Oliver, with a noble and elegant demeanor, bowed in greeting. Terry continued to announce, "Captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Order, Oliver Veywood. He clearly stated that you are a blessing to the Empire and deserve to be praised, not only for protecting the prince but also for surpassing human limits. I am confident that you will become an ideal model for the entire Empire and for knights around the world." Terry slowly stood up to conclude, saying he would not let the efforts and achievements of someone like you be forgotten. He stood on the high platform, addressing all the nobles, declaring at this moment that the captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Order, Oliver Zeus, would command all Imperial Knights and be bestowed the supreme title, the Sword of the Empire. As soon as the words ended, the entire hall buzzed, with astonished and admiring gazes quickly spreading through the crowd. Terry slowly noted that this title had been vacant for a very long time. He explained that the title of the Sword of the Empire had not been awarded for hundreds of years because the blade had been obscured by magic. The image of Oliver appeared below, and Terry continued, "However, Oliver J. Wood had stepped out of that shadow and surpassed the limits of the sword. He also demonstrated loyalty as a royal knight and would continue to do so in another position." Hayden watched Oliver, a smile briefly appearing, and he would continue to do so until the very end. With Hayden still looking at Oliver with a calm gaze, Terry raised the National Treasure Sword, decisively stating that it was entirely appropriate to grant him the title of the Sword of the Empire. He spoke solemnly, "Royal Knight Oliver Dwayne Wood, kneel." Oliver immediately knelt, bowing to receive the holy decree. He bowed his head low, while Terry held the sword firmly, an imposing aura enveloping them. Terry spoke decisively, "In the name of the main branch of the Six Rivers lineage." The sword descended, hovering above his head. He continued, "I bestow the title of the Sword of the Empire to Knight Oliver Zeus with great respect." Terry looked straight at Oliver and asked if he was willing to bear the position that had been vacant for hundreds of years as the Sword of the Empire. Oliver immediately responded in the name of the Sword of the Empire. He raised his head, his voice firm, declaring that he would use his life to protect this empire. In another area of the castle, a loud call rang out, "Father!" In front of Terry was Jiang Na, his face agitated. He loudly protested, saying that no matter how he thought about it, it seemed unreasonable. Jiang Na pressed on, asking why he could execute the master of the Russian tower in their country. He pleaded for reconsideration, asking if he did not see that it would cause great losses to the empire. He continuously analyzed, presenting many arguments, stating that the master of the tower was a great level 5 mage. His execution would mean the execution of tens of thousands of mages. Jiang Na did not stop there, continuing to speak without finishing. He painted a future scenario where, upon the execution of the tower master, other nations would hear the news, including the Empire of the Little Bridge, which has always had its eyes on our borders. Even the duchy would take action after dealing with the Great Plains. The more Jiang Na spoke, the more agitated he became, believing that the impending death of the strongest mage would cause chaos within the empire. Even a small act of malice could become an opportunity for others. After listening for a while, Terry spoke up. He turned to Jiang Na and said that the strongest mage was no longer Herbert Leon. He emphasized in a nonchalant tone that the strongest mage in the tower was now the first human mage to reach level 6, Ian Fanny. Terry continued, saying that he would soon take on the responsibilities of the tower master, so there would be no issues. He saw this as an opportunity to elevate the ivory tower to new heights through generational change. Rangna, hearing this, clearly showed his dissatisfaction. He muttered, "Am I wrong? Answer me." He frowned in response, saying, "You are right. From now on, Ian Pa will definitely usher in a new era for the Ha Tower." Jiangna did not give up, continuing to persuade, stating that the Tower Master had the same rank as him and possessed decades of experience. If they co-led the Ivory Tower with Ian Fa, the Empire would soon be at the forefront of the continent. He outlined a stable scenario, adding that a talented young mage and an experienced mage managing the Ivory Tower together would keep each other in check. Jiangna said that this meant the royal family's control over the Ivory Tower would be executed by the tower itself. Isn't this the most ideal situation? Terry pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "You are right." Jiangna was taken aback, his eyes wide open as if seeing hope. But Terry immediately interrupted. But he said in a serious tone that the Tower Master had conducted research on forbidden dark magic, not just limited to mere research. As the master of the tower, he had used countless innocent mages and civilians as materials for dark magic, those whom he was supposed to protect. Jiangna froze, stammering and unable to speak. Terry concluded that the actions of the Tower Master had crossed the line. It was clear that he had gone insane. He waved his hand decisively, dismissing all of Jiangna's proposals. What he pursued by sacrificing countless lives was merely power. Hadn't he tried to eliminate Ian Fa using dark magic and then been exposed? Jiangna closed his eyes tightly, his body trembling slightly as if trying to hold back. He clenched his fists, trying to remain calm, and spoke. "But the Tower Master is the second most powerful person in our empire." Right. He continued to argue that even if his methods were wrong, the dark magic being researched could still become an extremely powerful weapon, bringing great benefits to the empire. Jiangna made a proposal with a fake innocent expression. "As for the materials for dark magic, we could use dangerous criminals as substitutes." Upon hearing this, Terry sternly shouted, "Sacrificing in that way for the common good is precisely your problem." Gongna. Jiangna paused, surprised, and exclaimed, "What?" Terry frowned and explained, "That is why I cannot choose you as my heir." He clarified that dark magic is an absolute crime, rotting the soul and breaking the order of the world. Michelle Green River had paid a heavy price to completely ban it. Terry looked directly, his voice serious as he asked, "You understand that?" "Right," he continued. "Jiangna, I understand your thoughts, personality, and ambitions. You are intelligent and bright," Terry emphasized, "but you lack one extremely important thing, and I am sure you know what it is." He warned, "You may have hidden that flaw for a long time, but when it becomes essential, you cannot hide it." Terry walked past Jiangna, turned back and said, "Just like what you are doing right now." He explained, "The ultimate goal of politics is to enforce justice. The quality of an emperor lies in the heart for the benefit of the common people." Terry firmly concluded, "Someone who views others as tools will never possess that quality." Jiangna's expression immediately darkened. Suddenly, he let out a distorted laugh. "Ha ha ha." Jiangna retorted, "No, that's not it." Terry frowned at him and asked, "What are you saying?" Jiangna slowly turned around, his voice firm. "The real reason why the prince cannot become the heir. Do you think the prince doesn't know?" Images of Hayden flashed in his mind. The royal brother born from the sincere love of the people. Then he compared himself, his voice bitter. While the prince was just a child born to be controlled by the power of the nobility. Right. Jiangna emphasized that difference. Terry immediately frowned and shouted, "Jiangna." Ignoring the shout, he continued to speak to be acknowledged. "Do you know how hard I have worked?" Childhood memories flooded back, while the royal brother played with the king. Jiangna stood silently in a corner. He asked directly, "What I want to know is whether you ever treated me like you did the royal brother." Jiangna affirmed, "If the royal brother was the one to plead for the Tower Master, you would definitely accept." Terry's anger flared up. He suddenly raised his hand high. Jiangna did not resist, just closed his eyes and accepted. But then Terry halted. His arm stopped in midair. His hand trembled, unable to control itself. Finally, Terry let out a heavy sigh. He turned and walked away, coldly scolding, foolish. Jiangna remained standing still, not reacting at all. Terry stepped out the door, turned to his subordinate and instructed, "Bring the film. I want you to personally oversee Yang Na's mansion," he instructed. "Ensure he cannot go outside and no one is allowed to contact him." Terry asked again. "Do you understand what I mean?" The subordinate immediately replied, "I obey your orders." At this moment, the sun had begun to set, the light gradually dimming. Another early morning, the new sun shone throughout the mansion. Outside, the sound of slow footsteps echoed. Jiang Na heard and asked, "Is someone there?" From outside the door, the guard replied, "Your Highness, the High Mage Ian Pa requests an audience." Upon hearing that name, Rhonda immediately turned around, her eyes filled with astonishment. His expression suddenly darkened, his brows furrowed tightly, and his feelings shifted to unmasked hatred. Jiang Na turned away, responding irritably, "I don't want to see him. Tell him to leave." Despite the dismissal, the door behind him slowly opened. He immediately became furious, glaring and shouting, "You—" Ian entered the room, his calm voice cutting in. "This is urgent, Your Highness." The two stood facing each other, their gazes clashing, and the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Jiang Na frowned, his face full of disdain, coldly asking, "You say it's urgent?" Ian replied calmly, "By the order of His Majesty, we must conduct a test to confirm whether you are under the influence of dark magic." He continued, "Since you are the closest person to the criminal Herb Leon, I hope you will cooperate." Jiang Na became agitated, shouting loudly, "Today is the execution day of the Tower Master. Are you still planning to check if I'm being manipulated by dark magic? How long do you intend to humiliate me?" Ian quickly responded, "All officials, including the royal family, must undergo similar tests. Please rest assured." "Your Highness." Jiang Na fell silent, his face clearly showing discomfort. After a moment, he gently closed his eyes and let out a long, heavy sigh. Jiang Na slowly sat down in a chair. He turned his face away, coldly saying, "Once it's done, leave immediately." Ian stood before him, calmly replying, "It won't take long, Your Highness." He lightly tapped his staff, explaining, "You may feel dizzy or nauseous. That's a sign that you are not affected by dark magic. So there's no need to worry." Ian cast a clear circle of magic and shouted, "Great Dispel!" Jiang Na slightly frowned, his discomfort evident. Noticing his body trembling slightly, Ian immediately asked, "Are you all right?" Jiang Na bowed his head and replied, "I feel really terrible." After a moment, Ian said, "No traces of dark magic detected. Resting will be better. Please rest assured, Your Highness." Ian bowed his head, placing his hand on his chest, saying, "Then I will take my leave." He turned around, preparing to leave the room. After taking a few steps, a voice suddenly called from behind. "Wait a moment." Jiang Na spoke up. "I have something I want to ask." Ian stopped, standing still, waiting for him to continue. Jiang Na hesitated before speaking. Why do you serve my brother?" Ian turned his head back, while Jiang Na continued, "You are smart enough to understand my meaning." He continued, "My brother is not fit to be emperor. Many nobles and courtiers have turned their backs on him." Ian was not in a hurry. He replied slowly, "My lord, the deity does not serve the crown prince," he said frankly. Jiang Na was taken aback, his expression revealing his astonishment. He stammered in response, "Wait, what do you mean?" But Ian did not answer. He simply said, "I take my leave now, and I hope Your Highness can rest." After saying that, Ian decisively stepped out the door, but just outside, Ian suddenly stopped, his gaze darkening. His hands gripping the staff began to tremble involuntarily. Ian raised his hand to look, his thoughts momentarily faltering. Myself. He looked at his trembling hand and silently told himself, "I once refused to serve Hayden Green River." Ian recalled the moment from his previous life when he had knelt before Jiang-na and said that there was only one person. Before him was the arrogant face of that man. The memory continued. And he had sworn loyalty back then. Ian clenched his hand into a fist, his emotions compressed to the limit. He slowly raised his head, telling himself that what he was about to do was revenge. It also meant rebellion. Before Ian now was a vast corridor, like a path leading to the future. Time passed, and the sky gradually turned color as the sun set. Inside the mansion, a soft but distinct knock echoed. The door opened slowly, revealing the silhouette of a servant bringing a letter inside. He approached and saw Jiang-na sitting in contemplation, then spoke, "Your Highness." Jiang-na did not respond immediately. He slowly asked, "Has the Lord of the Tower been executed?" The servant replied softly, "Yes." Images of the past suddenly flooded back, bringing along the memories of that afternoon. Before him appeared the terrified face of Herbeck. The servant continued, "At the execution site in Green River Diam Square. He was beheaded." Jiang-na replied slowly, his voice deepening. "I see," he added, his tone filled with sorrow. "I understand now. You may leave." The servant keenly noticed the mood and gently comforted him. "Please do not be sad, Your Highness." Jiang-na let out a faint laugh, a weak sound. "Haha, sad." Right after that, the servant unexpectedly took a step closer. He placed a letter on the table, calmly pushing it toward Jiang-na. Seeing this, he asked suspiciously, "What is this?" The servant bowed and said, "The guard requests to withdraw, Your Highness." Jiang-na said nothing, his gaze fixed firmly on the letter in front of him. After a moment, he slowly reached out toward the letter. Holding the letter in his hand, Jiang-na quietly read its contents. After finishing, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Jiang-na whispered softly, "There is still a chance." The scene shifted elsewhere, to the room of Emperor Terry Green River. Ian sat across from Terry, reporting that the survivors at the spatial gate of Herb Leon were being treated safely, and testimonies from the Ivory Tower were still being collected. He continued calmly, "And the assets he concealed have also been recovered and added to the treasury." Ian added that the investigation into dark magic with his close associates revealed no unusual reactions. Terry raised his teacup, his voice carrying satisfaction. "You have accomplished a lot, Ian." He set the teacup down and continued, "I did not expect Herbeck to go that far." Terry rubbed his chin in thought, his voice filled with self-reproach. "I also bear responsibility for not suspecting him earlier," Ian replied. "Even the gods did not notice. After all, he was known for being frugal and honest." He assessed seriously. The gods did not expect that behind that benevolent and gentle facade lay this side. Ian looked at Terry and said he would continue to report on the progress of the Ivory Tower investigation and the dark magic checks. To which Terry responded, "Understood," Terry added. "Since things have come to this, I want to ask you a question. Is that all right?" Ian answered without hesitation. "Please go ahead, Your Majesty." Terry crossed his arms, his gaze sharp, and asked, "What do you want to do with the prince?" Ian's eyes suddenly widened, surprise flickering across his face, causing him to hesitate for a moment, unsure of how to respond. After a while, he hesitantly asked, "I do not understand your question." But Terry immediately interrupted Ian. "No." Terry frowned, affirming decisively, "You understand." The two stood facing each other, their gazes clashing. The space fell silent for a brief moment. Finally, Ian stammered, He candidly stated that he could not swear loyalty to the prince. Terry was momentarily taken aback. He asked again, "You cannot be loyal." Ian immediately continued, "But I will cooperate to ensure the prince can safely ascend to the throne." He spoke in a serious tone, and to ensure he remains a wise king in the future. "I will do my utmost to assist him." Terry rubbed his chin thoughtfully and slowly reiterated, "You cannot swear loyalty to the prince, but you will assist him." He continued to remain silent, thinking for a moment longer. Then Terry spoke up, concluding, "All right, that's enough." Terry lifted his teacup for a light sip and then ordered the guard, "Open it up." The guard stepped forward, carrying a long box with a strange shape. Terry looked at Ian and said, "Take this. It is the staff recovered when we captured Herbeck." The box was opened, revealing the object inside. Terry added, "I'm sure you understand well, but selecting the new master of the Ivory Tower is not simple. Even with a clear air, there were still many matters to handle," and Ian quietly listened. Terry began to explain that the valid process for taking over the Ivory Tower required royal approval. He continued, "However, given the current situation, we cannot leave the position of Tower Master vacant for too long, so we decided to simplify the process. That's why I trust you with this staff." Terry set his teacup down and added, "Furthermore, Ian, I would like to ask you for a favor." Ian immediately replied, "I await your command, Your Majesty." Terry narrowed his eyes and said, "I believe Jiangna will not give up, even though all of its supporters have fallen." The image of Jiangna briefly flashed in his mind, and Terry continued, "I understand its ambition and temperament. If it seizes the throne, there will surely be bloodshed." In response to those words, Ian remained silent, pondering deeply. Terry calmly stood up, his voice lowering. "However, as a father, I have inflicted an incurable wound on it." He blamed himself, thinking that perhaps it would hate him until the day he died. Terry turned away and made a request. "You can take my place." He turned to look at Ian, his gaze full of trust. "Can you stop it?" Ian slowly reached out, grasping the staff. He knelt to show respect to the king and replied, "I shall obey, Your Majesty." Terry continued, "Therefore, I entrust this task to you. Ian Fa, Master of the Ivory Tower." The scene shifted to the afternoon at the Ivory Tower. The large door slowly opened before him. Ian maintained a calm demeanor, stepping inside. Those present all shouted in unison, welcoming Ian Fa. His gaze stopped at the newly placed chair in the center. Ian's mind suddenly recalled Herbeck's words. "Ian, do you know I once wanted to be a hero?" He turned to look out the window, continuing to think about protecting the Empire alone, becoming a mage who saves those who are mourning. The stream of thoughts drifted to the image of him in a remote place. By his own decision, he would wield the power to command countless people, the power to protect the prosperity of the Empire and its people. This is what they call power. Ian's gaze became distant, repeating a single word in his heart: power. The brutal memories of his past life resurfaced. "What you want to protect, even if it means killing me." Ian looked out the window and told himself, "I do not want to become a hero." His face tightened seriously. "What I want is simply—" His gaze turned cold, his thoughts resolute: kill the one named Jiangna Green River, a death more humiliating than death itself. That is the living sacrifice, the revenge I have for you. Turning to Jiangna, he was still sitting alone, immersed in calculations and reflections. His expression darkened, his eyes thoughtful as if preparing for the next move. Haydn saw Ian and joyfully said, "Greetings, Master of the Tower." Ian showed clear signs of fatigue when facing this prince. He spoke directly. "This matter has not been announced. Please do not call me that yet." Haydn laughed and replied, "Who cares? It's just us here anyway." Haydn exclaimed, "I truly cannot believe the child who begged to come to the old Ivory Tower 6 years ago now has become such a respected master of the tower." His voice filled with admiration. Haydn proudly said that just seeing him grow up was enough to bring satisfaction. Ian thought to himself, "When did I ever beg you?" Ian lowered his voice. "Your Highness, you see, I am busy checking the dark magic." He added, "You were checked the day before yesterday. Unless there are unusual signs, please go back." Haydn chuckled and replied, "Come on, I see you busy, so I had to come personally." Haydn continued to ask, "By the way, are you sure I'm all right? I've been feeling dizzy and nauseous all day." Ian replied succinctly, "Yes, everything is fine. You are very healthy." But in his heart, he still wasn't completely at ease. Ian had considered the possibility that the prince was affected by dark magic, which explained his foolish behavior with Herbeck, who wanted to put Jiangna on the throne. The prince was clearly an obstacle. Making him embarrass himself and self-destruct would be an easy way to eliminate him. But Ian looked at Haydn, who was carefree, laughing and joking in front of him. He felt slightly annoyed, thinking to himself, from beginning to end, he is just a born fool. Haydn then spoke up. Speaking of which, next is my sister Harry, right? Ian nodded in response. Yes, that's right. Haydn continued. Huang Yan. Before I go, I have to say this. Recently, she has been asking me a lot about you. It seems she is interested in you. Ian was startled and asked back. The princess. Haydn replied, yes, she asked questions like what you do in your free time, what you like recently, what food you enjoy, things like that. Ian pondered. What good would it do to know those things? Haydn continued. The problem is that even though I am close to you, I cannot answer because I do not know either. He stepped outside and turned back to say, when you meet Harry, remember to tell her, just a few small details, but she will like it. Finishing his words, Haydn left and closed the door behind him. Ian stood still, thinking for a moment longer. Has he matured? He thought about the prince, who had matured significantly, with a brighter personality, showing more effort and diligence. Ian watched the direction Haydn had gone and thought, if guided properly, perhaps he would become a wise emperor. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and he replied, yes. Please come in. A girl stepped lightly into the room. It was Harry Green River, and she smiled as she said, long time no see. Sorry for the intrusion. Ian politely greeted her. Your Highness, how are you? Harry gently replied. Thanks to you, I'm still doing well. Ian gestured for her to sit. Thankfully. Please have a seat. Suddenly, Harry froze, her demeanor hesitant and difficult to read. Her presence immediately quieted the room. The atmosphere felt tightly locked in a moment of stillness. Ian quickly realized that Harry was silently casting a spell around them. Ian said, this is a level 2 spell that blocks sound from the surroundings. Have you reached level 2? Harry slightly bowed her head, her shyness evident, then replied, actually. She slowly raised 3 fingers in front of Ian. Ian could hardly hide his surprise and asked, level 3, Harry answered. Yes. My teacher said so. Ian immediately congratulated her. Congratulations. I never expected you to reach level 3. A smile briefly appeared on Ian's face. Ian continued. So, what do you want to tell me after casting the silent spell? Harry hesitated to speak, feeling shy. She softly asked, what should I do from now on? Ian looked at her and said, please explain further. Harry hesitated and replied, I don't know where to start. Seeing this, Ian spoke sternly. Then let me ask you a question first. Why did you hide the fact that you are a mage? Harry immediately fell silent. She stammered in response. That matter? Her hesitation was clear as Harry searched for the right words. She whispered, that was my father's wish. Harry recounted. When I chose 12, the one who tested my mana reaction was Mage Kevin. Sir Kevin discovered that I had the potential of a mage, but he did not report it to the Ivory Tower. Instead, he informed my father. You know, becoming a mage of the Empire means giving up your status and joining the Tower of Ha. This is true even if the person is of royal blood. My father did not want me to become a member of the Nga Tower. He wanted me to remain part of the royal family. From then on, Kevin was ordered to keep this secret, while I lived fully as a princess. But then one day, I realized that I had an unquenchable desire for magic within me. Ian then asked, so you secretly learned magic? And then, tell me about it. In Ian's heart, he thought that Kevin was one of the few who supported the prince in the previous life. The princess was truly fortunate, Harry said. At first, I just wanted to help my brother at that time. No one stood by his side, she continued, but now it's different. He has you, he has the Swordmaster Oliver, and most importantly, he is on the right path, Ian concluded. In short, you have no more goals? Right, Harry replied. Something like that. I am an illegal magic learner. Wondering if I am hindering my brother. Ian smiled lightly. He moved closer to Harry and said, this issue is quite simple. Harry widened her eyes and asked, really? Ian slowly said to her, just live your life. That's all? He emphasized. Not the life of royalty, but your own life, Your Highness. Harry hesitantly replied, About that, I'm not sure. Ian continued. Background does not determine how anyone lives. If you only live according to the words of others, your life will be in their hands. And Harry fell silent in contemplation. He elaborated that if you let everything drift away, gradually, you will lose yourself, wandering aimlessly between regret and emptiness. Ian spoke while recalling the path he had walked. Ian clearly suggested, I think you should choose for yourself. Your Highness, from now on. I hope you will decide to move forward. He added respectfully, I am sure you will find a way to live that suits you. Harry gently replied, Ian. She looked straight at him and asked again, Have you found the life you desire? Ian suddenly paused. He hesitated, carefully considering before answering. Finally, Ian replied, I am not sure. He blamed himself for being somewhat rude, but Harry quickly waved her hand, her voice urgent. Not at all. She continued, Actually, Ian, you are the first person to say that to me, because I have always been forced to fulfill my duties as a princess. I have never even imagined a different life. Harry expressed his appreciation and said, Thank you for encouraging me, Sir Ian. Ian looked at her and smiled gently. He stood up and said that if Her Highness continued to study magic, that learning would support the path she chose in the future. With her current rate of progress, her future is certainly even broader. Harry felt a bit shy and quietly said, That's why I want to ask you for a favor, Sir Ian. Ian was surprised, while she hesitantly asked, Sir Ian, can you teach me magic? Ian paused and asked, Wasn't it decided that Kevin would teach you? Harry sighed helplessly. About that. Kevin said he had nothing more to teach me. Kevin refused to continue teaching due to his busy schedule. I'm sorry, Your Highness, he is only a level 2 mage. Suddenly, she clasped her hands and pleaded, Please, Sir Ian, please be my master. Ian was taken aback, his mind quickly spinning with thoughts. He began to consider. Clearly, the princess possessed a very rare talent. Achieving level 3 is innate. It cannot be solely supported by others. That potential once matched that of the level 5 royal mage, Nissan Green River. Ian calculated silently. Only a few people recognized this quality. If she became a high-level mage, it would surely be beneficial in the future. He replied, I agree, and Harry immediately joyfully asked, Really? Ian continued, But I have one condition. Whenever I need help, Your Highness must also help me. Harry smiled and replied, Of course. No matter how difficult the request is, I will do my best to help you, Sir Ian. Ian asked again, Aren't you going to ask what my condition is? Harry replied without hesitation, Because I trust you, Sir Ian. Hearing that, Ian felt an indescribable joy rise in his heart. He felt a bit flustered. Ian regained his composure and said in a gentle voice, Very well. He suggested that they discuss magic learning later and proceed with the examination now. Harry nodded in response. Okay, after the examination. Ian concluded that there were no signs of dark magic. You can stand up now. Harry appeared tired, her body swaying, and Ian reminded her, You might feel a bit dizzy. Please take it slow, she weakly replied. Okay, thank you. Suddenly, Harry lost her balance right there. She stumbled, losing her balance, her whole body leaning toward the impact. The moment of collision arrived too quickly. Ian immediately spoke up, his voice calm, asking if she was okay and offering to call someone for help. Harry paused, a look of embarrassment clear on his face, then shook his head and replied, No, I'm fine. The atmosphere grew tense. Both stood still, the brief but heavy silence passing between them. You asked, Your Highness. Ian accurately answered everything Haydn had instructed, mentioning that after finishing his work at the Russian tower, he spent most of his time reading books and studying spells in the laboratory. When Douglas was mentioned, he admitted his interest in alchemy, adding that he wasn't picky about food, but he didn't like spicy dishes much. She hesitated for a moment, her face flustered, then asked, feeling shy. Suddenly, what was she supposed to say? The boy Thon replied briefly, saying that the prince had mentioned her curiosity. Harry was startled, his voice rising. "It's nothing serious." "But did my brother tell you?" Ian was slightly taken aback, his eyes showing confusion. Then he softly replied, "Yes." She stood still, looking very shy, clearly unsure of what to say next. Harry unexpectedly turned and walked away, saying as he left, "Well, take care, Ian." She dashed straight outside, the door slamming shut behind her, the sound echoing through the hallway. He stood alone, thoughts swirling in his head, wondering what Ha-min had done wrong. News of the incident involving the Tower Master, Herb Leon, a level 5 mage, quickly spread throughout the Empire, shocking the populace. In response to this wave, Emperor Terry Green River of the Empire immediately took action. He directly commanded an investigation into the Dark Mage, raising the alert level across the Empire, with Ian Fa, the young high-level mage, chosen as the successor master of the Ivory Tower to conduct a thorough investigation and soothe the public's anger. The name of the beheaded Herb Leon was recorded in history, branded as the most notorious criminal in the Empire's history. At the same time, some nobles who had supported Herb Leon also turned their backs, cutting ties with the 5th Prince, Jiang Na. From that moment on, all eyes gradually focused, and the actions of the new master of the Tower of Ha began to be closely monitored. The scene shifted to the familiar mansion, where Ian currently resided, a quiet atmosphere enveloping the entire house. While leisurely sipping his morning tea, Ian noticed something unusual on the table and gently asked, "What is this?" The table was covered with many envelopes, and Ridio stood beside him explaining that they were all invitations to a banquet sent to him. Ian showed clear signs of fatigue and said, "The dark magic issue hasn't been resolved yet, and these people are just too relaxed." Ridio curiously asked, "Aren't you going to read them?" Ian replied firmly, "I'm not planning to go anyway." Ridio shook his head and continued, "But I think you should read them." Ian looked up and asked, "What is it?" He said it was a proposal for engagement sent to you. Upon hearing this, Ian choked on his tea, and Ridio added, "Count Jara wants you to be engaged to his eldest daughter, who just turned 12. The wedding will take place after 5 years when the girl comes of age." Ian thought helplessly, she just turned 12. This is truly insane. Ridio burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha ha, you've grown up. It's not strange for people to discuss marriage with you." He further explained that with the status of the youngest high-level mage and the successor of the Tower of Ha, there would surely be more marriage proposals coming your way. Ian scratched his head and said, "These nobles just want to use me for political power." Ian expressed his displeasure, unable to believe that he would use his own 12-year-old daughter for political marriage. He must have lost his mind. Ridio chuckled lightly in response. "I agree with that. After all, finding a suitable partner should happen naturally." He gathered the envelopes and said, "Then I will help you refuse all of these." Ian nodded and replied, "Okay, please help me do that. Thank you, Uncle." Ridio waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. You're busy investigating dark magic, so I'm helping with these matters to have a reason to stay here." Upon hearing this, Ian fell silent for a moment, his gaze deepening as if he was contemplating something. He gently placed the teacup down on the table and said, "Speaking of which, it seems I haven't properly thanked you yet." Ridio was slightly taken aback. His gaze focused on Ian as if he didn't understand what he was trying to say. Ian continued with a serious and respectful tone, "Thank you for protecting my mother." Ridio sat still for a moment, saying nothing, his expression briefly turning solemn. Then he cracked a smile, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. Ridio said, "Ha ha ha. It's fine, in fact, if you think about it. The mana trap you set in the mansion was what dealt with those people. Moreover, I promised to protect the lady with my life." Ha 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 ha. Hearing those words, Ian felt a sense of relief in his heart, and the pressure began to ease. Ian spoke up, his voice slowing down. "Then there's something I want to help you with." He looked directly at Ridio and asked, "Which mage transferred mana into your body, causing you to be poisoned by mana?" Ian continued. Please tell me his name or anything you remember about his appearance. Ridio looked slightly confused. He emphasized with a determined tone, I will definitely hunt him down and punish him accordingly. Ridio hesitated for a moment before speaking. About that. He scratched his face and said, I don't remember. Ian couldn't hide his astonishment and exclaimed, Come on. Ridio slowly recounted the events that took place in the darkness of night. At that time, many mages hated me. When I was young, I made a living as an alchemist in the capital, so I didn't know who they were. He continued, There was a time when I truly despised mages, Ridio said. Every time I thought I could die at any moment and leave Douglas behind. It was funny that I almost died from a robbery before I was poisoned by mana toxins. But now I have met you, and I will not die from poisoning anymore. My future and Douglas's future are more important. So I have let go of that hatred. He added, Of course, I will never forget the kindness that saved my life from you. After hearing the entire story, Ian remained silent, not expressing his thoughts. Suddenly, Ian spoke up. Ridio, I have never seen my father's face. As he walked, Ian continued, Before I was born, he went missing, and no one knows if he is still alive. Ian smiled and said, But after meeting and living with you, I realized. He looked at Ridio and said, If I had a father, he would probably be like this. Ian concluded, Now I understand why Douglas is always so optimistic and cheerful. The reason my mother has recovered strongly, her strength stabilizing day by day, all comes from the doses of medicine you have diligently formulated. The results are undeniable. Ian showed a worried expression, saying that the time I would have to be away from my mother would only increase, which made him uneasy. Ian slowly advised, I hope you will always keep your promise to protect my mother, no matter what happens. Ridio immediately replied without hesitation, Of course, I will do that, Jan. He quickly glanced at the watch on his wrist and reminded, It's almost time, isn't it? Suddenly, Douglas burst through the door, his voice urgent as he called out to the leader. In his hand was a vial of medicine. Douglas confidently said, I did it. The antidote for monotoxin from Lenio's flowers. Douglas urged that it must be given to father immediately, then froze when he saw Ridio. He asked, Why is father here? I wanted to surprise him with this. Ridio stared at his son, his voice trembling. You created the antidote for mana toxin. He turned to Ian, his face full of questions. Ian, what is going on? Ian calmly explained, I researched in the library, but only the Tower Master is allowed to enter. He continued about experimenting with Landier's flower-picking method, a high-level spell that can freeze the time of objects, and luckily, it works on plants. Ridio approached Douglas, his gaze fixed on him as if wanting to confirm that everything was real. Overwhelmed with emotion, he burst into tears and said, Thank you, Ian. The two embraced, a brief moment filled with joy and relief. Douglas said to Ian in a firm voice, Leader, I will become an alchemist who can create cures for deadly diseases. He said this so that no one else would have to suffer like father anymore. Ian just smiled upon hearing this. Douglas bowed his head in gratitude and said to Ian, Thank you, Leader. Another person entered, their cold voice rang out, You are the last one remaining. Long Non-Aventus stood silently, listening to everything without uttering a word. Michelle Green River spoke up, telling him that the veil covering the human world and the dragon tribe was about to close. He asserted that the dragon tribe had sown chaos and destruction for this world, and the price for that sin was incredibly steep. Michelle emphasized that until one dies, they must bear all the sins their race has committed. He used his own blood to seal the Dragon Man Aventus, declaring that he was not allowed to leave this land forever. With the sealing complete, a power enveloped the surrounding space. Michelle stood there observing, her gaze unwavering. The scene shifted to the present. At the familiar house of Jiang Na, he displayed clear astonishment, exclaiming that it really looked similar. In front of Jiang Na appeared a figure that looked exactly like him. Rana spoke up, the note stating that we must wait for someone to arrive here. but I didn't think it would turn out like this. He looked at the other person and asked, "How can I get out of here?" Rana replied, "Ian Pa has covered this place with the magic of the ivory tower to monitor me, so I don't think we can outsmart them just by disguising ourselves as ourselves." The other person calmly said, "You don't need to worry about that. The head priest has more power than the current tower master." Rana expressed his surprise. "Head priest A." The other continued, "You will learn more details when you have a private audience with the head priest." He pulled out a mana book, the energy gently fluctuating. A teleportation gate gradually formed before everyone's eyes. Jiangna asked in confusion, "What is that?" The other replied, "Please step inside. It is a gate to help you leave the capital." Then asked again, "A gate." From within the gate, a hand suddenly reached out. The guide spoke, "Your Highness, please take my hand." The voice resonated in the silent space, carrying an irresistible feeling. Ramna exclaimed in shock. Day and night film. His eyes wide with surprise as he struggled to understand what was happening. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his breath slightly slowing, an uneasy feeling gradually spreading in his heart. Jiangna reached out to grasp his hand, stepping forward without hesitation. The two crossed the invisible boundary and appeared outside in the blink of an eye. He asked, "How can you cast that magic?" "Even Herblion cannot cast it," Dremfim calmly replied. "There is nothing surprising about it." He continued, "Your Highness, do you really think that Herblion could rise to the position of Tower Master solely by his own strength?" Dremfim continued, "Even though he has touched a great source of power, he is only busy finding ways to climb higher for his own status." He concluded, "He is someone who will eventually be eliminated. His self-destruction only lightens our burden." Jiangna fell silent in thought, his gaze wavering for a moment. Dremfim slowly stated that this world is much larger than what people can see. He said, "You may think this world is governed by a select few, and you are one of them. Even the Emperor is not chosen." Jiangna vaguely asked again, "Chosen?" Dremfim nodded slightly and said, "That's right. The headmaster believes you are the perfect candidate for the ruling position." He explained that the ideal ruler is someone who eliminates ignorance and brings progressive ideas to the world. Dremfim further affirmed that you come from a lineage that opens the path for a new world, and the headmaster has been waiting for this day for a long time. Rana's thoughts were in turmoil. A chaotic question echoed in his mind. How could there exist someone with magic surpassing both Herbeck and Ian Faisau? He recalled the rumors about a cult that did not follow the national faith, but never thought that the captain of the Imperial Knights and the master of the Ivory Tower were also connected. A thought crossed his mind. Were they conspiring to change the national faith and use a royal family like him as a tool? Rana told himself this was a rare opportunity, given the current situation. He needed to seize every possibility to consolidate power, even if the path was not bright. He thought of the throne. To reclaim the legitimate crown, he must utilize everything within his reach. Both of them stopped at the same time. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Dremfim announced, "We have arrived, Your Highness." Before them stood a closed ancient castle, covered in the marks of time. He turned back and said, "Please follow me." The space here was hazy. A thin mist enveloped the entire pathway. Everything was eerily silent. Only the gentle sound of the wind could be heard. Rana asked, "Where is this?" Dremfim replied, "This is the castle where the Dragon Clan once resided." He recounted that 300 years ago, this place was erased from the earth due to being sealed by the barrier magic of the Tower of Ha. As the seal gradually weakened, humanity followed the traces and discovered this place. Jiangna felt uneasy. He asked, "Why did you bring me here?" Dremfim did not answer, silently continuing to walk forward. A group of other people appeared, bowing their heads in greeting. "Here you are." They all expressed their respect. "We pay our respects to Your Highness." Jiangna silently observed each person in front of him. He remained silent for a moment, as if assessing the situation. Jiangna spoke up. "Are you all nobles? I see quite a few familiar faces here." Dremfim explained that this is an important moment when progressive ideas begin to rise, so only the most reputable figures in the capital are gathered. Jiangna bluntly stated, "However, I think you have overlooked the most important thing, the purpose of your gathering and who you serve under. Since I am in the same boat as you, I should be informed. Finn replied briefly, "You will know soon enough." Finn turned towards the gate and slowly said, "The Grandmaster is waiting for you inside." The gate trembled slightly before opening, revealing the space within. Jiangna did not hesitate and stepped straight inside. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he was immediately stunned by the scene that unfolded. In the center of the space stood the dragon being Aventus, silently waiting for Jiangna. His figure was massive, with a heavy aura, appearing both fierce and majestic. Those accompanying him immediately knelt down, trembling hands raised, chanting in unison, the last remaining descendant, the final dragon. Rana was startled upon hearing this, his gaze flickering momentarily. He quickly realized that this being was the true leader of their group. The dragon being Aventus spoke in a deep voice. "He must have many questions about who I am and why I invited you here." He introduced himself. "I am the dragon being Aventus, the last dragon in this land." Jiangna was shaken upon hearing this, thoughts racing through his mind. Hadn't they been exterminated 300 years ago? Before him stood a creature capable of casting the most powerful spells, its appearance closely matching the records of the dragon race. Jiangna slightly curled his lips, his eyes scrutinizing, finding the being very perplexing. Aventus admitted, "Indeed. In the war, 300 years ago, our kind was defeated and exterminated by humans, except for me. That is the truth," he continued. "Your ancestor, Michael Green River, cast a powerful seal with his own blood to prevent me from stepping outside even a single step." Aventus spoke solemnly. "I have always awaited this moment." The dragon being Aventus stared intently at Jiangna, his gaze locking onto every movement of him. He clarified, "The seal of Michelle Green River. To break the seal, I need the blood of his descendant." Rana frowned and asked, "Wouldn't it be easier for Zeta to use my blood to break the seal? Why do you have to make this proposal?" Aventus laughed coldly. "You are quite brutal, Prince. I just thought it would benefit me to make you an emperor." He continued, "I will eliminate the old customs and begin a new era of absoluteness. This deal could be the root of a grand plan." The dragon being Aventus slowly painted a vision, the foundation of a peaceful world where the dragon race and humans could coexist. Rana asked back in a deep voice, "So you mean you will use me as a tool?" He speculated, "If I refuse, you will kill me right here while the imposter is in my room." Aventus replied straightforwardly, "I have no intention of harming you. If you refuse, I will simply erase your memory and send you back." He looked down at the lines of the seal and continued, "But the reason I chose you is that I am certain you will not refuse this opportunity." Rana fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Promise me." Rana, with a serious expression, clearly stated the condition. "After making me emperor, you will not betray me." Aventus chuckled softly, "I promise." Jiangna immediately took the knife that Finn brought, her gaze unwavering. "Very good." Jiangna quickly slashed her arm, letting the blood drip onto the floor, then said, "I accept your proposal." The blood spread out, touching the area with the ceiling lines. Suddenly, the entire space lit up brightly, the magical energy fluctuating violently. The seal began to weaken, layer by layer gradually vanishing. Long human Aventus and Jiangna stared directly at each other. Aventus wore a sinister smile. "How interesting." He burst into loud laughter. "Thank you, Prince." Aventus donned a cloak, his aura completely transformed. Long human Aventus slowly stepped out, his gaze sweeping through the space, then said, "I should blend in with humanity." His deep voice resonating with hidden meaning. He fixed his gaze on Jiangna without looking away, then said, "Your face is filled with fear," each word pressing down on her mind. Long human Aventus calmly reassured her, "There's no need to be afraid. My prince, I will not harm you." His voice carrying absolute confidence. He smiled slightly, saying, "I have a feeling we will become good friends." His words light yet unpredictable. Aventus stepped forward, reaching for a cloak placed nearby. Long human Aventus draped the cloak over himself and said, "Now I can finally experience the outside world after all this time," his eyes sparkling with interest. The scene shifted to Harry. The beautiful princess was not exempt from unease. What she thought at this moment held immense significance. A soft sound echoed. She blurted out, "Why hasn't he come to see me yet?" Her hands tightly clasped, then sighed again. "Has he forgotten me?" The maid behind her awkwardly replied after a few seconds, "That's not it. Your Highness, he's probably just busy investigating the dark magic recently." Hearing this, Harry regained her spirits. A gentle smile appeared on her lips. She told herself that's right. After all, he is very busy. Harry tried to believe that. But shortly after, she fell into doubt. The room was silent. The maid standing behind did not dare to speak. A heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Then a loud sound suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. Two other maids rushed in a panic. Harry looked at them and asked, "What is it? What happened?" Both tightly clasped their hands, responding in unison, "The moment has come. He is here." The maid on the left spoke quickly. "Finally. That day has arrived." The maid on the right continued, "Please, Your Highness, just wear a formal dress." They again harmoniously chimed in, "Don't mix in any other clothes. The day of Ian Fa has come." Before she could confirm, just hearing his name, Harry's face turned visibly red. She cautiously asked again. "He is here," then clenched her hands, flustered, cried out, "Help me." Not long after, Harry quickly stepped into the magnificent main palace. In the grand hall, the exquisite high-heeled shoes with bows clicked quickly. The rhythm of her steps was chaotic. Harry hurried toward the main door, seemingly unable to wait even a moment longer. She turned to ask the maids how her hair looked, if it was messy. Harry took a deep breath. Phew. The maids raised their hands to cheer her on. The maid in the black dress reassured her. "Don't worry, Your Highness, you look absolutely beautiful today." The other two chimed in. "That's right." Harry turned back and smiled, saying, "Well, see you all later." To which they replied, "You can do it, Princess." Just then, the front door was opened. Inside stood Ian with his familiar, elegant demeanor. The atmosphere suddenly quieted. He placed his hand over his chest in a gesture of respect, greeting her. "It's been a while, Your Highness." Harry shyly clenched her hands. Her face flushed, and she dared not look directly at Ian. Her awkward gaze fell to the floor, and she softly said, "I thought you had forgotten." Ian smiled and replied, "Please forgive me. I have been a bit busy lately." Harry quickly said, "It's all right, thank you for coming." She foolishly complimented, "You look wonderful in this formal attire," to which Ian responded, "I thank you." A hint of shyness appeared on Ian's face as he hesitated. First of all," Ian continued, saying they should go to a more suitable place for practice, as there were too many eyes in the palace. If seen, it could lead to unpleasant rumors, which could affect the princess. After all, the public's opinion is powerful. Harry felt somewhat touched by this and replied, "Of course. Let's do that," Ian added. "Then I would like to take the princess to another place." He extended his hand toward her, cautiously asking, "May I hold the princess's hand for a moment?" Harry flustered and replied, "Excuse me," then asked again, "Hold my hand." Ian shyly explained that he would use teleportation magic to take them. At this moment, Harry's naive expression looked quite amusing. She looked at Ian and asked, "Is that the teleportation magic I've heard about?" Realizing that she was the one overthinking, Harry's face turned even more awkward as she repeated the question. "Is that the teleportation magic I've heard about?" Harry hesitated for a moment and then gently placed her hand on Ian's. Ian gently reminded her, "You might feel a little dizzy." He took her small hands, his voice warm. "Please focus." A burst of light flared up and swept through the space. A picturesque scene unfolded, with towering mountain ranges stretching out before them. Harry gasped. "Where is this?" Ian answered her. "These are the hills on the outskirts of the capital, a place very few people pass through," he further explained. Since the range of 6th level teleportation magic isn't wide, I chose this place because it's spacious, making it very suitable for practicing magic. Ian gently tilted his head to look at her. You finish your last sentence, my princess. Harry still hadn't fully recovered, and she blurted out, I've never left the palace before. Her eyes sparkled. This moment felt like an unbelievable dream. Looking at the birds flying freely in the vast sky, she said with appreciation. But when holding your hand, that dream became reality. Harry smiled brightly, her voice filled with joy. Magic truly is an amazing thing. Saying that, she turned back to look at Ian's delicate face. At that moment, an image of a woman suddenly appeared in Ian's mind. She was beautiful, quietly sitting by a large window in silence. That image quickly faded, and Ian smiled, replying, The princess is right. Magic is indeed wonderful. Harry's sparkling gaze shyly swept over Ian, and she asked, So you must have seen me practicing magic in the royal sanctuary. Ian continued to look at her and softly replied, Yes. He recounted that while touring the palace, he had accidentally walked in there, needing to hide when the Saintess and royal mage appeared, and that was when he saw it. Harry suddenly turned to face him, her eyes wide with curiosity. But how did you get in there? There should have been guards in that area. Ian awkwardly explained, It was just because I was young and curious. Harry laughed, memories of childhood flooding back, saying she once explored the forbidden areas of the palace with her brother and got scolded many times. Harry's eyes were mischievous yet warm. She suggested overlooking Ian's entry into the sanctuary, since he had also ignored her practicing magic. Then joked that now we are comrades in the same boat. Right. Ian appeared helpless in the face of her playfulness, simply replying, Yes, suddenly. Harry lowered her voice seriously, mentioning her brother's upcoming birthday party, asking if Ian would attend. Ian closed his eyes, thought for a moment, then firmly said, I have received the invitation, but I do not intend to attend. Harry was surprised and confused, saying her brother would surely be very disappointed. Ian spoke about his background and did not want to hear gossip. The birthday party was only for the nobility, and although he was the Tower Master, he was still a commoner, so the nobles would definitely react. Ian reminded himself to take responsibility, took a deep breath, and continued. The power that the previous Tower Master built over many years will not easily dissipate, and is watching me. He paused and spoke cautiously, until the prince firmly established his position and safely inherited the throne. I should focus entirely on my role as Tower Master. Harry lowered her head, no longer looking at Ian. The atmosphere between them quieted, and she said in a low voice, I understand. Suddenly, Harry's gaze became resolute. She said with determination that I must also fulfill my role as princess. I will not let the nobles who oppose my brother run rampant. She turned to look at Ian, her voice slightly hesitant but firm. I will also study magic diligently. Harry smiled, her eyes a mix of shyness and anticipation. Asking, Can I call you master when it's just us? Ian smiled gently, his gaze softening. He replied, Yes, you can call me whatever you like. In another place. Night gradually fell, enveloping the palace of the fifth prince. Jiangna spoke decisively, affirming that this was indeed his plan, and his words showed no sign of wavering. Evantus casually leaned back in his chair, his face calm as he succinctly stated that before dealing with the mage, Ian Pa, they needed to eliminate the prince. Jiangna's gaze was cold and sharp as he replied, That's right. Many nobles and commoners are already paying attention to the actions of the tower's successor, Ian Fa. The spacious room was engulfed in heavy silence. Despite Ian Fa's rare magical talent, he was still just a young mage from a common background, with limited experience and political influence. Many nobles and vassals openly expressed their dissatisfaction with Ian becoming the Tower Master. Jiangna maintained a resolute gaze, calculating in his mind before continuing. If the prince he supports falls, he will lose his power, and we can easily eliminate him. Demphim kept a serious demeanor, his voice firm, stating that to accomplish this, they needed a puppet. Jiangna nodded in agreement, but his eyes still showed hesitation as he said, "Yes, I still haven't found the right person." Demphim looked at Jiangna with confidence, placing his hand on his chest as if swearing, saying that he could be trusted with this task, as he knew someone very suitable. Jiangna looked directly at Demphim, his voice steady. "I will give you full authority. Take care of this, Demphim." Once all arrangements were complete, he and the others quickly left the room. In the vast space, only Jiangna and Evantis remained. With nothing left to discuss, Evantis spoke up. "Then I will take my leave." Jiangna unexpectedly called out Evantis's name. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Evantis's path, and said in a low voice, "I have a question." Without making Evantis wait long, Jiangna got straight to the point. "With your power, you could easily seize control of the empire. There are many ways to spread your doctrine and establish order. So why did you choose to cooperate with me?" Evantis calmly replied, "I need to find someone." Jiangna paused for a moment, his eyes filled with questions as he asked, "Who is it?" Evantis maintained his cold demeanor, speaking of the last remaining ancestor in this land, the golden dragon who controls time, a being that dragonkin have always yearned for. Rana broke out in a cold sweat, his voice filled with confusion. "Isn't that just a creature from legend?" Evantis clearly saw the astonishment on Jiangna's face, but remained calm, saying, "Most people of this era think so." He continued, "Just like the dragons that once existed. The golden dragon resides in a place we cannot reach, but when great calamity strikes, it will surely appear." Jiangna gradually understood the implication, his voice slowing as he asked, "Are you suggesting that chaos is—" Evantis replied succinctly, "War." Rana was shaken but kept his composure, asking if the war initiated by the Dragon Clan 300 years ago was to draw out the golden dragon. Evantis answered firmly, "Exactly, for the first time." Evantis's calm demeanor wavered as he spoke with frustration. If they were not descendants of that lineage, then why did they help humanity back then? Isn't it unreasonable that Michelle Green River could defeat dragonkin stronger than humans? Jiangna remained skeptical, noting that history made no mention of dragons, only stating that Michelle Green River developed magic in the ivory tower to defeat dragonkin. Evantis took a deep breath, his voice tinged with helplessness. That person always severed all ties with the world and vanished as if they had never existed. His eyes glimmering for a moment, he continued with conviction. "But with the blood of dragonkin, I can sense their presence. I can feel that existence." Jiangna leaned slightly, turning halfway, and asked directly, "So you intend to make me emperor and start a war, you?" Evantis smiled smugly and replied, "Yes, that is my intention. And it is not bad for people." He emphasized the goal of unifying the continent. Evantis spoke seriously about the potential threat, urging Jiangna to recognize the responsibility. If war breaks out, that person will have to appear to restore order. "We must find Kim Long." Jiangna looked at him warily and asked, "After finding Kim Long, what will you do?" Evantis did not answer directly, only sighed and said that it seemed we had been talking for too long. He stood up, turning away while continuing to speak. "Don't worry, I will go along with your plan." The peaceful morning at the Royal Night Tower was suddenly disrupted when the sound of panic rang out. Someone shouted loudly, "What? Is it true?" A knight with a calm face replied, "Sir Deputy, I have been ordered to go immediately to the captain of the Royal Knights the Fur." Bao bowed his head in confusion, trying to piece together the situation and wondering why the terrifying Sir Demphim had called him. He hadn't caused any trouble recently. Just a moment later, Bao composed himself, smiled, patted the messenger on the shoulder, and said, "I will go right away. Thank you for the report." Bao immediately left his spot, walking quickly toward his destination. In front of Sir Demphim's room, he paused, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down to face him. A concise, commanding voice came from inside. "Come in." Bao entered, stood straight, and asked, "You called for me?" "Sir." Demphim stood up, his tone serious. "Sir, Paul Lance is over here." Without beating around the bush, the atmosphere immediately tensed. Demphim spoke directly about the High Mage Helen having attacked the prince due to dark magic, then asked about the current security situation. Bao immediately replied, "Yes, there are currently no issues at all." He reported that the Night Squad had raised their alert level and was protecting the prince more closely. Demphim nodded. The prince is the future king, and his safety is always the top priority. He added that this was the first time the two had spoken directly, then asked bluntly, "You have been the deputy for a long time. Have I done anything to make you uncomfortable?" Bao quickly but sincerely replied, "I am very honored that you called for me." Demphim smiled with satisfaction. "Then that is good." He stepped closer to Paul, his voice slow but heavy with authority, mentioning Delphine's words that your swordsmanship is only second to Captain Oliver. Demphim affirmed that Paul is very talented, recognized by His Majesty, the Prince, and Captain Oliver. Paul awkwardly blushed and humbly replied, "I still have many shortcomings." Demphim noticed that embarrassment and said, "No need to be modest. It is your talent that has brought you to the position of deputy." He gravely recounted the story of Oliver recommending an orphaned commoner from the northern border as deputy, then bluntly stated, "I thought he was crazy." Demphim looked directly at Paul, his deep voice revealing the doubt that had once existed. He explained clearly that he had once doubted why the boy chose someone with a poor background for the Royal Night Team. His face showed clear displeasure as he bluntly stated that he could not accept bringing someone like that into the prestigious Night Team. Demphim paused the film, preparing to continue speaking. At that moment, Evan Tusk unexpectedly appeared behind Demphim. Bao was startled, his hand immediately moving to his waist, ready to draw his weapon. He shouted tensely, "Who are you? How long have you been standing there?" But Paul had already been restrained by Aventus's magic. He realized that he could not move at all. Aventus commanded in a firm voice, "You must become the foundation for a great empire." The scene shifted to a green forest, with fresh air enveloping the surroundings. The sound of birds singing blended with the clashing of swords as Haydn and Oliver practiced. Oliver encouraged, "Yes, very good." He continued to instruct, "Please maintain your balance in that position." When he saw Haydn about to lose his balance, Oliver reminded him, "Your Highness, wait a moment." The sword in Haydn's hand fell, and Oliver smiled at him. Oliver said, "Your Highness, let's stop here for today." "Thank you, Captain." Haydn plopped down on the grass, breathing heavily, and said, "I think I'm not suited for swordsmanship." Oliver smiled encouragingly, his gaze warm. "No, you are much better at using a sword than many others," he added. "You are progressing faster than Tower Master Ian." Haydn was startled and asked, "What, I'm progressing faster than Ian?" Oliver nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I have trained Ian for 5 years in dueling with you." Haydn suddenly got angry like a child, his face turning red, pointing his sword at Oliver. Oliver kept his tone gentle, soothing him, smiling as he said they would stop for today, then added that he really wasn't skilled with a sword. Oliver's eyes sparkled mischievously, half reminding and half teasing. He laughed and said, "Please keep it a secret that he learned swordsmanship from me." Haydn burst out laughing, both surprised and delighted, unable to believe that the perfect Ian had something he wasn't good at. Just as his smile faded, Haydn's cheeks flushed with joy, thinking that he finally surpassed Ian in something. He softly said, "I understand now. There is something I am better at than Ian." Excited, Haydn gathered his determination and declared loudly to Oliver, "All right, from now on I will work even harder until I surpass you, Swordmaster." Suddenly, Haydn's gaze turned distant, his expression sobering. He looked away and asked Oliver, "Hey, Captain, is something wrong with the Vice-Captain?" Oliver noticed it was Paul, his eyes briefly sad. He explained that Paul had been speaking less and looked quite gloomy. He had asked about him, but Paul said everything was fine. Haydn sighed, urging Oliver to keep an eye on him. He spoke sternly, reminding him not to be too harsh, as a commander must also listen to and care for the feelings of their subordinates. Oliver cheerfully replied, "I will remember, Your Highness." At the same time, in the royal palace, here, preparations for Prince Haydn's birthday party are in full swing. In the banquet hall, servants are bustling back and forth, arranging everything without pause. As the time approaches, Oliver rushes in to remind, "Your Highness, the party is about to start." Haydn finishes getting ready and replies, "All right, I'll be there shortly, Captain." But as usual, Haydn's expression is slightly gloomy. He sighs. "I always feel anxious at parties." Remembering the times Ian outshone him, Haydn reminds himself to strengthen his position. Mumbling, "Ian isn't coming either, that heartless guy." Seeing the prince downcast, Oliver encourages, "You are the main character today. Your Highness, stand tall, proud, and confident." Oliver adds, "It's the nobles who should be worried." Those words snap Haydn back to reality. The corners of Haydn's mouth lift slightly. He replies, "Yes." Haydn immediately regains his spirit, smiles, and pats Oliver on the back, saying, "And I have you, the reliable swordmaster, Oliver, with me." Just then, while the two are chatting happily, Harry runs up from behind, calling, "Brother," spotting his sister. Haydn responds. Harry appears in a stunning blue dress, every detail accentuating her royal demeanor. Before such brilliance, Haydn immediately praises, "You look very beautiful today, Harry." She smiles and replies, "Thank you, brother. I dressed up because today is your birthday." Haydn jokes, "So Ian isn't here today, and you look this beautiful. He must see this." Hearing Ian's name, Harry awkwardly says, "What are you talking about?" "Brother," she continues with a light reprimand, "why did you tell Ian what I asked you before I'm so embarrassed?" But as she says this, she suddenly stops, remembering that today is a special day. Harry takes a deep breath, then looks at her brother with gentle eyes, speaking slowly, "Happy birthday, brother. I'm always proud of my hard-working brother." Not stopping there, she stomps her foot to show determination, loudly declaring, "I will crush any noble who dares to speak ill of you, so don't worry." At her adorable action, Haydn laughs comfortably. "Thank you, Harry." Finally, the two siblings walk together, and Haydn says, "Let's go inside." Harry replies, "Yes," and links arms with her brother as they enter the hall. When the party officially begins, a servant announces loudly, "Crown Prince Haydn Green River and Princess Harry Green River have arrived." The present nobles immediately bow in respect. After the announcement, the siblings walk to the center of the hall. Haydn and Harry appear with a solemn demeanor, attracting all eyes. At that moment, the conductor raises his hand to signal. The musicians immediately begin to play a gentle melody that fills the grand hall. Nobles surround Haydn and Harry, simultaneously wishing him a happy birthday, "Your Highness." "Happy birthday, Your Highness." Haydn maintained the formalities, thanking everyone, and expressed his hope that they would enjoy the banquet. Oliver stood silently to the side, watching the prince confidently converse with the nobles. In Oliver's eyes, there was a clear pride for Haydn. Just then, Emperor Terry appeared in the banquet hall, and the servants were momentarily stunned by his unexpected presence. Only when Terry reminded them to do something and announce quickly did the servants snap back to reality. Responding, "Yes, my lord," Terry leisurely walked into the center of the grand hall. As he approached, a voice announced clearly, "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." The nobles were immediately shaken by the emperor's appearance. Even Haydn was surprised, exclaiming, "Father!" He hurried over, saying that he didn't think his father would come. Terry replied that it was his birthday, and, as a father, he had to come to celebrate the day his son was born and turned 1 year older. Terry looked directly at Haydn, his voice warm. "I am proud of you, my son." Those words filled Haydn with happiness. After that, Terry continued to move forward. Haydn followed him to the banquet table, and Terry remarked that it seemed many people had come to celebrate the prince's birthday. He spoke slowly, saying that after hardship always comes the beginning of something beautiful. and he was very happy to see everyone present here. Terry turned to Haydn, saying that for parents, every moment their child grows up is like a miracle, both proud and amazed to see the child from years ago become an adult. He reminisced, "I remember when you were about 5 years old. One day I was out for a walk, and you followed behind me. At that time, I asked why you were following me, and Haydn smiled and said he followed me because I was guiding him." Terry continued, "Even though it was just a meadow, that moment gave you the strength to walk, so I kept leading the way for you to trust and follow." At this point, Terry couldn't hide his emotions. Time had passed for so long. He looked at his son and continued, "From that day on, you have always followed me until now, and you have done very well. I have always believed in you." Haydn felt a bit shy in response to his father's sincere words. Terry finished speaking and raised his glass, his voice ringing out, "Everyone, please raise your glass." He spoke loudly, wishing for the future of the empire and for the prince to receive many blessings. The nobles all raised their glasses in unison, echoing, "Many blessings." Terry took a sip of wine, still not forgetting to wish his son a happy birthday. Haydn softly replied, "Thank you, father." Just as Terry took his first sip, he suddenly began to cough violently, fresh blood spilling from his mouth onto the floor. Haydn stood frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening. The nobles were paralyzed in place, and no one dared to speak. Harry's face was filled with terror at that moment. Only Oliver reacted immediately, his knightly body tensed as if ready to charge. In an instant, the great hall fell into chaos. Screams echoed, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" as Haydn stood frozen, watching blood continuously pour out. The wine glass in his hand fell. When the glass shattered on the floor, the cold liquid spread out, and Haydn realized the horrifying truth. He desperately shouted, "Your Majesty!" The sky outside was gloomy. Heavy rain poured down relentlessly. By the window, Haydn sat alone, his gaze vacant. He sat there motionless, unclear about what he was thinking. His lips moved slightly, wanting to speak but unable to utter a word, just as Haydn was drowning in worry. A voice called from outside, "Your Highness, Captain of the Royal Knights II. Oliver J. Wood requests an audience." Haydn startled and jumped up. The captain let him in quickly, before Oliver could step inside. Haydn had already pushed the door open, his movements hurried, breath quickening. Upon seeing him, he called out, "Captain Oliver Dapp, Your Highness," with an unmistakable panic in his voice. Haydn's voice trembled slightly with anxiety, his gaze fixed on the other person. "My father. How is he?" Each word came out laced with suppressed fear. Oliver immediately reported the situation, stating that he had survived the critical phase thanks to timely medical intervention, but he was still in great danger. All the doctors and alchemists were working tirelessly to treat him. Upon hearing this, Haydn lost his composure, loudly interrupting Oliver. What happened to the one who tried to assassinate him? His emotions erupted uncontrollably. Oliver's gaze briefly dimmed. A fleeting sadness crossed his face. He hesitated for a moment when shouted at, and the atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. Nevertheless, he understood the prince's state of mind and kept his voice steady as he replied, "We immediately apprehended the one who poisoned His Majesty's cup. The culprit has confessed to all his crimes." Haydn took a deep, cold breath, his jaw clenched, rage boiling over, all evident in his fiery gaze. Haydn grasped Oliver's shoulders and shook him vigorously, his voice sharp as he questioned, "Who is the perpetrator?" The pressure weighed heavily in the air. Oliver's eyes seemed to lose their light at that moment. He hesitated for a brief moment before speaking to the prince. "The perpetrator is—" His voice trailed off, just enough for the two of them to hear the name being spoken. In that instant, the surrounding space seemed to drain of sound. Haydn's hand on his shoulder immediately trembled uncontrollably upon hearing that name. his body reacting faster than his thoughts. Hayden stood silent for a long time, his expression blank as if he couldn't believe the truth the captain had just revealed. What? The question came out in shock. At the same time, in another location, an emergency meeting among high-ranking nobles was taking place, centered around the incident involving the Emperor. A man in a red coat's voice echoed throughout the room. Why would the deputy captain of the Royal Knights II want to assassinate His Majesty? He stood up, slamming the table. Isn't he the closest knight to the Crown Prince for all these years? What have Your Highness and Captain Oliver J. Wood been doing keeping such a traitor close? The young man in black sitting next to him immediately added, The perpetrator couldn't have acted alone. We must uncover the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. A gentleman in a blue coat solemnly supplemented. I heard Paul Lance bit his tongue during interrogation. Clearly, he has no intention of speaking at this moment. The white-haired noble pointed to a spot on the document, speaking in a deep voice. I heard he is an orphan from the northern border, close to the empire of the younger uncle. Right, he continued to lead the reasoning, urging everyone to remember. Just last year, there was a series of explosions right in the palace. Then he recalled the incident involving Ian's male tutor, a shocking event related to a mage from the Tower of Ha. A maid and a secretary in the palace were also discovered to be spies for the younger uncle. Layer by layer, the secrets were gradually being uncovered. He suspected further. Even though Paul Lance had shown exceptional talent from a young age, his unclear background made him extremely suspicious. It was very likely that he was a well-trained spy. The person opposite immediately refuted, but Paul Lance showed no signs of mana sealing. Hearing this, he retorted loudly. Does that even matter now? He dared to poison the king and remained silent about the mastermind and the motive. His words were still very firm. Amidst the noisy debate, the man in gray calmly spoke up. Everything happened because we used him without considering his status and background. We need to immediately strip him of the title of Deputy Captain of the Royal Knights II. He continued. Paul Lance must be executed for the crime of assassinating the king. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room echoed in agreement. Yes, I agree. In the face of the overwhelming opinions during the meeting, Ian remained silent, not saying another word, his face revealing no thoughts. A moment later, when the meeting ended, the sky outside was still shrouded in a heavy gray, showing no signs of clearing. Ian walked alone to the predetermined meeting point. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Ian. Although the person was cloaked, Ian immediately recognized the identity. It was the captain. He approached, removed his hood, and spoke urgently. What happened? Bao, his eyes were filled with worry. Ian slowly clarified. Ian Dapp. Everyone thinks he is a spy for Gowood. Hearing this, Oliver immediately exploded, unable to hold back his voice. Ridiculous. He is not a spy. His anger was evident. Ian nodded in agreement, firmly stating, I agree. The deputy is willing to sacrifice his life for the prince. He recounted the things Bao had done before. No matter his background, he was still a noble knight who had sworn loyalty to his master. Ian asserted confidently, his gaze unwavering. I know Bao is that kind of person. But after this incident, his fate has been decided. There is no longer any reason to justify it. Oliver fell silent upon hearing the bad news. Ian added, He has remained silent about the one who ordered it and the reason for wanting to assassinate the king. He tried to keep his voice calm to continue. We must find out the reason he did this first. At this point, Ian hesitated for a few seconds, his thoughts seemingly torn. Finally, he spoke up. How is the prince? He recounted the entire sequence of events. That day he did not eat or drink anything and prevented anyone from entering the room during that time. I think he is blaming himself for causing the king to be poisoned. Hearing this, Ian replied, I understand. Oliver continued to clarify. You know, all members of Team 2 have been confined. We are about to face interrogation. his hand clenched tightly, trembling as the team leader. I cannot act recklessly. His face showed clear helplessness, a feeling of being unable to change the situation. He kept blaming himself. I know I am asking too much, but besides you, I don't know who else I can turn to. Oliver bowed deeply before Ian, pouring out all his sincerity to plead. Please uncover the truth behind everything. Ian calmly replied, I found no lies in the deputy's confession, nor any reaction from the tower's interrogation. After hearing this, Oliver stood frozen. Perhaps he himself did not expect things to come to this point. Ian added, Tonight the deputy will be imprisoned. I will personally go to see him. He looked directly at the captain, his voice serious as he instructed. I will come to find you at home later. Oliver understood that Ian was doing his best to help him and Paul, so he tried to remain calm and replied, I understand. The sky over the capital thickened with dark clouds. Heavy rain poured down on the prison. The scene weighed down like a reflection of the worry in his heart. The guard, taking advantage of the weather and the prison's sturdiness, had fallen asleep with his head down at some point. Ian's figure quietly stepped inside. His footsteps were light but decisive, the sound quickly drowned out by the rain. Ian headed straight for the isolation zone, where the most dangerous criminals of the Empire were currently held. In front of him was Paul's cell. Ian stood silently looking at him, his heart tightening as Bao was tightly bound by cold chains. On the pale body of the once mighty vice-captain, there were now numerous bleeding wounds. Ian softly called out, Vice-captain, and Bao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dull and lifeless like a dried-up well. Ian spoke up. You recognize me, right? Bao did not respond, only lowered his head, his gaze vague and unfocused. The silence cut deep into Ian's heart like a blade. He said, I don't believe you are someone who would attempt to assassinate the Emperor. There were no spies from enemy nations or other conspirators. I know this better than anyone, he asserted. Ian continued, You swore loyalty to the Crown Prince. You risked your life for him. I don't understand why you would do this. He began to cast a spell to read thoughts and said, From now on, I will enter your memories. Please allow me to do this. Ian created a magic circle on Bao's forehead. The space around him began to blur, and he was pulled into the chaotic memories of the vice-captain. Images began to appear, starting with Oliver. Next was a scene of Paul talking with Delphine. Behind Delphine was another figure, the last descendant of the dragon people, Evantus. But Ian was unclear about his background. Evantus was using dark magic to carry out his sinister intentions. Ian immediately understood that it was the dragon person Evantus who had used dark magic to control Bao, a dense stream of dark power enveloping his mind. He observed Bao suffering heavily from that strange magic. His consciousness was gradually disintegrating, and Ian realized he was not acting of his own will. He thought in horror. He has been controlled by dark magic. Diving deeper into the memories, Ian reached the subconscious where Bao's true self was curled up. He spoke. I have been so foolish, Bao continued. I know very well that the Imperial Palace is the place with the most enemies, Ian softly called. Vice-captain, Bao smiled weakly and said, I have been waiting for you to come here. Ian, it was worth the wait. Ian panicked, his voice urgent as he said, Please wait. I will free you from the dark magic first. Unexpectedly, Bao tightened his grip on Ian. It was weak but resolute, as if he feared this moment would slip away. Bao asked softly, How is the prince? His voice was hoarse and broken. Ian shouted loudly, trying to pull him back, based on his memories. The truth had been revealed. As long as they found the one who had used dark magic on him, they could clear his name. Bao slowly shook his head, his voice heavy with despair. He blamed himself, realizing the situation was dire. It's my fault, he continued. Even if we find the culprit, it won't change the fact that I poisoned the Emperor's medicine. Ian quickly urged him. You can't give up. If you stop now, you'll always be seen as the traitor who assassinated the Emperor. Bao suddenly became unusually calm. He shook his head and said, "I don't care about the charges against me. The shame is nothing compared to the pain I've caused to the one I swore loyalty to," he advised. "Ian, the enemy has targeted the Emperor. They will surely aim for the prince sooner or later. I may just be the beginning. Please let me end this. I don't want to continue blocking the prince's path." Ian panicked, asking urgently, "Hurry up and tell me what you're saying, Vice Captain." Bao pleaded. "Please pass this message to the prince and Captain Oliver for me," he instructed. "Tell them I'm sorry, and I'm very grateful. This may be the last thing I can do as the sword protecting the prince," Ian called out in shock. "Vice Captain." Bao moved closer, his voice growing weaker. "Please take care of the prince." After saying this, he pushed Ian out of the memory. Ian was stunned, a wave of emptiness crashing over him. Bao smiled, his figure gradually fading into the mist of memories, with a face full of hope. He closed his eyes, silently wishing that day would shine at the highest point of the empire. Thinking of Prince Hayden, Bao smiled one last time, a strangely relieved smile, outside of reality. Ian was jolted from his subconscious, returning to the cold prison cell. He gasped for breath, sweat soaking his forehead, his face filled with panic. Ian looked at Bao, his breath rapid and uneven. He immediately cast a spell to dispel the dark magic, a great dispel, but nothing seemed to have any effect. Ian's thoughts were in chaos. Could it be that the great dispel was ineffective? He shouted loudly, "Vice Captain, please hang on. I will nullify the dark magic right away." Ian spoke quickly. "I won't let you die in vain like this." Suddenly, he froze, his entire body stunned. Bao seemed to have lost his breath. He had chosen to leave forever. Ian stood frozen in place. The vice captain of the Royal Night Team 2, Paul Lentz, took his last breath and passed away. The rain outside howled fiercely, echoing the shattered heart within Ian. In the prince's mansion, a heavy atmosphere enveloped everywhere. Oliver sat silently in the dark corner, his empty gaze staring into the void. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from outside. The warrior's reflexes made Oliver spring up, drawing the sword at his side in defense. A voice called out, "Captain." The familiar sound made him realize it was Ian Fa. Oliver lowered his sword and hurriedly opened the door, calling out, "Ian." Ian stood silently, completely drenched from the rain, water streaming down his face, unclear whether it was rain or tears. Oliver asked urgently if he had seen Bao. How was he doing? His voice tense with anticipation for the answer. "Did you discover anything?" Ian remained silent for a long time, his throat tight, then hesitantly replied, "Sir Paulette." Ian looked up with red-rimmed eyes at the captain, who was trembling with worry, each word heavy as he said, "That day, he has now perished in the dungeon." Oliver froze in place, his hands and feet shaking uncontrollably. He stammered, "What?" Oliver slowly placed his hand on the table, pressing down hard as if to maintain his balance. He tried to suppress the overwhelming emotions, but ultimately couldn't hold on. Oliver buried his head and cried uncontrollably, the sorrow flooding in. The cries of a grown man echoed in the silent room. While crying, Oliver choked out the memories, flooding back like a slow-motion film. "The first time I met Paul was at an orphanage on the northern border funded by the Zeus family. He was always smiling brightly, thinking of others more than himself." Oliver lifted his face, tears streaming down. "My father was the one who discovered Paul's swordsmanship talent and decided to support him. We trained together like brothers." He continued in pain. "He worked harder than anyone, always stood for what was right, never expected to leave in vain like this." Ian quietly waited for Oliver's emotions to settle before speaking. Before Sir Bao took his last breath, I read his memories. Oliver was stunned, looking up at Ian in surprise. He quickly asked, "Did you find anything?" Ian's gaze darkened as he recounted the fragmented but terrifying images. "A few days ago, the vice captain met the captain of the night team Tsi, Sir Delphine, and the person standing beside him used dark magic to brainwash the vice captain." Oliver exclaimed in shock, "You said Paul met Sir Delphine?" then suddenly realized something more serious. Wait, does dark magic still exist? Who is that person? Ian replied. I have never seen him. He had a pale face and long silver hair. In Ian's mind, he searched through all the memories of his past life, but found nothing. A person who had never appeared, Ian firmly asserted. This is related to Sir Delphine, the captain of Night Team Y, and the unnamed High Mage who assisted him. Oliver anxiously asked. You said, High Mage. How powerful is he? Ian explained clearly that he had used a dispel after discovering that the vice captain was affected by dark magic. But it was completely ineffective. He concluded that the enemy had the ability to use higher-level magic than him. Ian continued to analyze, stating that he could guess the identity of the enemy, but he had no evidence. He also wasn't sure if the enemy was acting alone or if there were other dark mages involved. So he needed to investigate further. Oliver looked at Ian with concern, asking urgently, if he was strong enough to surpass you. Wouldn't that put you in great danger if dark magic targets you? The Empire will be plunged into disaster. Ian did not respond immediately. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an object. He placed a stone necklace into Oliver's hand. Oliver examined it closely and recognized that it was the necklace he had given Ian during their training match 6 years ago. Ian explained that this was the necklace the Queen had given him. Although he had mentioned it, helped calm the mind. It was not that simple. The pendant was set with a gem made from dragon tears, which contained a spell of magical resistance that could absorb dark magic. Ian added that its power must be at least level 8. Oliver nodded in response, understanding that this meant he would not be affected by dark magic. Contrary to that thought, Ian slowly shook his head. Oliver showed a clear look of confusion. Ian analyzed that the details about the magical resistance spell had never been disclosed. And currently, only he and the Queen knew about it. Others only regarded it as an ordinary royal treasure. Ian lowered his voice, his gaze sharp and determined. Captain. He looked seriously at Oliver, asking if he could promise not to reveal what he was about to say to anyone. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Oliver nodded firmly, saying, Yes, I promise you. Ian began to present his detailed plan. Oliver remained silent, focusing on listening to every word. He mentioned a key point. Every word Ian spoke made Oliver's eyes widen in astonishment. Outside the window, the heavy rain poured down more violently, with gusts of cold wind whipping through the gloomy space. Thunder and lightning tore across the dark sky, signaling that a great storm was approaching very close. In the lavish mansion of the Jiangna family, the heavy atmosphere was no different from the dark clouds swirling outside. Dremfin bowed his head to report that Paul Lenz had died in prison. Jiangna sat back in his armchair, glanced at him briefly, then turned away, responding coldly. I know. Dremfin continued, stating that a stranger had sneaked into the prison. It seemed that this person had realized Paul Lenz was under the influence of dark magic. Jiangna replied indifferently. Of course, but he couldn't do anything about it. Jiangna took a sip of tea, his expression calm, believing that Ian Fa was still unaware of the existence of the Dragon Man. He added that while everything was unclear, Ian Pa would likely try to avoid being affected by dark magic. The level 5 dark magic of Herbert could not affect Ian Fa, who was level 6, but the Dragon Man Avantis was stronger than him, being a level 8 master by human standards. Jiangna's eyes glinted with cunning. He said that even though Avantis had not fully regained his strength due to the seal, he still surpassed Ian Pa. There was a mage stronger than him, and Ian Fa must have realized that too. He then asked Finn, wasn't he just going to abandon everything and run away? Jiangna chuckled softly. Ha 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 ha. He wouldn't do that. If he were that foolish, I wouldn't have had to struggle this long. Jiangna smiled and said, Actually, I'm not sure what Ian Pa is thinking. After last year's entry into the palace, he had become the prince's aide, but he had once said he would only serve the prince. Jiangna looked at the reflection in the teacup, slowly saying, I thought I had hidden myself well, but sometimes I feel like he sees right through me. It feels like he has known me for a long time. He placed the teacup down on the table. Jungna pondered for a moment and said, "For now, we should observe his actions." Early in the morning at Ian's house, the atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. Ian held a carefully sealed letter, instructing his loyal butler Hoga in a low but firm voice to send this letter to Lord Pierrick in the east as soon as possible. How about the letter sent to the Moglian estate in the north? Hoga placed his hand on his left chest and bowed his head, replying, "The report says it will arrive soon." Ian nodded slightly and said, "I understand." He immediately handed over another letter. Hoga looked surprised, and Ian said, "Take this as well." The letter was carefully sealed with a fingerprint. Ian instructed, "This is a power of attorney in the name of the Merchant Guild. Pretend to be a merchant leaving the capital." Ian said, "I trust you understand." Hoga took the letter, his hand tightening, nodding firmly. The morning light streamed through the window. Ian continued, "No hesitation allowed. Once you finish packing and the sun begins to set, gather all the servants and take them to Moglian with my mother. If we head north, Lord Morgan will help us upon receiving the letter," Hoga replied decisively. "Understood, Master Ian." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, and Vanessa rushed in. She called out loudly, "Ian." Ian startled and called out, "Mother." Vanessa was breathing heavily, her face filled with worry, her eyes clearly showing anxiety. Without waiting for an explanation, Vanessa pressed, "What's going on? Why does Mother have to leave so suddenly?" Ian stepped forward, keeping calm to reassure her. "I can't explain clearly, but the capital is very dangerous. I have sent a letter to Lord Moglian. He will protect everyone." Vanessa, feeling emotional, asked with a trembling voice, "How can you leave me here alone if I stay? You should stay too." Ian gently held his mother's hand, his gaze tender yet resolute, saying, "You don't need to worry about me. I'm grown up now." Ian smiled confidently and said, "I'm a renowned level 6 mage, the master of the Ivory Tower. I can protect myself. Don't worry." "Mother," Vanessa anxiously shook her head, tears welling up. "You're only 18. You are my only child." Vanessa choked out, "Why do you keep putting yourself in danger? I can't bear to see you face this alone anymore. We should go together." Ian lowered his head and then looked up, his voice becoming serious. "Mother." Vanessa stood frozen in silence, looking at her son, who suddenly seemed so distant and grown up. A moment of silence enveloped the two of them. Ian lowered his voice to Vanessa. "Please listen to me this time." His gaze was resolute yet trembling. He gripped her shoulders tightly, his body shaking, stammering that if anything happened, he could hurt her. Vanessa was taken aback, her eyes clearly showing confusion at her son's unusual demeanor. Ian slowly released his grip, his breathing still unsteady. He turned to Ridio, speaking seriously. "Ridio, please take care of my mother," Ian instructed clearly. "Even if I try to find her, you must not tell her where she is, at the right time. I will send a letter to Mr. Morgan." Ridio responded nervously, his voice hesitant but firm. "Understood, Mr. Ian." Doug Glass immediately spoke up. "Leader, I will stay here," he said quickly. "I don't know what's happening, but I can help you. After all, I'm your #1 subordinate." Ian shook his head, his tone gentle yet firm. "Doug Glass, thank you. But this is more dangerous than you think. You should go with them." In Ian's mind flashed the image of Douglas grown up in his previous life. He thought to himself, "You are someone I do not want to fall into the hands of that bastard." Ian stepped forward a few paces, scanning the hall. He announced clearly, "When everyone leaves the mansion, I will erase part of my memory. After that, I will not know where everyone has gone." Ian emphasized each word. "Remember the situations I have described and follow them. I trust everyone." Hoga and all the servants and bodyguards replied in unison, their voices echoing throughout the mansion. "Yes, Mr. Ian." Ridio helped Vanessa outside. She kept looking back, her eyes filled with lingering worry. Everyone was ready to depart. When the door closed behind the last person, the mansion became eerily empty, leaving only Ian standing still. He let out a long breath, as if shedding an old burden, while simultaneously shouldering a new loneliness. Ian looked down at the box placed on the table in front of him. He thought to himself, now only this necklace remains. Ian reached into his pocket and pulled out another item. A small vial. The liquid inside was a greenish purple that shimmered oddly. A potion to dispel dark magic, he murmured. And this too. Switching to the Jiangna mansion, a henchman from the dragon-human realm rushed in to report. He recounted that the prince was still locked in his room. According to the maid, he was very weak that day. The emperor had survived the critical phase but remained in a coma. Even if he woke up, his internal organs were damaged, likely leaving lasting effects. Jiangna stroked his chin in thought and said, "He has held on longer than I expected." He appeared uneasy, and Jiangna solemnly stated, "If my father's condition improves, it will be detrimental to us." Bringing up Finn, he immediately suggested, "I will bribe one of the royal alchemists first." He continued, "It's best to act early to avoid unforeseen circumstances." The nobles were not very concerned about Prince Hayden. They doubted his ability to rule since he could not handle major affairs at this time. Jiangna, Avantis, and the henchmen all listened in silence. "Bring Finn the report. The Royal Knight Team 2 has been placed under house arrest and is under investigation. The council is discussing stripping Captain Oliver Rehut of his title." Avantis laughed. Everything was going according to plan. Very good. Now all they had to do was wait. He would soon ascend to the throne. Jiangna was still uneasy. He suspiciously remarked that it was strange that Ian Pa had not made any moves. Standing still was not like him. He was definitely plotting something. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, another henchman rushed in, panicked, calling out, "Your Highness!" Bring Finn shouted angrily, "I told you not to disturb us." The man trembled and knelt down to apologize. He reported in a panic that Ian Pa was approaching the royal palace. Jiangna and Bring Finn both showed expressions of surprise. Jiangna lowered his head in thought, closed his eyes, and said, "Let's temporarily conclude today's meeting here." He turned to Avantis and suggested, "Mr. Avantis, please erase your presence and stay in this room." Avantis calmly replied, "Understood." Outside in the hallway, footsteps echoed steadily, decisively, and confidently. With each step, Ian Fa was advancing straight in. Ian stopped in front of Jiangna's room. The heavy wooden door loomed before him, and he took a breath without hesitation. He coldly called through the door, "Your Highness, the Master of the Ivory Tower, Ian Fa requests an audience with you." Jiangna ordered the guards, "Let him in." Ian stepped inside, his sharp gaze sweeping over the lavish yet suffocating room. Randa Green River was standing there, his expression eerily calm. He looked up and flashed a perfect social smile, saying it had been a while. Ian Fa stood straight, looking at him without returning the greeting. Anger surged in his chest, but his face remained icy. Jiangna sighed, his voice heavy with emotion. "This is our first meeting since Herbeck was executed." He continued slowly, "I have heard that many unfortunate events have occurred during that time." Randa slightly shuddered as if suppressing his sorrow, his voice melancholic as he said, "I still can't believe that happened to my father. I didn't even get to see him when he was like that. This breaks my heart." He turned back, his sadness quickly vanishing, replaced by a serious demeanor, and asked, "So why have you come to see me at this time?" Ian Fa remained silent, his gaze piercing through the false mask before him. He took a deep breath, his voice low but heavy as a falling stone, slowly questioning. "Why? What are you plotting?" Randa raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence, and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Tower Master." Ian would not let him evade the question. He stepped forward, pressing closer, and said, "Knight Paul Lenz has been affected by dark magic after his meeting with Knight Dempo Morris." He pointedly reminded, "Captain of the Royal Knight Team, Faki. Long Human Realm." Your Highness must surely know the order of the lineage involved, just like those who taught dark magic and were always close to the prince. Jiang Na remained silent, listening with an unusually calm demeanor. Ian coldly asserted, "Fifth Prince, this is all part of your plan." Jiang Na chuckled softly, shaking his head indifferently. "What are you talking about? That's just slander." He reanalyzed. If Paul Lentz was controlled by dark magic and attempted to assassinate the Emperor, wouldn't you be held accountable for the investigation? He spread his arms in a gesture of innocence and continued. "What is the Order of the Line? I have never heard of it. Why would I conspire with a force I don't even know exists, moreover? I am being monitored and confined, unable to leave the palace. The ivory tower claims to be the guard dog of the palace. You should understand this better than I do." Ian remained silent. Ian spoke up, warning, "Your Highness, I can use magic to detect lies." He stepped forward and said directly, "I know that everything you just said is false. You are connected to the Order of the Line and have conspired with someone using dark magic." Ian stood facing Jiang Na, his gaze icy, affirming that he was indeed the leader of that gang. Jiang Na calmly asked, "Is that your conclusion?" Ian looked at him, his expression showing undisguised disgust. Jiang Na lowered his head, not to cry but to laugh, his voice softly ringing out. "You are more foolish than I thought." He leaned closer to Ian, whispering coldly, "So what do you intend to do? Do you think I will admit it just because you threaten me?" Jiang Na threatened, "Ian Fa, if what you say is true, where is the evidence?" He reiterated, "The vice-captain of the Royal Knights too, Paul Lentz, died from poisoning the Emperor, even with advanced interrogation magic. No lies were detected." Jiang Na scoffed, his face sharp as a knife, his tone mocking. Paul Lentz bit his tongue and fell silent. Upon hearing this, Ian felt rage swell in his chest. Jiang Na continued, "And yet you still came here yourself, truly foolish." He smiled confidently and concluded, "Ian Fa, you have lost, and I am the chosen one." Jiang Na called out, "Avantis!" A shadow appeared behind Ian. A chilling dark aura surged, and Avantis began to cast level 8 dark magic. Ian was startled and turned around, a terrifying pressure weighing down on him. Ian looked at Avantis, his mind reeling. It was the person he had seen in Bao's memories. He flashed a sinister smile, his gaze piercing straight at Ian Pa, then spoke. "What an interesting young man. Ian Fa, isn't it?" Evan Tusk slowly said. "You have deduced the whole truth. He is the one using dark magic to control Ian." Evan Tusk stared intently at him and then spoke. "That cloak looks very familiar." He stepped forward and grabbed the hem of Ian's cloak, his voice lowering. "I can't forget it. I never expected to see it here." Ian struggled to stay alert as he observed his opponent, thoughts racing quickly. That appearance, that aura, a dragon man. Evan Tusk turned to Jiang Na and asked, "Prince, do you want me to turn this one into your pawn?" "Right," Jiang Na replied succinctly. "Yes, I still need him." Evan Tusk immediately cast level 8 dark magic and said, "Very well." Ian convulsed violently, a painful sound escaping his throat. "Ah." His eyes gradually turned a fiery red. Ian's hands hung limply, his body losing control. He bowed his head, his entire body stiff as if frozen. Jiang Na asked, "Is it done?" Avantis replied. "Yes." Jiang Na questioned skeptically. "But he looks no different." Avantis showed annoyance and said, "You doubt me too much." Avantis ordered Ian Fa to harm himself. Jiang Na looked at Avantis in shock, his voice faltering. "Huh. What did you just say?" Without a word of protest. Ian complied, creating an ice dagger to prepare to harm himself. Jiang Na panicked and shouted, "Wait!" Ian tightened his grip on the dagger's handle. Jiang Na yelled loudly, "Wait! Stop!" Ian immediately froze. The room fell silent. He held his position, the sharp blade stained with blood from Ian's hand. Jiang Na regained his composure, his voice still trembling. "That's enough." Evan Tusk continued. From now on, proceed according to your plan. He turned his back and said, I'm going to rest now. Evan Tusk vanished, leaving only Jiang Na and Ian in the spacious room, his gaze fixed on the new puppet. Jiang Na's expression remained tense after the incident. He needed one final confirmation. He continued to look at Ian, the pressure in his gaze growing heavier. Jiang Na called Ian Fa, his tone serious. Which lord do you ultimately serve? Ian did not hesitate, kneeling on one knee to show respect. He bowed his head in absolute submission, his voice steady. You will rise to the pinnacle of this empire. His Highness, the fifth prince, Ragna Green River. Jiang Na smiled, the tension and doubt gradually fading away. A knock sounded at Hayden's door. The butler entered to inform Hayden. Your Highness, please prepare to attend the conference this afternoon. Hayden calmly replied. Oh, right, it's today, isn't it? I heard this conference was summoned by Ian as the master of the Ivory Tower. Ragna covered his face and continued. It's been a while since I last saw Ian. I can't meet him in my current state. Hayden asked the butler. Can you help me get ready more carefully today? I rely on you. The butler replied. Yes, Your Highness. The conference was about to begin. All the nobles and those in power gathered to await the decision. A young man asked. This is the first conference chaired by the master of the Ivory Tower. Right, a girl replied. That's right. I heard it even summoned the crown prince and the fifth prince to attend. A man lowered his voice and remarked that they had been unusually silent for a long time, but he guessed they were secretly discussing that matter. Another person asked in surprise. That matter. He immediately explained. You don't know. It's about who among the two will inherit the throne. The crowd instantly buzzed with chatter. Some whispered, could it be that Lord Ian will no longer support the crown prince? He has always stood by him. A young man shook his head slightly, showing uncertainty. He continued, but recently, there have been rumors that Lord Ian met with the fifth prince in his palace. The person next to him widened their eyes and asked, Lord Ian met the fifth prince. He further analyzed, too many unpleasant events have happened in succession lately. That's right. Especially after the crown prince's disappointing actions. It's very possible that Lord Ian has changed his mind. Just then, Hayden walked into the hall. He paused slightly, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Upon seeing Ian, Hayden immediately joyfully called out, Ian! He quickly approached, his voice full of enthusiasm. It's been a while, Ian. Are you doing well? Hayden smiled lightly and said, Just seeing you makes me feel better. I really missed you. Ian did not respond. His expression remained cold. Hayden reached out to place a hand on Ian's shoulder and said, If you don't mind, let's meet a bit after the conference. Instantly, Ian brushed Hayden's hand away without hesitation, leaving him stunned. Hayden looked visibly confused. He stared at Ian, trying to find an explanation. Ian maintained an indifferent demeanor like a stranger. Hayden choked out. Ian. Ian bowed his head and apologized calmly. Please forgive me, but I have many matters to attend to. Hayden scratched his head and replied, Oh, I see. All right. He continued. Then perhaps we will meet again after you finish your work. Just then, the logistics personnel approached and called out, Master of the Ivory Tower. They respectfully said to Ian, Please proceed to the conference hall. Ian silently turned and left. Hayden stood watching him go, feeling an indescribable sense of unease rising within him. His face clearly showed a mix of worry and confusion. The official conference began. Ian stood before the entire council and the nobles, solemnly saying, Esteemed elders and noble lords, thank you for attending this conference. He continued, Our empire has just experienced an unprecedented tragedy due to the assassination plot against Emperor Paul Lenz. His Majesty has yet to regain consciousness, even after 15 days have passed. Hayden listened, his expression somber. Ian clarified, Even if His Majesty awakens, there is no guarantee that he can continue to bear the responsibilities as before. It is time to make a choice. I believe you all understand this." The nobles began to pay attention as Ian emphasized that the pillars of the empire were shaking. Currently, the empire is on high alert. The enemies at the border are disregarding us, and fear has turned into chaos across the lands. As the future of the empire becomes so unstable, we must face reality calmly. Jiang Na sat listening with a confident expression. Ian mentioned the selection of the heir to the throne. He made it clear that relying solely on good looks would not save the empire. Ian emphasized that what we need is a capable leader to guide the empire through the crisis, restoring order and political balance among the three nations. He asserted that only someone who can elevate the Green River Empire to become the greatest power in history deserves to wear the crown. Ian spoke sternly, and that is also why, as Ian Fa, the master of the Ivory Tower, he placed both hands on the table, his gaze unwavering, declaring right at this conference. Ian Fa declared loudly, "I hereby announce my support for the bloodline of the great emperor, the fifth prince, Ragna Green River." The entire hall was immediately shaken. People began to look at each other, their expressions confused, and the atmosphere in the grand hall noticeably sank. Hayden stood frozen, his breath caught in his chest. Jiang Na had anticipated this outcome. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Hayden rushed forward, calling out loudly, "Ian!" He reached out towards Ian, his movements frantic. Hayden grabbed Ian's shirt, his face filled with anger, as the attendants hurriedly intervened. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." He pressed on with a questioning voice. "Ian, how could you?" Ian remained calm, his gaze steady. Hayden swung his arm and threw a punch. The attendant scrambled to stop him. "Please stop. Your Highness the Crown Prince," he shouted. "Let go of me. Get away." Ian sat down, lightly rubbing his cheek, his expression darkening as he ordered, "Someone escort His Highness out of the grand hall." Hayden was pulled away, turning his head back to look at Ian, tears streaming down his face as he shouted his name. "Ian." The scene shifted to Hayden's window in the quiet night. He tossed and turned in bed, his mind a mess, unable to sleep. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the window. It was Captain Oliver. A deep voice rang out, "Your Highness, it is I, Oliver Day." Hayden jumped, surprised, stammering, "Captain." Hayden opened the door, and upon seeing Oliver, he quickly asked, "Why are you here at this late hour? You should be at home by now." Oliver replied seriously, "The situation is urgent. There is no time to explain. Please dress warmly, and we must leave immediately." Hayden, confused, asked, "What exactly has happened? Where are we going?" Oliver opened the wardrobe, his hand gliding over the cloaks before stopping. There was a shortcut behind the palace. Taking that route would keep them undetected. Holding the cloak in his hand, Oliver moved closer to Hayden, his voice steady yet urgent. That was the secret path used only in emergencies. Oliver looked outside and said, "All the soldiers of the second palace are standing guard outside." Hayden was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief, confirming he wasn't hearing things wrong. Oliver knelt on one knee, reaching out to support Hayden as he swayed with worry. "Your Highness, we must leave immediately." Hayden hesitated for a moment before nodding, choosing to trust Oliver. He placed his hand on the captain's hand. Moments later, the two arrived at a secluded forest. Suddenly, the sound of many voices calling out in unison rang out. "Your Highness Hayden." One person held the reins tightly, looking at Hayden with a smile, clearly stating that this day had finally come. They had waited for so long. Hayden awkwardly asked, "Who is everyone?" Seeing Hayden appear, everyone was overjoyed. They remarked that the prince looked much thinner, while Hayden's eyes widened, completely confused about what was happening. Hayden turned to Oliver and asked, "Can someone explain to me what is going on? Why is everyone gathered here?" Oliver replied solemnly, "The palace and the royal city are no longer safe." Oliver continued, "From now on, the second palace's guards will protect you and escort you to Pierrick Manor." Hayden asked in surprise, "Isn't Pierrick Manor located in Ian's territory? Why there?" Oliver urged, "I will explain on the way. Please allow us to escort you, Your Highness." Hayden gradually understood, but still warned, "This could cost you your titles, even lead to severe punishment." He worriedly continued. Even Ian's title could be stripped away, and worse, he could be charged with treason. Oliver asked directly, "Who gave the order?" Hayden jumped in surprise and replied, "What do you mean?" Oliver answered firmly, "We are your sword and shield. The only one who can command us is you. You are the only Prince Hayden to us. Who could possibly replace you?" His voice rang out decisively. "We have never stood by with our arms crossed while our sovereign is in danger, no matter how strong the enemy is. Protecting you is our duty." The group knelt in unison, their oath ringing out together. "We will continue to fight, continue to protect you." In their eyes was a burning hope, eager to stand by Hayden until the end, boldly requesting, "Therefore, please allow us to continue fulfilling our oath." Hayden was taken aback by their unwavering spirit, emotions welling up as he muttered, "These people." Hayden covered his face with his hand, helplessly sighing before saying, "I understand now." Then Hayden turned to Oliver and commanded, "Captain, you must explain to me what is happening on the way." The scene quickly shifted to Jiangna. Fai hurriedly approached to report, his voice urgent. "Your Highness, we have encountered a slight problem." Fai hurriedly approached to deliver the news, speaking urgently. "Your Highness, we have encountered a bit of a problem." Jiangna immediately asked what was going on. He replied that Hayden had disappeared right at dawn. He continued, "The royal guards had been acting modestly lately and had left with weapons." Jiangna's expression changed completely. Worry was evident on his face. "Have they found out where they went?" Delphine immediately responded. "According to witness testimony, they headed east. Upon learning this, he acted right away, informing the 5th Prince early in the morning. We have dispatched troops to pursue them and will send more." But Jiangna calmly said it wasn't necessary. They were heading to the Pierrick estate. He said this because he was well aware of the winding and treacherous path to the Pierrick estate, filled with monsters. However, with Oliver Reut and the cavalry escorting them, there would be no issues. Recklessly pursuing them would only deplete our forces. Bring Fai was momentarily at a loss, unsure how to react, hesitantly asking, "Then, what?" Rana understood the implication and decisively ordered to let them go. Finding Vanessa Fa's whereabouts is more important than chasing after that Hayden. That cunning mage had prepared for the possibility of dark magic interference when hiding his mother. To this day, he hasn't said a word about her. A thought briefly crossed Jiangna's mind. It couldn't be that Avantis hadn't been brainwashed yet. Moreover, it seemed he had erased his own memories. Hearing this, Bringfai questioned respectfully, asking Jiangna with all due respect, "Why are we still intentionally looking for the mother of the Ivory Tower's master? She is also a very powerful person." Rana answered without hesitation, "Ian's weakness is his mother. Isn't it strange that such a cunning person suddenly comes here and agrees to be our puppet? Even if it's due to dark magic, he is definitely plotting something. We must find Vanessa Fa to guard against any unforeseen circumstances." Bringfai placed his hand on his chest and bowed, responding, "Yes, I understand now." Only when he left did Jiangna let out a quiet sigh. Unease rose within him. Everything was going too smoothly. He felt worried. "What exactly are you plotting, Ian Fa?" Meanwhile, at a magnificent castle, sunlight flooded the space. Hayden and Oliver stood in the hallway exchanging words, just as the conversation was still ongoing. A voice rang out from behind. "So, you are here," causing both to turn around. The person who appeared was Pierrick, who approached while asking, his gaze directed at Hayden. "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Hayden smiled and replied, "No, thank you for your hospitality during my unexpected presence. I will remember this." Kalyan showed clear respect, his voice sincere. "It's nothing. This is the honor of my lifetime." His eyes suddenly darkened, filled with regret. "In fact, I was a bit surprised to receive Ian's letter. I regret this. I hope the king remains healthy." Pierrick and Kalyan bowed their heads, placing their hands on their chests, calmly yet seriously affirming their duty to protect the prince. as requested by Ian. The Pierrick family from the east will join the prince. Please rest assured. We will ensure your safety. After the two left the hallway, Hayden's face relaxed. A gentle smile appeared. He admired Pierrick's heart and remarked that the head of the Pierrick family was indeed a good person, strong and cheerful. Thinking back, Lord Callion and the commanders are also here. Oliver's eyes brightened in agreement, his voice mixed with pride and approval. That's right, he is my cousin. He taught me swordsmanship when I was young. Hayden's expression darkened as he said, I see. Ian has calculated everything. Hayden lowered his voice as he spoke to the captain, his words slow but heavy, carrying many unspoken thoughts. Ian has really been affected by dark magic. Oliver paused and replied, moving slightly. Hayden turned away to avoid the gaze, his voice dropping as he said, It's nothing. Ian must have chosen the fifth prince. Jiangna has always excelled over me in every way since childhood. It's frustrating. But that's the truth. Perhaps Ian thinks so too. Just like all the nobles believe he will become an exceptional king. Oliver understood Hayden's feelings when he said that. So he immediately spoke up to reassure him. That is not something to be taken lightly. Oliver looked directly at Hayden, his gaze firm. He repeated Ian's words from years ago, both reminding and reinforcing their faith. 6 years ago, Ian promised to fight, and I will never support the fifth prince. He said so. Oliver's eyes shone brightly, his smile clear, his voice full of life. Please trust in Ian, sir. He surely has a plan. The time rewound a few days earlier. Outside, the rain poured down incessantly, water splashing against the window panes, the wind howling through the cracks. The steady rhythm of the rain heightened the tension in the air. Oliver still couldn't believe it. He asked Ian to clarify once more. Ian, could you repeat that? Ian's gaze was calm, his voice slow and clear, each word falling without a tremor. I will meet Jiangna and allow him to perform dark magic on me. If the crown prince finds out, he will definitely stop it. You must not tell him about this. Upon realizing the plan, Oliver couldn't contain his emotions. He shouted to stop Ian, not wanting him to face danger alone. That is too risky. You must not do this. Ian remained calm as if he had been contemplating this for a long time. Ready to face any risks ahead, he said in a deep voice. Ragna will not kill me immediately. He needs me alive because I am beneficial to him. Ian's gaze was sharp, his will clear as a blade. He placed his hand on his chest, the motion decisive, his voice ringing out. I am a level 6 mage, the master of the Tower of Nya. My position directly influences the politics and diplomacy of the kingdom. Ragna will exploit this to seize the throne. Ian emphasized each word. I do not want to be used by him again. But Oliver paused to think. Again, Ian seemed to have already mapped out the entire path. Ian continued thoughtfully. If I do this, I will grasp Jiangna's plan and those who associate with him. His deep gaze met Oliver's, and he commanded, if I announce my support for him to ensure safety, you should go east with the Pierrick family and the crown prince. I will send a letter to the lord of that land, although he understood the plan. Oliver could not hide his anxiety. Sweat soaked his face as he said, but Ian, we need someone to dispel the dark magic for you. There is no royal family or trustworthy place left. Ian's eyes suddenly sparkled, a subtle smile appearing, as if holding a secret. No, there is still one person. Someone Jiangna would not expect. A friend I can trust. The scene shifted to a large, quiet room. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes heavy with sadness. Looking at the Emperor lying in a coma, she could not hide her sorrow, her voice trembling as she called out, Father. Although she knew the Emperor could not respond, she gently spoke as if pouring out her heart. Ian has announced his support for the fifth prince, and my brother has also left. Jiangna is preparing to seize the throne. Everything has come to this point, and Harry could no longer hold on. She burst into tears. completely confused by the collapsing situation. Each word felt like it was being pulled from her suffocating heart as she choked out, "What should I do? Who should I trust?" The beautiful memories of the past suddenly flooded Harry's mind. Once again, she could not believe that those gentle gestures were all false. The blurry memories covered her mind, making Harry unable to believe that everything before her was real. In the heavy silence, Harry trembled and said, "Even now, my heart wants to trust him." She pleaded in fear, "Father, please wake up." Suddenly, a voice broke the gloomy atmosphere. "Princess, it is I, Kelvin." Harry quickly wiped his tears, regained his composure, and said, "Come in, Kelvin." She stepped forward to stand in front of Kelvin, her voice soft yet clear, filled with curiosity. "Is something wrong?" Kelvin's face was serious, his tone cautious as he gauged Harry's reaction. "Your Highness, can we talk?" The confusion was evident on her face. Kelvin presented her with a small box. His expression remained grave, his deep voice saying, "Princess, please accept this." Harry looked at the box with curiosity and asked Kelvin, "What is this?" Kelvin looked directly at Harry, both hands carefully holding the box as if it were something extremely precious. He slowly explained, "A few days ago, the Master of the Ivory Tower requested me to protect this and instructed me to deliver it to you." Harry's eyes widened in confusion as her voice unconsciously echoed throughout the room. "Yen Yu." Kelvin was startled, raising a finger to his lips to signal silence, reminding her that he was instructed to deliver it to her in secret. Kelvin bowed his head, placing his hand on his chest in a formal gesture, respectfully saying, "It is time for me to leave, Your Highness." She tightened her grip on the box, her fingertips tense, her breathing slightly unsteady. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction Kelvin was leaving, filled with unanswered questions and curiosity. Without further hesitation, she sat down at the table, her movements careful as she slowly opened the box. The light from the necklace sparkled, enough to indicate that it was no ordinary item. Beneath it was a vial of liquid, and further down was a letter bearing the Master's seal. Harry took the letter, her hands trembling slightly, and opened it to read each line. "Dear Princess, I am sure you are very surprised. By the time this letter reaches you, I may have become a completely different person due to dark magic. The reason I am writing this letter to you is that I need your help. The Emperor's poisoning incident was not the intention of Vice Commander of the Imperial Knights, but rather the result of dark magic and an unnamed high-level mage. The Fifth Prince is collaborating with them to plot the Emperor's poisoning and seize the throne. To uncover the truth and the real culprits behind this, I will become the Fifth Prince's puppet. The necklace in the box is something the late Queen left behind. It carries a counterspell from a level 8 or higher magic that can destroy dark magic. If you read this letter, please wear it. The spell on the necklace will eliminate the dark magic that has been cast on me." The following lines grew heavier, the danger becoming increasingly apparent. "The liquid is a poison extracted from Lendia flowers, capable of neutralizing mana, and it is also lethal enough to kill a mage if the necklace does not break the dark magic." The colorful vial shook in her hand, and Harry trembled so much that she almost dropped it on the table. "Please use it to kill me." The sound of footsteps echoed, dry and hurried, drawing closer. Jungnae and Ian appeared in front of her, and Harry quickly regained her composure and spoke. "Long time no see, Jungna." She looked straight at him and continued, "Have you seen my father?" Jungna laughed arrogantly in response. "That day was also my father, as I am no longer imprisoned. I must fulfill my duty." Harry maintained a calm tone in reply. "I understand." She turned to Ian, observing his familiar calm face. "Long time no see. Master of the Tower, how have you been?" Harry replied in a calm voice. "I understand." She turned to Ian, observing his familiar, composed face. "It has been a while since I last saw you. Master of the Tower, how have you been?" Ian did not respond to Harry's words. That moment confirmed the contents of the letter as the truth. "Ragna, may I speak with Lord Eangelus?" He replied indifferently, "Sure." Before leaving, the Fifth Prince did not forget to remind, Lord Ian, after your conversation, please come to me immediately. When the fifth prince disappeared from sight, Harry spoke up to lead the way. Lord Ian, please take this path. Arriving at a secluded place, she hesitated and then spoke. I still remember that day. The day Ian, but I'm sure you wouldn't be happy to see me. Do you still remember how much I did about this? I came here to return the item you entrusted to me. Could you lower your head? When Ian bent down at her request, Harry gently placed the necklace from the box around Ian's neck. Just a few seconds later, the necklace began to glow, the backlash causing Ian pain. Ian collapsed, blood gushing out, and Harry panicked. Lord Ian, are you okay? The power of the counterspell from the level 8 mage displayed its terrifying might. In just a few seconds, the dark magic on Ian was completely eliminated. Ian gradually regained consciousness, realizing that the person sitting anxiously in front of him was the princess. Knowing that the dark magic had disappeared, Harry burst into tears, tightly hugging Ian. Lord Ian. Ian was completely surprised by that action, softly calling back with a hint of embarrassment. Princess. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "How could you do this? How could I ever kill you?" Ian briefly thought of that brightly colored vial, softly replying, "Oh, that." He candidly told Harry, "I thought I had to risk my life for you to believe what I said, but I'm glad that the dark magic has been completely destroyed. I was worried that the spell on that necklace would be useless." Hearing this, she couldn't hide her anger. "What? You're not sure that spell would work, yet you still took such a risk." Remembering the countless dangers he had faced, Ian felt very lucky at that moment. Sometimes taking risks creates miracles. That's why I can stand here. Seeing Harry sitting across from him, full of worry, he felt guilty and spoke to reassure her. "Thank you for believing in me, Princess." Harry was overjoyed to have saved Ian from the dark magic. "No, I'm so happy you're back." She helped Ian to his feet and said, "There are so many things I want to ask you. The first thing is, didn't you both discover anything?" Ian understood that it was time to reveal an important truth. "Your Highness, the power of the dragon cult is much greater than I ever thought. The leader of the Dragon Fate is none other than the Ivory Tower Master, Herbert Leon. The senior members of this organization are all powerful nobles. Even Delphine Morris, the captain of the Royal Knights who has served His Majesty for decades, is also a traitor." Harry was stunned, unable to believe that someone trusted by the royal family would betray His Majesty behind his back. "What you mean, he is a traitor?" Ian continued. "The leader of the Dragon Fate is also known as the Dragon Man, the one everyone believed to have been eliminated 300 years ago. He can transform into a human and easily use level 8 magic like a high-level mage." He angrily clarified that the fifth prince had released the Dragon Man, the one who had been sealed by Michelle Green River, and then conspired with him. Harry trembled in fear, unable to believe this truth. Oh my God, how could Jiang Na be so foolish? Ian softly speculated that this was a long-planned scheme. The goal of the dragon cult is not to succeed the royal family, but to wage war to invade territory. The royal castle is now in the hands of the fifth prince, so the threat to the princess is no longer just poison. "Please, Your Highness, do not trust anyone and always stay close to His Majesty." Harry anxiously looked at Ian. "What about you?" To reassure her, Ian revealed the plan he had prepared. "I will pretend to be controlled by dark magic and continue to stay with the fifth prince." Despite understanding his abilities, she still felt uneasy. "Why?" Ian continued. "I have no other choice. I must find a way to deal with this. I need to know what method Michelle Green River used to eliminate the Dragon Man. There are no records in the Ivory Tower Library, but it might be different if we search in the royal castle." Harry suddenly remembered a diary her father once gifted her. "Lord Ian, I want to show you this. Please follow me for a moment." Ian curiously looked at the diary as she handed it over. "Here it is," Harry explained, hoping it would help Ian. "This is the heirloom my father gave me. It is the most precious relic of the Royal Mage, Michelle Green River. Perhaps this diary was left by her ancestors." Ian asked doubtfully. Perhaps, Harry replied sadly. I can only guess because no one has been able to open this seal. According to the documents, Michelle Green River was a level 5 mage, but this seal is much stronger. Harry handed the diary to Ian and asked, Can you break this seal? Ian hesitated and replied, I will try. Ian focused his mana, trying to channel it into the diary, striving to read the contents inside, not disappointing his expectations. The seal gradually opened, and he realized the content. This is the Dragon Gate. Harry exclaimed joyfully. The seal is opening, Lord Ian. Please read it. Ian opened the diary, read, and explained. This is indeed the record of the ancestors, starting from the post-war Dragon Man. The content records the commemoration of the mages and knights who sacrificed for the kingdom, along with plans to leave the devastated land to rebuild the Ivory Tower, including research on applying magic. A word in the record immediately caught Ian's attention, and he knew its significance. Fen Yu. That name made Ian pause. He didn't understand why his father's name appeared here. He continued to read deeper into the remaining lines of the diary. That night, Fen came to see me. A premonition told me that I would never see that day again. I swore to keep that promise until death found me. I recorded the last words of that lord in this diary, using the language of the line. Suddenly, the space around Ian fell silent. The familiar colors drained away. Everything before him, from the princess to the objects around, was reduced to shades of black, white, and gray. Ian anxiously called out, Princess! A quick guess flashed in his mind. Had time stopped? He noticed a door ahead emitting blinding light. Ian stepped forward and pushed the door open. On the other side was an endless, vast prairie. A strange land he had never set foot in. This was in the distance. Ian spotted a large rock with a figure sitting on it. Curiosity arose, and he wondered who that person was. As Ian approached, he called out, Excuse me. After that call, a man in a black robe slowly turned to look back. Ian Foe stepped closer and asked directly, I want to ask, where is this place? And who are you? A steady voice came from the robed figure. This place is the Time Archive, a realm that exists outside all dimensions. Ian skeptically repeated his words. The Time Archive. The man continued. It's hard to explain in human terms, so simply put, Ian, this place preserves all the time of your space. Ian's eyes widened in astonishment. Just a few seconds later, Ian regained his composure, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the other. Do you know who I am? Who are you? And how do you know my name? With that same mysterious expression, he slowly said, My identity. Humans call me the First Mage or the Dragon Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Ian froze for a moment. His eyes widened, and a familiar name immediately flashed in his mind. The Dragon Emperor only existed in legends, the one who held time. The First Mage was the one who birthed magic in history. Ian thought to himself that those two titles were essentially one. Before he could ponder further, that voice rang out. You found this place, which means you know Michelle. He has made a grave mistake, and I do not think he would let that Dragonborn live. He continued as if reminiscing about the past. I do not understand why he allowed that thing to exist in this dimension. At that moment, Ian wondered if it was empathy or revenge. Human emotions are complex to the point of disbelief, yet they are incredibly clear. Ian, feeling confused, interrupted. Wait, what are you talking about? What is your relationship with Michelle Green River, son? The robed figure replied gently. We are very close, after all. I am the one who granted him the power to destroy the Dragonborn. Ian's feet hesitated slightly, but he maintained his composure and said, If your words are true, let me ask you a question. Ian clenched his hands tightly, his voice dropping as he asked, Why did you not take action yourself but instead gave power to Michelle Green River? The robed figure remained seated, slowly responding. A long time ago, someone had to endure suffering because of dark magic. He continued, That power can conquer all. Dragon power, due to excessive desire, gave rise to a deviant branch. That dark force is called dark magic. According to that person, the dark magic created by the Dragonborn has the same greedy nature as its origin. That power twists the human soul, collapsing the balance of the world, leading to an unending cascade of disasters. At this point, his voice grew heavy with helplessness. Even though countless people suffer, I cannot intervene. The line cannot be crossed into the human world. That is the law from the dawn of creation. The mysterious figure continued. But that does not mean I will stand by and watch. The root of suffering stems from the power of dragons. Suddenly, he unconsciously turned his gaze elsewhere. I broke the rules and interfered in human history. Ian seemed to awaken to everything, slowly articulating his guess. The first mage. So to combat dark magic, you passed magic down to humanity. The other person immediately replied, "That's right. But that alone is not enough. When disaster struck, humanity collapsed. They needed a hero to help them rise again. Therefore, I shared my power with a human." Ian, half believing and half doubting, exclaimed, "Is that hero Michelle Green River?" He added, "He is a smart and compassionate child. Although born into royalty, he always placed humanity above power." Speaking of Michelle, his voice tinged with regret. Michelle dedicated his life to eradicating dark magic, but just one mistake erased all his efforts. He continued analyzing. Humans are inherently imperfect, and I, the one who lost my memory due to the cost of interfering in the human realm, cannot resolve it completely either. I hope to remember my mission one day. He reminisced about the fragments of memories left. I sealed time within the body of a human, wandering across the world. For me, it was just a fleeting moment, but every second was brilliant. Upon saying this, he unconsciously removed his robe and continued. And when I met that girl, it was the same. Ian was stunned to hear the name spoken. Vanessa. He seemed to come alive amidst precious memories. She was sincere and lovely. The time spent with her was the most beautiful part of my long life, and I was also gifted another treasure. Each word weighed heavily. I miss you so much. His affectionate gaze fixed directly on Ian. He exclaimed, "My son." At that moment, Ian finally understood. He was Fen Fa, his father. But Ian was left speechless, his body trembling as he said, "Please, don't say such meaningless things. My father has been dead for a long time." Fen admitted, "That's right. Fen Pa is dead. What remains is just a soul without a body. I have been waiting to meet you." Ian clenched his fists and replied coldly, "What you did was not just waiting." Emotions boiled over as he shouted, questioning Fen why he left and abandoned their mother. Fen restrained his voice, saying there are goals that must be pursued for a lifetime. As time passes, the seal weakens, my memories return, and I understand what I need to do. It is to completely eradicate dark magic, the disease of the world, to protect the place where you and Vanessa live. But the time I have is too short. He made it clear that leaving the family was unavoidable. Fen faced Ian and said, "In this life, you are going through a difficult phase. I hope you find the life and happiness you desire." Ian hesitated for a moment but still spoke up. "I didn't come here to talk about that. Although Ian hadn't finished his sentence, Fen understood. "You are seeking power to destroy the Dragon Man, aren't you?" Fen continued. "The power you seek has always been within you because I left that power for you when I left Vanessa." Ian hesitated but still asked, "Power Van Dam?" "Yes, that's right," Fen confidently said. "The dragon source you are using and understanding. Do you think that's just because you are a high-level mage?" Ian fell silent, thinking, suddenly realizing when he had been able to use the dragon source. Fen unexpectedly stepped closer to Ian. "Now I will awaken the power that lies dormant within you. But before that," he added, "it's best if we examine it first." Ian was still stunned by the massive amount of information he had just received. Fen reached his hand out from his cloak, moved closer to Ian, and said, "I will awaken your latent power. But first, look at this." Ian showed a look of astonishment, and Fen continued to ease the tension. The life you truly desire but have yet to realize, suddenly overwhelming. Fen pulled Ian's consciousness into a place in the future. Ian tried to open his eyes. A cool breeze swept over his body. At that moment, Ian realized he was sitting under the canopy of a gigantic tree. It took him a few beats to calm down. His reflexes kicked in quickly, and he blurted out, "Where is this place?" Ian struggled to stand up, swaying as he walked, his mind still spinning with one thought. Clearly, he had just been with Fen. Just then, a familiar blonde girl approached. Ian focused to see more clearly. Beside her was a petite little girl with a bright face. Before he could call out her name, the girl turned to look at Ian with a gentle gaze. At that moment, he realized it was Princess Harry. All thoughts were abruptly interrupted when she spoke. "You're awake now, aren't you?" Seeing Ian in shock, Harry gently stroked his hair and continued to tease playfully. "Really? We rarely have time to go out together as a family, and yet you fell asleep." Ian stood still with a dazed expression as she continued without pause. "You said you've been very busy lately. Have you been overworking yourself? I will scold my brother and tell him to ease up on you." Hearing that, Ian's spirit gradually stabilized. Sweat trickled down his cheeks as he softly called out, "Princess." Harry laughed and replied, "Why do you call me that? Are you still not awake?" The smile remained on her lips, but her voice softened. "Princess, it's been a long time since I've heard that." Ian showed a clear look of confusion. A flurry of thoughts echoed in his mind. Has it been a long time? He hadn't even had the chance to grasp the answer. Harry turned towards the large lake, softly calling, "Johanna, your father is awake now." The call rang out clearer, filled with warmth. "Come here and hug your father." Johanna seemed to receive a familiar signal from her mother. The girl quickly jumped up, spinning around swiftly. Her cheerful voice rang out full of happiness. "Daddy." Johanna ran at full speed towards the two, shouting joyfully, "Daddy." Johanna approached, tightly hugging Ian's leg, nuzzling against him affectionately. Ian bent down to look at her, gently asking, "What's the matter?" Harry suddenly looked at Ian with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why are you just standing there?" While speaking, her gaze fell on her daughter as if signaling her to hug Hana. Ian's hand gently rested on Johanna's shoulder, and she slowly lifted her head to look at him. Then Johanna buried her face in Ian's arms, seeking comfort. The girl hugged him tightly, softly calling out, "Daddy." The corners of Ian Kaiser's eyes trembled, tears gradually becoming visible. He gently patted the small back, soothing Hana to feel secure, while Harry stood by smiling contentedly, a simple family filled with love. In an instant, the warm embrace faded away, leaving only a cold emptiness, the disappointment clearly visible on Ian's face. Ian slowly looked down at his hands, as his thoughts were still in disarray. His father's voice rose. "What did you see?" Still looking at his hands, Ian replied, "A child, with eyes and hair just like mine." His voice trembled slightly, finally uttering the name Johanna, then continued, "When I held her, the scent, the voice, the weight made me feel warm. That feeling still lingers. What is it?" Before he could answer himself, his father immediately said, "That is love." Fen looked directly into his son's eyes, slowly explaining, "It is a powerful spell that nurtures humanity, but also a very ordinary word." Ian felt emotions surging in his heart. Listening to Fen speak, people will do anything for those they love, fight to protect, gain the courage to keep living. What you seek is the greatest thing in an ordinary life. Ian still didn't fully understand. He asked again, "An ordinary life, but at that moment, images like a dream appeared. The embrace for his little daughter, the peaceful smile of his wife, the three of them gathered together. Ian thought silently, too peaceful and beautiful to be my dream. His hands clenched tightly. Ian skeptically asked Fen, "Did I just see my future?" Fen quickly replied, "Maybe or maybe not. Everything depends on your decision." Fen looked up at the vast sky, paused for a moment, then said, "It seems it's time for you to go." He took a few steps closer, his voice firm. "I will awaken the dragon within you." Fen placed his hand on Ian's head, paused, then said, "With this final authority, I hope you can accomplish what I could not." That hand touched Ian's head. A powerful surge of energy flooded into his body. Ian's eyes widened as he realized Fenfa's memories were being transmitted to him. He exclaimed, "This is..." Before him appeared a magnificent scene, an ancient divine beast enveloping everything. The figure of his father appeared, but this time not amidst the starry sky. Instead, it was in an extreme light, so brilliant that it obscured all vision. Fen looked at Ian with a tender gaze and said, "I will always accompany you," then softly added, "I love you." Emotions surged within Ian. His father's voice echoed the words, "Forever." The light flashed, and the image of his mother stroking his father's hair seemed to appear before his eyes. Before he could see clearly, Ian was pulled from the dream by a loud call. Harry's voice rang out anxiously, "Sir Ian, are you all right?" Ian wondered to himself, "What is this feeling?" He quickly rubbed his eyes to confirm reality and replied, "It's nothing." Something flew into my eye. Suddenly, at that moment, Ian's eyes widened, his pupils trembling as if he had just witnessed an unbelievable sight. Panic immediately flooded over him as he stared at the empty page on the table. A chilling thought echoed in Ian's mind. The dragon source has disappeared. Without hesitation, he turned to Harry, urgently asking the princess, "Do you remember the content in here?" Harry paused and replied, "What I don't remember." At this moment, she realized something was off, her gaze fixed on the blank page. This page was supposed to be empty. Right. Ian remained silent for a moment, pieces of the puzzle fitting together in his mind. Then he spoke clearly and firmly. "I understand now." Seeing his strange reaction, Harry immediately asked, "What is it?" "Have you found a way to defeat the Long Man?" Ian replied without hesitation. "I think I have found it." "There is a way." Harry instinctively tightened her grip on Ian's hand, her eyes sparkling as they remained fixed on him, her voice filled with astonishment and joy. "Really? That's wonderful." Ian suddenly paused. His expression changed. The pale look from before vanished, replaced by a shy pink hue spreading across his face, struggling to suppress his embarrassment. He turned to the princess and said clearly, "It seems I need to talk to Jongna. Please stay by her side." Harry's reluctant face revealed her thoughts. She said regretfully, "Can't I help at all?" Ian smiled gently, his voice steady as he replied, "Please take care of yourself. I will be fine. After everything is over, I will come back." Harry held his hand tightly with both of hers, bowed her head low, and said as if entrusting him, "You must come back." The warmth radiating from Ian enveloped the room. He softly replied with certainty, "I promise." The scene shifted quickly. Footsteps echoed steadily down the long, empty corridor, the dry rhythm reverberating in the silent space. From behind, a hurried male voice called out to Ian, "Ian, think it over carefully." The voice grew closer, louder and clearer. It was Ronan, his brows furrowed as he began to advise. Although the war had ended and the continent was unified, small conflicts still erupted continuously. The Empire needed an 8th-level mage hero. Ronan reached out toward Ian's back, his voice heavy as he continued, "There are still countless matters waiting for you in the Ivory Tower. Do you really want to leave it all behind, like a warning?" Ronan delivered a firm statement. The Emperor would never allow someone beneath him to go anywhere. Ian's hands clenched tightly with determination. Ian gritted his teeth and turned around, facing him directly, and replied, "Whether he allows it or not, I will leave this capital land. All the procedures for Sir Ronald to succeed, the Ivory Tower, are ready." The look of helplessness was clear on Ronald's face. He could only let out a heavy sigh. "Ian," Ian coldly turned around, speaking directly without avoidance. The person standing in front of you is not some 8th-level mage hero, he firmly asserted, his voice dropping, but just a monster. After saying that, Ian did not look back and walked away, leaving the heavy atmosphere behind. After a while, Ian stopped in front of a quiet room. He pushed the door open and slowly stepped inside. As soon as she saw him, Jiangna called out, her voice ringing clearly in the room. "Ian, come in." Ian bowed his head low, his hands clasped together as a sign of respect. Jiangna sighed and said, "I have read the letter you sent." With a face full of doubt, he looked at Ian and asked, "Why is that? Why did you suddenly leave?" Ian kept his head down, listening. Jiangna continued, "Do you need to rest? If so, a few months or even years would be fine." He sighed, his voice deepening, recalling the hardships Ian had endured to unify the empire, then said he would accept any request, even handing over the authority of the ivory tower to someone else in Ian's absence. "If you have recommended Ronan, I will let him be the acting tower master of the ivory tower," Ian then softly replied. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I accept." Then Jiangna tore the letter in front of him in half. "I will also recruit new people and adjust the strategy so that when you return, there will be no obstacles. Therefore, after you have rested enough, you must return to this empire." Ian suddenly called out loudly, "Your Majesty." He knelt down on the ground, struggling to hold back his sobs, and pleaded, "I will not return anymore. Your Majesty." Sweat streamed down his face as Ian spoke slowly but firmly. "My existence no longer helps the future of the continent. On the contrary, it only stirs up discord and divides the empire," Ian said loudly. "Therefore, I wish to give up all positions, return to my homeland, no longer use magic, and spend my life atoning for my mistakes. I beg you." Before he could finish speaking, Jiangna shouted, "I will not allow that." He jumped up from his seat, his face filled with anger, his voice booming. "A mistake. I will not let you belittle yourself." Jiangna's brows furrowed tightly. He said loudly, "In this entire empire, your contributions are the greatest. You must be proud of that." As he spoke, Jiangna stepped closer to Ian, affirming that no one in the empire dared to doubt his achievements, then stopped in front of him. His voice slowed down, the anger from before subsiding to reveal a hint of awkwardness. Then he said, "You should forget those trivial, meaningless things." Ian remained kneeling on the ground, looking up and responding slowly, "Even if you force me to forget, my hands are already stained with fresh blood, so how can I forget?" Seeing the helplessness on Ian's face, Jiangna switched to a softer, deeper tone. "Ian, those were just a few unavoidable sacrifices." Ian bowed his head, acknowledging the heavy truth. "Yes, those unavoidable sacrifices were all made under my hands." Ian clenched his hands on his thighs, memories flooding back. He choked out, "With these very hands, I killed them. I truly cannot bear it any longer." Jiangna fell silent upon hearing this, not saying another word. Ian continued to plead, "As your friend, I beg you, please allow me to atone for my mistakes." Jiangna replied, "Just because of something like this, you think about leaving me after bringing me to the throne." He took a step forward, gliding behind Ian, and said, "We have been together for so long, as close friends. And yet you ask me like this." Ian bowed his head, not daring to respond. Ragna added, "Ian, I never imagined we would have to part ways like this." As he spoke, he walked away, the distance between the two growing wider. Only his silhouette remained in the white hall, while Ian still bowed respectfully and spoke loudly, "I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty. I truly apologize." Just as the sound echoed, a loud noise came from afar. A man with a fierce expression immediately spoke up. "Your Majesty, are you really going to let Ian Pa leave like this?" He continued to press. "The remnants of enemies and rebel alliances are still lurking at the borders. If news of his departure leaks while the situation is unstable, our position will be shaken." Another person chimed in, We must also consider the possibility of him joining the rebels, if he changes his mind. Seizing the throne is only a matter of time. Rumors began to spread. The people hailed him as a war hero, believing he should ascend the throne. Just his existence is too dangerous. If he is not an ally, he must be eliminated. Meanwhile, Jiang Na was sleeping in his room when he suddenly woke up. He clutched his chest, his breath coming in rapid, uncontrolled gasps. His trembling hand rose to rub his forehead, the pain pounding like a hammer. Jiang Na called out loudly, "Is anyone out there?" A servant opened the door slightly and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Ragna immediately ordered the royal alchemist Douglas Heyman to be summoned. Shortly after, Douglas stood by the bed and asked, "How effective was the medicine you took this time?" He continued, "You still haven't been able to sleep. Have you?" Jiang Na held the bowl of medicine in his hand. Jiang Na replied, "Nothing has changed. It's even worse. I need a stronger medicine." Douglas looked at him, his face clearly showing dissatisfaction. Douglas said, "This medicine uses toxic herbs. Increasing the dosage will harm your health. It only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. The key is that you need to address the root of the problem." Ragna paused and reminded, "The root of the problem, huh?" While he was still pondering, Douglas quickly responded, "That's the reason you can't sleep." Ragna suddenly laughed loudly and said, "That's not something I can solve alone." Holding the bowl of medicine, he confessed, "I fear that my longtime friend has abandoned me. I fear he will betray me and seize this empire." Jiang Na's fear is Ian. The scene from earlier is the darkest part of his heart. He said, "When Ian is by my side, I trust him. But when he leaves, I realize how terrifying he can be." The image of Ian holding the divine staff vividly appearing in his mind. Doug Glass said coldly, "If that's the case, you only have one option left: kill that monster." Jiang Na stared directly at the alchemist, his gaze sharp. "Are you urging me to kill my own friend?" Douglas replied doubtfully, "I truly question whether he is still your friend if he makes you feel this uneasy." Jiang Na frowned and said, "He is an 8th level mage. There's no way to kill him. Even if all the mages from the Russian tower joined forces, they couldn't take him down." After a moment of silence, he asked, "What should I do?" Then Douglas immediately said, "There is still one way." Hearing this, Jiang Na showed a hint of surprise, while Doug Glass maintained a confident tone. Douglas said, "I can create a poison strong enough to kill him." The scene shifted to a simple wooden house nestled in the midst of white snow. In contrast to the coldness outside, the inside of the house radiated a pleasant warmth. Ian leaned back in a chair, holding a book and reading quietly. A sudden, dry knock echoed from outside, cutting through the silence of the wooden house. Ian jumped, alert. A thought flashed through his mind: who could be visiting at this late hour? He stepped toward the door, placed his hand on the latch, and murmured, "Who is it?" The door swung open. Ian's eyes widened, sweat trickled down his cheek, and he stammered, "Your Majesty." Before him stood the familiar face of Jiang Na, who smiled and said slowly, "It's been a while, hasn't it? Ian, may I come in?" Worry was evident on Ian's face as he asked cautiously, "Why are you here?" Jiang Na chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, "Even though you've resigned and gone into seclusion, we can still meet like this occasionally, can't we?" He held a bottle of wine in his hand, raising it as he clarified, "Not as master and servant, but as friends." Ian gradually lowered his guard, gesturing for him to enter with a light smile, saying, "You are always welcome, Your Majesty." After saying that, the two slowly walked into the house. Ian quickly grabbed a glass and approached Jiang Na, half-jokingly asking, "You don't like drinking wine. Why did you bring this?" Jiang Na replied calmly, "Sometimes having a little is not bad. I suddenly became curious about my friend." He continued as if telling a story, "I wonder what you've been up to," and handed Ian the glass of wine he had just poured. Jiang Na said, "Take it," and Ian hesitated briefly before accepting the glass, softly saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jiang Na raised his glass as well, looking at Ian and asking, "How have you been?" "Ian, you look healthier than when you were in the city." Ian looked down at the floor and slowly replied, I have traveled through many lands unified by the Empire. Jiangna brought the cup to his lips but paused, listening as Ian continued. I have met many different classes and observed their lives. It was a very meaningful time. Jiangna listened in silence as Ian shared what he learned upon returning to his homeland, about how magic once meant everything, and then expressed a wish for a small garden. His face lit up with joy before he took a sip of wine. Jiangna spoke up. You must be living much simpler than when you were the hero who unified the lands. A hint of sadness crossed his face as he continued. I am very glad that you are satisfied with your current life. Jiangna placed his hand on his thigh, speaking without pause. Many things have happened since you left. After stopping the good in the north, the unified empire is finally at peace. Suddenly, Ian clutched his chest, a strange sensation spreading throughout his body. A question echoed in his mind what was happening to him. Jiangna seemed oblivious to the oddity, his face calm as if he already knew, and continued discussing the marriage of Doug Bennett's daughter to the prince to establish peace with the Duchy of Ron. A cryptic smile appeared on Jiangna's lips as he lamented how the prince had grown from a child to now being married. Jiangna slowly said, I think I finally understand my father's feelings back then. Ian bowed his head, feeling weak and unsteady, needing to brace himself against the chair to avoid falling. Jiangna continued speaking challengingly about the stability of power without someone too strong. In an instant, Ian collapsed, pain coursing through his body. Jiangna remained seated, as it was part of the plan, quickly discussing recovery and the future of the empire, wearing a cold smile. Jiangna slammed the glass down on the table, the sound reverberating. He shouted, If you disappear. Blood spilled from Ian's mouth. He raised his hand to cover it, but couldn't stop it. Jiangna coldly said, This poison will neutralize the mana flowing in your veins. His face was icy, and his voice monotonously stated that the effect would only last for a short time, just like it was for him. Jiangna stood up abruptly, clarifying the reason for needing to mix in another poison, while Ian weakly gasped out, Why? Jiangna looked down at Ian and calmly asked, Don't you understand? The wine glass in his hand spilled onto the floor as he slowly explained that Ian's power would threaten the growing unified empire. Ian gazed at the familiar face, which now seemed incredibly distant. Jiangna continued to speak clearly, stating that such power was essential in war, but now it was no longer needed. He reiterated Ian's choice to return to his homeland to atone for the rest of his life, which was exactly what Ian had once said. Jiangna looked directly at Ian and confessed, But Ian, do you know? A hint of fear flashed across his face, and his voice lowered. I am afraid of you. Jiangna turned his back and spoke louder as if to escape. I am driven mad by the fear of this long-time friend. As darkness surged within him, he coldly stated that an 8th-level mage could take the empire from him if they wanted to. Ian listened in silence, still holding on to a faint glimmer of hope, waiting for an explanation from Jiangna. But no, his next words extinguished everything. How can we let that monster live freely? At that moment, a chill surged from Ian's heart. Reality was as brutal as a direct blow to his last remaining faith. Jiangna lowered his voice, saying, My longtime friend. Tears finally fell from Ian's eyes. He did not cry from physical pain, but from the complete collapse of his faith. The betrayal came from the one he trusted the most. Jiangna looked straight at Ian and said, Please do not forgive me. With that, he turned his back and left the house, leaving Ian with emotions buried deep in the silent space. As he stepped outside, Jiangna coldly told Duncan, who was waiting, Burn it all! Immediately, flames erupted violently, quickly engulfing the house amidst the snowy night. Ragna took a few more steps in the freezing cold, ignoring the fact that Ian's house was gradually being consumed by fire. He continued to walk away from the blaze behind him, but then Jiangna suddenly turned back to look. A hint of sadness flickered in his eyes, as if he had just lost something incredibly important. Duncan then spoke up. "Sir, we will handle the rest. Please return to the carriage." Duncan froze for a moment as he witnessed the scene before him, for he had seen a tear silently trailing down Jiang Na's face. He thought to himself, so this is how we say goodbye. Jiang Na deceived himself with a statement considered sincere. I truly despise this ending. The scene returns to the present. A peaceful morning in the palace. Ian was walking towards a familiar place. It turns out you are approaching Jiang Na's desk, he greeted. Ian, you've arrived. Jiang Na continued to ask. What did the princess say? Ian replied. The princess asked me why I betrayed you. Jiang Na's face showed clear satisfaction as he asked. So how did you respond? Ian calmly said. I told her I have no obligation to answer the princess. Jiang Na laughed heartily and said, Poor girl, she seems to like you a lot. He said this while crossing his arms over his chest, a look of self-satisfaction evident. Anyone who proposes a betrothal to that king's daughter is immediately rejected and displeasing to my father. A hint of confusion crossed his face. It's strange. I don't understand why my father hates those people so much when they are just like us. After all, a betrothal is merely a transaction for the benefit of the family and power. Ian listened in silence. Jiang Na chuckled lightly, saying that his father hid her away just because he didn't want that to happen. It's ridiculous. He is the one who often exploits those transactions. He stood up from his chair as he spoke. At the right moment, I will help you get engaged to a worthy lady from a noble family. Jiang Na stepped closer to Ian and said, It won't be long. Ragna spread his arms wide, as if enjoying the prospect before him. I am about to inherit the throne and become a king stronger than my father. I will be the first to unite the three nations and elevate the Green River Empire to greatness. The greed was unmistakable on his face. Jiang Na stood close to Ian and said, That is my intention. He gently patted Ian's shoulder and said, Stay by my side during this important moment. His self-satisfied voice echoed throughout the room. Now you belong to me. You won't regret swearing loyalty to me. Ian replied to the fifth prince at that moment. He placed his hand on Jiang Na's arm and said clearly, I have witnessed that. A vision appeared in Ian's mind. He stood next to Jiang Na amidst the deafening cheers, witnessing the unification of the Green River Empire. With unwavering faith, Ian shouted alongside the great king. Jiang Na frowned, his expression one of astonishment as if he didn't grasp the meaning. He looked at Ian and asked again, What do you mean? Ian calmly replied, I have given up everything for the king and for this empire, as those two things were my entire life. A rare look of anticipation flickered across Ian's face. He continued, But this time, I have found it the life I truly desire. Hearing that, Ragna was taken aback. He immediately blurted out a question to confirm his suspicion. Don't tell me you've resolved the dark magic already. How could you do that? Ian maintained his composure and replied softly, I regret to inform you of this. My lord, Ian continued speaking as if he could see the past, present, and future. Jiang Na gritted his teeth, forcing himself to listen to the words that were about to come. Ian knelt on one knee as a final gesture of respect for a friend, who is also a master. The image of the one who once trusted him the most, who had shown him absolute respect, was clear in Ian's mind as he knelt down. Ian continued, his voice ringing clear. That very trust has led me into despair. Jiang Na, come find me. Ian placed his hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. I will wait for you at the ivory tower. In the very next moment, Ian vanished before Jiang Na's eyes, leaving him standing there with a multitude of questions. Jiang Na clenched his fists in anger. His teeth were gritted tightly. The emotions within him had clearly surpassed the limits of control. Shortly after, Jiang Na forcefully pushed the door, rushing into another room. A man inside startled and asked, Fifth Prince, what's the matter? Ragna screamed like a madman, calling for the #1 Royal Knight Commander to come immediately, gathering the knights, preparing the fastest horse, and finding Avantis for him. At the same time, in the ivory tower, The howling snowstorm raged outside, while Ian sat quietly on the steps. He thought to himself. His arrival at this place in his previous life was no coincidence, then murmured softly, "You have been watching me. You have always kept an eye on a wanderer like me all this time, a life filled with regrets and hatred." In Ian's mind, an image of someone resembling him appeared, holding a staff and wandering everywhere, then stopping at the ivory tower. It was he who brought him here for another chance. Ian seemed to awaken, finally understanding fully the words his father once said. The last memento he left behind was the dragon source reversion. "I think I understand why I can read the dragon language." Ian's gaze was now tinged with a deep sorrow. "And also the way to use the authority that he passed down to me." Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. It turned out to be the group of the fifth prince arriving. Jiangna looked at Ian with a sharp gaze like an arrow. In response, Ian stood up, politely greeting, "Welcome, Ragna." Ragna turned to call, "Lord Avantis, this time you must kill him. Can you do it?" Avantis's face twisted in displeasure. He closed his eyes and spoke arrogantly. I should have killed him from the start. He is just a level 6 mage. I can handle him in an instant." But then Avantis's gaze turned cold, looking straight ahead and adding, "It seems another problem has arisen." Hearing this, Ragna frowned and asked, "What problem?" Avantis's eyes showed clear caution. "I sense the dragon might of the Imperial Dragon. That person is very close." Seeing Avantis and Jiangna appear, Ian slowly stepped down, calmly greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Jiangna." Jiangna immediately snapped. "Are we close enough to call each other by our first names?" Anger and jealousy consumed his reason. "Ian Fa, you are mistaken." His voice was distorted. "Do you think the Crown Prince can rule this empire? What this empire needs is a rational and strong emperor. That fool is not qualified." Jiangna's gaze was filled with envy and jealousy. If he knew his true identity, he should give up early, relying only on the favor of the emperor to act arrogantly. A lowly insect, witnessing the frenzy from his close friend. Ian could only remain calm and listen as Jiangna continued to speak, as if everything was naturally meant to belong to him. Reason had been completely consumed by dark magic, leaving only dark thoughts spilling out in every scream. "I will never acknowledge him. I am the one who is worthy. I am the one who will become the emperor." After hearing this, Ian calmly explained that dark magic always lurked and seized the souls of humans, and he was no exception. He had lost his inherent judgment, and his recent words revealed his true nature. Ian understood that there was no way to salvage the situation. He looked directly at Jiangna and said, "You can never go back to how you were before." Ragna scoffed mockingly at Ian's calmness, responding coldly, "Keep rambling. This is your last chance to say such nonsense." With that, he turned to signal Aventus to act. There was nothing more to say between them, and then Jiangna called his name. Aventus received the order, realizing that the moment to strike had come. He immediately launched an attack aimed directly at Ian. Ian felt the intense wave of force erupting from Aventus. Knowing the situation was beyond saving, Ian was forced to counterattack. In contrast, Aventus maintained his confidence, speaking as he struck. "I heard he is supposed to be clever, but rumors are not always true. Is he in such a hurry to seek death?" Suddenly, Aventus's pupils dilated sharply, astonishment evident on his face. How could this be? He felt Ian's power surge, unexpectedly finding that all his attacks were rendered ineffective. The name appeared in his mind, Ian Fa. His level was clearly not enough to compare with mine. No matter how special he is still just a human, unable to surpass a dragonkin who has lived for over 5 centuries. Aventus's thoughts were in disarray, continuously hypothesizing why all his attacks were ineffective. And not only that, he could not help but recall the feeling of entering the ivory tower, the energy he sensed back then, the might of the Imperial Dragon. Aventus could hardly believe that Ian's gentle strike held such terrifying power, that energy was clearly emanating from him. The speculation filled him with fear, and Aventus immediately asked, "Who are you?" Ian looked straight back and replied, "Despicable dragonkin. You craved power and authority so much that you harmed your own ancestors. Now your kin are extinct, and you are the last one left. Michelle Green River has bestowed upon you the most painful punishment," Ian said softly. "That punishment is worth nothing." Resigned, furious, and utterly helpless, living with that humiliation for so long, you have done very well. Those words were what Aventus hated most in life. He shouted, "Shut up!" His reason now had only one target: to eliminate the one who knew his hidden past. Aventus bared his fangs, his voice roaring, "I will kill you." In contrast to that fury, Ian spoke softly, "Finally, I will send you back to your kin, using the very power you have pursued your entire life." Aventus felt a massive force descending beyond his capacity to endure. Ian harnessed the power of the Dragon Clan, gently suppressing Aventus. "The last descendant of the Dragon Man, please finish it." Aventus widened his eyes and shouted, "What did you say?" He couldn't believe the power he was facing. His body was completely out of control, his limbs betraying his own will. The sword pierced through his searing chest. Using his last breath, he asked, "Why do you have that power?" Ian's memories unfolded like pages. His past life appeared like a novel. From the first time he met Jiangna to every calculated step he took, that approach held crucial significance. Then the memories flipped back to the first page. The moment of origin. That very moment opened up the entire tragedy he had to bear. Ian recalled Herbeck's words, "Feel honored." Ian. Herbeck spoke in a condescending tone. This was the first time he had actively approached someone else. He promised to provide all resources to develop Ian's potential. Ian timidly followed the Tower Master, quietly listening to the advice to maintain decorum. The person he was about to meet would be the heir to the throne, and the pressure gradually weighed down on him. After a while, Herbeck led Ian to stop in front of the door to that person's room. The atmosphere felt heavy and suffocating. The guard's voice rang out, announcing to Jiang Na, "Your Highness, the Tower Master Herbeck requests an audience." He immediately ordered, "Let him in." Following that command, the door slowly creaked open, the sound dry and harsh. Herbeck and Ian stepped inside, facing Jiang Na, who was waiting. Jiang Na initially maintained formality. He greeted, "Welcome, Tower Master." And also the Mage of the Ivory Tower, Ian Fa. Ian was a bit trembling and couldn't respond. Jiang Na continued, "I have heard the Tower Master mention you many times. Your talent is something the Academy has never seen and astonishes everyone." In response to those compliments, Ian humbly replied, "I do not deserve such praise." Hearing that, Jiang Na let out a small sigh. Then he suddenly brought up something that pained Ian. "I heard that a few days ago your mother passed away due to illness." Seeing the lingering sadness on Ian's face, he added, "Since I also lost my mother, I can somewhat understand your feelings." Jiang Na's voice softened. "You will still be sad no matter what I say, but I want to express my sincere condolences." After saying that, he slowly stepped forward. Jiang Na stopped in front of Ian and said, "Lift your head, Ian Fa." Ian complied. Jiang Na continued, "At this moment, I am not the prince of the empire. I want to meet you as a human being." His voice at that moment clearly carried a rare sincerity. Jiang Na hesitated for a moment and then said, "I want to be your friend." His gaze was filled with hope, directed straight at Ian. Returning to the present, in the biting snowstorm at the Ivory Tower, Ian took slow steps forward, allowing the cold snow to cover his feet. He stopped when he stood face to face with Jiang Na. A flicker of surprise or fear crossed Jiang Na's eyes, only he understood it fully. Then he tightly shut his eyes, as if preparing himself for the impending outcome. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Na spoke, "I will not beg you. Kill me. Let me die here rather than step onto the execution ground." Ian merely bowed his head slightly, not responding. The hesitation evident in the silence. Ragna tried to maintain a haughty tone, saying, "What's wrong? Didn't you hate me?" He kept questioning, "But why do you look at me like that? Do you pity me?" Suddenly, Jiang Na lost his composure. He screamed frantically. A person like you should have been killed from the start. He stared directly at Ian and spat out the words, "You monster," in response to those insults. Ian remained calm and replied, "Is that what you think? Are you that afraid of me?" A once proud fifth prince now knelt helplessly before Ian. Ian continued, "In these final moments, I want you to see this." Ian gently placed his hand on Jiang Na's forehead. A stream of magical light quietly flowed into his mind. "Who am I?" Ian's words were followed by the light growing stronger. From that moment, the entire truth was revealed. Ian's memories played in Jiang Na's mind like a sad film from a past life. The days when Ian had served him appeared one by one. Even the words Jiang Na had spoken in the past echoed back, including the moment he accidentally encountered Haydn. The cold, hateful glances from Jiang Na back then were vividly clear. Yet, above all, Ian remained loyal, quietly following him to the very end. However, everything began to take a different turn since that fateful day. Ian blindly followed Jiang Na, doing everything he requested, even things against his conscience. He poured all his strength into helping him, holding nothing back for himself. In the end, it was Ian who helped Jiang Na ascend to the imperial throne. From that moment, arguments and conflicts arose continuously, becoming more frequent. The words of wanting to be friends from years ago seemed to have been forgotten. Jiang Na's gaze now was only distant and harsh when looking at Ian. He coldly walked past Ian, who was kneeling on the ground, denying all the sacrifices he had made. Each indifferent step felt like it was squeezing Ian's heart until he could hardly breathe, and the sins committed by Jiang Na had not yet ceased. The climax came when Ian cast aside his dignity, kneeling and begging him. All that responded was a look of disdain, ruthlessly pushing him to the edge. It was his own mouth that had said back then, "Please, do not forgive me." Only when the truth was revealed did Jiang Na suddenly awaken. He stood frozen, as if unable to accept the flood of memories that just rushed in. Jiang Na slightly trembled his lips, as if wanting to say something. In the end, he only softly called out, "Ian Fa." Jiang Na's hesitant voice rang out, just as Ian cast a spell, forming an ice spear in his hand. In an instant, Jiang Na collapsed to the ground, 2 lifetimes filled with sins closing in silence. Ian stood still for a moment, his face expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. Then he turned and walked away decisively, leaving all the pain behind. After the incident with the Dragon Man and the death of the 5th Prince, a large-scale purge was carried out against the Dragon Church and related factions. Orders were executed from the captain of the Blackfin Royal Knights to all the nobles who had assisted the 5th Prince in his rebellion. Thanks to the princess's attentive care, Emperor Terry Green River quickly recovered and regained his senses. Terry weakly sat on the sickbed, conversing with Princess Harry, when he learned the whole truth. Tears silently streamed down the Emperor's face. He also heard the news of the 5th Prince's death and could not hide his sorrow. Paul Lanz, the one who had assassinated the Emperor under the control of dark magic, was confirmed to have recovered and was declared innocent. His grave buried alongside the royal knights. The 5th Prince's uprising, related to forbidden dark magic, was recorded in history as a rare crime. All records about the Dragon Man Avantis were sealed by the imperial family, his existence forever hidden from the world. As time passed, the death of the 5th Prince Jiang Na gradually faded into oblivion. Thus, Ian's journey of revenge and the seemingly endless uprising finally came to an end. One morning at the Ivory Tower, the trial of the princess for the crime of using forbidden magic was about to take place. Harry sat alone on a chair, her worried expression clear. Suddenly, Ian's voice rang out from behind. "Are you worried?" Harry immediately called out, "Sir Ian," as Ian approached in his judge's attire. She candidly said, "Actually, I am very worried." Ian asked sternly, "You do not regret your decision, do you?" Harry's hand clenched tightly with determination as she replied, "That's right. I do not regret it." Her resolute gaze clearly expressed her will. I do not want to hide anymore. I want to help everyone with my strength. Hearing that decisive answer, a slight smile appeared on Ian's face. Ian gently leaned toward her, his voice steady as he said, "Don't worry, Your Highness, everything will turn out fine." At that moment, the courtroom door slowly opened, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. A low-level mage stepped forward to announce, "Master of the Ivory Tower, Your Highness, please come inside." Shortly after, the trial was officially declared to begin. Harry, as the defendant, stepped into the grand hall, her gaze remaining calm as she stood before the jury. The announcement rang out. The trial to address Princess Harry Green River for the crime of illegal magic use officially begins. Ian sat in the highest position, quietly observing her every expression. Then he spoke firmly. "Before the trial proceeds, I have a few things to say." With that, Ian stood up, drawing everyone's attention. He walked straight over to Harry's side. Ian stated clearly, "I am directly involved in the accusations against Your Highness, so I cannot continue presiding over the trial. The chair will be handed over to Lord Ronan and Decker." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall erupted in whispers. Decker exclaimed in shock, "What are you saying?" in response to the surprise. Ian placed his hand on his left chest and said, "I am one of the people who taught magic to Your Highness." Ronan maintained his composure. "Please elaborate." At this point, Ian slowly recounted. "I learned that Your Highness was a mage 6 years ago." According to Ian, even though he had witnessed her using magic and heard her conversation with Kelvin, he chose to overlook it. Believing that the princess had her reasons, Ian continued, "Years later, I had to secretly investigate Longley, as the organization related to dark magic had deeply infiltrated the royal family through the nobility. The existence of Long Ren then became a significant threat to the entire empire," Ian stated flatly. "He is a high-level curse master, someone who could turn the entire empire into a sea of blood. I had to act cautiously, but my capabilities are limited." The courtroom was stunned as Ian continued, "I need help from someone within the palace, someone powerful enough and trustworthy." With that, Ian turned to look at Harry. "That was what I proposed to Your Highness back then, in exchange for teaching magic and helping to develop abilities in secret. Your Highness must support me when needed." Harry's eyes briefly showed astonishment. Ian continued, "Thanks to that assistance, I was able to escape the influence of dark magic and find a way to defeat Long Ren." Finally, Ian concluded, "All details have been recorded in the report regarding the uprising of the Fifth Prince and the investigation into Longley. I have nothing more to add." After hearing this, Ronan turned to ask, "Your Highness, is what the Master of the Ivory Tower just said true?" Harry hesitated for a moment before responding, "Yes, it is all true." Ronan nodded and said, "Now we allow Your Highness to speak. Please share everything you think." Harry looked a bit anxious as she turned her head to look back. Those who had once hidden and helped her stood there with uneasy expressions. Then, Harry turned back to look at Ian. Ian responded with a gentle, reassuring smile. Harry's cheeks flushed, and she bit her lip as if she had made a decision. Then she firmly stated before the court, "I am the one who broke the imperial laws, and I am ready to accept any punishment." With all her courage, Harry continued, "I do not seek any privileges because of my royal status. I accept the judgment according to the laws of the Empire and the Ivory Tower. However, Kelvin and the maids here, those who know the situation and helped me hide, are innocent." She still tried to protect her benefactors. "They only followed my orders because I am royal." Kelvin and the maids could not hide their shock. Harry added, "Please consider this special circumstance and attribute all the guilt to me. I earnestly plead for that." As the tense atmosphere rose, a deep yet powerful voice echoed, "No, the princess has done nothing wrong," causing Ian and Harry to turn their heads in unison. Even Ronan and Decker looked astonished towards the source of that majestic voice. The entire hall immediately erupted in commotion. waves of astonishment spreading quickly, with every gaze focused on the center. The air felt constricted for a brief moment, for the person who had just appeared before them was none other than His Majesty, the Supreme Emperor of the Empire, whose presence silenced all murmurs. Ian stepped forward, concerned. "Are you all right?" Terry calmly replied. "I am fine. It seems it is not yet my time to die." His voice unwavering. Terry continued to advance, his steps decisive, then looked straight at the judge and said, "I want to say this to the mages of the Ivory Tower: the princess has done nothing wrong. She simply obeyed my orders." He recounted the events from the moment Mage Kelvin told him that the princess was a mage. Every decision thereafter stemmed from that moment. "I ordered them to keep this a secret because I wanted her to live as royalty, not as a mage. That was my choice," Terry admitted. "Even if she later becomes cautious with the Ivory Tower, I am sure I strongly influenced that decision. It all came from my mistake and my love for her." Immediately after, Terry bowed his head and pleaded, "I earnestly ask everyone, please place all the blame on me and give the princess a chance to become a mage." Decker said nothing, only silently looked at Ronan, their eyes meeting, exchanging thoughts in silence. Ronan nodded slightly, a small gesture but enough to show that he understood the intention. Ronan began to speak. "Normally, we only announce our decision after discussing it with the Master of the Ivory Tower, but since the Master is also involved, I will announce our decision." Ian and Harry held their breath, listening intently. This trial was judging the crime of illegal magic teaching and training a mage. "We acknowledge this is a special situation," Ronan analyzed, "the one who made Princess Harry Green River cautious. The head of the Ivory Tower, Herb Leon, is a slave, and the right-hand man of the traitor Ragna Green River. So that caution is justified." He continued, "And we confirm that His Highness has not received any benefits from using magic, so it cannot be concluded that she concealed the truth for personal ambition," Ronan concluded. "Ultimately, because she achieved level 4 in a restricted environment. This magical talent is extremely rare. It would be difficult to find even across the continent." Ronan's voice slowed, each word clear. "Therefore, instead of punishment, the Ivory Tower wants to give Harry Green River one last chance. We are postponing the punishment for 5 years. She must take responsibility as a mage of the Ivory Tower, participate in intermediary missions, and learn through private teaching." Harry stood still for a moment, understanding the significance of the postponed punishment. Everything that happened in the next 5 years would determine her ultimate fate. Finally, Ronan spoke loudly, emphasizing each word. "And so, at this moment, we declare that Harry Green River is no longer the princess of the Empire but a mage of the Ivory Tower." The verdict concluded. Joy flooded her heart. One early morning at the Ivory Tower, the gentle morning sunlight streamed through the window, bringing a rare sense of peace. Ian stood by the window, his gaze contemplative, seemingly pondering the path ahead. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling out, breaking the silence, the sound pulling him back to reality. Ian turned around, and before him stood the princess, looking somewhat awkward. Hearing the title, Harry quickly explained, "I'm no longer a princess. Just call me by my name." Ian smiled and replied, "All right. Do you enjoy life in the Ivory Tower, Harry?" Harry shyly answered, "I like it a lot. At first, everyone was a bit distant, but now they have gradually accepted me," her voice full of sincerity, understanding that all of this was thanks to Ian. Harry said seriously, "It's all because of you. Without you, I wouldn't be part of this Ivory Tower. I truly thank you." Ian gently responded, "As long as you're doing well, I'm happy. No need to be formal." The smile still on his lips, Harry hesitated a little longer, and Ian noticed, saying, "It seems like you want to say something else," his tone encouraging. Gathering all her courage, Harry spoke up. "I heard about your intention to leave your position as the Tower Master. Her eyes could not hide her concern. She quickly added, "Is it because of me? Is it because I've been teaching magic for so many days that you—" Ian immediately denied. "No, you have nothing to do with it." Ian lowered his voice to explain. "It's just that I have something I need to do, but as long as I'm still part of the Ivory Tower, I can't carry that out." He continued, "So, I wanted to meet with you to return this to you." As he finished speaking, his hand opened the chest beside him. Inside the chest was the familiar cloak, the very item that he had borrowed from the Emperor years ago. Harry was momentarily stunned upon seeing it. Ian said, "This is Michelle Green River's cloak, the one the king lent me." Ian further explained, "This cloak was supposed to be passed down to the royal mage. I only borrowed it temporarily, and now my responsibility is to return it to the rightful owner." After saying that, Ian took out another item, and this is the staff I used. He presented it before Harry. What Ian held was the Grand Mage's staff, crafted from rare materials outside the kingdom, which enhanced mana usage efficiency. Ian said this staff is very light, and women can use it easily. Harry took it and immediately felt its superior quality. Excitement shone clearly in Harry's eyes, her joy unmasked. Seeing this, Ian smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" Harry quickly replied, "I like it a lot." Seeing her radiant smile, Ian was also drawn in, his emotions flowing naturally, the corners of his mouth curling up without thought. Ian hesitated for a moment, took a breath, and finally spoke. "And I have one thing I want to ask of you." Harry looked at him attentively and replied, "What is it?" Ian clearly articulated, "Soon, I will be leaving the capital. This trip may take a long time, possibly several years. While I'm not here, I need you to keep an eye on my family, so they can remain safe in the capital." Upon hearing this, the joy that had been on Harry's face vanished, replaced by a clear shock. Her emotions shifting in an instant, she hesitantly asked, "You will leave here. Where do you plan to go?" Ian shook his head slightly in response. "I can't tell you right now because I don't even know where I have to go." He could only vaguely say that the world out there is full of lurking dangers. "I will seek out those dangers, the ones that only I can find and resolve." Hearing this, Harry's eyes could not hide her sadness, the heavy emotions rising distinctly. She tightened her grip on the staff in her hand and said, "Ian, I have lived the life I wanted to live." Harry tried to convince him, "With the power I have in my hands, I will wholeheartedly help those in need, establishing funding to donate to the less fortunate along with my brother when Father learns about my plan." She continued, "Father is very pleased. He is always ready to support me." Every word comes from sincerity. But when she spoke of this, her voice choked, emotions blocking her throat, preventing her from continuing. Harry paused for a moment to regain his composure and said directly, "I really hope you can be by my side." She continued, "Please don't go," her voice clearly revealing utter helplessness. Ian understood that feeling well. He closed his eyes and thought in silence. Yet in the end, he still spoke the words that disappointed her. "I'm sorry." The next day, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the royal palace. Haydn exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you really going to leave the capital?" Ian calmly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Haydn, flustered, said, "Do you know how surprised I was when I received the news about your resignation as Tower Master? Now you want to leave again. There are still unresolved issues, and Harry keeps crying." Haydn's face darkened as he questioned directly, "Did you break up with her?" Ian quickly replied, "What? No, that's not it." Haydn cleared his throat and said seriously, "It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Harry is truly a very strong-willed woman." He went on to mention Harry's strengths. She is kind-hearted like the Queen Mother, and she is also a high-level mage, incredibly talented. You won't find another like her. But Ian didn't understand the implication and replied straightforwardly, "She is, indeed, a lovely girl with a strong personality. So I sincerely hope she can meet someone better than me and live happily." Hearing this, Haydn grew even more frustrated. "Why do you always get so awkward when it comes to feelings?" Giving up on this topic, Haydn shifted to another matter. "All right, what do you want to say to me?" Ian spoke seriously. Before Lord Paul Lands passed away, he asked me to do something. He continued. That day he wanted me to convey a message to the Prince and Captain Oliver that Ian relayed exactly. He apologizes and is very grateful to everyone. Haydn was stunned for a moment upon hearing these words after speaking. Ian bowed respectfully. I can only do this much. I hope your Highness forgives me. Haydn looked at him and replied, Ian, you have helped me a lot. Haydn sincerely said, without you, I would still be a useless puppet prince, always belittling myself. He continued, from now on I will definitely try harder. I will become a worthy heir, not to disappoint those who have placed their trust in me. Haydn's gaze was filled with trust directed at Ian. Every word carried clear expectations. Haydn continued, come back here to help me. Okay, Ian. Receiving that support, Ian happily replied, of course, Your Highness. At this moment, Haydn switched to another topic. All right, let's talk about the main issue, Ian curiously asked. What main issue? Haydn called Oliver. The captain stepped forward, and Oliver immediately brought forth a covered object. It was a sword. Haydn took it and slowly drew it out. The steel glimmering gradually revealed. Haydn excitedly showed Ian his sword skills, saying, look how cool I am with this sword. It took a lot of practice to get it like this. However, Ian still didn't understand, so he asked, what do you mean? Your Highness. Only then did Haydn clarify his intentions, saying, I am giving you this eternal contract as a gift for you, for your teacher, and for my benefactor. The tip of the sword lightly touched the floor, a brief action that affirmed the unshakable stance of the royal family. The royal family will always keep the door open for the great mage Ian Fa whenever he needs help, ready to offer full support. Upon hearing this, Ian couldn't hide his surprise at this decision. Not stopping there, Haydn also declared that this contract would be valid forever, passed down through the generations of both families. Haydn and Oliver placed their hands on their left chests, solemnly swearing before the sacred Emerald River. I vow to uphold this contract. After saying that, Haydn shyly admitted, when I was younger, I often saw lords do this. It looked so cool that I wanted to try it once. Do what you have to do. We will wait for your return. Those words made Ian choke up, and 2 tears silently fell from his eyes. Ian gently leaned his head on the prince's shoulder and said, thank you, Your Highness. On a quiet evening, the atmosphere settled in Ian's private residence, in the study. Ian was organizing documents when he suddenly heard a steady knock on the door. Vanessa's voice came from outside. Ian, can I come in? Recognizing his mother's voice, Ian immediately replied, come in, Mom. He walked over to her and said, why are you here? Aren't you still tired from the trip? Why don't you rest a bit more? But as soon as he touched his mother's hand, Ian immediately sensed something was off. He worriedly asked, are you okay? Mom, your hand is so cold and your complexion doesn't look good. But Vanessa didn't respond. Her whole body trembled slightly, yet she forced herself to say that she was fine. Just moments later, she couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed into Ian's arms, causing him to panic and shout, Mom! Ian quickly said, wait a moment. Mom, I will call Ridio and the doctor right away. Her trembling hands clutched him tightly. Don't. Vanessa gathered her last bit of strength to clarify. I came to say goodbye to you safely. Seeing you. I couldn't say a word. Seeing his mother like this. Ian's heart ached, and he continuously called out to her in panic. At that moment, Vanessa asked, Ian, can't you not go? She recounted that after returning to the capital, she had heard about what had happened to him. Upon hearing this, she couldn't breathe, and at that moment, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Vanessa blamed herself, saying, why did that bad thing happen to you? Why did you have to face that challenge alone? It's all my fault. My heart feels torn apart. Knowing his mother was worried, Ian quickly said, Mom, about that. When I was in Moglian's territory, I was so scared that I wouldn't be able to see you again. Vanessa's eyes widened in shock. Ian, if you make a mistake, even just one mistake, I won't be able to live. For this mother. Besides her missing husband, she only had Ian left, so Vanessa said, I don't want to lose my family again. Ian remained silent for a long time, unable to utter a word. Then he gently took his mother's hand and said, Mom, you might not believe this. Ian calmly continued, but I have met Dad. Vanessa was completely stunned by those words. What? Ian immediately added, there will be a time to explain clearly, but he told me that even though I can't see him, he is always in my heart. Ian continued, I used to hate him a lot, but then I realized everything I have is the love that Dad left behind, with a sincere voice, coming from the bottom of his heart. Ian said to his mother, so I will follow the path that he took. He expressed that he wanted to understand that heart more, wanting to know how to protect his mother and himself. Ian slowly continued, please allow me to fulfill this request, which is also the first and last time Dad asked me. In that moment, Vanessa felt as if she saw her husband's shadow in her son. She remained silent for a long time, tears silently flowing with each breath. Tears quietly slid down her gentle face, but Vanessa kept her voice calm. You have really grown up a lot. I still think of you as the little child in my arms. Ian gently reassured her. Please don't worry too much. Mom, don't think that you are alone, because now there are many people who love you around. Even I can clearly see that change every day. Ian mentioned Ridio, saying that Ridio is truly a good person. His heart is like a father's love, something I have never fully experienced. Then he talked about Douglas, saying that with the boy around, the atmosphere always brightens up. A smart, gentle child who always cares about others' feelings. Ian looked directly into Vanessa's eyes and said slowly, I hope you will be happy. He hugged her tightly, his voice firm. I will definitely come back. The two of them chatted without realizing that the door to the room was still slightly open. It was unclear how long Ridio and Douglas had been standing there, but Douglas couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Time quietly passed, and the morning light the next day quickly spread throughout the mansion. Ian adjusted his luggage, carefully placing it on the horse's back. Ridio watched the scene and then asked, Are you leaving now? Ian nodded and replied, Yes, I suppose I must go now. This scene reminded Ridio of the past. You are only taking one horse. It reminds me of when I left Loy Village and met you. He smiled while recalling the memory. Back then, you rode terribly, Ian replied. I ride well now. It's just that I was too short back then. After joking for a bit, Ian said seriously, Sir Ridio, please take care of my mother. Ridio replied firmly, Please don't worry, I would give my life to protect the lady. Just then, Douglas's clear voice rang out. Ian, not used to this form of address, said. Doug Glass, if you call me that. Douglas took out a small bag and handed it to Ian. Doug Glass spoke very naturally, saying, This is the mana elixir and the healing potion I have concocted. I assure you it's much better than what's sold on the market. I know you won't get hurt, but just in case something happens, if you need anything, feel free to send a letter to my mansion. I will prepare better medicine. At the same time, Vanessa hurriedly ran over. Before Ian could turn around, he replied, Doug Glass, thank you. Upon arriving, Vanessa called out loudly, Ian. Seeing his mother, Ian immediately responded, Mom, as usual. Vanessa brought a package of pastries. Eating while walking. You prepared so many. She carefully reminded him not to skip meals, to take care of his health, and to remember to write to her often. Ian nodded and replied, Yes, Mom, you take care too. After greeting, he walked towards the horse and said to everyone, Well, I'm off now. The horse slowly stepped forward, following Ian's familiar lead. One person and one horse quietly headed straight ahead, but after just a few steps, he stopped again. Ian turned back to look at everything he had accumulated over the years, looking at the mansion he had been attached to for so long. He thought to himself, This is my home. I can return at any time. A warm, happy smile blossomed on Ian's face. because he knew that this place always had family waiting for him to come back. Looking at them one last time, Ian gently turned around. Then he resolutely headed straight ahead. Time passed. Douglas wrote a letter to Ian. "Leader, how have you been?" In the letter, he mentioned that he had been gone for 8 years, and many things had happened. He graduated with honors from the Imperial Alchemy Academy, on Douglas's desk now piled with trophies. He also noted that in the letter to Ian, "I have found a cure for the incurable disease, a wish I have had since childhood. I have been recognized and become a royal alchemist." Doug Glass added that his father, who had studied with him, was also invited to be a royal alchemist but declined. He said it was due to pressure. But in reality, he didn't want to leave his mother, initially. The two were shy, but now they live very happily. He continued to share news from the palace, that Ba could not fully recover from the poisoning incident 8 years ago. Currently, the prince is handling state affairs on his behalf. Douglas could not hide his astonishment. The prince is now so capable that it's hard to recognize him compared to before. Recently, he signed a peace treaty with the youngest princess and Prince Ron. Thanks to that, trade has been smooth, and the economy and technology of the empire have developed strongly. Doug Glass mentioned Princess Harry. Her 5-year punishment has ended, and now she is recognized as a high-level mage of the Ivory Tower. She even established an organization to help those in need, beloved by the public, and is the most promising candidate for the position of the next head of the Ivory Tower. Sitting by the window of his office, Douglas nostalgically wrote that we are all doing our best and miss you very much. Please come back soon. We are waiting for you. P.S. Next time we meet, can I call you brother? After finishing the letter, Douglas stretched and murmured, "I miss him so much. I wonder where he is now." At that moment, Ridio's voice echoed into the room. "Doug Glass, we are done. Come down quickly," you replied. "Yes, father." After saying that, Douglas hurriedly ran downstairs. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise. Douglas saw Vanessa standing in the hallway and couldn't help but compliment. "You look beautiful today." "Mother?" Vanessa smiled back. "Thank you, Douglas." However, she still worriedly asked, "Is it okay for me to go with the two of you?" Ridio confidently replied. "Of course," Douglas added. "The new king has sent an invitation and a carriage to pick us up, even arranging VIP seating for us. We definitely have to go." Convinced by the two of them, Vanessa reluctantly nodded. "All right then." Ridio looked at everyone and asked, "Shall we go at the same time at the royal cemetery?" Oliver was kneeling, offering flowers at a familiar grave. After a moment, a knight came to remind him. "Captain, it's time," Oliver replied. "All right." Oliver turned to leave, but his steps paused. Oliver's gaze returned to the grave behind him. He thought to himself, "It would be nice if you were here. I will return soon. Rest well." Bong. Also that morning at the Ivory Tower, Maris pushed the door open and asked, "Miss Harry, are you ready?" Harry, dressed neatly, stepped out and replied, "I'll be there in a moment." She glanced at the staff Ian had given her. Then she approached it and gently placed her hand on it. Harry decisively took it with her and said, "Then let's go." Once everything was ready, she exclaimed, "Let's head to my brother's coronation." At that moment, at the royal palace, it was lavishly decorated, with everything meticulously prepared for the grand day. All the guests were dressed formally and gathered in large numbers. The atmosphere was filled with excitement and joy. Finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. The current emperor, Terry Green River, slowly descended. He spoke solemnly, "My beloved subjects, Vanessa, Ridio, and Douglas were also present, attentively listening as the emperor said, 'I want to take this opportunity to pass on this noble throne.'" Terry solemnly announced the passing of the throne to his son, Prince Hayden Green River. Harry stood beside Ronan and the mages of the Ivory Tower, their eyes filled with joy as they embraced this moment. Terry continued, stating that typically the throne is only passed on after his death, but after much consideration, he believed this was the best choice for the empire at this time. His serious voice echoed throughout the hall as he emphasized that the empire would continue to thrive, and the people would grow increasingly prosperous under the new king. Terry spoke with utmost solemnity as the large doors gradually opened, facing the subjects of Green River. "Let us greet the new king." Haydn appeared from behind the doors, stepping into the light. No longer the carefree young man, Haydn now exuded maturity, fully embodying the demeanor of a sovereign. He advanced slowly, each step radiating an extraordinary presence. Haydn stopped before his father. Then he gently knelt, bowing deeply to express his absolute respect. Terry, pleased, said, "I am proud of you, my son." Haydn replied earnestly, "I will do my best to make you proud." Hearing those words, Terry nodded slightly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. To continue the ceremony, a servant stepped forward, bringing forth the imperial crown. Terry gently placed the crown upon Haydn's head. At that moment, he solemnly declared, "At this moment, I declare Prince Haydn Green River to be the king of Green River." The entire populace immediately responded, cheers of congratulations ringing out everywhere. "Long live the king!" Amidst the wave of applause, a familiar figure seemed to be enthusiastically clapping in the crowd. Among the resounding cheers of "Long live," "Congratulations, Your Majesty," and "May the gods bless you," petals suddenly fell gently as if by magic. At that moment, Haydn seemed to recognize that person, even hidden among the crowd. He could still feel their presence. The people around buzzed with curiosity, wondering what was happening and why there were flower petals, but only Harry recognized the magic within them. A thought flashed in her mind. Could it be? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Congratulations on your ascension, Your Majesty." Ian looked directly at Haydn, his sincere gaze conveying his congratulations on Haydn's serious face, which had remained solemn throughout the ceremony. A bright smile finally blossomed. He immediately responded, "Welcome, Ian." The hall gradually quieted down after the coronation ceremony concluded. Haydn was so overjoyed to see Ian that he nearly cried. "You made it." He kept shaking Ian, completely forgetting the dignified demeanor of an emperor. "I missed you so much. Ian, I missed you very, very much." Looking at the Haydn before him, Ian smiled and said, "You're just the same as before." Then he gently bowed his head and congratulated the Lord on his coronation. At that moment, Vanessa saw her son and exclaimed in surprise, "Ian!" Vanessa, along with Ridio and Douglas, rushed over to hug Ian tightly. She emotionally said, "Oh my God, why didn't you contact us? Are you well? Are you eating enough? Do you know how much everyone misses you?" Douglas cried as he said, "Ian, I missed you so much." Ian embraced them and replied, "I missed everyone a lot too. Mom, Douglas, and even Dad." He called out to each of them in turn. Vanessa looked at her son and asked, "Have you finished what you needed to do?" Ian smiled and replied, "Yes. This time everything has truly been resolved." Just then, Haydn cleared his throat, seemingly reminding Ian about someone. Ian still didn't understand, so Haydn pointed directly to the side. Ian looked in the direction Haydn pointed and saw Harry standing there, quietly waiting for him. It was at this moment that Ian suddenly recognized who the girl in front of him was, the familiar memory gradually becoming clear. Harry smiled at him, and Ian called out, "Harry!" He quickly walked closer, his voice warm. "It's been a while. Are you doing well?" Harry's cheeks turned slightly pink, and she hesitantly replied, "I'm fine. And how about you?" Ian smiled and answered, "I'm just living my life, going here and there, while you've become quite famous. From the capital to remote areas, even to the far-off borders. People talk about a righteous person who cares for the common folk and orphans in the ivory tower. You're doing great," Harry replied. "No, it's not that wonderful." The atmosphere between the two gradually became awkward, silence creeping into every breath. Realizing she was about to lose her composure, Harry quickly said, "Well, I'll take my leave now. I hope you enjoy the party." "Lord Ian," as she turned to leave, Ian stood frozen in place. It seemed he wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed it back. Haydn approached, questioning. "You seem disappointed?" Ian stammered. "What? No, that's not it." Haydn bluntly clarified. "Ian, Harry isn't married yet." He mentioned that despite receiving countless marriage proposals, she declined them all, saying she was waiting for someone. "I've been wondering for 8 years who she's waiting for." Hearing this, Ian couldn't hide his embarrassment. Before Ian could respond, Haydn continued, "And it's not just her. There will be many things waiting for you from now on," he added. "You will complete them with me." "Right," Ian replied succinctly. "As you command, my lord." It was another peaceful day at the ivory tower. Harry sat quietly admiring the flowers in the familiar courtyard. She thought about that day. She should have talked to him longer. Remembering Ian's words, she thought perhaps he had forgotten the past. At that time, Ian had apologized and left for 8 years. That thought made Harry's heart sink. But she reminded herself not to hope anymore. He had just returned and must be very busy, with no time for her. She didn't know when Ian had stood behind her. "Harry, so you are here." The sudden voice startled Harry, and she exclaimed, "Lord Ian." Seeing her frightened, Ian quickly said, "I didn't mean to scare you, I'm sorry." Harry stood up and asked, "It's okay. What are you doing here?" Ian replied, "I came after greeting the mages at the ivory tower. They said you usually come here at this time." Harry briefly thought to herself, "Everyone." Ian looked around the garden and said, "The ivory tower garden is much more beautiful now. When I was here, this place was just full of weeds." Harry shyly explained, "After becoming an official mage, I started planting trees. I thought this place would be a peaceful resting spot for the mages." Ian smiled and replied, "That's a nice idea." Then he asked, "If possible, could you show me the garden?" Harry cheerfully replied, "Sure." The two of them strolled through the garden, chatting continuously as they walked. Ian said, "Landia flowers are very rare in Green River, yet here they are considered weeds. Some people have suffered just because they couldn't obtain that flower." He continued talking about his journey. "I once heard about the Golden Light Lake in the west of the Ronin Duchy. When I arrived, it seemed ordinary. But when the sun rose, the lake reflected a brilliant golden light." Ian recalled that moment. "Only I witnessed it. The scene was so beautiful that I could never forget it in my life." After hearing this, Harry replied, "That truly sounds like a wonderful journey." She smiled and said, "That Golden Light Lake sounds magnificent. I hope one day I can go there too." Ian looked at her, silently pondering. Suddenly, Ian spoke to her. "I can take you there." His voice calm but filled with determination. "Or anywhere you want." The words left Harry stunned, her heart fluttering. Ian extended his hand towards her and said, "Just take my hand." He began to describe, each location vividly appearing in his voice, from the Golden Light Lake to the shimmering forest connecting the water desert, from the scorching land to the vast ocean. Every word he spoke was directed at one person. "I have traveled all over this world, but the first thing I think of when I set foot there is always you, Harry." Ian slowly expressed, "I wonder what expression you would have if you stood beside me then." And at times, thinking about you became a torment, and I understood what that feeling was. When I finish everything I have to do, the first thing I think of is still you." Harry stood frozen, unable to believe that one day her feelings would be reciprocated by Ian in such a sincere way. Right after that, Ian slowly knelt on one knee. He spoke from the bottom of his heart. "Harry, will you be my companion for life?" With all his love, Ian continued, "Please allow me to be by your side for the rest of your days." Looking at the person she had secretly loved for so long, now standing before her expressing his feelings, Harry was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Her face gradually flushed, and there was still a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Harry hesitantly asked, "You won't leave again?" "Right." Ian immediately affirmed, "That's right. I will always be by your side." Hearing that answer, Harry broke down, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her trembling from crying, Ian anxiously called out, "Harry." But what she said next made his heart flutter. "I miss you so much. I've really been waiting for a long time." Finally, Harry gave her definite answer. "I agree." She gently placed her hand on Ian's hand and said, "I am very happy to allow you to do so." And all the hardships Ian faced through 2 lifetimes came to a perfect conclusion.